Karl traversed into the Marvel Universe, accompanied by a sign-in system. After 25 years of diligent sign-ins, he finally acquired formidable powers. The Silver Superman template. The strength of the Silver Age Superman far surpasses that of the ordinary Superman. Time travel, devouring kryptonite, extinguishing stars. Just as he soared beyond the confines of Blue Planet, gazing upon the sun. Ding! You are invited to join the Dimensional Chat Group. Chapter 1. 25 Years of Sign-ins, Silver Superman. Dear Karl, I find your bar in Queens quite intriguing. Perhaps $1 million is a fair price. In 3 days, I shall send someone to the bar to discuss the pertinent matters with you. That I trust you wouldn't refuse me, for you surely wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents, do you not? New City, Queen Street. It is now deep into the night, yet the city dazzles even more brilliantly under the vibrant neon lights than it does by day. Within a lavish apartment, Karl sits on the sofa, his right hand clenched tightly, crumpling the letter in his grasp. To encounter such a character, threatening me. Casting aside the letter, he lifts a finely crafted goblet. Sipping the exquisite wine and gazing at the stunning neon lights outside, Karl softly muses, what a splendid view. 24 years ago, Karl arrived in this world. As he matured, he learned that the city he inhabited was named New City. Initially, Karl believed he had merely crossed the ocean to another city, until he beheld the Steve Rogers Memorial. Indeed, the Captain America, with a modest understanding of Marvel, he quickly realized the nature of his surroundings. This is an exceedingly perilous world. Aliens, superheroes, supervillains. It is home to many powerful beings, even ancient deities from legends. Yet, this world is also fascinating, for the Marvel Universe boasts a plethora of superheroes. Accompanying Karl is a sign-in system, which is rather standard. However, his sign-in system differs from those depicted in novels of his past life. Karl's sign-in system allows him not only to check in at various locations daily, but also to accumulate sign-ins. He can even pre-schedule a sign-in time, say for a year or two. Upon the arrival of the designated time, the sign-in is completed. The longer the sign-in duration, the more potent the rewards. After consecutive sign-ins yielding nothing but milk powder for 2 days, Karl made a decision he now somewhat regrets. He resolved to sign in at New City for 25 years. As of now, Karl is signed in for 24 years in New City, resulting in him still being an ordinary person. In this world, Karl, a handsome and affluent individual with black hair and eyes, was taken in by a wealthy bachelor well past his 50s. This gentleman bestowed upon him the name Karl Smith. Although it may seem peculiar for someone of Eastern descent to bear such a name, Karl chose to honor his benefactor's nurturing by retaining it. A few years ago, the kind old man passed away, having already bequeathed his vast fortune, amounting to billions of dollars, to Karl through legitimate means. This inheritance included several properties, 2 bars, his own company, and shares in various other enterprises. Notably, upon realizing he was in the Marvel Universe, Karl dedicated several years to organizing his assets. He first sold his own company and subsequently divested a significant portion of his shares in other businesses. This strategic maneuver resulted in a substantial cash influx. Subsequently, Karl invested in several companies, including Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, PIM Technologies, and Oscorp entities associated with Iron Man, Iron Man's adversaries, the original Ant-Man and the Green Goblin, respectively. His familiarity with these companies stemmed from vague recollections during his previous life as a Marvel enthusiast. Through these transactions, Karl's wealth multiplied exponentially over the years, ultimately amassing several $100 billion in assets. Among the discarded letters that inexplicably appeared in his bar was one signed by Wilson Grant Fisk, a name that initially seemed enigmatic. However, he was also known by the moniker Kingpin. Karl was aware of this character's notoriety as a formidable supervillain, often referred to as the Underground Emperor of the United States. While some may be unfamiliar with him, his adversaries are quite renowned, most notably the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man from Queens, as well as Daredevil, the Punisher, and even the X-Men and the Fantastic Four, all of whom stand opposed to him. Given the extensive nature of his underground dealings, it is fair to say he is at odds with numerous superheroes. Recently, for reasons unknown, he has taken an interest in Karl's bar, seeking to claim it as his own. Frankly, Karl is merely an ordinary individual at this point. Although he has practiced combat techniques throughout his life, he is no match for Kingpin in a true confrontation. However, the unwelcome pressure to sell his bar, which he has no intention of relinquishing, has become quite irksome. Initially, after selling his own company and other shares, he had no desire to part with his 2 bars, aiming instead to enjoy a drink there from time to time. Yet, now he finds himself confronted with coercive tactics. In truth, Karl harbored no real fear, for he had already located Peter Parker, the very embodiment of Spider-Man, at Midtown High School. However, at present, Peter remained an ordinary individual, untouched by the fateful bite of the radioactive spider. Karl had been meticulously monitoring Peter Parker's movements, preparing to seize the opportunity to claim the transformative spider for himself. Although he held Spider-Man in high regard as a hero, circumstances compelled him to utter a simple apology. Initially, Karl had not been particularly anxious regarding the spider. He viewed it merely as a contingency plan. Yet, the sudden emergence of the villainous Kingpin altered the landscape entirely. With the prospect of relying on the spider now diminished, Karl found himself placing his hopes upon his own system. He glanced up at the clock 11:55. Just 5 minutes remained until the time for his check-in. After a span of 25 years, the reward he had long anticipated was finally within reach. Should the system fail to present anything of worth after such an extensive duration, Karl would consider relinquishing the bar business altogether. He could always resort to hiring supervillains to eliminate Kingpin or bide his time until he possessed the means for revenge. Lifting his glass, Karl awaited the moment in silence. Ding. Host has checked in for 25 years. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Silver Superman template. Silver Superman. The mechanical voice resonating in his mind sent a tremor through Karl's entire being. Silver Superman. The reward for 25 years of diligence had indeed surpassed his expectations. As a time traveler, Karl was acutely aware of the significance of this entity. Silver Superman represented the Superman of the DC Silver Age, a version of the hero far more formidable than his ordinary counterpart. His abilities included annihilating stars with a mere sneeze, moving entire planets, absorbing magic, devouring kryptonite, extinguishing suns, and traversing time and space. Naturally, the powers depicted in films and comics attributed to Superman were also possessed by Silver Superman. While he may not have been the most invincible incarnation of Superman, he undoubtedly embodied the greatest potential, symbolizing a boundless existence. In the heat of battle, he could very well manifest a new ability. With such a remarkable check-in reward, Karl no longer felt the need to covet Spider-Man's transformative spider. There was no necessity for it. The spider could remain with Peter Parker. With this newfound capability, what concern did he have for Kingpin? He awaited the villain's approach, ready to witness his demise. Chapter 2. The god among men Jean Bin is remarkably powerful, reputed to possess over 90% muscle mass. His strength is astonishing, capable of effortlessly punching through walls. And he is a world-class martial arts expert, often regarded as the pinnacle of human combat prowess. It is said that in a previous life, Karl encountered numerous online discussions wherein Jean Bin was deemed capable of defeating Captain America. The veracity of such claims, however, remains uncertain to Karl. Nonetheless, despite Jean Bin's formidable abilities, he is merely an ordinary human. In a confrontation with the current Karl, a single punch would suffice to obliterate him. At this moment, Karl sensed a transformation within his physique. The years of diligent training had sculpted his body into a fine form, and his visage had become even more handsome. He had acquired an abundance of strength, alongside superhuman speed, enabling him to fly at velocities surpassing that of light and traverse the barriers of time to return to the past. His enhanced hearing allowed him to perceive sounds from any location, while his steel-like body rendered him impervious to all physical assaults. Remaining unscathed even within the depths of a black hole, he could endure the cataclysmic forces of the primordial Big Bang. Additionally, he possessed thermal vision, rapid regeneration, superhuman strength, and the ability to exhale icy breath. Furthermore, owing to having received a template, he could wield these powers with remarkable agility. With a swift motion, Karl pushed open his window and leapt into the air. Defying the laws of physics, he soared through the sky, transforming into a shadow that vanished in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Karl found himself amidst the cosmos. Behind him floated a cerulean planet, while directly ahead, 100 million kilometers away, blazed a colossal star, the sun. His superhuman vision allowed him to instantly discern every detail upon its surface. Beneath the sun's radiance, Karl felt his strength augmenting continuously. Although the power of the Silver Superman does not derive from a yellow sun, he remained unperturbed by a red sun. Nonetheless, he indeed experienced the sensation of absorbing solar radiation to enhance his capabilities. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Ding. A dimensional chat group invites you to join. Do you accept? A dimensional chat group? Karl was slightly taken aback. As a traveler from another realm, he was well acquainted with the concept of such chat groups, having encountered similar notions in various online narratives during his previous life. In simple terms, it is a forum that connects individuals from different dimensions, allowing characters from myriad worlds to converse and even traverse realities. Intrigued by the prospect of the chat group, he decided to join. With a nod, Karl affirmed, "I agree to join." As his words echoed, A virtual interface materialized within his mind. Ding. The god among men has joined the chat group. Ding. Princess of Thousand Hands has joined the chat group. Sister with Chinibu. Is there a newcomer? Welcome, newcomer. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Welcome. Heaven's Blade King. Finally. A newcomer has arrived. Welcome, welcome. As these individuals observed the names within the chat group, Karl raised an eyebrow slightly, recognizing many of them. The term Great Wall Guard originates from the realm of kings. Could the commander be Hua Mulan? After all, in his previous life, Karl vaguely recalled that she seemed to be the leader of the Great Wall Guard. The words of the Heaven's Blade King likely referred to the Angel King, Kesha, from the realm of Super God. The newcomer, Princess of Thousand Hands, was presumably Tsunade from the world of Naruto. Sister with Chinibu, what is this? Sister with Chinibu, suddenly appearing in my mind. Is this some form of illusion? Are you members of the Uchiha clan? Sister with Chinibu, fear not, miss. I am here to clarify. Sister with Chinibu, this is a chat group that connects different worlds, allowing members to communicate across dimensions. Sister with Chinibu, as long as you envision what you wish to say in your mind, this group will articulate your thoughts into words for transmission. Sister with Chinibu, the purpose of this chat group seems to be to facilitate mutual assistance among members. Ding. Member Sister with Chinibu has clarified matters for 2 new members, earning 200 points as a reward. Sister with Chinibu, so there are point rewards? What a delightful surprise. Sister with Chinibu, I've earned 200 points, how wonderful. Sister with Chinibu, I wonder how many ingredients I can buy with this. This chat group is simply marvelous. Heaven's Blade King, envious. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, there are rewards for this? Had I known, I would have spoken up sooner. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. However, using such precious points on ingredients seems a tad wasteful, does it not? Sister with Chinibu, I've already exchanged my currency. Each point is worth over 10,000. Those premium ingredients are exceedingly costly. Sister with Chinibu, besides, I do not need to enhance my physique, as we reside in an ordinary world. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, that is a valid point. Princess of Thousand Hands, what exactly are these points? Sister with Chinibu, points are rewards from the chat group, which can be used to purchase items in the store. What should I do if my younger sister has a case of Chinibu? Observe the store located at the upper right corner, which offers services including healing injuries, enhancing physical abilities, exchanging currency, and acquiring various skills. To address the issue of my younger sister's Chinibu, daily check-ins yield points. Additionally, it appears that explaining the chat group's rules to newcomers is also beneficial. Senju Princess, may I inquire how to check in? Despite her skepticism regarding this so-called chat group, she casually posed the question. Heaven's Blade King, simply click the check-in button next to the store in the upper right corner, and you will be able to check in. Senju Princess, thank you. Ding. Member Senju Princess has successfully checked in and earned 8 points. What should I do if my younger sister has a case of Chinibu? Wow. I actually received 8 points. What incredible luck. Heaven's Blade King, what exceptional fortune. The most I've ever earned from a check-in is merely 7 points. I envy you. Great Wall Guardian Commander, the highest I've ever achieved is just 5 points. Heaven's Blade King, is there another newcomer among us? Don't lurk in silence. Come and join the conversation. God of humanity, perhaps they are preoccupied with urgent matters. Heaven's Blade King, fair point. Ding. Member God of Humanity has successfully checked in and earned 10 points. What should I do if my younger sister has a case of Chinibu? What on earth? This luck is beyond belief. It's as if I were a royal. Originally, the group expressed envy towards Senju Princess for her accrued points, but now even more have arrived. Karl remained silent, quietly observing, and casually opened the store interface. The store resembled a certain online marketplace, featuring numerous sections, including daily necessities, skills, weapons, and items. The daily necessities section included items for healing injuries and exchanging currency. 1 point could be exchanged for 100 units of currency. As for the previous statement regarding what should I do if my younger sister has a case of Chinibu, 1 point could potentially be worth over 10,000 units in Neon Country's currency. Healing injuries starts at 100 points, depending on the specific circumstances. Upon a brief glance, it was evident that the store offered an extensive array of items, infinite gems, Sharingan, Iron Man suits, Gundams, Rinnegan, Devil Fruits, and even a God Light Stick. However, the more powerful the item, the higher the price. For instance, a single Tomo Sharingan could be purchased for a few hundred points, while a Mangeki Sharingan would require a staggering 100,000 points. Nevertheless, all these items held little utility for Karl. Chapter 3, Princess of the Thousand Hands, a daunting task in the world of Naruto, within the village of Konoha. A spacious room housed a solitary young girl. This young lady, tall and voluptuous, bore captivating features with her light yellow hair tied back in a ponytail. She was none other than Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan. At this moment, Tsunade gazed introspectively at the chat group interface within her mind, murmuring to herself. A chat group, you say? It does not seem to be an illusion. If the items within the store are indeed real, could I not leverage this chat group to enhance my power and swiftly bring an end to the war? Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Lady Tsunade, it is urgent. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, asking, what is it? A ninja bowed his head and replied, Lord Orochimaru has returned to the village and mentioned that Lord Rope Tree is in trouble. At this news, Tsunade's pupils dilated, and she trembled as she exclaimed, where is Orochimaru? Take me to him. Yes. Following the ninja, Tsunade arrived at a somber room. There, she found Orochimaru and Jiraiya, both of whom wore grave expressions and remained silent. Tsunade hesitated, her heart racing as she advanced into the room. You should not look, Jiraiya cautioned her. It matters not. I would not recognize him as my brother anyway, Tsunade replied dismissively. With an expression devoid of warmth, Orochimaru tossed a pendant into Tsunade's hands. This pendant was the very birthday gift she had given to Rope Tree just a day prior. In a daze, she clutched the pendant and rushed into the room. What met her eyes was a scene drenched in blood. Rope Tree, Tsunade cried out, her voice breaking as she gripped the necklace tightly. Why has this happened? Just yesterday, Rope Tree celebrated his birthday and expressed his desire to become Hokage. Death cannot be reversed, Jiraiya murmured softly in consolation. Reversed? At that moment, Tsunade recalled the peculiar chat group she had just entered, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Could this strange chat group, with its formidable members, truly perform such feats as reviving the deceased? Might there exist a method to resurrect Rope Tree? The names of those within the group were impressive, invoking deities and legends. Though a part of her remained skeptical about the chat group, she realized she had no choice but to give it a try. However, even if those individuals could bring Rope Tree back, why would they assist her? After all, she had only just joined the chat group, and the members were effectively strangers. The difficulty of resurrection was evident. Resolutely, Tsunade focused on the task at hand, her mind returning to the chat group interface. Princess of the Senju clan, may I inquire if the chat group has the ability to resurrect the deceased? Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? It appears that such a function does not exist. However, it is not entirely out of the question that some members of the group might possess the ability to resurrect others. Great Wall Guardian Commander, we have no means of resurrection here. Heavenly Blade King, what has transpired? Princess of the Senju clan, I have just received news that my brother has perished in battle. It was only yesterday that we celebrated his birthday. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? My condolences. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? Truly a sorrowful tale. I shall mourn for you. Heavenly Blade King, my condolences. May you find peace in your grief. Tsunade observed this scene with a heavy heart, yet she still chose to contribute to the chat. Princess Senju, I would give anything to bring SH Zuru back to life. I implore you. Ding. Member Princess Senju has issued a task. Resurrect SH Zuru. Task reward, 8 points. Friendly reminder. This task is of extreme difficulty. The chat group encourages mutual assistance among members. All may accept the task. Upon completion, members may receive additional points based on task rating. Indeed, it is Tsunade. Karl, observing the task released in the chat, understood immediately. He recalled that Tsunade had a brother who had met his end in battle at a young age, merely 12 or 13, shortly after graduating from the Ninja Academy. At that time, Tsunade was still a girl, yet to earn the title of Sannin. It appears to be during that period. As for resurrecting others, the silver superhero template Karl had acquired possessed such a capability. While Karl pondered, the members of the chat expressed their astonishment. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? Heavenly Blade King, a task? This feature exists. Great Wall Guardian, this is the first time I have encountered a task. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? Is it truly possible to resurrect someone given the extreme difficulty? Great Wall Guardian, I do not know. As a soldier, I am unable to do so. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? I am merely an ordinary person. Given the high difficulty, I can only observe. And now, resurrection? I apologize, Princess Senju. Princess Senju, it is quite all right. I had not anticipated the issuance of a task. After all, the notion of resurrection is indeed somewhat far-fetched. Princess Senju, now that the task has been posted, I can only approach it with a spirit of experimentation. If it truly cannot be done, then there is nothing more to be done. Heavenly Blade King, I too am unable to assist. I apologize. Upon reading the messages in the chat, the glimmer of hope that had risen in Tsunade's heart was abruptly extinguished. Indeed, the idea of resurrection seems rather extravagant, does it not? Princess Senju, it is fine. I am merely giving it a try. At that moment, the previously reticent member unexpectedly spoke. The god of humanity remarked, I must admit, I too am quite eager to explore other realms and undertake a task. He then offered, do you require my assistance? Princess Senju replied, I certainly hope for the resurrection of Rope Tree. If it is feasible, I implore you to assist me. The god of humanity assured her. Such a trivial matter is certainly no challenge. Group member, the god of humanity, accepts the task to resurrect Rope Tree. Sister with Chinibu in distress exclaimed, "What? The newcomer, who has barely spoken since joining, dares to accept such a monumental task?" King of the Blade expressed his astonishment. Incredible. To resurrect someone is merely a trivial matter? What then constitutes a major undertaking? Commander of the Great Wall Guardians remarked, "Such occurrences are indeed unfathomable." Ding. Group member. The god of humanity has completed the task commissioned by Princess Senju. Task rated as level A, with an additional reward of 100,000 points. What is happening? Has the task been completed already? This must be a hoax. It has only been a mere few seconds since this individual accepted the task. Sister with Chinibu in distress questioned, "What on earth? The task is complete?" She continued, "Didn't they say it was of extreme difficulty? Wasn't it a resurrection?" Commander of the Great Wall Guardians noted, "Impressive." King of the Blade added, "I never expected anyone could achieve such a feat as resurrection." Initially, the group members were astonished by the god of humanity's swift completion of the task. However, upon witnessing the points awarded, envy began to seep into their reactions. King of the Blade exclaimed, "Goodness, such an immense reward of points?" He lamented, "That's 100,000 points. I barely have a handful of points myself." Chapter 4, The Legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. Completing the task time rewinds to a moment ago. Karl, upon seeing Tsunade's request in the chat group, accepted the task. Ding. You have accepted the task from group member Princess Senju. You may teleport to the task world at any time. Would you like to teleport immediately? Karl nodded and commenced the teleportation. Ding. Teleportation in progress. An inexplicable force enveloped Karl. Before long, he observed the world before him becoming hazy. Ding. Teleportation complete. You have arrived in the task world. Soon, a notification chimed. At that moment, he found himself within a wooden dwelling. The house bore a distinctive charm characteristic of the Neon Country, easily recognizable. Not far from Karl stood a graceful figure. Her features exquisite and her stature commanding. None other than Tsunade from the world of the Hokage. Tsunade, too, had noticed Karl from a distance. The suddenly appeared dark-haired man was not only strikingly handsome, but also possessed an air of mystery. However, Tsunade, being a seasoned ninja, remained vigilant and cautiously inquired, "Who are you?" Beside her, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, upon noticing the unexpected figure, felt a surge of tension. As ninjas, it was a grave oversight to have allowed someone to approach them unnoticed. If this individual were an adversary, they could very well have met their demise. The two prepared themselves for battle. Karl glanced at Orochimaru and Jiraiya but paid them no heed. He turned to Tsunade and remarked, "The chat group, the god of humanity. Is it you?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade's demeanor relaxed considerably. In that moment, she comprehended that the handsome man before her was indeed the god of humanity who had offered assistance in the chat group. It was truly real. The members of the chat group had genuinely traversed from other realms. Tsunade felt a surge of excitement. After all, Karl's casual attire starkly contrasted with their own. Yet, could this man truly resurrect SH-10? Doubt lingered in her mind. Nonetheless, she greeted him warmly, saying, "I am Tsunade. Thank you for coming to help." Karl nodded, responding, "No need for formality, I am Karl." At that moment, a loud voice interrupted, "Who are you, and why are you in our village?" Turning to face the source of the disturbance, Jiraiya glared at Karl, visibly displeased. His affection for Tsunade was well known, and the sudden appearance of this stranger, who seemed to have an intimate rapport with her, was anything but comfortable. Moreover, this person had appeared in their village without warning. Before Tsunade could offer an explanation, Jiraiya transformed into a shadow, crashing through the wooden wall and hurtling outward. "Jiraiya!" Orochimaru exclaimed, watching as Jiraiya vanished from sight. The aftermath revealed gaping holes in the surrounding structures. Witnessing this spectacle, Orochimaru trembled slightly. Jiraiya had been utterly overwhelmed by this individual. Such power, such speed. Orochimaru realized that should Karl choose to act against him, he would have no means to resist. Karl spoke nonchalantly, "Rest assured, he is not dead. I have control over the situation." He then turned to Tsunade and asked, "Is your task to resurrect your brother?" Tsunade, retracting her gaze from the search for Jiraiya, nodded affirmatively, yes. Given that Karl had assured her of Jiraiya's safety, she felt a flicker of hope. Though concerned for Jiraiya, reviving SH Moku is the paramount task at hand. "Karl, do you wish to prepare anything, perhaps talismans or offerings?" "I can handle that. Talismans and offerings?" Karl glanced at Tsunade with surprise. "Do you think I intend to perform a spell? I require none of those items. Please wait." With that, Karl clenched his fists and soared into the sky. A sonic boom enveloped him. Fortunately, his biological suit protected his attire from an embarrassing disrobing. After breaking the sound barrier, Karl continued to accelerate. Having acquired the Silver Superman template, he understood that his speed could transcend light itself. Moreover, Karl possessed the ability to traverse time, altering the past while disregarding the laws of causality. These were the powers of Silver Superman, and it was precisely for this reason that he accepted the mission. The scenery around him blurred past at an astonishing rate, and gradually, many things began to change. The sun appeared to set toward the east. Karl realized he had successfully traversed time. Uncertain of S.H. Moku's exact time of death, he utilized his super hearing and vision throughout his flight to observe the Earth. At last, he spotted a boy with short, light brown hair, S.H. Moku. At that moment, Orochimaru stood not far from him, watching S.H. Moku sprint ahead of the other ninjas. A look of satisfaction on his face. Karl's supervision revealed a trap laden with explosive tags ahead of S.H. Moku. This was the moment. Without hesitation, he flew in front of S.H. Moku, intercepting him. The boy, bewildered, felt a sudden pull as he was yanked into the air by an unseen force. Ding! Group member God of Humanity has completed the commission task of the Thousand-Hand Princess, earning 8 points. Task evaluation, a grade, additional reward of 100,000 points. At that moment, Karl heard a notification chime. After a brief moment of distraction, S.H. Moku instinctively drew a kunai and thrust it at Karl. However, Karl effortlessly deflected him, sending S.H. Moku crashing into Orochimaru. Who are you? Orochimaru caught S.H. Moku, his gaze fixed warily on the figure hovering in the air. The speed of this person was extraordinary. He could not discern their form at all. Could this be a shinobi from the Rain Village? If so, all of his men would meet their end here. What should he do? After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru hurled S.H. Moku backward and charged toward Karl. S.H. Moku, seek assistance. At the very least, you must not perish here. As Karl observed the scene, a subtle smile graced his lips. This Orochimaru was somewhat different from the impression he had held. Yet, differences aside, he harbored no inclination to endure unwarranted assaults. He reacted similarly to both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The figure soaring through the air swiftly ascended, evading Orochimaru's attack. Subsequently, he delivered a kick that sent Orochimaru crashing to the ground like a speeding train. Observing Orochimaru embedded in the earth, Karl remarked nonchalantly, "There is no need for alarm. I am here at Tsunade's behest to rescue her brother. Ahead lies a trap." With that, Karl disregarded the onlookers and vanished in an instant. His purpose in this world was to save a life, and he had no need to cultivate relations with others. Possessing extraordinary vision, Karl easily located Tsunade in this time period. At that moment, she was tending to an injured ninja. Karl flew to her side and cast a glance in her direction. "I have already saved your brother. Now, I shall take my leave." Although this Tsunade, due to the time-traveling circumstances, did not recognize him nor was aware of her own involvement in the chat group. It resembled a scene from a director's cut of the Justice League. The Flash, surpassing the speed of light, returned to the past to alter a future where Blue Star faced annihilation. Yet, in the altered future, the destruction of Blue Star had not transpired, leaving others oblivious to the fact that the Flash was the hero who saved the world. Only he was privy to that truth. Karl now found himself in a situation akin to that of the Flash. Chapter 5. Tsunade's Melancholy. The shocked group members, however, since the mission had been issued by Tsunade, it was only fitting that Karl convey his farewell before departing from her world. Having spoken, he prepared to leave. Yet, Tsunade set aside the injured individual and rushed to Karl's side. She bowed deeply and expressed, "Thank you, Karl, for saving Shinsuke." What? Karl was taken aback, gazing at Tsunade with surprise. Logically, in this timeline, she should not recognize him. It was possible that she had not even joined the chat group at this point. Considering they had joined together, how then did she possess this knowledge? He scrutinized her and inquired, "Do you know me?" Tsunade, filled with gratitude, responded, "Of course. Karl is a member of the chat group who saved my brother. How could you remember these details?" Huh. Karl's question momentarily rendered Tsunade speechless. "Isn't this a task I issued in the chat group, leading you here?" Karl gazed at Tsunade for a moment before a smile broke across his face. Indeed, under normal circumstances, traversing time and altering the past would mean that only the individual who time-traveled would retain memories of the events that transpired. However, in this instance, Tsunade remembered. Karl was at a loss to comprehend the situation, but it was likely due to the influence of the chat group. This was the only plausible explanation. At that moment, Tsunade was looking at Karl with palpable excitement, astonished that he had truly managed to resurrect Rope Tree. Moreover, he had done so not through incantations or rituals, but via the method of time travel. Such a scenario was beyond her wildest imaginings. The notion that time could indeed be traversed was unfathomable to her. To her, Karl had just arrived in this world, delivered a punch to Jiraiya, and then soared away. The next moment, she found herself here, gazing around at a place that was, in fact, where she had been merely hours ago. A glance at the time confirmed it. Indeed, it was just a few hours prior. At that juncture, she noticed the notification in the chat group indicating that Karl had completed his task. This meant that not only had he saved Rope Tree, but he had also traversed time. Astonishingly, he had even brought her along for the journey. What a formidable presence he was. In reality, Tsunade was unaware that Karl had not taken her through time. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he had navigated the fabric of time and rescued Rope Tree. Remaining composed in the face of Tsunade's exuberance, Karl wore a nonchalant smile. Though he too felt a hint of excitement at his inaugural experience of time travel, it did not rival the intensity of Tsunade's reaction. Meanwhile, the Leaf Village ninjas surrounding Tsunade's estate had begun to take notice of the unfolding events. The ninja whom Tsunade had previously treated had ventured out to share the news with others. Consequently, many ninjas were eyeing Karl with suspicion, as his attire was distinctly unusual, clearly not that of a leaf ninja. In a time of war, they were naturally cautious. "Tsunade, who is this?" Jiraiya approached her slowly, whispering his inquiry. Tsunade glanced at him and then back at Karl, a serene smile gracing her features. "This is Karl, my friend. He is a trustworthy individual. Not an enemy, so rest assured." Indeed, Karl nodded in agreement, feeling that his journey to the world of Hokage had not been in vain. Not only had he encountered captivating companions, but he had also accomplished the task assigned within the chat group. Beside them, Jiraiya observed the shared laughter between Tsunade and Karl, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Yet, despite the bitterness he felt, Tsunade's resolute demeanor prevented him from intervening. Karl turned to Tsunade and spoke. "I have completed the task and shall take my leave." To his surprise, Tsunade grasped his arm, saying, "Not so fast. You saved me, and I have yet to properly thank you. Let us share a meal before you depart." Karl shook his head in polite refusal. "No, I just ate not long ago." Tsunade appeared somewhat disheartened, not anticipating Karl's swift exit. "Remember to look after your brother," Karl remarked before his figure abruptly vanished. The air lingered with the faint echo of his words. "Until next time." "Yes, until next time," Tsunade murmured to herself, gazing at the spot where Karl had stood. She felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Karl, the striking and formidable figure who had saved her. In her heart, she harbored a genuine fondness for him, and his swift departure left her reluctant to part ways. However, she resigned herself to await their next meeting. In the Marvel Universe, Karl's presence suddenly materialized amidst the cosmos. After stretching his limbs slightly, he decided it was time to rest. Glancing at the sun ahead, he flickered back home. While bathing, he felt a pull and entered the chat group. Upon joining, he noticed a flurry of new messages. Scanning through, he saw that group members were astonished by the duration it took to complete the task. The latest message was from Tsunade. "Princess Senju, Karl-kun. Have you returned to your world? Your kindness will be forever remembered. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. God of humanity, what should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? Anything? Wow, that is quite remarkable. King of the Blade, shocked. Commander of the Great Wall Defense, what are you all thinking? Am I the only one curious about how the God of humanity completed the task? Also, is Karl the name of the God of humanity? God of humanity, curious one. God of humanity, curious two. I also wish to know how our esteemed Karl accomplished the resurrection task. Princess Senju, it seems Karl-kun is not present, so I shall explain. Here's what happened. Tsunade recounted the events, expressing her surprise at having sent Jiraiya flying. Though others were unaware of Jiraiya's true nature, I did not perceive anything unusual. However, when Tsunade recounted how Karl traversed time to rescue her brother and brought her along through the temporal journey, the chat group erupted in excitement, fervently spamming 666. The commander of the Great Wall Guard exclaimed, "Is that true? Not only did you resurrect someone, but you did it through time travel? Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Tianren Wang replied, "This is indeed somewhat hard to believe. Even angels cannot achieve such feats." Princess Senju expressed her astonishment. "I too am amazed, but it is the truth. I witnessed it with my own eyes." The member known as What to Do If My Sister Is a Chinibyu remarked, "Well, it is only fitting that a chat group spanning different worlds would be filled with remarkable individuals." The commander of the Great Wall Guard conceded, "All right. Since the task is complete, I suppose it must be true. At last, we have a formidable figure among us." Chapter 6. The Identities of the Members. Heart-wrenching revelations. As the commander of the Great Wall Guard, he possessed formidable martial skills and an air of composure. Essentially, his life was entirely distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Even when Karl accomplished the resurrection task earlier, others promptly began to refer to him as a great figure. Yet he refrained from doing so. Consequently, upon hearing Tsunade's words, he found himself compelled to revise his stance. He could not afford to dismiss this great individual, for he himself was incapable of resurrecting others, let alone traversing time. Karl sensed someone entering the chat group, which immediately flooded with new messages. Noticing Tsunade expressing concern for him, he replied courteously, "God of humanity, I have arrived, do not worry." Princess Senju responded, "Now that Karl Kuin has arrived, I can rest easy." Tianren Wang declared, "The great figure has appeared. What to do if my sister is a Chinibyu?" chimed in. "Karl, your points have reached 100,000. Can you not purchase many powerful items?" God of humanity, most of the items in the shop are of little use. The interesting items cost more than 100,000. Shopping at the store? Weapons, ninjutsu, and mechs are of no practical value. When faced with an enemy, I can resolve it with just a few punches. If an enemy proves insurmountable for Karl, then acquiring items from the store would be futile. The commander of the Great Wall Guard remarked, "Princess Senju, truly, Karl Kuin is impressive." "What to do if my sister is a Chinibyu?" exclaimed 666. Tianren Wang added, "If I had 100,000 points, I would definitely purchase the Mangeki Sharingan." Commander of the Great Wall Guard, I find the hockey of the pirate world quite impressive. If I were to accumulate enough points, I would desire to purchase the armament hockey. Sister with CH Nibby, if I had points, I would certainly convert them into cash. Sister with CH Nibby, however, what can I exchange for 100,000 points? Each point is worth 10,000, thus 100,000 points. Sister with CH Nibby, that's an enormous sum. It seems impossible to exhaust such wealth. Perhaps I should exchange a portion and then acquire an iron suit instead. Sister with CH Nibby, it's quite amusing to imagine a sudden emergence of an iron suit in the ordinary world. Sister with CH Nibby, I wonder what expression Rika, that CH Nibby sufferer, would have upon seeing the iron suit, especially when she sees me inside it. Sister with CH Nibby, I truly look forward to it. God of humanity, wake up. How can one dream when not yet asleep? God of humanity, signing in for a day only grants a handful of points. To reach 100,000, wouldn't it require over 10,000 days of signing in? Sister with CH Nibby, that is quite disheartening, esteemed one. Blade King, it's rather painful. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, Karl makes a valid point. Relying solely on signing in indeed makes it exceedingly challenging to amass 100,000 points. For a moment, the chat group fell into silence. Clearly, the members understood the truth of Karl's words. It was quite disheartening. Just a moment ago, they were dreaming of what delightful items to purchase with their points, and now, their spirits were dashed. After a considerable time, someone finally spoke. Princess of 1,000 Hands, may I inquire, who is Rika? Sister with CH Nibby, she is my younger sister, a girl afflicted with CH Nibby. Sister with CH Nibby, she always believes in the existence of demon lords and deities, such peculiar notions. Sister with CH Nibby, my apologies, esteemed Karl. I did not mean to refer to you, but merely to our world. God of humanity, although I am unsure whether Karl is a deity, the name he bears in the group is indeed God of humanity. According to Tsunade, Karl's actions seem indistinguishable from those of a true deity, at least from her perspective as an ordinary individual. To avoid any misunderstandings, she offered clarification. Upon reading Sister with CH Nibby's message, Karl instantly discerned her identity. Rika is the name of the protagonist from Love, Chinibyo Other Delusions. Thus, this group member must be the protagonist's elder sister, Tika Takanashi. Indeed, she is quite a beautiful woman, seemingly the head chef of a high-end restaurant, possessing remarkable culinary skills. God of humanity, I understand, remain calm. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Oh, I see, that explains your name. The younger sister suffers from a case of adolescent delusion. What should be done? Tsunade replied, how coincidental. I too have a younger brother named Rope Tree, a remarkably brave lad. The sister, perplexed, responded, is that so? How splendid. In that moment, Tsunade and Toka engaged in a lively conversation. Subsequently, Kesha joined their discourse. Peering from the shadows, Karl observed that Kesha was not the regal angel he had envisioned. Rather, she appeared as a girl scarcely past her teenage years, even younger than Toka. This disparity in character traits had puzzled him previously, but now it became clear that she was merely a child. The three young women continued to revel in their conversation, eventually exchanging names and affectionately addressing one another as sisters. Though they claimed to have no desires for material possessions, Karl felt compelled to peruse the chat group store. Given his substantial reserve of 100,000 points, which held little purpose otherwise, upon inspection, he found himself somewhat bemused. While there were numerous items within his purchasing power, most seemed rather trivial. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the advanced domineering powers, for instance, were enticing. Yet even if he acquired the divine light rod to transform into Digga, his combat prowess would not be enhanced, and furthermore, 100,000 points would not suffice for such an item. After some contemplation, Karl expended a few hundred points to procure a Superman costume, the iconic red and blue ensemble. To be candid, he was not particularly fond of those colors, but it was the sole option available in the chat group store. As for the remaining points, he would simply have to conserve them. The store boasted a variety of items that piqued his interest, such as the Infinity Stones, the power of the Phoenix, and the heart of the universe. Yet, the plethora of zeros accompanying their prices was rather daunting. The chat group, after a period of lively interaction, gradually fell into silence, as the flow of time varied across different worlds. Some existed in daylight, while others languished in darkness. For Karl, when he acquired the silver Superman template in his own realm, it was the early hours of the morning. Yet upon arriving in the Naruto world, it was already dusk. Consequently, the temporal discrepancies meant that each member had their own affairs to attend to. Karl continued with his bath, and after a glass of wine, he retired for the night. In the Naruto world, within a spacious dwelling in Konoha, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Rogue Tree sat together. Orochimaru elucidated the previous events, confirming that the location in question was indeed a trap. Had Rogue Tree ventured forth at that time, he would have been in grave peril. Jiraiya wore an expression of palpable dread, realizing how perilous the situation had been. Fortunately, he had intervened to rescue Ju, who at that moment became aware that the strikingly handsome man who had appeared so suddenly had indeed saved his life. A profound sense of embarrassment washed over Ju. He was, after all, a spirited and straightforward youth. Previously, when Karl had captured him, Ju had presumed him to be an adversary, never anticipating that he was actually there to save him. Chapter 7. Sign-in Rewards. Innocent Karl Ju felt an overwhelming sense of shame. When Karl had seized him, he had even launched an attack against him. Well, he is a friend of mine, Tsunade affirmed, nodding her head. She remained the most composed individual present, as Karl was indeed someone she had sought out. Furthermore, Tsunade was aware that Karl was not of this world, and she knew that without him, Ju would undoubtedly have met his demise. It was her own grief over Ju's death that had compelled her to seek assistance in the chat group, leading to Karl's arrival. Indeed, he had stated that he had come at your behest to rescue Ju. Orochimaru cast a glance at Tsunade, his expression a mix of curiosity and hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, he could not resist inquiring, "How did you come to know this friend of yours?" Orochimaru and his companions had grown up alongside Tsunade in Konoha, sharing a bond akin to that of childhood friends. Yet they had never encountered someone like Karl in the village. Thus, Orochimaru was perplexed as to how Tsunade had made his acquaintance. After a brief pause, Tsunade replied, "I happened upon Karl outside the village by chance." Naturally, she could not disclose Karl's true identity or the details of the chat group. Even if she did, it would serve little purpose, and the others might not believe her. Thus, she resorted to a mere pretext. However, he is a remarkably dependable friend, so do not worry. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression turned somewhat inscrutable as he remarked, "I have had a brief encounter with him." No, rather than an encounter. It was more a matter of my being utterly overwhelmed. At that time, he had barely perceived Karl's movements before being struck down. Had he wished to kill me, I would surely have perished. He continued, his face darkening with a profound sense of unease. I believe that even Master Sarutobi would not stand a chance against that individual. In truth, he felt that Karl's strength surpassed that of his own teacher. After all, he had been caught completely off guard and felled by Karl with ease. Yet, such sentiments were not easily voiced, so Orochimaru chose his words with care. "Orochimaru, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jiraiya exclaimed, clearly displeased. Beside him, Mitsu appeared equally incredulous. However, Orochimaru chose not to elaborate, confident in his own judgment. Tsunade, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, his power surpasses that of Master Sarutobi." "I refuse to believe it," Jiraiya retorted, still unconvinced. Tsunade observed Jiraiya with a peculiar expression, pondering that disbelief would change nothing. After all, Karl had indeed struck him in the original timeline. She chose to say nothing further, aware that no amount of persuasion would sway Jiraiya's skepticism. After some time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru took their leave. Mitsu, head downcast, quietly inquired of Tsunade, "The one who saved me, is he named Karl?" "Yes, that's correct," she replied. "Where is brother Karl now?" "He has gone far away." "Why do you ask?" "When he comes to Konoha, you must let me know. I still need to thank him." Tsunade smiled at this, replying, "Of course." The following day, Karl awoke early, feeling an inexplicable joy and a remarkable sense of exhilaration, as if he had been shackled by invisible chains for over 20 years, but was finally free. Ding. The host can sign in today. Would you like to proceed? It had been quite some time since he heard that familiar notification. Karl had previously set a sign-in duration of 25 years. As long as he was within that time frame, he could automatically check in. Hearing the system's sound again felt somewhat disorienting. He nodded and confirmed his sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a Superman suit, black. As the system's announcement faded, a black garment appeared before Karl. He swiftly reached out to catch it, examining the item closely. The grand cape and emblem on the chest were reminiscent of the suit worn by Superman in the movies, albeit in black. Karl's expression was somewhat peculiar as he walked to his wardrobe, retrieving a red and blue suit he had purchased from the chat group shop earlier that morning. Comparing the two suits revealed they were identical in every aspect except for color. Isn't this a waste of points? He mused. Although a few hundred points were not a substantial amount, he couldn't shake off the feeling of squander. Well, perhaps it's not entirely wasteful. After all, the colors differ. Although Karl himself has a penchant for his black battle suit, yet, one can never be certain when he might wish to don the blue variant. After returning both suits to the wardrobe, Karl prepared a simple breakfast. Following his morning routine, he quietly settled into a chair to rest. At that moment, his phone rang. A glance revealed the caller to be Sky. Hello? What's the matter? Didn't we agree to go shopping today? What time? Karl was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Right now, I suppose. Why don't you come over to pick me up? All right. The caller, Sky, is the mixed-race beauty known as Quake from the S.H.I.E.L.D. series. However, at this point, she has yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and possesses no superpowers. Instead, she has become one of Karl's girlfriends. Although Karl could be considered an ordinary person until today, he is undeniably a tall, rich, and handsome figure. Naturally, he is not lacking in romantic interests, having had multiple girlfriends, one in high school, another in college, along with an Asian actress. Karl mused that perhaps this was not an excessive number. He believed himself to be quite innocent. After all, hadn't Tony Stark frequently made headlines? Having changed into casual attire, Karl tidied his hair a bit. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The next moment, he found himself in a small room. Compared to his own, this space felt rather cramped, but Karl paid it no mind. He navigated the room with ease. Upon reaching the bathroom door, he finally spotted a stunning silhouette applying makeup in front of the mirror. Hello, Sky, Karl greeted with a smile. Karl? Sky, caught off guard while beautifying herself, stared in disbelief at Karl standing in the doorway. How did you arrive so quickly? When Karl called, Sky had been preparing, never expecting him to arrive so soon. After all, her home is not particularly close to his. Karl stepped into the bathroom, chuckling. Well, I'll tell you in a moment. Approaching Sky, he gently caressed her hair. However, I think it's still a bit early. We should get some more sleep. Understanding Karl's intentions from his gesture, Sky glanced at the lipstick in her hand and softly replied, but I just finished my makeup. Isn't that perfect? Karl lightly kissed Sky and lifted her in his arms, heading toward the bedroom. Chapter 8. Sky's plea for mercy, Karl's financial loss at noon. Karl retrieved a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator along with a glass. After pouring himself a drink, he savored it with delight. At that moment, Sky was wrapped in a blanket, lazily reclining on the sofa. Karl, with a playful smile, inquired, why not come stay with me? I have plenty of properties. And there's ample space. Sky, resting, shook her head in refusal. No, I have my own place to stay. Very well, Karl shrugged, accustomed to her response. This was not the first time he had invited Sky, but she consistently declined to stay at his home. Contemplating for a moment, Karl quipped, if you want to come, then we must purchase a sturdier bed today. Although a collapsed bed is not a grave matter, it certainly hinders sleep, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Sky promptly grabbed the pillow beneath her and hurled it at Karl. It's all because of you, you jerk. Her words carried a hint of resentment. What has come over you today? You're so exuberant. It's already noon, and you've even managed to break my bed. It was worth noting that when she had called Karl earlier that morning, it was only around 7 or 8 o'clock. Sky was aware of Karl's prowess. After all, he had practiced martial arts since childhood. She had prepared herself for a battle lasting over an hour. To her surprise, today he had proven remarkably formidable. Karl, unfazed, chuckled. What's this? If I wish, I could continue until tomorrow. Brag all you want if you can. Is that so? Karl laughed as he approached Sky. She noticed a change in him, utterly astonished. No way, are you serious? Are you even human? Raising an eyebrow, Karl replied, what else could I be? Sky buried her head in the blanket, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I was merely joking. I'm completely drained now. You're incredible. You've won. Karl chuckled at her words and playfully patted her. He then picked up the wine glass from the coffee table, feeling quite pleased. In truth, he spoke with sincerity. Had he not sensed Sky's exhaustion, he could have continued, for he had acquired the silver Superman template, which rendered him entirely different from before. However, he did not expect that within just a few hours, the bed would be reduced to rubble. It could only be said that Sky's room was indeed lacking in quality. For reasons of pride or otherwise, Sky chose not to move into Karl's home, opting instead to remain in her rented little abode. Little did she know that Karl had already contacted the landlord and purchased the property at a price 15% above market value. I must say, the housing prices here are indeed quite affordable. Even though they exceed the market rate by 15%, they are still significantly lower than what Karl had anticipated. It appears that the adage cheap goods are of poor quality holds true. The bed has collapsed. The quality is truly lacking. And I should confront the seller regarding this matter. Now, I find myself needing to compensate Sky for the cost of the bed. What a deceitful merchant. After resting for a considerable time, Sky finally rose to freshen up. Karl had already finished a bottle of red wine and completed his own grooming. It was past 2 o'clock by the time Sky finished tidying up. Due to the bed's unfortunate collapse, they needed to venture out to purchase a new one. Consequently, they had to organize some personal belongings at home. Naturally, they had to eat first. The two initially dined at an upscale restaurant before heading directly to a nearby shopping mall. This time, Karl spent $2,000 on a bed. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret that there were no more expensive options available in the mall. He simply couldn't believe that this new bed could possibly collapse again. Since Sky needed to sleep at home that night, they brought the delivery personnel directly to Sky's residence. The delivery staff were exceedingly cordial. Although the space was modest and unremarkable, Karl's purchase was, after all, a bed costing over $2,000. It was rare for such an item to sell, even once a month. Upon seeing the two gentlemen, it was evident that they were affluent and of high status, deserving of proper treatment. After the delivery was made, it was already past 5 o'clock. Sky sat on the brand new bed and asked, "What shall we do now? Perhaps we could visit your bar?" Karl replied, "It's rather dull at the bar with so few patrons." "Indeed," Sky responded, "then what should we do? Let us first assess the quality of this bed, and afterward, we can go for dinner." Sky, taken aback by this suggestion, inquired, "Test the bed's quality? Isn't it perfectly fine?" Before he could finish his sentence, Karl interrupted him with a soft chuckle. "The quality of a bed cannot be discerned at first glance. We must personally put it to the test." With that, Karl joined him on the bed. 3 hours later, Karl headed to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of wine and a glass. He does not smoke, but quite enjoys drinking. Most of the alcohol in Sky's home was brought over by Karl from the bar. The intention, of course, was to enjoy some time together. Sky lay on the bed, quietly observing Karl, and remarked, "You seem different today. It's as if you've transformed into another person." Karl raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Is it because I caused the bed to collapse?" "Not at all," Sky retorted, rolling his eyes. He then muttered to himself, "I can't quite articulate it. It feels as though nothing has really changed, yet your demeanor seems to have altered significantly." "Perhaps so," Karl replied. Karl chuckled, remaining noncommittal. Upon realizing that he resided in the Marvel Universe, he naturally felt a weight of pressure. Despite his considerable wealth, the significance of money in this realm was rather diminished. Given the multitude of formidable beings that existed, there was no need to mention Thanos. As for Kingpin, Karl had yet to devise a strategy to contend with him. However, with the acquisition of the Silver Superman template, Karl now possessed a means of self-preservation. His mindset had undeniably shifted. At the very least, he was inclined to teach a lesson to the individual who sought to coerce him into selling his bar. Although Karl had previously contemplated this, he presumed he would have been outmatched. Now, however, he felt differently. Nonetheless, that was of little consequence. There would be time to deal with such matters later. After all, the individual had claimed he would personally pay a visit in 3 days. For now, accompanying his companion was of greater importance. Sky took a moment to rest and freshen up before the two set off for Karl's bar, aptly named Smith's Bar, a title bestowed by the old man. Karl refrained from liquidating the bar for various reasons. Primarily, he had a fondness for drinking and sought a personal retreat. Additionally, it served as a memorial. One of the establishments was located in Queens, not far from his residence, while the other was situated in Manhattan. To be candid, Kingpin's offer of $1 million for his bar in Queens was quite reasonable. Although Smith's Bar in Queens boasted a substantial space and an array of fine spirits, collectively, the assets would not amount to $1 million. Thus, it could be asserted that Kingpin's offer was rather generous. Yet, a favorable price did not equate to being coerced into selling. After all, with a net worth in the hundreds of billions, would Karl truly be in need of the funds from a single bar? Chapter 9. Unwelcome guests seek their demise in Queens, at Smith's Bar, one of the most luxurious establishments in all of New York City. It attracted not only a plethora of young patrons, but also numerous elite individuals seeking a refined drink. The bar thrived with business. Often seeing a crowd before dusk had even descended. Many staff members speculated that if the owner were inclined to open franchises, Smith's Bar would likely proliferate throughout the nation. The establishment's foot traffic was, indeed, one of the reasons Kingpin had his eye on it. At this moment, in a corner of the bar, a group of more than 10 individuals lounged at 3 scattered tables, clad in black suits and donning sunglasses. They exuded an air of intimidation. Among them stood a bald man in a leather jacket, unmistakably a figure to be reckoned with. The man was exceedingly peculiar, with a target emblazoned on his forehead. He was none other than Lester, the formidable supervillain under the command of Kingpin, also known as Bullseye. He possessed an innate talent for throwing, demonstrating remarkable accuracy with any object he cast. Bullseye could even wield a toothpick or a paper airplane as lethal weapons. In addition to his extraordinary throwing skills, he was a martial artist, a master of weaponry, and an expert marksman. To put it succinctly, his prowess was akin to that of Hawkeye from the Avengers. His past was rich and varied. He had worked as a mercenary, played professional baseball, and even served as an assassin. Currently, he was employed by the underground emperor of New York City, Kingpin. Today, Bullseye had come to the bar with his men, naturally following Kingpin's orders to familiarize themselves with their territory. After all, this bar would soon belong to Kingpin in just 2 days. He had never anticipated that Karl would refuse his offer. It was, after all, quite generous. Even Bullseye and his subordinates believed Karl would acquiesce. However, Bullseye found this assignment rather tedious. Having previously been an assassin, he had even received contracts to eliminate Kingpin himself. Yet, due to the lucrative incentives presented by Kingpin, he chose to work for him. This task of surveying the territory held little allure. It was a job that could have been assigned to anyone. With a sense of ennui, Bullseye lifted his glass and strolled towards the dance floor, seeking some amusement. He began to search for an appealing companion and, after some time, spotted an attractive woman. Without hesitation, he approached her to strike up a conversation. However, she was accompanied by a rather imposing blonde man who exuded an air of arrogance. He considered himself superior to Bullseye, standing a head taller, and felt compelled to assert his masculinity in front of the woman he admired. The blonde man shoved Bullseye aside, exclaiming, "You freak with a birthmark on your forehead, can't you see? Well done, William," cheered the woman beside him, reveling in the display. William smirked, thinking the night held promise for him. Yet, at that moment, he failed to notice Bullseye's sinister grin as he was pushed aside. "Your brother is quite strong," Bullseye mused, drawing a dagger from his waist and swiftly hurling it. The blade struck William's hand with pinpoint accuracy, causing him to wince in agony as the pain surged through his limb. Unbeknownst to him, William glanced at his palm, only to discover a sharp blade embedded within it. Blood poured from his hand, a crimson flow that seemed unending. William gripped his palm tightly, desperate to withdraw the blade. Yet the pain was so excruciating that he dared not even touch it. His female companion, along with several young bystanders nearby, also sensed the alarming situation and erupted into chaos. Just then, William's companion felt a sudden blur before her eyes, and in the next instant, both William and the peculiar bald figure vanished without a trace. In the dimly lit alleyway, once devoid of life, four figures emerged at the distant corner of Smith's bar. William and the target-eyed individual stood there, bewildered, surveying their surroundings with astonishment, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Skye shared their confusion. At that moment, Karl spoke calmly, addressing William, "Your hand is injured. A hospital is a mere few hundred meters to the south." "Huh. Oh," William instinctively nodded in agreement. He then cast a glance at his palm, only to find that the blade which had once been lodged within it had mysteriously vanished. This was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune, yet he needed to seek medical attention swiftly and steer clear of the lunatic with the bald head. With a look of trepidation cast towards the target-eyed man, William bolted from the alley. "Thank you, sir and madam." A voice of gratitude echoed from the edge of the alley, as if he sensed that he had been rescued by the sudden appearance of unfamiliar individuals. "Very well. Now it is your turn," Karl mused, twirling a blood-stained dagger in his hand, his demeanor unruffled as he regarded the target-eyed man. Upon entering his bar earlier, Karl had been met with screams of terror. Utilizing his enhanced vision, he quickly identified the two individuals in distress. To prevent any further chaos, he had brought them outside. Additionally, there was Skye, as it was his establishment, and such an incident would surely disturb the other patrons. The strange bald man before him seemed vaguely familiar, upon reflection. Wasn't he one of Jean Bing's subordinates? What business did he have in his bar? "Karl, what on earth is happening?" Skye finally reacted, incredulous as she posed the question to Karl. She had no comprehension of the events that had unfolded. It was merely a blur before she found herself here. Karl chuckled lightly. "Well, it seems I have suddenly awakened a superpower. Are you familiar with the Superman from comics? My abilities are likely akin to his. In the Marvel universe where he resides, there exist comic books and films featuring Superman. Although it seems implausible, it is indeed the case." "Is it true? Are you jesting?" Skye gazed at Karl in disbelief. "Whether you are joking or not, have you not experienced it yourself? After all, the bed did collapse." Oh, upon hearing this, Skye was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. Clearly, she comprehended the implications of Karl's words regarding their shared experience. Swish. At that moment, two dark figures hurtled toward Karl and Skye. With a casual motion, Karl seized the objects in his grasp. He regarded the assailant with an icy demeanor. Daring them to attack, Do you wish to perish? The assailant, known as Target Eye, was startled to see Karl catch his throwing darts. He had dispatched many with such weapons, and a mere ordinary individual like Karl should not have been able to evade them. Karl Smith, Target Eye sneered. You are merely a wealthy scion. Do you wish to forfeit your life by speaking to me in such a manner? It seems I shall have to save on my liquor expenses. He was aware of Karl's background. Although he was puzzled as to how Karl had caught the darts, he was certain that he had no reason to fear such a youth. He reached for 2 more darts. Suddenly, Target Eye felt a sharp pain in his hand and instinctively glanced down, only to find a blade and 2 darts embedded in his hand, those very darts he had previously thrown. Cold sweat streamed down his brow as he stifled a scream, staring incredulously at Karl. At that moment, Karl had already approached him. I warned you, you are courting death. Karl's eyes emitted a fierce red glow, melting Target Eye's right hand away. Chapter 10. The Super Hypnosis. The terrified Target Eye was an exceptionally gifted individual. To describe his throwing prowess as superhuman would not be an exaggeration, for no ordinary person could replicate his feats using mere paper airplanes and toothpicks. Yet, despite his unique abilities, he had never encountered someone like Karl, who could emit light from his eyes. But now, Target Eye had no time for astonishment. He was consumed by excruciating pain. Even with a dagger and 2 darts lodged in his hand, the agony was unbearable. Still, he forced himself to endure the urge to scream. After all, Target Eye was a battle-hardened man. A mercenary and assassin do not earn their titles without reason. However, this time he could no longer endure it. His entire arm had been directly dissolved. How could one possibly bear such agony? Karl ceased his relentless assault and placed his foot firmly upon the mouth of the target, effectively silencing him. Maintaining this posture, he gazed at the target pinned against the wall. With a calm demeanor, Karl addressed him. Be quiet. Do you understand? This was not merely a statement. It was a manifestation of a powerful hypnotic technique. This was the ability of the Silver Superman, instantly placing the target into a state of hypnosis. In an instant, the target's expression transformed. He looked at Karl, nodding repeatedly, his demeanor exuding utmost respect, as if in the presence of his master. Karl withdrew his foot and inquired, Now? Speak. What brings you to my bar? At that moment, the target took a deep breath, struggling to suppress a scream of agony. The pain was unbearable. Trembling, he replied, Jean Bing sent me. Jean Bing. Karl responded, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Before pressing further, what did he ask you to do? The target explained. He said this bar will be his in 2 days. He wants me to bring my men to familiarize ourselves with the territory in advance. A soft chuckle escaped Karl's lips. Take your men and leave immediately, or face the consequences. With that, Karl lifted the hypnotic influence. He then turned his back on the target and approached Sky. In the next moment, their figures vanished without a trace. The target, leaning against the wall, slumped helplessly to the ground, gasping for air. Even now, his mind was foggy, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The once disdainful rich air had managed to catch his dart and emitted a red beam from his eyes. It was utterly preposterous, to the point of disbelief. Meanwhile, the pain in his right arm persisted. The target glanced at his dissolved arm, reluctantly accepting the reality of the situation. What had transpired after his arm was dissolved? Why had he simply walked away? Truly unfortunate. After a considerable time, the target finally stood, cursing under his breath. He quietly retrieved his phone and contacted his subordinates at the bar, instructing them to leave with him. After all, the individual had made it clear upon departing that failure to comply could jeopardize his life. Unbeknownst to the target, there was much more to the story. His survival was entirely due to Sky's presence. Had it been only Karl, he would have had no qualms about eliminating the target outright. However, with Sky accompanying him, Karl wished to refrain from committing murder in her sight. After all, Sky was merely an ordinary person at that moment, devoid of any special abilities. Not even an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Witnessing the grisly act of killing would surely be unsettling for an untrained individual. Thus, he decided to let the target live a little longer, knowing full well that he would ultimately confront Jean to settle the score. Meanwhile, Karl and Sky returned to his bar, where he ordered 2 drinks. Leaning against the bar, he casually observed the throng in the dance floor. Sky, however, could not take her eyes off him. Suddenly, Karl turned his head and chuckled. What is it? Am I that captivating? Stop being so vain. Sky retorted with a light huff, ignoring his comment. After a moment, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, Do you really possess superpowers? Karl jested, Superpowers? Of course. You know I'm quite wealthy. Sky shot him an exasperated glance. I meant that ability you displayed earlier, the one where your eyes glowed. What else could it be? You witnessed it firsthand. All right, Sky conceded, nodding in acknowledgement. It was indeed hard to believe. Yet she had seen it with her own eyes as Karl had dissolved the target's arm with his gaze. What other powers do you possess? Many, he replied. Flight, super speed, super strength, biological manipulation, and so forth. It feels akin to the Superman from comic books. Superman, isn't that incredibly impressive? Sky inquired, her curiosity piqued. Can you take me flying? The human yearning to soar had never waned, and now that she had the chance, Sky was eager to experience it. Certainly, Karl smiled. Finishing his drink, he gently wrapped his arm around Sky's waist, and together they vanished from Smith's bar. Almost simultaneously, they reappeared in the sky, watching the receding scenery below. Overcome with exhilaration, Sky could not help but cheer. They arrived atop the Empire State Building, a renowned landmark towering over 400 meters, offering a breathtaking view of the entire nation. Regarded as one of the 7 great engineering marvels of the modern world, the evening breeze filled Sky with immense joy. Upon encountering the sight before him, Karl felt a surge of joy. He smiled and said, "Shall we step away for a moment?" Why? You shall find out soon." With that, Karl wrapped his arm around Sky's slender waist. In the next instant, they materialized in Karl's home. After retrieving 2 glasses and a bottle of red wine, their figures reappeared atop the Empire State Building. Karl uncorked the wine, filled the glasses, and handed one to Sky. With a cheerful smile, she raised her glass and exclaimed, "Cheers." After finishing the wine, Sky, slightly tipsy, boldly leaned in for a kiss. Karl obliged, and then their figures vanished once more. Karl felt it was time to visit Sky's residence to assess the quality of the newly purchased bed. 3 hours later, Karl gazed at the slumbering Sky and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Indeed, the new bed is quite sturdy, he mused. You get what you pay for. After completing his ablutions, Karl employed his enhanced vision to search the vicinity. Soon, he located his target. The target was at a dock, surrounded by dozens of henchmen clad in black suits, exuding an air of intimidation. Not far away, a stretch limousine housed a burly bald man, towering at 2 meters tall and brimming with muscles, resembling a small giant. Kingpin. Chapter 11. The Daredevil's Mission, the distressed bullseye at the New York City port. The figure of Daredevil, known as Matt Murdock, concealed himself in the shadows of the dock. A superhero within the Marvel Universe. He became blind due to an accident in his youth. However, this blindness heightened his other senses to extraordinary levels, enabling him to hear sounds from several kilometers away. Trained in boxing and martial arts from a young age, his speed and strength far surpassed that of an ordinary man. By day, Matt practiced law as a principled attorney. By night, he transformed into Daredevil to punish wrongdoers. His ears twitched as he instantly grasped the situation around him, and a grim expression enveloped his face. To his astonishment, Kingpin had personally arrived. Recently, he had dealt with several minor underworld leaders and inadvertently uncovered information regarding a significant smuggling operation at the dock that night, involving contraband such as flour and firearms. As a superhero, he could not stand idly by upon learning of such matters. Having anticipated this development, Daredevil had prepared an ambush. However, he had never expected that this smuggling operation would be connected to New York's underground emperor, Kingpin. As a formidable superhero, Daredevil frequently confronts criminals in his relentless pursuit of justice. The nefarious dealings of Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin, span across the entirety of the United States. Daredevil has significantly disrupted many of Kingpin's enterprises, yet he has also endured injuries at the hands of this formidable foe. The animosity between them is far too intricate to encapsulate in mere words. Initially, Daredevil finds it exceedingly challenging to best Kingpin in combat. In their previous encounters, he has often been overwhelmed. This time, however, Daredevil perceives that Kingpin has brought a considerable entourage with him, each henchman brandishing a rifle, their demeanor alert and watchful. It is unequivocally evident to Daredevil that he may not stand a chance against Kingpin's overwhelming numbers. Reflecting on the situation, Daredevil realizes that Kingpin's personal involvement in this smuggling operation indicates the immense value of the cargo at stake. It is unlikely that such a powerful figure would appear in person for anything less. While he may not triumph in direct combat, victory can sometimes be achieved through other means. By destroying the smuggled goods, he can still strike a blow against Kingpin's operations. After a moment of contemplation, Daredevil resolves to take action. If the situation becomes dire, he can always retreat. As time passes, several small boats approach the dock, and figures disembark to begin unloading the cargo. Remarkably, Kingpin remains ensconced in his vehicle, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings, while several henchmen commence the inventory of the goods. Determining that these are indeed the contraband items, Daredevil swiftly springs into action. A shadowy figure, he moves with remarkable speed toward the nearest henchman clad in a black suit. Without detection, he swiftly incapacitates the henchman and seizes the rifle from his grasp. He then acquires a second weapon from another nearby thug, with 2 rifles in hand. Daredevil does not linger. He turns and races toward the harbor, tucking one rifle under his arm while wielding the other to fire. His targets are not solely the goods, but also the vessels themselves. Although it may seem reckless to shoot at the boats and cargo, Daredevil is left with no choice but to take a gamble. After all, he lacks confidence in his ability to engage Kingpin and his numerous henchmen directly. He can only hope that the intelligence is accurate and that the illicit cargo contains flour and firearms. If heavy weaponry is indeed present, there remains a possibility that he could ignite a significant explosion with his rifle. Daredevil possesses extraordinary sensory abilities, even in the absence of sight. His accuracy in shooting remains remarkably high. The majority of his bullets strike their intended targets. However, the anticipated explosion fails to materialize. Is it ineffective? Daredevil furrows his brow. Yet his hands remain steady, continuing to fire his weapon relentlessly. Meanwhile, the henchmen surrounding the limousine notice something unusual about Daredevil. Bullseye, observing Daredevil's figure, darkly commands, "Let us go deal with him." After tending to his wounds at the hospital, he promptly returns to Kingpin's side, recounting the events that transpired at the bar. To be frank, Kingpin finds it hard to believe the tale. After all, the situation is rather unbelievable. Kingpin has certainly investigated Karl Smith. Otherwise, he would not have rashly attempted to forcibly acquire Karl's bar. He understands that Karl is merely a wealthy tycoon, seemingly a shareholder in several large corporations, possessing some degree of power. Nevertheless, Kingpin remains indifferent, as it is unlikely that Karl would harbor a grudge over a small bar. Moreover, companies like Stark Industries and Oscorp are not to be trifled with. Truth be told, the price Kingpin offered is exceedingly reasonable, taking into account the substantial enterprises backing Karl and the inherent value of the bar itself. Had Karl not been associated with those major companies, Kingpin would not have even considered offering $1 million. He has already extended both his reputation and financial offer. Surely, the other party cannot be so ungrateful. It is essential to recognize that Kingpin's true strength lies in the underworld. Should things escalate, it would be purely due to the other party's lack of wisdom. Thus, he never entertained the notion that Karl would refuse. Today, he dispatched Bullseye to familiarize himself with the bar, only to discover that Bullseye had sustained severe injuries, even losing an arm. Laser beams shot from Karl Smith's eyes, dissolving Bullseye's limb? What a farce. Kingpin suspects that Karl is toying with him. Nonetheless, Bullseye's injuries are genuine, and he is perplexed as to how this transpired. With a significant shipment arriving today, Kingpin lacks the time to deal with Karl's affairs. After all, the shipment contains a substantial amount of flour and weaponry of immense value. As for the bar's situation, it can wait until tomorrow. He refuses to believe that Karl, the pampered heir, could truly emit lasers from his eyes. It is precisely because Kingpin harbors such disbelief that Bullseye is now quite disgruntled. Upon noticing an intruder, he instinctively felt compelled to unleash his wrath. The marksman withdrew a gleaming blade and hurled it fiercely towards the night demon. A triumphant smile graced his face. Surely, this adversary was doomed. After all, not everyone could catch his flying daggers, particularly under the cover of night and from such an astutely chosen angle. However, in the next moment, the night demon effortlessly evaded the marksman's projectile. His greatest asset was his extraordinary sensory perception. What was happening? The marksman was taken aback. Why had his previously infallible daggers failed him today? Doubt crept in as he launched several more blades, all of which were deftly dodged. Chapter 12. A Change of Heart. The astonished Kingpin, the marksman, unleashed a flurry of daggers, yet all were skillfully avoided by the night demon, leading him to question his own existence. Was it not that his foes were too formidable, but rather that he himself had grown weaker? How could it be that today both of his adversaries managed to elude his attacks? No, the demon Karl had not dodged. He had caught the daggers from a distance of 2 or 3 meters, and even shot forth red lasers from his eyes. Truly, he was a demon. At this moment, the night demon, having been assaulted, found himself unable to continue firing at the cargo. Contemplating his next move, he resolved to flee. Not only was Kingpin a challenging opponent, but there was also the dagger-throwing assailant to contend with. Although the night demon had successfully evaded all of the thrown daggers, it had not been an effortless feat. The marksman's blades were both precise and swift. Even the night demon had to focus intently to dodge them. With Kingpin soon to arrive, he was uncertain of his chances in a confrontation. Thus, the night demon decisively sprinted away. However, at that very moment, a shadow loomed over him. He looked up to find a colossal figure, resembling a small mountain, standing before him. "You again, night demon," Kingpin said, his expression icy. As he swung his massive fist with force, faced with such an overwhelming blow, the night demon chose not to absorb the impact directly. Instead, he raised his cane, deflecting the strike to the side. Initially, the night demon had intended to escape, but with Kingpin now engaged, retreating was no longer an option. He resolved to confront Kingpin instead. Both combatants exhibited remarkable fighting skills. However, it was evident that the night demon remained at a disadvantage. Even armed, he struggled against the bare-handed kingpin, suffering under the weight of a few devastating punches capable of collapsing walls. Indeed, the physical prowess of Daredevil is extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have been felled by the blows. The sound of a fist striking Daredevil's cane resonated through the air, propelling him backward. He contemplated retreating. At that moment, two shadows darted toward his legs, and upon closer inspection, he realized they were two darts aimed with precision. He had observed this target before. Daredevil's right leg had been struck twice by Bullseye, rendering it somewhat unresponsive. Sensing an opportunity, Bullseye advanced swiftly, seizing Daredevil's injured leg before he could protest. With a deafening crash, Daredevil was slammed to the ground. Pain coursed through his body as he attempted to strike Bullseye's arm with his cane. Yet the latter maintained a firm grip on his leg. His cane was no ordinary blind man's staff. It was a specially crafted weapon, typically employed as a walking stick. A series of blows followed, each sending Daredevil into a disoriented state. Bullseye's strength was overwhelming, leaving Daredevil not only in excruciating pain, but also somewhat delirious. Noticing his opponent's cessation of resistance, Bullseye refrained from further assaults, instead retrieving a handgun with his free hand. Daredevil, you have consistently opposed me, causing me considerable losses. Now, your time has come. As Daredevil felt the cold metal pressed against his temple, a shiver ran down his spine. He yearned to struggle, but his injuries were far too grave. Foolhardy enough to disrupt our plans all alone, Bullseye's companion scoffed, displeased at Daredevil's evasion of his throwing knives. Bullseye chambered a bullet and prepared to pull the trigger. It was over. In despair, Daredevil closed his eyes, never anticipating that the smuggling information he had stumbled upon today would lead to his demise. The gun fired. Yet, in the next instant, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Daredevil opened his eyes to witness a man with dark hair and eyes suddenly appearing beside him, a smile gracing his features as he held Bullseye's gun at bay. Daredevil did not recognize this newcomer. Karl Smith? Bullseye exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of Karl. Indeed, Karl replied with a calm nod, surprised by the unfolding drama. A glance at Daredevil revealed a peculiar expression on Karl's face, reminiscent of a past relationship from his university days. She is one of my current girlfriends. The protagonist from the Daredevil film, Elektra. This woman not only possesses an alluring figure, but also exhibits a rather fierce personality. Thus, upon witnessing Daredevil, I felt a semblance of unease as I coldly glared at Karl. How dare you impede my path? Do not presume I lack the courage to take action against you. Is that so? Karl replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had come here today specifically to discuss the matter concerning the bar. Since this individual desired to acquire his establishment, a thorough conversation was in order. Begone. Elektra growled, attempting to wrest her firearm from Karl's grasp. Yet, to her astonishment, she realized she was unable to do so. How could this be? Her physique dwarfed his by several times, and her strength was unquestionable. Daredevil was no match for her. How could an ordinary man like Karl possibly withstand her? Monster. At that moment, Bullseye also caught sight of Karl and gasped in shock, turning to flee. And you? Karl pivoted to face Bullseye, his eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. Two beams of red light struck Bullseye directly, and in an instant, his form was utterly disintegrated, leaving no trace behind. Elektra and Daredevil stood frozen, dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? This man had unleashed a lethal laser from his eyes. Although both of them possessed formidable combat abilities, Daredevil's capacity to perceive within kilometers classified as superhuman. They could not help but be astounded by Karl's thermal vision. As Elektra regained her composure, she noticed that Karl seemed to be holding a bullet. She regarded him with incredulity, reflecting, think carefully. I just fired a shot. Where's the bullet? No one was harmed. Could it be that this person intercepted it? Initially, Elektra harbored great confidence in her fighting prowess. Yet, regardless of her self-assurance, she was still an ordinary person. Previously, Bullseye had warned her of Karl's remarkable speed and his ability to emit lasers from his eyes. Elektra had dismissed it as mere folly, believing she could easily overpower him with a single punch. However, witnessing Karl eliminate Bullseye with thermal vision and catch the bullet left her utterly hesitant to engage him. Karl observed Elektra's expression and suddenly broke into a smile. Originally, he intended to confront the other party. However, upon observing Jean Bing's composed demeanor, he sensed no intention of aggression. Karl reassessed his approach. He gazed at Jean Bing and inquired, "Are you interested in acquiring my bar?" Jean Bing broke into a cold sweat. That was indeed the plan. He felt somewhat perplexed about how to respond to Karl. "Are you wealthy?" Karl probed. "Well, I have some means," Jean Bing replied cautiously. "I am quite affluent as well." "You are aware of that, correct?" Jean Bing was unsure of the implications behind Karl's words, but could only muster a response. "I know. I recently found my bank account short by $10 billion, Karl remarked, a broader smile spreading across his face. I believe you can assist me in recovering it. What do you think? Jean Bing was taken aback, staring at Karl in disbelief. 10 billion? This is blatant extortion. Moreover, that sum is rather excessive, isn't it? Chapter 13. The Underground Emperor? Quite the disappointment. Jean Bing, possessing a discerning mind and intellect surpassing the ordinary, quickly grasped the implications of Karl's earlier statements regarding wealth and the possibility of assistance in recovering funds. Most individuals might have been momentarily stunned. What does your wealth have to do with me? Yet, Jean Bing immediately recognized the intentions behind Karl's words. He was indeed attempting to extort him. Furthermore, the amount he demanded was staggering. $10 billion? It felt akin to a dream. Did he truly consider money to be inconsequential? Jean Bing was the most formidable underground figure in New York City, if not all of America. His influence extended globally, encompassing various sectors such as real estate, technology, biology, and industry. Jean Bing estimated his net worth to be over $300 billion. This sum was indeed substantial. In many respects, he could be regarded as an inspirational figure within the Marvel Universe, particularly considering that his father was merely a minor underground leader. Jean Bing essentially built his empire from the ground up. It could be said that among millions of ordinary individuals, very few could achieve his level of success. After all, that amount totals over $300 billion US dollars. However, despite his considerable wealth, which even places him among the upper echelons of the Marvel world, Karl's demands were exceedingly audacious. 10 billion. Jean Bing himself did not possess that amount in liquid assets. After all, there is a significant distinction between assets and cash. Assets can encompass a multitude of items, such as Jean Bing's companies, properties, and even valuable commodities. Conversely, funds refer solely to cash. What Karl sought was the kind of liquid capital that could be transferred directly into a bank account. It was not that Jean Bing was unwilling to assist him. Indeed, I find myself devoid of such a substantial sum of wealth. Nearby, the daredevil, after a brief moment of confusion, began to comprehend the implications of the dialogue between Karl and Kingpin. Extortion? This revelation left him utterly astonished. What was the situation? Who was this suddenly appearing Asian man? The individual possessed formidable powers and had saved him, intervening against Kingpin. He appeared to be akin to a righteous ally. Undoubtedly, he must be a superhero. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he found Karl engaging in extortion against Kingpin. This scene struck the well-informed daredevil as exceedingly peculiar. He never anticipated that Kingpin would find himself in such a predicament. Karl observed Kingpin's hesitation and was momentarily taken aback. Although 100 billion was a considerable amount, when weighed against one's life, it was evident what choice any individual would make. It seemed that Kingpin was willing to forsake his life. Karl had already extended an opportunity to him, yet Kingpin appeared to take it for granted. The reasoning behind Kingpin's mindset eluded him. Karl maintained his smile, albeit with a glimmer of red light flashing in his eyes. He gazed at Kingpin and remarked, "It appears you are unable to assist me in acquiring the funds. What a pity." With that, Karl intended to conclude matters with Kingpin. Upon seeing the red glow in Karl's eyes, Kingpin's expression shifted immediately. He hastily pleaded, "Mr. Karl, please do not proceed in such a manner." Yet, Karl paid no heed to his entreaties. Kingpin's heart raced in alarm. Was this the end? Karl's superpower was undeniably unsettling. His target's eyes had been melted away. Kingpin surmised that he was likely no match for him. Should he retaliate? What a shame. The price demanded by Karl was exceedingly steep. The entirety of his available funds, when pooled together, amounted to merely several $billion. As Kingpin's mind raced through these thoughts, Karl abruptly halted. He regarded Kingpin with an expression of bemusement. "You are somewhat poorer than I had anticipated." Kingpin was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Karl's reasoning. Was he truly impoverished? Kingpin felt far from destitute. Having risen from nothing, he now possessed assets exceeding 300 billion. He had never imagined his name would be associated with the notion of poverty. However, Karl's assertion left him at a loss for a rebuttal. Meanwhile, Daredevil wore a look of astonishment. He was well acquainted with Kingpin and was aware of the vast empire he commanded, particularly in the realm of flower transactions. Daredevil has wreaked havoc on numerous occasions. It is well understood that Jean Bing is involved in these affairs. While his actions may be questionable, it would be a grave error to suggest that he lacks financial resources. Daredevil would be the first to contest such a claim. At this juncture, Karl continued to address Jean Bing. "Since you are not as affluent as I had presumed, we must adopt an alternative approach. However, the price remains non-negotiable." After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "I still require your assistance in recovering $10 billion. For now, however, securing 20 billion will suffice. The remainder can be arranged when you find yourself in a more prosperous position, but it will accrue interest as per the bank's rates." Upon concluding his statement, Karl inquired of Jean Bing, "What do you think?" Jean Bing was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. He was entirely at a loss. Yet after a moment's reflection, he acquiesced. Very well. Though 20 billion was still a significant sum for him, it was not beyond reach. After all, life holds paramount importance. If one perishes, money becomes inconsequential. Here is my bank account number. Please take note. As he spoke, Karl provided his bank details to Jean Bing. Observing that the latter had recorded it, Karl, with a light chuckle, remarked, "By the way, I expect to see my 20 billion within 3 days. The remaining 80 billion, along with the accrued interest, should be returned to me within 3 years. I trust you would prefer to avoid any unfortunate incidents, would you not?" Upon hearing this, Jean Bing nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. However, he could not shake the feeling that Karl's words bore an unsettling familiarity. Upon reflection, he realized that these were the very sentiments he had expressed in his previous correspondence with Karl. With a wry smile, Jean Bing acknowledged that this individual certainly harbored a grudge. Yet, he was perplexed as to why the plan had suddenly shifted to this extortionate approach. He felt compelled to remain silent, responding only, "I will transfer the funds promptly, by tomorrow at the latest." Karl nodded in agreement. In truth, he had been curious about Jean Bing's thoughts when he hesitated to provide the funds. He suddenly recalled that his silver Superman template possessed an ability known as mind reading, which he had instinctively employed. Thus, from that moment until now, Karl had been privy to all of Jean Bing's thoughts. This insight prompted him to alter his strategy, insisting on the recovery of $20 billion first. After all, it was uncertain whether Jean Bing could muster more than that. To be candid, Jean Bing's financial standing was slightly less robust than Karl had anticipated. Billions of dollars, that is about his worth. Yet this self-proclaimed emperor of the underground in New York falls short of expectations. He must even resort to installment payments for his life insurance. Quite pathetic indeed. As for why Karl did not eliminate Jean Bing, one could argue there was no particular reason. Recognizing the opponent's prowess, he refrained from launching an attack, which was merely one aspect of the situation. The matter of life insurance was another. More importantly, it was simply a fleeting whim. Ultimately, Jean Bing bore no enmity towards him. It was merely a stroke of bad luck that he crossed paths with Karl. As for the notions of heroes and villains, Karl had no desire to interfere further. If he happened upon an irritating individual, he would simply deal with them. He had no inclination to scour the world for villains to eradicate. That would be rather tedious. Chapter 14. These subordinates are truly commendable. A selfie? Karl never entertained the thought of becoming a hero who eradicates all adversaries. He held no interest in such a role. He merely acted according to his own whims. If something displeased him or provoked him, he would take action, regardless of the opponent's identity, be they a commoner, a tycoon, a hero, or a villain. It mattered not to him. What was paramount was his own desires. If he wished to act, he would. Karl turned to Jean Bing and spoke. "Since you intend to procure funds for my life insurance, I shall take my leave now, as I have other matters to attend to. As for this fellow, I will let him go for today. What you do with him afterward is your concern." Jean Bing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Very well, take care." Karl nodded, preparing to depart. At that moment, Daredevil suddenly interjected. "How can you do this? Jean Bing is the largest underground boss in New York. With your immense power, why do you not punish him, but instead demand money from him?" Karl glanced at Daredevil, his expression unfazed. "For no particular reason. If I must articulate one, it is simply because I wish to." With that, Karl delivered a swift kick to Daredevil, sending him hurtling through the air and into the sea. In an instant, Karl vanished into the sky, leaving no trace behind. Jean Bing looked up, staring in the direction Karl had departed for a long while, speechless. At that moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that Karl possessed the ability to fly. The target had not mentioned this to him. Who exactly is Karl Smith? The information he had gathered portrayed him as an ordinary individual. However, who has informed him that Karl is an ordinary person? Kingpin directly eliminated that individual. Can an ordinary person emit lasers capable of disintegrating others? Can an ordinary person fly? After a considerable pause, Kingpin finally relaxed. At that moment, several minions clad in black suits approached him. "Boss, shall we deal with Daredevil?" Kingpin glanced at these subordinates and then at the nearby sea, replying in a deep voice. No need. After all, he remembered Karl's words, which is why he refrained from confronting Daredevil. Kingpin instructed his minions, "You all, take away those goods." He still owed Karl 80 billion, and naturally, he needed to earn money to repay the debt. Kingpin harbored little resentment towards Karl. In the realm of the strong prevailing over the weak, as an underground overlord in America, he understood such matters well. The other party was more formidable than him, leaving little room for complaint. Moreover, this money was his means of survival. It was merely the amount that felt rather excessive. Yes, the minions responded and proceeded to handle the goods. Kingpin observed them with great satisfaction. These individuals displayed commendable courage. Witnessing the disintegration of their target, they did not flee. It seemed they should be promoted. Suddenly, illuminated by the light, Kingpin noticed that the minions in black suits had wet spots in the middle of their trousers. And it was not just one person, everyone appeared the same. Could it be that they were frightened to the point of losing control? In truth, this was indeed the case. Earlier, when Karl used his heat vision to eliminate the target, the minions were in close proximity and witnessed the horrifying event unfold before their eyes. It was utterly terrifying. At that moment, their legs turned to jelly, and they were so frightened that they lost control. Only 2 minions fled on the spot, while the rest sat on the ground. Not out of unwillingness to escape, but because their legs were too weak to move. Karl had naturally observed this, but chose not to comment. After departing from the New York City docks, Karl returned to the Sky household instead of his own home. After all, sleeping alongside a girl was far more comfortable than sleeping alone. Glancing at the time, it was 11:46. It was time to rest. At that moment, Karl suddenly recalled that he had yet to check in on the chat group today. Although 10 points seemed negligible, it was merely a trivial task to accomplish. He embraced Sky, yet his thoughts drifted into the chat group. What should I do? My sister seems to have a case of the Chinibyu. By the way, Tsunade, have you met Lord Karl? Yes, replied the princess of the Senju. What does Lord Karl look like? What is his character like? I'm curious, she inquired. The Blade King chimed in, curiosity indeed. The Lord has black hair and black eyes, and he is extraordinarily handsome. Tsunade continued. He is also a genuinely kind person. Oh, is that so? The sister responded. Of course, Tsunade affirmed. Do you have a photo of Lord Karl? Could you share it? Come on, share it. The Blade King urged. I don't have one, Tsunade admitted. All right, then, the sister replied. I feel disheartened, the Blade King lamented. How about we ask Lord Karl directly for a photo? The sister suggested. That might not be appropriate, the Blade King cautioned. What's wrong with that? It's just members of the group communicating with each other, she countered. Karl glanced at the previous messages, which had merely discussed mundane matters, before ultimately involving him. Ding. Member Deity of Humanity has successfully checked in, earning 10 points. Karl, you've arrived. Tsunade exclaimed. Welcome, esteemed one. Deity of Humanity, the sister greeted. Wow. Did anyone else notice that Lord Karl checked in for another 10 points? The Blade King remarked. Now that you mention it, it truly is the case, she acknowledged, enviously. 1. The Blade King added. 2. Tsunade followed. Deity of Humanity responded. Just give up. Sigh, this is not something to be envied. It's merely a matter of luck. 666. Lord Karl is truly impressive. Tsunade lauded. Luck, indeed, the sister mused. Unfortunately, I have never checked in for 10 points. Neither have I. The Blade King echoed. Earning points is exceedingly difficult. At this rate, when will I ever be able to afford the kaleidoscope Sharingan? This is disheartening. Stay calm, stay calm. Perhaps there will be other ways to earn them in the future. Tsunade reassured. Let us hope so, the Blade King sighed. My points are not needed at the moment. Let me send a red envelope to liven up the atmosphere. Deity of Humanity suggested, sending a total of 4,028 points in the form of a red envelope. Thus, the envelope was divided into 4 portions, with each person receiving 1,000. 28 is a mere trifle. Regardless, the items he wishes to purchase are rather expensive. This insignificant sum of 4,000 is of little consequence. After distributing the red envelope, Karl is left with 96,000 points. The Deity of Humanity has sent a red envelope. The younger sister, afflicted with a certain youthful exuberance, acquires 1,003 points. The Blade King receives 998 points. The Princess of Thousand Hands obtains 1,207 points. The younger sister, in her youthful exuberance, exclaims, hee hee. With 1,000 points, I can purchase numerous items. The Blade King laments. I feel disheartened. The red envelope I seized is the least among us. The Princess of Thousand Hands responds. Not quite. There remains one last envelope, which yields even fewer points than yours. Witnessing this scene, Karl is somewhat perplexed. The commander of the Great Wall Guards has not claimed his red envelope. Chapter 15. An Unexpected Identity. A feudal system observing the situation regarding the red envelope. Karl is taken aback. He had intended for his red envelope to be divided into 4 portions, with the aim of granting each member of the group 1,000 points. However, it appears that only 3 individuals have claimed their share, while the member known as the commander of the Great Wall Guards has not participated. Is he perhaps absent? At this moment, Tsunade and her companions have become increasingly animated due to the red envelope. The Princess of Thousand Hands remarks, by the way, points are indeed a wonderful thing. Thank you, Karl. The younger sister, in her youthful exuberance, adds, thank you, esteemed Deity of Humanity. The Blade King expresses his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. The Deity of Humanity replies, no need for formalities. The younger sister inquires, speaking of which, why hasn't General Su claimed his red envelope? The Blade King responds, I'm not certain, Perhaps he is busy. He continues. Didn't we mention before how occupied he usually is? The Princess of Thousand Hands concurs. It seems so. I imagine when he returns and sees the red envelope, he will be quite pleased. She further notes. Hasn't he, General Su, always wanted to purchase that imposing item? Karl, upon reviewing the chat records, finds himself increasingly astonished. General Su, who is that? Could it be the only member in the group whose identity remains unconfirmed? The one referred to as the commander of the Great Wall Guards? Yet, is not the commander of the Great Wall Guards Hua Milan? Karl feels a twinge of surprise, though he is not entirely certain, as he had not paid much attention to the lore of the game in his previous life. After some contemplation, Karl decides to inquire directly. The deity of humanity asks, who is General Su? Is he the commander of the Great Wall Guards? The Princess of Thousand Hands affirms, indeed. That is correct. She adds, Karl, were you unaware? General Su mentioned it a few hours ago. The deity of humanity explains, perhaps I was dining at the time and did not enter the group. A few hours ago, during that time, Karl was either on the sofa with Sky or out for a meal, thus he had not seen the chat records. Just now, he had merely skimmed through the messages. How could he possibly find anything from a dozen hours ago? If something truly had occurred, there would undoubtedly be someone looking for him. Therefore, there was no need to sift through all the records. Tianren Wang, I see. I was curious why the esteemed Karl had not spoken. Qinsho Gongzhu, the commander of the Great Wall Guard, is a general named Su Lai. Qinsho Gongzhu. It is said he is responsible for safeguarding the Great Wall and protecting the borders. Sister with Chinibyu. Indeed, that is so. God of the human realm, I see. It turns out to be Su Lai? Karl felt a slight surprise. Although he was uncertain, he had initially thought that this commander of the Great Wall Guard was likely the formidable Milan. But now it turned out to be Su Lai? Sister with Chinibyu. I must say, I am somewhat astonished. Sister with Chinibyu. General Su's world is also one with a high level of martial prowess. Sister with Chinibyu. I had originally thought he was from an ordinary world. Qinsho Gongzhu. The title of the Great Wall Guard commander hardly sounds like that of an ordinary person. Sister with Chinibyu. Fair enough. Commander of the Great Wall Guard has received 820 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Thank you, esteemed Karl, God of the human realm. God of the human realm, you are most welcome. Sister with Chinibyu. General Su, has something happened? You just received a red envelope. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Not at all. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. It is merely due to the recent reopening of the trade market and commerce with foreign nations. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. This matter is rather significant, so it requires constant vigilance. Sister with Chinibyu, I see. Su Lai seemed exceedingly busy and soon logged off after a brief chat. Since Karl had sent a red envelope earlier, Tsunade and the others were quite exhilarated, making the group lively. After a while, Tsunade also logged off. Meanwhile, Takamiya, Tsubaki, and Kaisha appeared to be quite at leisure, persistently urging Karl to share a photo. Karl did not refuse, as one could never tell when he might be summoned to undertake tasks in other worlds. It would be rather awkward not to be recognized by the group members. Thus, Karl donned his attire and sent a photograph. In the Chinibyu world, a beautiful young lady with long hair and crimson eyes was seated in her room. She is none other than the sister of the protagonist from Chinibyu Demo, Koi Ga Shirtai, Takanashi Tsubaki. Tsubaki is a distinguished head chef at a high-end restaurant, renowned for her culinary skills. At this moment, she is engaged in a chat group, persistently persuading Karl to share a photo of himself. She even proposed an exchange of pictures as a condition for his compliance, and finally, he relented. How exciting. It remains uncertain whether what Ken-sensei said was true. Is he truly handsome? At this juncture, Karl posted his photo in the group. Wow, he is indeed incredibly handsome, with his dark hair and deep-set eyes. It turns out that Karl is not only a formidable figure, but also quite the charmer. Tsubaki gazed at his picture in awe. Initially, her suggestion for him to share a photo stemmed from mere curiosity, but now she feels that her decision was utterly astute. In reality, it is not just men who appreciate beauty. The majority of women also enjoy admiring handsome men. Tsubaki found a flattering angle and took several photos, ultimately selecting one that pleased her, which she then shared in the group. Upon receiving Karl's compliments, she smiled faintly. Karl, observing the photos exchanged between the two, nodded to himself, affirming that they were indeed the same individuals from his memories. Kaisha, too, was merely a girl in her youth, not yet the future Angel King. After praising both, Karl decided to take a break. The following day, Karl rose early. In truth, he no longer required sleep. However, the habit cultivated over time compelled him to do so. Besides, there was a certain comfort in slumber. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding. The host may check in today. Would you like to do so immediately? Karl nodded, affirming his intention to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a superhero costume, female. As the system's notification faded, several garments appeared before Karl. He picked them up, noting that they bore a resemblance to the superhero costume he had previously exchanged in the system, red and blue in color. However, this particular outfit featured a short skirt, accompanied by red knee-high boots and stockings. Karl stared at the costume in bewilderment. System? What is the meaning of this? Is it possible to refrain from such a misstep? While receiving a black costume was acceptable considering the color difference. After all, black is a color Karl favors. Why present him with a female superhero costume today? Am I to don women's attire? Huh. Karl felt that this broken system was utterly useless. Just then, Sky stirred awake, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she greeted him. Good morning, Karl. Karl gazed at Sky, then glanced at the Supergirl costume in his hands. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. Chapter 16. The system is remarkable, truly delightful, the world of kings. At that moment, a diminutive figure was stealthily concealed within the city of the Great Wall. This figure bore hair akin to sunflowers, and a face reminiscent of a feline, adorned with delicate whiskers. Even more striking was the tail that arched gracefully behind them. In this realm, beings with such distinct physical traits were referred to as hybrid demonic species. This individual was named Shinmingshi. A few days prior, due to certain circumstances, Shinmingshi encountered a mysterious figure on the edge of a cliff. This enigmatic person, clad in the attire of a Taoist priest, possessed long, snow-white hair and emanated an aura of mystique. The stranger extended an invitation to Shinmingshi to join an organization known as Yaotian. However, he declined the offer, boldly expressing his aspiration to join the Great Wall Guard Corps, as his family was among the most ancient inhabitants at the foot of the Great Wall. His ancestors were among the first members of the Great Wall Guard Corps, which had contributed to the prosperity of the region. Thus, his lifelong dream had been to enlist in the Great Wall Guard Corps. To his surprise, the mysterious figure showed no anger at Shinmingshi's refusal. Instead, they provided guidance on how to achieve his goal. According to the predictions of this mystic, when the Great Wall and Yuqing City opened, a demonic invasion would occur, and the Taoist would reveal the path of the mastermind behind it all to Shinmingshi. At that moment, Shinmingshi had already followed the mystic's instructions and planted explosives, awaiting the opportune moment to detonate them as the adversaries passed by. Although he harbored doubts about the mystic's words, joining the Great Wall Guard Corps remained his dream. Regardless of how slim the chances seemed, Shinmingshi was determined to seize the opportunity. Presently, he was cautiously observing the passers-by, fearful of missing this chance. Meanwhile, Sulai was also at the marketplace, witnessing the bustling scene of people coming and going. Seeing the smiles on their faces filled him with contentment. Coming from a prestigious family, he had excelled in the imperial examinations during his youth, yet he chose not to pursue a career in politics. Instead, he opted to abandon the pen for the sword, arriving at the Great Wall. The Great Wall, a relic from ancient times, stood majestically between the desert and fertile land, safeguarding the territory of the empire. The soldiers of this region were known as the Great Wall Guard Corps. In the blink of an eye, many years have passed. Sulai has ascended to the position of the highest commander of the Great Wall Guardians, even leading the imperial army to establish a protectorate in the most barren of lands. This protectorate, situated south of the Great Wall, was erected to safeguard the local populace and defend against the encroachment of demonic entities. Not long ago, Sulai and the Lord of Yuqing decided to lift the state of alert, allowing their respective citizens to engage in free trade at Guanxi. Yuqing, a city in the cloudy desert, is renowned for its abundant supply of exquisite jade, rendering it immensely prosperous. Merchants from Yuqing sought the protectorate's patronage due to concerns over the safety of their jade shipments. Given the foundation of mutual cooperation, the relationship between the Great Wall Guardians and Yuqing has flourished harmoniously. Trusting the Lord of Yuqing, Sulai consented to the trade agreement, recognizing that such endeavors would ultimately benefit the people. With Yuqing's wealth of jade, the mutual exchanges would undoubtedly yield fruitful returns for both communities. Now, as Guanxi opens, the scene before one's eyes is a bustling throng of people, rivaling the vibrancy of Chang'an. As the commander of the Great Wall Guardians, Sulai gazes upon this spectacle with immense satisfaction. After all, he has dedicated over a decade to the defense of the Great Wall, and no one desires more than he does to witness the populace live in peace and prosperity. At 11 o'clock, Karl sits at the edge of his bed, leisurely sipping red wine. Beside him, Sky rests with her eyes closed, clad in the attire of a female superhero, complete with shoes and stockings. One cannot deny that this superhero costume is indeed stunning. Its fitted design, along with the short skirt and stockings, accentuates Sky's beauty magnificently. At this moment, Karl cannot help but marvel at the system. Previously, he had thought the system to be utterly useless, providing him with a costume when he already possessed one, and a female one at that, which seemed rather foolish. However, now that Sky has donned it and put it to use, Karl's heart is filled with endless admiration for the system. Truly remarkable. If it were not for Sky's evident exhaustion and concern for her well-being, Karl would have felt an insatiable desire for more. After all, wearing such an outfit evokes the essence of a female superhero, and it is undeniably beautiful. Yet, there is no need for haste. He can simply continue later in the evening. Karl even ponders the prospect of wearing his own costume while Sky adorns the superhero outfit. It seems like an unlikely pairing. As he needed to shed his battle attire, Sky remained in his current outfit. After finishing his drink, Karl proceeded to freshen up. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Sky still resting. He chose not to disturb him and instead entered the chat group. Heavenly Blade King. Thanks to the esteemed Karl, I can finally afford the Sharingan. Heavenly Blade King. However, it is a bit unfortunate that the single Tomo Sharingan lacks formidable abilities. What should a Chinibu sister do? You really bought the Sharingan. Heavenly Blade King. Indeed. What should a Chinibu sister do? How does it feel? Is it useful? Heavenly Blade King. It's decent. Heavenly Blade King. But the single Tomo has limited powers, just some enhancements to perception. What should a Chinibu sister do? That's a pity. My points aren't enough to purchase the Iron Battlesuit. Thousand Hand Princess. I recall that Mark I is quite affordable. Thousand Hand Princess. How could Sister Token not afford it after acquiring so many points last time? What should a Chinibu sister do? I could buy Mark I. What should a Chinibu sister do? However, it does look rather unattractive, resembling a lump of iron. What should a Chinibu sister do? Moreover, Mark I lacks any flying capabilities. What should a Chinibu sister do? Even if I were to buy it, it likely wouldn't astonish Rika. What should a Chinibu sister do? She might even mock me instead. What should a Chinibu sister do? Mark III is slightly better, but I'll have to wait. Thousand Hand Princess. Oh, I see. Heavenly Blade King. True. Mark I does have a rather poor appearance. Heavenly Blade King. However, Sister Rika, you could purchase the Sharingan. Heavenly Blade King. The single Tomo Sharingan is quite inexpensive. What should a Chinibu sister do? If I want to tease Rika, the Sharingan is indeed a splendid choice. What should a Chinibu sister do? She constantly raves about the evil eye. She would likely adore the Sharingan. What should a Chinibu sister do? However, I can't simply buy something just to amuse her. What should a Chinibu sister do? I am quite interested in the Iron Battlesuit. What should a Chinibu sister do? After all, wearing the suit allows one to fly. Thousand Hand Princess. That's true. Thousand Hand Princess. In that case, the Iron Battlesuit is indeed quite appealing. Thousand Hand Princess. I also wish to save points to purchase one. Chapter 17. The Comfort of Su Lai. The Onslaught of the Demon Seed. Thousand Hand Princess. Welcome, Karl. God of Humanity. Yes. What should a Chinibu sister do? Good afternoon, esteemed one. Heavenly Blade King. Greetings, Karl. God of Humanity. Hello to you all. Divine Being, what are we chatting about? You all seem so joyful. Princess of Thousand Hands. Oh, it's nothing much. Just discussing the items bought at the store. Chime. The Commander of the Great Wall Guard has successfully checked in and earned 6 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. My luck seems rather lacking. King of Heaven's Blade. Haha, it's about the same for all of us. King of Heaven's Blade. Only the esteemed Karl seems to possess extraordinary luck, as he consistently earns 10 points with each check-in. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. That is true. Even though luck isn't on my side, my spirits remain quite high. The Commander of the Great Wall Guard has sent a red envelope. King of Heaven's Blade has received 52 points. Sister with Chinibu has received 62 points. Princess of Thousand Hands has received 60 points. Divine Being has received 188 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guard has received 49 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Ha! This luck truly leaves much to be desired. Sister with Chinibu. Thank you, General Su, for the red envelope. King of Heaven's Blade. Much appreciated. Divine Being. Thank you very much, General Su. Princess of Thousand Hands. Thank you. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. No need for formalities, everyone. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Thanks to the esteemed Karl, I managed to purchase some powerful items and still have points remaining. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Though I lack enough points to upgrade my power, I decided to share a red envelope with you all. King of Heaven's Blade. Has General Su encountered some fortunate event? King of Heaven's Blade. You seem to be in high spirits and even shared a red envelope. Princess of Thousand Hands. You truly appear to be in a splendid mood. Has something delightful occurred? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Indeed, a fortunate event has transpired. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Remember I mentioned the reopening of the trade market recently? King of Heaven's Blade. I recall. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The trade market is now open, and the atmosphere is vibrant. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The hustle and bustle here make me feel as though I have returned to the city of Chang'an. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. It appears that the decision to reopen the trade market was indeed a most prudent one. The Commander of the Great Wall Guard has shared a video. Everyone clicks to view, discovering a segment recorded by Su Lai. In the footage, Many people are bustling about the streets. The calls of street vendors fill the air continuously. The streets are crowded, brimming with life. Occasionally, individuals with beastly ears or tails can be seen. Princess of Thousand Hands. It truly looks splendid, unlike a border town at all. In the world of Naruto where Tsunade resides, there are also battles between nations. Even the timeline she currently inhabits coincides with the onset of the Second Ninja War. Thus, she possesses a degree of understanding regarding the border situation. Tian Rin Wang. Quite splendid, I too wish to visit. Sister is a Chinibyu, what should I do? Congratulations. How lively. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Haha, thank you kindly. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I would naturally welcome a visit to Guan City. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. However, it seems there is no way to allow your passage at present. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. After all, the mission has not been triggered. Tian Rin Wang. Alas, what a pity. Sister is a Chinibyu. What should I do? I too wish to wander about. Su Lai observed the messages sent by the members in the group, his smile widening. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. Before Su Lai could investigate, the deputy rushed over, exclaiming, General Su, trouble is afoot. At this instant, Su Lai still bore a smile. Upon seeing the deputy, he instinctively inquired, what is the matter? A large number of demonic creatures have suddenly appeared near Guan City. What? Su Lai gasped, his smile vanishing instantaneously. How could this be? Where did the demonic creatures come from? At this moment, the Great Wall Guard had, as per their agreement, already withdrawn their defensive forces. The same applied to Yu City, aimed at allowing civilians to trade in peace. Currently, within Guan City, there were no official armed forces present. Only the majority of civilians from the Great Wall and Yu City remained. Like Su Lai and the deputy, they had merely come to participate in the market. Without the protection of the Great Wall Guard, should the demonic creatures invade, the consequences would be dire. The deputy, bearing an anxious expression, admitted, I too do not know where the demonic creatures have emerged from. In this crucial moment, Su Lai managed to maintain his composure. After all, he had spent a decade at the Great Wall, experiencing various events, both great and small. At present, he stood as the highest-ranking commander of the Great Wall. Previously, he had been taken aback by the sudden news. Su Lai promptly commanded, you must return to the Great Wall at once and summon the guard for support. Yet the deputy hesitated to comply, saying, General, what about you? I shall remain here to fend off the demonic creatures. Su Lai declared resolutely, drawing his long blade from his waist. Go swiftly to the Great Wall. Yes. The deputy, realizing there was no other recourse, accepted the order and departed. After all, the civilians in Guan City were dependent on the support he was to bring. With the deputy's departure, a sense of urgency enveloped the air. Su Lai sprinted in the same direction, soon arriving at the entrance of the city. Not far ahead, several demon-like creatures emerged. The foremost among them towered over 4 meters, resembling an ancient bull with a pair of enormous horns atop its head. Its muscular form was grotesque and fearsome. Behind it trailed 2 more of these creatures. While further in the distance, a multitude of demons rushed towards him. The sheer number was astonishing. Su Lai furrowed his brow. If there were only a few, he could easily vanquish them alone. Yet the horde before him numbered in the hundreds, and the bull-like demon appeared to be no ordinary foe. He had no choice but to endure and await reinforcements. With a fierce shout, Su Lai charged at the demons. Having served for over a decade as a commander of the Great Wall Guards, he had always believed that the wall was his true home. As long as the wall stood, his homeland remained intact. Retreat was not an option for Su Lai. Before long, he found himself engaged in combat with the demons. However, these creatures exhibited formidable strength, far surpassing that of ordinary demons. After only a few exchanges, Su Lai found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to mount a counterattack and reduced to passive defense, he faced 3 powerful demons, each exhibiting remarkable prowess. To make matters worse, as he battled, the hundreds of demons in the distance closed in, now less than 20 meters away. He could see the madness etched upon their faces. Faced with 3 mighty demons, Su Lai could only defend himself. The prospect of hundreds more joining the fray was daunting. He understood that if he were to be defeated, the bustling crowd within the city behind him would face certain doom, for they were merely ordinary people. As time slipped away, Su Lai grew increasingly anxious. He could not defeat the 3 demons before him, nor could he even retaliate. The approach of the hundreds of demons behind them only heightened his desperation. Having guarded the Great Wall for over a decade, Su Lai, as a commander, was no stranger to the specter of death. Yet he was unwilling to witness the demons breach the city that lay behind him. Due to the presence of numerous civilians, many of whom are children, a sense of dread enveloped Su Lai as he observed the encroaching demonic entities. How infuriating! If only I possessed greater power. Power? At that moment, Su Lai suddenly paused. And then, a layer of darkness unexpectedly enveloped his hands and long blade. armament hockey. This was an item he had acquired yesterday by seizing a red envelope from Karl and subsequently purchasing it from the chat group store. After obtaining the armament hockey, Sulai had indeed experimented with it the day before, finding its potency quite impressive. Upon activation, his physical resilience rivaled that of steel. However, today, overwhelmed by the opening of the city gates and the sudden onslaught of the demonic beings, he momentarily forgot the existence of the armament hockey. As he continued to battle the demonic entities, despite wielding the armament hockey, Sulai was unable to vanquish the three demonic beings immediately. Nevertheless, he transitioned from a position of passive defense to one where he could retaliate. After all, the armament hockey had significantly enhanced both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet, defeating the trio of demons remained a challenge, exacerbated by the presence of hundreds more, each less than 5 meters away. This was still insufficient. If only I could wield a higher grade of armament hockey, I could single-handedly eradicate these demons. With a sigh, Sulai recognized his limitations. However, in that moment, he no longer felt the same urgency as before. Recalling the armament hockey naturally led him to think of the chat group. After exchanging blows with the demonic entities, Sulai surprisingly ceased his resistance and retreated to the side, abandoning his post at the city gates. Once he had distanced himself, he immediately accessed the chat group. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. All members of the God of Humanity. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. Karl, esteemed colleagues. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. The situation is dire. Demonic entities have invaded the city gates. I implore each of you for assistance. Heavenly Blade King. Heavenly Blade King. What is it, General Sulai? Sister with Chinibu. Indeed, what has caused such alarm? Sister with Chinibu. Wasn't it bustling in the city gates just a moment ago? Thousand-handed princess. General Su, please do not panic. Take your time to explain. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. Demonic entities are exceedingly perilous creatures, frequently launching assaults on humanity. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. They possess beastly forms and exhibit formidable physical strength. Some demons can even wield peculiar powers. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. Currently, hundreds of demonic entities have manifested at the city gates. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Currently, the city of Guan is filled with civilians and lacks the presence of the guard. I hope you all can lend me a helping hand. Sister. Afflicted by CH Nibby. I am at a loss regarding this matter. Sister, afflicted by CH Nibby. Karl, please assist me, O God of the mortal realm. God of the mortal realm. I am more than willing to help. However, there are no tasks posted in the chat group at the moment, which hinders my ability to proceed. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. How can we go about posting a task? God of the mortal realm. I am not entirely certain, as I lack experience in this area. Princess of 1,000 Hands. By the way, didn't Tsunade post a task last time? How did she manage that? Princess of 1,000 Hands. I am unaware of the specifics. Princess of 1,000 Hands. At that time, I was simply eager to rescue Rope Tree, and thus I posted the task. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I too am fervently wishing to vanquish the demonic entities and save the civilians in Guan. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Yet, at present, there are no tasks available. Princess of 1,000 Hands. I am also uncertain. King of the Blade. Could it be that a certain reward must be offered to post a task? King of the Blade. I recall that the last task's reward was, if memory serves, all the points belonging to Tsunade. Princess of 1,000 Hands. That makes sense. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Indeed, it was the case. The points I accumulated during my last check-in were used as a reward. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Is that so? Then I shall give it a try. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I hope someone can assist me in repelling the demonic entities. I am willing to offer 49 points as a reward. This is all of my points. After purchasing the armed color hockey, Sulai had distributed all his points as a red envelope. Had he not claimed some for himself, he would have had no points left at all. Notification. Group member Commander of the Great Wall Guard has posted a task to repel demonic entities. Task reward 49 points. Friendly reminder. This task is of extremely high difficulty. The chat group encourages members to assist one another. All members may accept this task. Upon completion, additional points may be earned based on the task rating. Sister, afflicted by CH Nibby. Wow. A task has truly appeared. Sister, afflicted by CH Nibby. Now that I know how to post a task, I too can do so in the future. Sister, afflicted by CH Nibby. What a pity, though. The difficulty is extremely high, and as an ordinary person, I simply cannot manage it. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Extremely high difficulty? Why does it display as high difficulty on my end? King of the Blade. This is curious. It also shows as extremely high difficulty for me. King of the Blade. Could it be that the difficulty is indicated based on strength, leading to varying perceptions among individuals? Sister, afflicted by CH Nibby. That seems somewhat plausible. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Karl, the task. Sister, afflicted by Ch. lives are at stake. My sister is afflicted with a typical adolescent affliction. What should be done? Karl, dear friend, hasten forth and rescue the world. The deity of humanity, group member. Deity of humanity, accepts the mission to repel the demonic entities. In the realm of kings, Su Lai observed the notification within the chat group. His previously tense countenance finally relaxed. With Karl having accepted the mission, there was no cause for concern. After all, this esteemed individual possessed the remarkable ability to traverse time and resurrect the deceased. Su Lai held no belief that a mere multitude of demonic entities could pose a challenge to such a powerful being. At that moment, the leading trio of demonic creatures charged towards Su Lai. Noting the relaxed expression on the human's face, the three demons were instantly filled with rage. Do you look down upon us? You dare to suppress us? With a furious roar, the trio launched an assault on Su Lai. Once more, Su Lai employed his armed color hockey and engaged in combat. Meanwhile, the several hundred demonic entities surged directly into the city of Guan. Indeed, the foremost demons had already breached the borders of the city. Roar, roar, roar. Upon witnessing the throngs of people within Guan City, the demons emitted incomprehensible howls, seemingly infused with a sense of exhilaration. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized. With raven hair and ebony eyes, his handsome visage bore a distinctive emblem upon his chest. Clad in a black battle garment that accentuated his flawless physique, he was adorned with a grand cloak. Karl. Chapter 19. The terrified crowd, crimson radiance at this juncture. A contingent of the Great Wall's guard was hastening towards the location of Guan City. Leading them was a young man with black hair. Beside him, an older soldier remarked, Li Xin, General Su has conferred with Lord Yucheng. Our presence here may be somewhat irregular. Li Xin maintained a calm demeanor and replied, no matter. We shall not enter. We merely need to be prepared, remaining at a safe distance from the boundaries of Guan City. Once the situation has concluded peacefully, we shall return. Should Lord Yucheng harbor ill intentions, we shall be ready to intervene. This sentiment was shared by another, who scoffed, a rookie with a modicum of merit, yet unaware of the vastness of the world. When we encounter General Su, I shall surely report your actions. Li Xin remained silent, not even casting a glance at the individual. However, in his heart, he recalled the words of the peony sorcerer. You have lost the city of Chang'an. Having lost my cherished possession, I beseech you to assist me in reclaiming it. In return, I shall help you regain the city of Chang'an. What say you? From that moment forth, Li Xin arrived at the Great Wall, becoming a sentinel of its defenses and achieving numerous accolades. He maintained close correspondence with the sorcerer, Mu Dan. And now, he had received early notification from Mu Dan regarding the impending opening of the city gates, which would herald an invasion of demonic entities, resulting in catastrophic losses. As the one who consented to the city's opening, Commander Su Lai would undoubtedly be held accountable. However, Mu Dan had already devised a plan, and Li Xin, through his commendable deeds, would naturally find himself elevated in rank. The path to mastering the Great Wall and reclaiming Chang'an was drawing nearer. Was it finally about to commence? Li Xin murmured. At this moment, many inhabitants of the city were witnessing the demonic entities at the entrance. After all, numerous individuals were situated near the threshold, and some of these demons were of colossal stature. It was nearly impossible to avert one's gaze from the multitude of demons visible at the entrance. How could this be? One exclaimed. Isn't today the day when the Great Wall's sentinels and the city of you are to open the gates? How can there be demons? Wait for me. My books. Forget about those things, flee quickly. In an instant, what was once a bustling and harmonious marketplace, reminiscent of a prosperous era, devolved into chaos. The common folk scattered in panic, while merchants disregarded their possessions in frenzied flight. After all, they were denizens of the borderlands. Both the residents of the Great Wall and the citizens of Yu understood the terror that these demons represented. It was no surprise that, even for those battle-hardened sentinels, engaging in combat with the demons incurred casualties. Thus, the majority of civilians, upon encountering the demons, fled in sheer desperation. Only a select few, possessing combat prowess, chose to confront the demons. For instance, a white-haired youth operating a stall at that moment felt his beast-like ears perk up. With a focused gaze, he seized a massive firearm, roughly his height, and charged towards the entrance of the city. Meanwhile, a violet-haired young man, perusing a collection of poems by Li Bai, pondered. Sister Jelua mentioned that Senior Su Lai and Li Bai were friends. Is that truly the case? At that instant, he too became aware of the demonic entities at the city entrance, brandishing a curved dagger as he raced towards the fray. As the demonic entities were about to invade the city, chaos erupted within its confines. A shadowy figure floated above the tumult, none other than Karl. After accepting a mission from Su Lai, he was promptly transported to the realm of heroes. However, prior to embarking on this quest, He returned home to don his sleek black battle attire. After all, he had the means to possess multiple sets of armor. Why let them go to waste? Moreover, the black ensemble was undeniably striking. In the blink of an eye, Karl surveyed the state of the city, Su-Lai, the demonic beings, and the panicked populace. Among the throng, a young man wielding a colossal firearm caught his eye. Was that Bali Shoyu? Then there was Shun Mingxi, alongside another figure brandishing a curved blade, who unmistakably seemed to be more than a mere supporting character. What a lively scene it was, Karl mused, before greeting Su-Lai from a distance. General Su-Lai, good day. I am Karl. At that moment, Su-Lai was employing his armed hockey to fend off 3 formidable demonic entities. Upon hearing Karl's introduction, he instinctively turned to face him. Having previously seen Karl's photograph in their group chat, he was not taken aback by his age. However, witnessing him hover in the air was indeed a source of astonishment. Although he had heard from Gangsho that Karl possessed the ability to traverse time, witnessing him fly was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, there was no time for marveling. Su-Lai urgently called out, Karl. Those creatures rushing towards the city are the demonic entities. Before he could finish, 2 brilliant beams of crimson light erupted from Karl's form. These radiant beams, akin to lasers, instantaneously struck the demonic beings. In mere moments, the 2 foremost creatures engulfed by the red light disintegrated completely, leaving not a trace behind. With a sweeping motion, the crimson light obliterated all the remaining demonic entities as if they had been reduced to mere fragments by a primeval divine weapon, all within the span of 2 seconds. Meanwhile, the citizens continued to flee in panic. A few caught a glimpse of the red light annihilating the demonic beings and halted in astonishment. One individual, accidentally colliding with a fleeing civilian, fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Yet, before he could rise, he erupted in a tirade. Watch where you're going. If you don't wish to escape, I still value my life. However, the other person paid him no heed. Instead, pointing towards the entrance of the city with an uncertain tone, the demonic entities, have they perished? What nonsense are you spouting? The individual who had been struck retained a tone of hostility, yet instinctively glanced towards the entrance of the city. To his astonishment, the towering demonic entities that had previously occupied that space were now absent. Positioned near the entrance, they had a clear view of the outside of the city, where General Su-Lai was engaged in combat with the demons. Indeed, the demons had vanished. Many onlookers had noticed the recent flash of red light and the subsequent disappearance of the demonic figures. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? It seemed I witnessed a flash of red light, and then the demons vanished. You are not mistaken, I saw it too. The demons are gone. Upon realizing the absence of the demons, the civilians near the entrance erupted in cheers. As the crowd swelled, those slightly farther away instinctively halted, perplexed by the commotion. Unaware of the earlier occurrences, they merely exchanged bewildered glances. Should any trace of the demons reappear, they would flee once more. However, after a considerable wait without any sign of the demons, they began to relax and joined in the jubilant celebrations. Chapter 20. Completing the task. Su-Lai's gratitude. The citizens within the city were oblivious to the details of the demons' disappearance, reveling in their excitement. Conversely, those racing towards the city entrance had witnessed the figure hovering in the sky, radiating a fierce red light before the demons were eradicated. The young guardian murmured to himself while gazing at the silhouette in the sky. Is this a person? So formidable. The purple-haired youth wielding a curved blade exclaimed in awe. Wow, this is incredibly impressive. Among all present, the most astonished was undoubtedly Su-Lai. He had recently entrusted Karl with a task, and before he could finish his sentence, the latter had annihilated all the demons. Staring at the now desolate entrance of the city, Su-Lai found himself questioning whether the demons had ever truly existed or if they had merely been a figment of his imagination. At that moment, a beam of red light shot towards him. Su-Lai was taken aback, instinctively attempting to evade it. However, before he could react, he noticed that the 3 demons before him simply vanished upon being illuminated by the red light. Su-Lai stood in stunned silence. These 3 demons were formidable beings. Even after a decade of service in the Great Wall Guard, having faced countless battles, he was no match for them. Had it not been for his mastery of armed color, he would likely have been unable to retaliate. Yet, he was instantaneously vanquished by Karl. The disparity in strength was indeed staggering. It is no wonder that he possesses the ability to traverse time and resurrect others. Truly formidable. No wonder Karl is referred to as a deity among mortals in the group. His prowess seems almost divine. At that moment, some ordinary individuals also took notice of Karl soaring through the sky. Old Zhang, do you see a figure up there? What figure? You must be imagining things. There is indeed a figure. It's real. Could it be a demon spawn? How could a human fly in the sky? Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. That figure emitted a crimson glow, obliterating the demon spawn. How could a demon spawn attack its own kind? It must be a human. Perhaps it is a deity. How could a mere human possess such immense power? That makes sense. In fact, others had seen the figure earlier, but they hadn't paid much attention. After all, both the dazzling red light and the demon spawn were quite conspicuous. In comparison, Karl was less eye-catching. Now that the demon spawn had vanished and the red light was gone, they naturally noticed Karl. However, Karl had landed beside Su Lai. Upon seeing this, Su Lai immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Karl. This time, we owe you our lives. Had you not intervened in time, the city of Guan and its citizens would surely have faced annihilation." He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Su Lai alone could only withstand 3 of the formidable demon spawn leading the invasion. With hundreds of demon spawn breaching the city, the outcome would have been nothing short of catastrophic. Fortunately, with Su Lai's inclusion in the chat group and the assistance of Karl, the demon spawn were swiftly eradicated. Thus, Su Lai felt immense gratitude towards Karl. "There's no need for formality," Karl replied with a smile. "If the opportunity arises, I would be more than willing to lend a hand. After all, I am a person of higher education, twice over." Moreover, he had also received a reward for this task. While vanquishing the demon spawn, he had heard the notification from the chat group. Ding! Group member, the god among mortals, has completed the task of eliminating and repelling the demon spawn, earning 49 points. Task rated as level A, with an additional reward of 100,000 points. You may return to your own world at any time. Would you like to return immediately? Having the opportunity to do good while also earning point rewards. Karl saw no reason to return immediately. With a face full of regret, Su Lai said to Karl, "My esteemed Karl, I must first go and reassure the populace. Then we shall converse." Karl nodded in agreement. "Very well, attend to your duties." Upon hearing this, Su Lai promptly entered the city of Guan. He was acutely aware that some citizens had undoubtedly witnessed the emergence of the demon spawn, and perhaps some had even lost faith in the city itself. After all, the fundamental basis for reopening Guan was the mutual trust between Su Lai and Lord Yuqing. When the city reopened, neither the Great Wall Guards nor Yuqing had deployed their armed forces, aiming to alleviate any pressure on the citizens and promote free trade, thereby fostering economic growth and vibrancy. However, now, on the very first day of its reopening, the city had faced a sudden assault by demon spawn. It was likely that both the citizens of the Great Wall and those of Yuqing harbored grievances, not to mention Su Lai himself, who felt the weight of the situation acutely. A certain purple-haired youth flashed through his mind. Could this be your true intention? Su Lai clenched his fists in silence. With nothing else to occupy his time, Karl followed Su Lai into the city. It must be said that Su Lai was indeed a remarkably charismatic leader. Initially, many citizens were in a state of panic and fear, but after Su Lai's comforting words, most felt considerably more at ease. At that moment, someone noticed Karl standing beside Su Lai. This individual had recognized Karl earlier and could not help but inquire, "General Su Lai, did this gentleman just vanquish the demon army?" Upon hearing this, many turned their gazes toward Su Lai, as several had indeed witnessed Karl's presence moments ago. Su Lai paused, not responding immediately, but instead looked towards Karl, clearly seeking his counsel. Karl smiled gently and nodded. Seeing this, Su Lai's expression brightened. He proclaimed, "Indeed, as some of you may have seen, the city of Guan was besieged by demon spawn. This man is the hero who has just annihilated the demon army and saved our city. His name is Karl, and you may also refer to him as the god of humanity." At this declaration, the people of Guan were momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning their eyes toward Karl. Previously, some had caught sight of the dark figure in the sky, but could not be certain. Su Lai's words undeniably confirmed their suspicions. In the next moment, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Truly remarkable. Thank you," they exclaimed. "God of humanity?" Such a title was indeed majestic. Had it not been for your presence just now, I might have lost my life. Here are some delicacies I prepared. If you do not mind, please accept them. These vegetables are homegrown and exceptionally delicious. A multitude of citizens gathered, eager to express their gratitude to Karl. Observing this, Karl elevated himself, soaring into the sky. He gazed down at the enthusiastic crowd below and smiled, saying, "There is no need for such formality." The victory over the demonic entities was solely due to General Su Lai. He valiantly fought against 3 formidable foes all on his own. I too am a friend of General Su Lai. There is no need for thanks. I merely wish to sample some snacks. With that, Karl descended before the young woman selling treats and took a few. Upon hearing his words, the crowd rallied around Su Lai, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Su Lai responded to them with a warm smile. At that moment, Karl noticed a group approaching from beyond the city gates. Chapter 21. The Anger of Li Xian. Taking action, is someone coming? They appear to be human. The one at the forefront looks somewhat familiar. Li Xian? Karl pondered with mild surprise. Li Xian is here too? His understanding of the narrative in the realm of the kings was rather limited, as he had spent most of his time engaged in battle, leaving little room for observation. At this moment, Li Xian was leading a contingent of the Great Wall Guard towards the city. Previously, they had encountered Deputy General Su Lai en route, so there were no lingering doubts about Li Xian's intentions. Although Li Xian's original excuse was concern for the Yu City army, it had nonetheless proven useful. The crowd regarded Li Xian with newfound respect. The group hastened their pace, charging toward the city, fully aware that there were no defensive forces currently stationed. General Su Lai and many innocent civilians were within. Faced with a horde of demonic entities, the situation appeared grim. As Li Xian approached the increasingly visible city, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Should he succeed this time, his standing within the Great Wall would undoubtedly rise. He believed that soon he would command the Great Wall. At that point, according to the words of the peony sorcerer, he would secure Chang'an City. After all, it was rightfully his. Reflecting on this, even Li Xian, with his typically unflappable demeanor, felt a swell of emotion. Before long, the group neared the city, and what they beheld left them utterly astonished. The city showed no signs of any demonic presence. No one was injured, nor were any stalls damaged. Instead, a sense of camaraderie enveloped the crowd as they surrounded Su Lai and an unfamiliar man. Particularly notable were Su Lai's deputy and Li Xian. The deputy had witnessed numerous demon attacks firsthand, while Li Xian had received advance warnings from the peony sorcerer, allowing him to prepare well ahead of time. Now, upon arriving at Guan City, they found no trace of the demons. What could have transpired? At this moment, Su Lai caught sight of Li Xian and the others at the entrance of Guan City, feeling somewhat astonished by the swift arrival of the Great Wall Guard's reinforcements. How could they have come so quickly? It had only been a brief time since the deputy had departed. As Li Xian and the others dismounted and approached Su Lai, the deputy, after exchanging pleasantries, could not restrain his curiosity. General Su, what of the demons? I witnessed their approach myself. With your intervention and a detour, I believed we had escaped. Why are there no demons now? Su Lai replied with a hearty laugh. There is no need for concern. The demons have been eradicated. What? The deputy was taken aback. He had seen the sheer number of demons, which amounted to several hundred. As Su Lai's deputy, he was well aware of Su Lai's prowess in battle. However, the notion that Su Lai could single-handedly vanquish hundreds of demons was beyond comprehension. Demons, being beastly in nature, possessed formidable physical strength, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to withstand even a single one. Even if Su Lai was exceptionally powerful, it was inconceivable that he could fend off such a multitude. Yet now, Su Lai claimed all the demons had been eliminated. Nearby, Li Xian and the arriving members of the Great Wall Guard were equally astonished. Upon seeing their astonishment, Su Lai understood their thoughts and laughed heartily. It was not I who vanquished the demons, but rather this gentleman. He gestured toward Karl, standing beside him. This is my old friend, who has recently come to the Great Wall and unexpectedly found himself in this predicament. While I fought valiantly against 3 demons, it was Karl who defeated them all. By the way, Karl is his name. You may also refer to him as the God of Man. What? The crowd gasped, unable to fathom the notion that a single individual could annihilate hundreds of demons. The Great Wall Guard, accustomed to battling demons, knew all too well the magnitude of their power. Even if the demons varied in strength among hundreds, there would inevitably be a few formidable leaders. And the sheer number, hundreds, could easily overwhelm any adversary. Who, then, was this God of Man? In that moment, intrigue hung thick in the air. The Great Wall Guardians held Karl in high regard, with one notable exception, Li Xian. He regarded Karl with a sullen expression, for the sudden appearance of this individual had altered their plans. The eradication of all demonic entities had resulted in no losses for the city, and not a single demon had breached its defenses. Consequently, Su Lai bore no significant blame. At the very least, he had not faltered greatly. However, Li Xian found himself at a loss, having failed to save the city from peril. Naturally, he had no accolades to his name, and thus could not ascend in rank. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Li Xian's resentment towards Karl surged. Why? Why was it so? According to the words of the peony sorcerer, there were further preparations in place. Su Lai would be stripped of his official title due to this incident, reduced to the status of an ordinary guardian of the Great Wall. Meanwhile, Li Xian should have been the one to garner merit and rise through the ranks, gradually seizing control of the Great Wall, ultimately leading to the capture of Chang'an. Why? Though fury roiled within him, Li Xian suppressed his anger, refusing to display it outwardly. Just then, a voice laced with amusement reached his ears. Before he could react, he felt an iron grip constricting around his neck, lifting him off the ground and rendering him breathless. Before him stood a young man with black hair and dark eyes, clad in an expansive cloak and fitted, striking battle attire. It was Karl. With a single hand, he effortlessly held Li Xian aloft. Instinctively, Li Xian flailed his arms, desperately pounding against Karl's palm in a futile attempt to free himself. However, his efforts were in vain. Striking Karl's hand felt akin to hitting steel, causing only himself pain. The onlookers were taken aback by this spectacle. The guardians of the Great Wall swiftly drew their weapons, prepared to confront Karl. "Release Li Xian," they shouted. Despite their prior admiration for Karl's strength, Li Xian was ultimately one of their own, a comrade. In such a moment, the guardians naturally rallied to defend him. Seeing the escalating tension, Su Lai hurriedly moved to intercede between the two parties. He spoke softly to the guardians. "What are you doing? Stand down." Yet, faced with the situation, they had no choice but to sheath their weapons. Su Lai breathed a sigh of relief. He was well aware of the formidable power possessed by the esteemed Karl. On the surface, Su Lai appeared to be defending Karl. In truth, he was safeguarding the wall guard. The fate of hundreds of demonic creatures was still vividly etched in memory. Should these individuals provoke Karl, their outcome would be no better than that of the demons. Su Lai had no illusions about Karl's propensity for violence. As the wall guard laid down their arms, a smile spread across his face. "Karl, is there perhaps a misunderstanding? Might you first release Li Xian?" Upon hearing this, Karl glanced at Li Xian, then at Su Lai. Before unceremoniously tossing Li Xian to the ground, Li Xian knelt, gasping for fresh air. Before he could fully recover, a voice laced with amusement echoed, "There is no misunderstanding. This man is a traitor to the wall guard." Chapter 22. My country, my family, my land, my people. This man is a traitor to the wall guard. As Li Xian, who had been kneeling and struggling for breath, heard these words, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. After all, he had originally sought control of the wall to barter with the sorcerer for Chang'an. Li Xian's father had once been the crown prince, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he met an untimely death. Thus, asserting that Chang'an belonged to him was not entirely unfounded. However, being alone, he found himself unable to confront the formidable empire and reclaim what was rightfully his. Subsequently, Li Xian was taken away by the sorcerer, tasked with numerous missions. On one occasion, following a failed mission, he was captured. The sorcerer rescued him, proposing a trade, the wall in exchange for Chang'an. Thereafter, Li Xian arrived at the wall. During this siege, there was an invasion of demonic creatures. Li Xian had heard of this impending threat from the sorcerer days in advance and had made preparations. Therefore, to label him as a traitor to the wall guard was not entirely unwarranted. The impending demonic assault would undoubtedly result in heavy losses. Yet, how did this unfamiliar stranger know of his past? Despite the tension within, his rich experiences and composed demeanor allowed him to maintain an air of nonchalance. Li Xian took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet, gazing at Karl with an unperturbed expression. "I do not comprehend your words," he replied, aligning with his characteristic reticence. The remaining members of the wall guard rallied behind Li Xian. "A traitor? Impossible. There can be no traitors among the wall guard." Indeed, although Li Xian is a newcomer, he is still one of us, a member of the wall guard. Do not speak nonsense. Not only do the wall guard soldiers who accompanied Li Xian stand by his side, but even Su Lai, at this moment, believes in him. This is because Li Xian has indeed accomplished many feats and fought alongside the wall guard on numerous occasions. Su Lai himself holds Li Xian in high regard. His intentions for promotion are almost palpable. Therefore, when Karl claims that Li Xian is a traitor, not only do the other wall guard soldiers refuse to believe it, but even Su Lai remains unconvinced. Karl, observing the expressions of the crowd, feels no surprise. He gazes at Su Lai with a smile. "General Su Lai, I know you harbor doubts. Li Xian has fought alongside you, sharing life and death as comrades. Regrettably, I possess the ability to read minds and know what others are thinking." With that, Karl turns his attention to the stern-faced Li Xian. "Are you wondering how I know this? Your communications with the peony sorcerer have been quite discreet and should not have been discovered. It is rather unfortunate. I do not harbor animosity towards you. I even feel some sympathy for your circumstances as the son of a former prince." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at Karl. His previously composed and aloof demeanor crumbles entirely. This is because, regarding Li Xian's origins, he has never spoken to anyone since arriving at the wall, and thus, no one should be aware of it. Even in Chang'an, the number of people who know of his identity is exceedingly few. Could it be that this man truly possesses the ability to discern the thoughts of others? Indeed. Karl chuckles lightly. "I have stated that I can know what others are contemplating, including your identity and the schemes you have devised with the peony sorcerer. You were well aware that today, the city would be ambushed by the demonic forces. This was all part of the arrangement between the peony sorcerer and yourself. Su Lai would be demoted to a common soldier for agreeing to develop the city, while you would rise in rank for promptly eliminating the demonic threat." With each utterance, Li Xian's countenance grows darker. The wall guard soldiers, who had previously been supportive of Li Xian, begin to sense an ominous foreboding upon witnessing his expression. Before Li Xian can speak, a youth with purple hair suddenly darts out from the crowd, rushing towards Li Xian. He struck Li Xian squarely in the face with a powerful blow, then seized him by the collar. His voice a furious demand for the truth of what had been said. Sheng, the youth with purple hair, observed the scene and initially contemplated intervening, yet hesitated, clearly eager to hear Li Xian's response. Initially, Sheng had suspected that the invasion of the demonic seeds was part of this purple-haired youth's scheme. Sheng, the son of the Lord of Yuqing, had long held a deep admiration for Su Lai, regarding him as an idol. Their rapport was immediate and amiable. The proposal to open the city gates had originated from him, which made Sheng's anger at Karl's words all the more palpable. If Karl's assertions were indeed true, it would mean that his revered senior, Su Lai, would face demotion following the city gates opening, while he himself would likely be unjustly accused as the mastermind behind the invasion of the demonic seeds. Given that the initial idea of opening the city gates was his, it was understandable that Sheng would be incensed. Li Xian waved his hand, effortlessly breaking free from Sheng's grasp. With a swift retaliatory strike, he delivered a punch to Sheng. Their relationship was merely acquaintanceship, a familiarity based on names alone, and Li Xian was not one to be passive in the face of aggression. He laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Indeed, what he said is true. I merely wish to reclaim what is mine. Is there anything wrong with that?" Suddenly, Li Xian's black hair transformed into a hue reminiscent of blood, and an abyssal crimson demonic aura erupted from him, sending the surrounding wall guard sprawling. "I am not unlike a beast, but this is ultimately my homeland," he roared, brandishing his sword and darting towards Karl with astonishing speed. This velocity surpassed that of ordinary humans, and even eclipsed many formidable demonic beings. In mere moments, he stood before Karl, raising his sword to deliver a fierce strike. The man before him had disrupted his plans, and thus, Li Xian felt compelled to eliminate him. He had no desire to engage with the wall guards. Resolving this matter first would allow for a more calculated approach thereafter. However, in the next instant, Li Xian found himself taken aback. The blade of his sword struck Karl's neck with force, yet, contrary to expectation, Karl's head did not fall. Instead, Li Xian's blade shattered into countless fragments in an instant. Before Li Xian could utter a word, he observed a faint smile on the face of the individual before him. "Although your background elicits sympathy, I shall not afford my enemies an opportunity." As these words fell, Li Xian beheld a scene awash in crimson brilliance. In that moment, for reasons unknown, Li Xian was transported back to his childhood, recalling the joy radiating from his grandfather as he was handed over by his father. The echoes of a familiar phrase lingered in his ears: "My country, my family, my land, my people." At last, he could rest, could he not? Farewell, Great Wall. Chapter 23. Slaying the Demon Seed. Summoning Li Xian. Karl killed Li Xian. Even in his final moments, Li Xian unleashed a formidable power. Yet he remained no match for Karl. Karl possessed the template of a silver Superman, with heat vision capable of dissolving and evaporating all matter, unlike the heat vision portrayed in films, which often seems ineffectual. Thus, Li Xian was swiftly vanquished by Karl. After all, Li Xian's actions rendered him an adversary to Karl. There was nothing left to discuss when facing an enemy. Resolution was paramount. However, due to Karl's mind-reading abilities, he was privy to Li Xian's thoughts and circumstances. In a previous life, Karl had battled with this hero and had diligently honed his skills for a considerable period. Yet, he was unaware of Li Xian's hidden narrative. If given another chance, Karl would still opt to eliminate his foe. There was no room for regret in confronting an enemy. Yet he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. At that moment, the Great Wall's guards, previously sent flying by Li Xian, rose to their feet. What they beheld, however, was Li Xian's form vanishing amidst the crimson light. It was evident that Li Xian had been slain by Karl. The guards hastily drew their weapons. Truth be told, they had witnessed the events unfold and largely understood that Li Xian was a traitor. Nonetheless, the deeply loyal guards of the Great Wall still regarded Li Xian as a comrade, having fought alongside him in the past. The news of Li Xian's demise at the hands of Karl left them profoundly unsettled. At that juncture, Su Lai bellowed, "Put down your weapons." A multitude exchanged glances, yet none retracted their arms. At this moment, Karl felt a disquiet in his heart, yet he chose not to engage with those around him. Though he harbored thoughts of violence, he would not direct his wrath towards others. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, Karl discerned a city, located several dozen kilometers from Guanxi, under siege by demonic entities. He paid no heed to the tense guards of the Great Wall and soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. The guards, gazing upward at the disappearing figure, were left speechless for quite some time. Simultaneously, Karl arrived within the besieged city. The local forces were fiercely resisting the onslaught of the demons, the battle proving to be devastating, with many among the human race wounded and retreating under relentless assault. Not everyone possesses the battlefield prowess of Sulai. Perturbed by the recent events involving Li Xian, Karl felt an urge for retribution. Without employing his thermal vision, he executed a swift movement, appearing before a colossal demon that was in the act of seizing a soldier to devour him. With a swift punch, he sent the 3 to 4 meter tall demon crashing to the ground, reduced to mere fragments, blood and flesh scattering through the air. Subsequently, Karl traversed the battlefield, delivering devastating blows that shattered the demons into oblivion. In the span of a single breath, he obliterated all the demonic entities within the city. The number of demons here was comparable to, if not exceeding, those in Guanxi, amounting to several hundred. Initially, the human forces were engaged in a fierce struggle, but soon they sensed something amiss. The powerful and ferocious demons had vanished without a trace. Not far from them floated a man clad in peculiar attire, eliciting a moment of confusion among the soldiers, soon followed by jubilant cheers. The demons have disappeared. As they gazed upon the blood and flesh scattered across the ground, they wondered if it belonged to the demons. Indeed, it seemed to be. This indicated that the demons had not merely vanished, but had been entirely eradicated. How had this transpired? The specifics were unclear. Yet the annihilation of the demons was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Previously, they had been retreating with heavy losses, but now, with the demons gone, their spirits soared in relief. "Who are you?" inquired the foremost figure, gazing at Karl with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. Before him stood an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, likely a commander or a local lord, a divine figure among mortals. Divine figure among mortals? The old man echoed instinctively, intrigued by such an unusual appellation. He turned to Karl and respectfully inquired, "Are you the one who vanquished the demons in the city?" Although he was entirely unaware of the events that had transpired, he could not ignore the sudden disappearance of those demons and the appearance of this remarkable individual. Surely, there must be a connection between the two. Karl remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sensed a newfound ability within himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, he focused intently ahead. In the next instant, a figure emerged not far from Karl. This person wielded a black blade and boasted flowing red hair, adorned with peculiar markings. It was none other than Li Xian, who had recently met his demise. "Master," Li Xian bowed respectfully, greeting Karl. Karl nodded, feeling a twinge of discomfort at having taken Li Xian's life. Though he did not regret his actions, it left him somewhat unsettled. Thus, he had come here to eradicate the demons. Yet now, he realized that he had acquired a unique ability, the power to command souls, to summon the spirits of the deceased. The summoned souls would coalesce into corporeal forms, appearing indistinguishable from their living selves, and would regard Karl as their master, obedient to his commands. In the absence of directives from Karl, they would behave as they did in life. If a soul were to perish again, Karl could summon it once more. The silver superhero template he had obtained through the system did not grant him this ability. The power to command souls was a recent development. Karl gazed at Li Xian, deep in contemplation. In this silver age, the enemies of superheroes were numerous and formidable. Hence, superheroes would periodically acquire new abilities. Possessing the silver superhero template, it was likely that he too would gain new powers in due course. This was indeed promising. With such potential in mind, he contemplated the possibility of acquiring the ability to traverse worlds. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether he truly possessed such a capability. Time seemed to waver. After a few moments, Karl gestured grandly. In response, the very fabric of space before him began to shift. The atmosphere became hazy and distorted. Without hesitation, he stepped into that warped space. The next moment, Karl found himself in his own home. My home. After a moment's contemplation, he employed his supervision to search for Sky. In an instant, he spotted Sky, peacefully resting. "Indeed, I possess the power to traverse worlds," Karl acknowledged with a nod. On this occasion, he had not utilized the teleportation of the chat group, but rather his newfound ability. The silver superhero was undeniably formidable. Whatever power he desired was at his command. Karl chuckled lightly, and then returned to the realm of kings. Observing Li Xian before him, Karl spoke. "You shall remain in this world, pursuing your desires." "Yes," Li Xian replied with a bow before turning to depart. Karl watched as Li Xian's figure steadily ran westward, toward the direction of the Great Wall's guard army. Chapter 24, Subsequent Impacts, Return to the World. Back to the Great Wall, Karl pondered, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing silhouette approached him. It was a striking figure with long pink hair, hastening toward an elderly man nearby. "Father, are you all right?" the young woman inquired with concern. Many buildings in the city had been destroyed, and numerous soldiers were injured. Karl glanced at the woman and recognized her. She was Garo from the realm of kings. This implied that the elderly man was Garo's father. Karl felt a twinge of surprise. In his previous life, he had been unaware of the background story here, as the battles had taken precedence. He hadn't anticipated arriving in the city where Garo resided, though it was of little significance. He observed Garo conversing with her father before he returned directly to his own world. The silver-haired elder was recounting the events that had transpired earlier. We were engaged in combat against the demon species attacking Thousand Caves City when suddenly, all the demons perished, their bodies shattering upon defeat. Then, a figure clad in a black cloak appeared, floating in the air. He proclaimed himself the god of the mortal realm. So where is he? The elder gestured toward the location where Karl stood. Yet, he found that the figure had vanished. Garo glanced over and inquired, did he save Chinku City? Moments ago. Upon his arrival, Garo had indeed noticed Karl. After all, he soared through the air, clad in remarkably distinctive attire, making it difficult not to take notice. However, the well-being of his family took precedence. Thus, Garo refrained from focusing too much on Karl. Now, realizing that this individual might be his father and the savior of the city, Garo naturally wished to express his gratitude. Unfortunately, the man had already disappeared. What a mysterious and formidable person, Garo could not help but think. In Chang'an City, within a secluded estate of the empire, the courtyard was adorned with resplendent peonies. A figure with snow-white hair, dressed in the garb of a Taoist, was seated before a chessboard. Opposite him sat a blue-haired youth. The pace at which they placed their pieces was astonishingly swift, as if devoid of contemplation. The Taoist's attention, however, was not fixated on the board, but rather on distant matters. The conditions at the Great Wall Pass in Chinku City were likely similar. Both the demonic spawn and the other individuals were prepared. Consequently, the omens regarding the Great Wall would soon come to fruition. As he pondered, a silhouette appeared, wielding an oiled paper umbrella. It was a girl with rabbit-like ears. Upon entering, the girl bowed to the Taoist and presented a letter. Once the letter was received, she swiftly departed. The Taoist, maintaining a calm demeanor, opened the letter. However, upon reading it, his pupils suddenly widened. How could this be? Both the demonic spawn at the pass and those in Chinku City had been eradicated? Who on earth is this deity of humanity? The letter contained accounts of the occurrences at the Great Wall in Chinku City. The young boy, placing a piece, glanced at the Taoist in surprise, unaware of the events that had transpired to elicit such an expression from his master. Karl returned to the Marvel Universe, finding himself at home. Before embarking on his mission, he had retrieved his black battle suit, but now he changed into casual attire. With a flicker, Karl appeared in the Sky family residence. It was still midday. Previously, Sky donned the attire of a female superhero and engaged in battle with Karl for several hours. Consequently, Sky now finds herself utterly fatigued, taking a moment to rest. At this juncture, Karl, sensing an urge, entered the chat group. Thousand-handed princess. Karl, you completed the mission quite swiftly, did you not? Have you returned to your own realm? Goddess of the mortal realm. He should have returned by now, as it has been some time since the task was accomplished. When a member of the group posts a task and its completion, not only does the individual receive a notification, but the entire chat group is also informed. Thus, at the moment Karl vanquished the demonic entities, all group members became aware. Blade King, it seems Karl is not present. Blade King, perhaps we should inquire with General Su Lai, commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. General Su Lai, has the mission been completed? Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. Indeed, it has. Karl is remarkable. He swiftly eliminated hundreds of demons. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. I extend my gratitude to Karl. Goddess of the mortal realm, General Su Lai. Did you record a video while Karl was engaged in battle? Goddess of the mortal realm. I wish to witness Karl's valor. Goddess of the mortal realm. I would like to see it too. Goddess of the mortal realm. I have yet to witness Karl in combat. Blade King. I share the same desire. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. Unfortunately, I did not. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. At that moment, I was entangled in combat with 3 formidable demons. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. Though I hesitate to admit it, I indeed found myself at a disadvantage. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. As soon as Karl appeared, he instantaneously annihilated hundreds of demons. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. I had not even considered recording a video before it was all over. Goddess of the mortal realm. Very well. Goddess of the mortal realm. That is unfortunate. Blade King. It is indeed regrettable. Blade King. We can only hope that next time, during a mission, we remember to record a video. Goddess of the mortal realm. Precisely. Goddess of the mortal realm. If Karl accepts my task next time, I shall certainly ensure a video is recorded. Goddess of the mortal realm. So shall I. Goddess of the mortal realm. He has returned. There is no need for concern. Goddess of the mortal realm. General Su Lai. There is no need for formality. Goddess of the mortal realm. After all, there are score rewards. Goddess of the mortal realm. Indeed, Goddess of the mortal realm. Karl has earned 100,000 points from this task. My sister seems to be suffering from a case of adolescent delusion. What should I do? How enviable this is. I cannot even afford a suit of iron armor. Tianren Wang. Envy level 1. After purchasing the Sharingan, I scarcely have any points left. Qinsho Princess. Envy level 2. Lord Karl is truly impressive. God of Humanity. Allow me to send a red envelope. Group member God of Humanity has sent a red envelope. My sister, afflicted with adolescent delusion, has acquired 220 points. Qinsho Princess has gained 300 points. Tianren Wang has received 120 points. Karl glanced at the record of red envelope claims and noticed that Su Lai's name was absent from the list. Chapter 25. Su Lai's Reaction. The Leisurely Group Members. Karl sent a red envelope and noted that Su Lai's name was still missing from the claims. It is likely due to the situation involving Li Xin, which may have caused some friction. Although Karl allowed Li Xin to remain in the world of kings, he did not interfere with his actions. Li Xion's departure was toward the direction of the wall guard, yet it does not necessarily imply he would return there. Perhaps he seeks to silently guard the wall? His intentions are his own, unrelated to Karl. Moreover, even if Li Xion were to return to the wall guard, given the short time frame, it is doubtful he would arrive promptly. After all, the distance from the Thousand Caves city, where Karl summoned Li Xion, to the location of the wall guard is considerable. After conversing for a while, Su Lai excused himself, citing other matters. My sister seems to be suffering from a case of adolescent delusion. General Su Lai appears quite busy, as he is yet to claim the red envelope. Tianren Wang. Indeed, he has not claimed it. Tianren Wang. It is likely due to the situation in Guan City. Did we not previously mention the invasion of demonic forces in Guan City? Tianren Wang. Now that Lord Karl has resolved the demonic threat, General Su Lai, as the responsible party for Guan City, must attend to the aftermath. Qinsho Princess. That makes sense. It truly seems to be the case. Qinsho Princess. After all, status entails not only glory and privilege, but also responsibility. The group members also noticed that Su Lai had not claimed the red envelope. However, they did not consider other possibilities. They merely assumed that Su Lai was engrossed in official duties and pressed for time. Yet, how much time would it take to claim a red envelope? A second? If one is quick, it may not take even that long. Is there time to converse, but not to claim a red envelope? They did not ponder deeply. After all, what transpired in the world of kings was beyond the knowledge of the other group members. Karl did not elaborate much on the matter, showing little concern for Su Lai's actions, likely due to the situation involving Li Xian. However, he felt no obligation to provide an explanation. Karl chose to act as he wished, without needing to justify himself to anyone. As for his sister, who was caught in a phase of adolescent delusions, she exclaimed, "Wow, your words, Tsunade, are truly insightful, and you seem to empathize so well." She continued, "By the way, your group nickname should be Princess of the Thousand Hands. The truth is singular." She declared, "Tsunade, you must be a princess of a kingdom, right? This perspective helps to clarify your empathetic nature. I am correct, am I not?" "The Princess of the Thousand Hands, the deity of humanity," remarked Tianren Wang, who enthusiastically echoed, "Wow, Sister Shurjia, your reasoning is impeccable. This is splendid." "Indeed, indeed." She laughed. "Keep striving, little Kaisa. One day, you too shall possess wisdom surpassing mine." "Understood, Sister Shurjia," exclaimed the young Taka, who seemed to have uncovered a significant secret, suddenly filled with excitement. Kaisa, on the other hand, found merit in Shurjia's words. The two appeared to engage in a comedic performance, one daring to voice thoughts while the other not only believed, but also offered support. Karl observed the discussions in the chat group, unable to suppress a smile. Taka displayed a remarkable imagination. He was well aware that Tsunade was not a princess of any nation, but rather a member of the Senju clan. After all, her grandfather was Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage and leader of the Senju clan. As the cherished granddaughter of such a figure, her status surpassed that of any foreign princess. Indeed, Hashirama was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, revered as the god of ninjas. If he so desired, he could not only obliterate a single nation, but could even threaten the entire world of shinobi. Therefore, while Tsunade was not a princess of a kingdom, her standing was incomparable to that of an ordinary princess. Thus, Taka's assertion was not entirely inaccurate. What struck Karl as peculiar was, the performances of Tsubaki Takanashi and Kesha are quite remarkable. One is exceedingly lively, often engaging in group chats, while the other appears as an adorable young girl. This stark contrast does not align with Karl's previous impressions of the two. Kesha, being quite young, is merely a teenager at this juncture, not yet the formidable angel king she is destined to become in the future. As for Tsubaki Takanashi, Has she not already ascended to the position of head chef in a restaurant? It seems as though she has transformed significantly since her days reminiscent of a whimsical anime character. Karl, who often observes from the sidelines, has not directly inquired but has discerned the ages of the group members. After some contemplation, he could not refrain from sharing his thoughts. God of humanity, speaking of which, are you all this idle? God of humanity, do you not have work, studies, or battles to attend to? To which Tsubaki replied, I work at a restaurant, and I was originally quite busy. However, with this chat group, I no longer have to toil as hard. After all, 1 point can be exchanged for over $10,000. With just a casual check-in, I can earn my meals. Work? I only go when I feel like it. The manager's daughter adores the cakes I bake, and I have a good rapport with the manager. So, naturally, I have plenty of free time. In truth, Tsubaki did not disclose that her original dream was not to become a chef. Following her father's passing, she was compelled to abandon her studies upon graduating high school to pursue culinary arts instead. Now, devoid of financial burdens, she is disinclined to work. Meanwhile, Princess Chikage remarked, I have temporarily completed my task and am awaiting orders. King of the Blade added, I have nothing pressing either. God of humanity observed, well, it seems these individuals are indeed quite leisurely. Karl, however, felt unqualified to critique others, as he had even sold his own company for the funds, preferring to avoid the burdens of management. Tsubaki then inquired, Tsunade, you have yet to respond to me. Was my analysis accurate? Princess Chikage and King of the Blade expressed their curiosity. Princess Chikage continued, not quite right. I do not even know why my nickname is this. Following which, Tsunade elaborated on the history of the Senju clan. Tsubaki exclaimed, wow, so that's how it is. Sister, what should I do about her delusions? Isn't it more formidable than being a princess? Tianren Wang, indeed. Shinsho princess, not at all. After chatting for a while in the group, Karl exited the chat upon realizing that Sky had awakened. Chapter 26, The Awkward Su Lai and the Clever Shihua. Karl discovered that Sky was awake and promptly left the chat group. With a smile, he inquired, awake? Sky nodded, feeling somewhat hungry. Shall we go for a meal? All right. After freshening up, the two ventured out. Following their meal, they opted not to return home, but instead decided to enjoy some time by the seaside. While Karl was savoring his dinner, he felt a sudden urge to re-enter the chat group. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, thank you so much, Karl, for your assistance in this matter. God of humanity Tianren Wang. Tianren Wang, General Su Lai, why are you thanking Karl again? Didn't you already express your gratitude? Sister, what should I do about her delusions? Confused. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Previously, I expressed my thanks regarding the demon seed issue, but now it pertains to a comrade. Tianren Wang. Oh, I see. Sister, what should I do about her delusions? Eating melon seeds. Tianren Wang. Did Karl also save your comrade? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Indeed, he did. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Not only did Karl eliminate the demon seed from Guanshi, but he also saved my comrade. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Although the process was quite complex, that is the gist of it. Tianren Wang. I understand now. Sister, what should I do about her delusions? 666. As Karl re-entered the chat group, he observed the exchanges among Su Lai and others. Immediately, he surmised that Li Xian must have returned to the Great Wall Guard, prompting Su Lai to thank him once more. The tone of their conversation had shifted considerably. However, Karl did not dwell on it too much. His actions were driven by his own intentions and were of no concern to others. God of humanity, General Su Lai, there is no need to be so formal. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, it's no formality. I am truly grateful to you. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, although I recognize that your strength far surpasses that of a mere mortal like myself, I still must express my gratitude. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, Karl, you have saved the Great Wall and the citizens of Yuqing, as well as aided Li Xian. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, this immense favor will be forever etched in my memory. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army, in the future, should Lord Karl require anything. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army, I, Su Lai, shall undoubtedly brave fire and water without hesitation. Tianren Wang, shocked. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a weirdo? Onlookers, deity of the mortal realm. Very well, General Su Lai's goodwill shall be accepted. One should not strike those who extend a smiling face. Though Karl felt that there would be no occasion for Su Lai's assistance, he could not utter any harsh words given the other's demeanor. Upon witnessing Karl's response, Su Lai appeared considerably more cheerful, engaging in conversation with the group members for quite some time. Suddenly, it seemed that Keisha recalled something and inquisitively spoke up. Tianren Wang, General Su Lai, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army, speak freely. I shall disclose all that I know. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army, is it a question regarding Lord Karl's strength? Tianren Wang, not precisely, though I am indeed curious about Lord Karl's abilities. Tianren Wang, however, What I wish to ask now is whether you have completed your official duties, General Sulai. Tianren Wang. I noticed you appeared quite busy a few hours ago. Tianren Wang. Yet now, you seem quite free to chat in the group. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a weirdo? Indeed. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a weirdo? Have all matters been resolved? The chat group fell into a prolonged silence for several moments. After a considerable pause, initially, Taka, Yushika, and Keisha awaited Sulai's reply, but as time stretched on with no response, they began to harbor doubts. Had the chat group perhaps frozen? Unable to contain herself, Keisha spoke up. Tianren Wang, General Sulai, Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army. Those official matters have indeed been concluded. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army. However, I do have a few matters to attend to now. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army. I shall take my leave for a while. You all continue your conversation. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army. Thank you, Lord Karl. In truth, Sulai expressed his gratitude twice, and his demeanor had shifted significantly. Finding time to chat was not due to the completion of official duties, but rather because of the matter concerning Li Xian. He harbored grievances against Karl for having slain Li Xian, as they were comrades who fought together, regardless of any faults. Li Xian should have been imprisoned or reported to Chang'an. Even if the charges were severe, imprisonment did not necessarily equate to death. The result was that Karl was killed. Now he realizes that he seems to have wronged Karl, which naturally brings him a touch of guilt. Indeed, Karl is a genuinely good person. Sulai is not one to lie by nature. Feeling somewhat awkward, he chose to leave directly. Humanity's deity, polite. Heaven's Blade King. Heaven's Blade King. Why does it feel like General Sulai is acting strangely? Did something happen over there? Sister with a Chinibu problem. It seems so. I too sense an unusual atmosphere. Sister with a Chinibu problem. What could it be? Sister with a Chinibu problem. Karl. Do you know what is going on with General Sulai? Humanity's deity. I do not know. Didn't he mention he had matters to attend to? Karl likely understands the reason behind Sulai's transformation. However, such matters need not be disclosed. Humanity's deity. I've slipped out. Heaven's Blade King. All right, farewell, Karl. Humanity's deity. Goodbye. Sister with a Chinibu problem. Karl has left as well. Sister with a Chinibu problem. My intuition tells me that something must have transpired with General Sulai that we are unaware of. Sister with a Chinibu problem. Moreover, Karl likely knows about it too. Sister with a Chinibu problem. Those two seem rather suspicious. Heaven's Blade King. Wow. Sister Sherhua, your reasoning is quite profound. Sister with a Chinibu problem. Haha. At this moment, Karl had not yet exited the chat group. Observing the conversations within, he wore a somewhat peculiar expression. After a brief smile, he left the chat group. Currently, Karl was dining with Sky at a restaurant. Nearby, Sky, who was eating, smiled at Karl with a face full of curiosity. What had happened to make him so cheerful? Well, Stark Industries stock has risen significantly, Karl remarked. Taking a sip of red wine, his demeanor unaltered. Oh, that is indeed good news, Sky nodded in response. Unexpectedly, Stark Industries stock still had room for growth. Of course. After all, Stark Industries has a close partnership with the authorities, and it is also a long-established enterprise. All right, Sky was not well-versed in such matters. Yet she had heard of Stark Industries. It seemed that hardly anyone in the entire country was unaware of it. Chapter 27. An Inconvenient Reward. The Expelled Karl After Dining. Karl and Sky took a leisurely stroll home. Upon arriving at Sky's residence, Karl once again experienced the remarkable qualities of the Wonder Woman suit. However, it appeared that this particular suit could use a wash. After all, would it still be functional post-cleaning? At midnight, Sky, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep slumber without even attending to her nightly routine. She was simply too fatigued. Karl had been training his body and honing combat skills since childhood. After all, in the Marvel Universe, while superheroes abound, so do supervillains. Even though he had previously been an ordinary person, having some fighting prowess could potentially prove life-saving in critical moments. Surprisingly, over the past 25 years, Karl had seldom engaged in any brawls. Instead, his physical training had found utility in other areas. Although Karl had several girlfriends, Sky had only managed to hold her ground with great difficulty before. Now, with Karl having acquired the Silver Superman template, Sky seemed to falter completely. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! The host can check in today. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Without hesitation, Karl nodded affirmatively. Check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the Catwoman suit. Catwoman? Karl was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall who this Catwoman was. A superhero, perhaps? As the system's notification faded, several garments materialized before Karl. Instinctively, he grasped them. This time, the attire appeared rather simplistic, consisting only of a jumpsuit and a mask, both in black, seemingly crafted from leather. So, this was Catwoman. Upon examining the suit in his hands, he recognized it as the one worn by Catwoman in the film The Dark Knight Rises. It seemed rather appealing, didn't it? A pure smile spread across Karl's face. This way, the Wonder Woman suit could also undergo a wash. Setting the Catwoman's suit aside, Karl proceeded to freshen up. Feeling quite elated, after completing his personal care, he retired for the night. The following day, Karl experienced the excellence of the Catwoman suit. To be frank, this attire was indeed stunning, exuding a beauty distinctly different from that of the Wonder Woman suit. However, there was one aspect where it fell short. It was somewhat inconvenient. Adjustments were necessary to enhance its functionality. After modifications, it turned out to be quite satisfactory. On the third day, Karl received the Wonder Woman costume on the fourth day, followed by the Flash costume. He did not give the former to Skye, as the design was clearly unsuitable for a woman. Moreover, Karl had no desire to wear it and decided to leave it untouched. The Flash costume, on the other hand, simply did not align with his taste. On that day, Skye, somewhat exasperated, urged Karl to leave the house, saying, "Hey Karl, you really ought to go home. There are many relatives and friends waiting for you. Go find them." She could no longer tolerate his presence and pushed him out the door. There was nothing she could do. She simply could not contend with him. After all, battling multiple times a day was exhausting. Karl, gazing at the firmly shut door, shrugged with a smile. As an ordinary person, Skye could not compel him to stay, though he chose not to resist. He replied cheerfully, "Then I shall return home and come back to see you after a while." From behind the door, Skye's weary voice echoed, "All right, just let me rest for a bit." Karl peered through the door and saw Skye retreating to her bed to continue resting. He chuckled softly, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing in his own home to begin his morning routine. When Skye awoke in the morning, she had promptly sent Karl away, and he hadn't even had the chance to wash his face. Frankly, Karl felt that she was being a bit excessive. If she insisted he go home, he should at least have been allowed to freshen up and have breakfast first. He resolved to educate Skye properly in the future. In a nearby CAF, Daredevil Matthew was sipping coffee with his colleagues. "I hope you might consider suing those wealthy individuals," one suggested. "It doesn't matter if they are guilty. What's important is that you can profit from it." "Absolutely not." Matthew firmly rejected the notion. As Daredevil, he was committed to being a champion of justice. His colleague merely sighed, choosing not to press the matter further. As Matthew savored his coffee, his mind drifted back to recent events, the mysterious figure who had swiftly dispatched Kingpin's henchmen and extorted him. Despite not being able to see the person, Matthew's extraordinary senses indicated that this individual possessed formidable strength, whether through their incredible energy manipulation or physical prowess. After all, Matthew had experienced it firsthand. After being struck by Karl, he had struggled to crawl out of the ocean, utterly immobilized at the time. A few hours later, he finally made his way to the hospital. Following that, he spent several days resting at home, during which he recovered significantly. It is worth noting that Daredevil possesses the remarkable ability to hear sounds from several kilometers away, equipped with radar-like senses. He also boasts physical attributes that surpass those of an ordinary person. His speed, strength, and stamina are unparalleled. Yet, despite these extraordinary qualities, Daredevil found himself incapacitated for an extended period after being struck by Karl. This was the gravest injury he had ever sustained, without exception. Fortunately, his recuperative powers are formidable, and he is now able to return to his normal routine. However, engaging in high-intensity combat remains beyond his capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, Karl had no intention of inflicting harm at that moment. Had he possessed such intent, Daredevil would have faced a fate akin to that of the demonic entities in the realm of the king. At this juncture, Matthew caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance. A stunning woman with chestnut hair entered the CAF. She possessed a striking figure and exquisite features. Upon entering, she chose a seat, placed her order, and awaited her meal with an air of nobility and elegance. After a moment of contemplation, Daredevil grasped his cane and made his way toward her location. The woman initially paid him no mind. However, upon realizing he was a person with a disability, her demeanor softened. The two exchanged a few words, but as she glanced at her watch, she announced, "I have other engagements. I must take my leave," and subsequently exited the CF. Matthew felt a surge of joy during their brief conversation, but alas, he had forgotten to inquire about her name. He hurriedly pursued her outside the CAF, but the woman, upon noticing Daredevil's approach, mistook him for a stalker. In a moment of misunderstanding, she resorted to physical confrontation. Meanwhile, Karl languidly sat on the sofa, nursing a drink after finishing breakfast. Feeling somewhat bored without Skye around to experience the prowess of the battle suit, he pondered visiting his bar. However, it was still morning, and the bar had yet to open. Perhaps he could check on what his other girlfriends were up to. With this thought, Karl activated his supervision to search for his partners. Moments later, he spotted a striking figure with brown hair. At that moment, this woman was engaged in a battle with a man wearing sunglasses. Chapter 28. Karl's girlfriend and the stressed daredevil. The captivating figure with brown hair was named Erica. While she lacked superpowers, she was an expert in various martial arts and proficient with multiple weapons. The physical prowess is comparable to that of Olympic champions, with metrics reaching the pinnacle of human capability. Due to experiences in his youth, he developed a profound interest in martial arts. Karl first encountered Erica at school, as they both attended the same university, naturally becoming a couple. Now, upon seeing Erica, Karl raised an eyebrow slightly, for he not only beheld her, but also the enigmatic daredevil. The two were engaged in a one-on-one battle on the street. Although Daredevil was currently donned in sunglasses and dressed in a white-collar attire, starkly contrasting his previous appearance in the red costume reminiscent of Captain America, Karl recognized him instantly. He had glimpsed Daredevil's true visage during their initial meeting. Karl possessed extraordinary vision, enabling him to see great distances and observe the cosmos, along with the ability of X-ray vision and other capabilities. The thought struck him, Daredevil was actually sparring with my girlfriend. With a fleeting smile, Karl vanished in an instant, reappearing near Erica and Daredevil in front of a CAF. The encounter between Daredevil, Matthew, and the recently met Erica was anything but a life-and-death struggle. After all, Daredevil was a superhero of justice, and his current aim was merely to engage in a flirtation. Consequently, he did not exert his full strength. After exchanging a few blows, he assessed her capabilities. She was quite formidable, far superior to the average person, yet still significantly lacking compared to him. Daredevil found himself increasingly intrigued by this woman, recognizing that she posed no real threat to him, especially as she was merely an ordinary individual and it was daytime. He decided to feign inferiority, allowing her to best him, which would facilitate his approach. If he were to defeat her, she might very well retreat in anger and embarrassment. After contemplating for a moment, Daredevil resolved to pretend to be bested. However, just then, a voice laced with amusement broke through the air. Bullying a woman is hardly a gentlemanly act. Simultaneously, Daredevil sensed. His arms were ensnared by the unyielding grip of steel. A furrow formed upon his brow, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Yet, scarcely had this thought materialized when Daredevil felt the world spin violently around him. In an instant, he crashed heavily to the ground, the fragrant aroma of fresh grass wafting to his nostrils. Momentarily taken aback, he instinctively propped himself up, his palms making contact with the verdant earth beneath him, registering that he had arrived at a nearby lawn. Was he truly on the grass? Daredevil found it hard to believe. Though sight eluded him, his perceptive abilities were extraordinarily acute. His senses of hearing, touch, smell, and taste exceeded those of the average person. Through rigorous training, he had developed an almost radar-like capacity, enabling him to discern his surroundings within several kilometers, even in darkness. He was no stranger to the CAF. Outside, there was no lawn, the nearest patch of grass being several meters away. This revelation suggested that Daredevil had been thrown over 10 meters. How could that be? The woman he had just encountered should not possess such strength. If she did, he mused, their confrontation would not have unfolded with such ease. He unleashed his full sensory prowess, and in an instant, a cacophony of sounds and scents enveloped him, painting a vivid picture of his surroundings in his mind. Indeed, he found himself on the grass, more than 10 meters away from the CAF, while the woman he had just battled was now engaged in a passionate kiss with a man. Daredevil's anger ignited, and an expletive escaped his lips. What on earth? The enchanting woman he had endeavored to approach just moments ago was kissing someone else. Fueled by indignation, he surged forward. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ears. Daredevil, it seems we are quite fated, aren't we? The words halted him in his tracks. The voice was hauntingly familiar. With his heightened perception, he could discern every individual's voice with precision. This particular voice, he realized, belonged to the formidable presence he had encountered days prior when confronting Kingpin. In that instant, the once vigorous Daredevil was rendered motionless, unsure of how to respond. Should he assert his dominance and confront her? Perhaps it was wiser to refrain. He still wished to see another day. Previously, I had endured a blow, and now my body still bears the remnants of pain, a lingering discomfort. Moreover, within the confines of my perception, I observed the other party in an intimate embrace with that enchanting woman. She did not reject him. Rather, she nestled against him. It was evident that their relationship was quite close, especially considering the kiss they had shared moments ago. They were either spouses or lovers. The Night Devil, a stranger to me, had only recently made my acquaintance, leaving little to discuss. Initially, I felt a subconscious surge of anger, but upon reflection, it is hardly astonishing that such a beauty would have a partner. As a superhero, the Night Devil swiftly recalibrated his mindset. Yet, he soon wore a pained expression. After enduring a beating from Karl a few days prior, the Night Devil was acutely aware that this individual was not a champion of justice like himself. Encountering him previously was merely a stroke of bad luck. he should have remained silent. How is it that today, by mere chance, I encounter a beautiful lady who happens to be his girlfriend? The night devil lamented that his fortune was decidedly dismal. What's wrong? Why are you standing there? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Karl, with a smile adorning his face, regarded the night devil. Matthew, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, struggled to find words. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, I apologize. This is merely a misunderstanding. After all, the night devil understood that he was genuinely unable to match Karl's strength. More importantly, as a superhero, he recognized that he bore some culpability in this situation. Had he known that the other party had a boyfriend, he would have acted differently. Karl, with a grin, fixed his gaze on the night devil. Possessing the ability to read minds, he was privy to the night devil's thoughts. Initially, Karl had intended to confront the night devil for his previous altercation with Erica, even contemplating a more severe course of action. However, his perspective had shifted. Perhaps retaining the night devil could diminish the presence of villains and criminals? At that moment, Erica, brimming with excitement, inquired, Karl, what brings you here? I came specifically to find you, he replied. Is that so? Then let us go shopping. Erica exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Karl smiled. Very well. Chapter 29. Has the midlife crisis struck? In astonishment, Erica and Karl paid no heed to the nearby daredevil. They exchanged a glance and embraced before departing. Meanwhile, Daredevil remained, acutely aware of their retreating figures, rendered speechless by a sense of being overlooked. Fortunately, this powerful being refrained from taking action. His injuries had yet to heal completely, and further harm would be truly unfortunate. Of course, there existed outcomes far more dire than mere injury. Yet, Daredevil chose not to dwell on such thoughts. After a considerable pause, he turned and returned to the CAF, taking his seat once more. At that moment, a twinge of regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have pursued them. His colleague wore a mischievous grin. So, Matthew, did you manage to obtain that girl's contact information? I must say, she is quite stunning. Why do you have weeds on you? Daredevil merely offered a wry smile and refrained from elaborating further. On the other side of town, Karl had his arm around Erica as they walked down the street. Suddenly, Erica recalled the earlier incident and looked at Karl with curiosity. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Was it you who sent that person flying several meters away? And when did you arrive? Weren't you in Queens recently? Erica inquired, her curiosity piqued. Previously, upon seeing Karl, her joy had distracted her from pondering these matters deeply. Now, as her thoughts settled, she began to notice inconsistencies. For instance, just moments ago, she had been engaged in a confrontation with Daredevil, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. A shadow had briefly flitted away, presumably that of Daredevil, only for Karl to suddenly appear before her. When she turned again, she saw Daredevil standing several meters away on the grass. Then, Karl kissed her, and she instinctively responded with warmth. Such an occurrence was evidently out of the ordinary. Erica and Karl had been in a relationship for many years. They began dating during his freshman year of college, and he had even met Erica's father. Hence, without hesitation, Erica voiced her thoughts. Oh, I just got here. Karl nodded in affirmation. I was at home when I saw you fighting with someone, so I came to assist you. As for that person, it was indeed I who threw him out. You came from home. I thought you were in Queens. That's right, Queens. Erica gazed at Karl in disbelief. Queens? The location where Erica found herself was Manhattan. There exists a considerable distance between Queens and Manhattan. Even by subway, the journey would take several minutes. Yet, Karl had just mentioned that he first witnessed her engaged in a scuffle and then arrived here. His words seemed rather flawed. Firstly, the distance between Queens and Manhattan is quite substantial. At least, from a human's line of sight, it is impossible to observe events in Manhattan from Queens. Secondly, even if Karl had been able to see her fighting, the fact that he arrived here while the altercation was still ongoing is evidently illogical. It takes dozens of minutes by subway. Did you fly here faster than the subway? How did you manage to arrive? If you indeed flew, it must have taken less than a second. Are you jesting, Karl? Erica looked at him, somewhat speechless. She initially thought Karl was joking, as they had shared laughs before, albeit not particularly humorous ones. I am not joking, Karl replied, shaking his head. Have you forgotten the person I threw over 10 meters? Do you think you could achieve that? That was me who did it. Erica hesitated. She indeed could not replicate such a feat. Moreover, she found it hard to believe that Karl could have thrown someone that far. Erica and Karl were university alumni, having studied at the same institution. On one occasion, Erica witnessed Karl sparring with members of the martial arts club. Having trained physically and practiced combat techniques from a young age, Karl easily defeated many opponents. This sparked Erica's interest, and they gradually became acquainted. Erica was aware of Karl's combat capabilities, which were roughly comparable to her own. However, even so, it was implausible for him to throw someone over 10 meters. After all, Erica herself could not achieve that. It was beyond the capacity of an average person. Yet, despite her skepticism, she could not explain the earlier incident, for the individual had indeed appeared more than 10 meters away. Erica was momentarily at a loss regarding the situation. Karl chuckled and said, in simple terms, I have suddenly acquired extraordinary powers. Not only can I fly, but I also possess a speed surpassing that of an airplane. I even have telepathy. I know what you were thinking. Karl did not conceal matters pertaining to his own abilities. In fact, he had never considered hiding them. Even if he were to be discovered during combat or flight by official personnel or journalists from television stations or newspapers, to him, there was no necessity for such concealment. Why should he hide? Was he to be concerned that others might learn of his extraordinary powers and trouble him? Such individuals were no different from harbingers of doom. Karl harbored no fear of them, nor would he spare them. As for those close to him, like Sky and Erica, there was even less reason for obfuscation. Yet, Erica was doubled over with laughter, unable to contain herself. She clutched Karl's shoulder, her exuberance radiating. Ha ha ha. Karl, your jest is rather amusing. Superpowers? Have you succumbed to a midlife crisis? That shouldn't be the case. You graduated from university years ago. Karl, meanwhile, was admiring Erica's figure, which was already splendid, but seemed to become even more captivating with her radiant smile. After a moment, he too smiled in response. I speak only the truth. I possess telepathy. You were pondering how that just occurred. I have already informed you. It was I who ejected that individual. You may now attempt to think of something else for me to guess. Very well, Erica replied, still smiling, her thoughts lingering on the notion that Karl was merely jesting with her. After all, such matters were challenging for an ordinary person to accept. Karl remained unfazed. Moments later, he spoke again. You resent your father for compelling you to attend the banquet. At his words, Erica was momentarily taken aback, for indeed, that was precisely what she had been thinking. Erica took a moment to compose herself, rationalizing it as mere coincidence. After all, Karl did know her quite well. Just then, Karl continued, you think my guessing was merely happenstance, yet you also find the notion of my midlife crisis rather endearing. Erica's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Karl. Are you truly suggesting that I might believe you possess telepathy? If you remain skeptical, I can provide you with a direct experience. With that, Karl wrapped an arm around Erica's waist. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished. Almost simultaneously, they appeared suspended in the air, and Erica was left in utter astonishment, gazing down at the sprawling buildings below. Chapter 30, the welfare segment, poor Matthew before long. They arrived at Karl's residence. Karl gazed at Erica with a smile and said, what do you think? This is truly unbelievable. Erica exclaimed, astonished. She had not anticipated that Karl was not jesting, nor was he merely indulging in fanciful daydreams. He genuinely possessed extraordinary powers, powers that even enabled him to soar through the skies. Action spoke louder than words. Karl's earlier assertions paled in comparison to the reality of their brief flight together. Karl, however, did not dwell on Erica's admiration and shrugged it off. With a look of wonder, Erica asked, how did you come to possess such remarkable abilities? When did you discover them? A few days ago, Karl replied. This ability suddenly manifested. Wow, I am so envious. Erica remarked wistfully. From a young age, she had always been fond of combat sports and martial arts, which explained her dedication to training. Naturally, upon learning of Karl's extraordinary powers, her envy intensified. Karl chuckled softly and retrieved a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator. Just then, Erica's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw it was her father's call. Oh no, my dad is urging me to attend a cocktail party, she said. Answering the call, after a brief conversation, she hung up, took a sip of wine, and Karl casually inquired, what is the matter? It's just my father insisting that I attend the cocktail party. He claims the driver can't find me and is pressing me to go, Erica remarked, taking Karl's wine glass and sipping from it nonchalantly. Karl, unperturbed, simply fetched another glass for himself. A cocktail party, after all, was quite ordinary. Given that Karl was thriving in his business endeavors, it was only natural for him to partake in such events. With stakes in several major companies, he frequently attended gatherings hosted by these corporations. It was not that he particularly relished these soirees. Rather, he considered them a diversion from his boredom. Moreover, the cocktail parties he attended were predominantly organized by large corporations, offering fine wines and often featuring appearances from film and television stars. After all, big companies sought to maintain an impressive image, and celebrities were eager to attend such upscale gatherings to secure advantageous connections. In this industry, access to resources and influential backgrounds held significant weight. Indeed, one could not deny that many of these stars possessed notable prowess and experience. Consequently, Karl had grown quite familiar with the nature of these cocktail parties. Ultimately, whether his business thrived or faltered was of little concern to him. I no longer work for his company, so there's no need to drag me along to the cocktail party, Erica lamented. You have no idea how insufferable the people at those gatherings can be. They approach you, each one more pretentious than the last. Karl raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, then I shall accompany you to the soiree. Absolutely. Erica exclaimed, her excitement palpable. My father's driver is currently in Manhattan, near that CAF we were just at. We must go there first so I can change my outfit before heading to the event. Karl, taken aback, inquired, are we going now? Isn't it rather early for a cocktail party? Most of the soirees he had attended previously were held in the afternoon or evening, allowing time for various activities. He had assumed Erica's father was merely nudging her to attend, not realizing the event was scheduled for such an early hour. Well, it's not too bad. Erica clarified. The party is at 10:30 in the morning, but we need to arrive a bit earlier. Ah, I see. Karl nodded, finishing his glass of red wine. Since I must attend the event, I shall change into something more appropriate. With that, Karl swiftly donned a deep burgundy suit and tidied his hair. Having attended numerous cocktail parties before, he understood that casual attire was not suitable for such occasions. Basic etiquette must be upheld. He recalled instances from his previous life where individuals showed up in tattered shirts, shorts, and flip-flops, only to embarrass themselves at social gatherings, an experience Karl wished to avoid at all costs. As a dashing and affluent gentleman, Karl had initially attended these gatherings under the guidance of his esteemed elder, who was meticulous about etiquette and ensured Karl was always dressed impeccably. Since then, Karl had maintained a commitment to basic decorum, not out of concern for others, but as a reflection of self-respect. He had never experienced a cocktail party at 10:30 in the morning and was uncertain if there would be any special activities during such an early hour. When Erica saw Karl in his suit, her eyes sparkled, and she rushed over to kiss him. Darling, you look utterly dashing. Although Karl looked handsome in anything, Erica had a particular fondness for formal attire. Karl arched an eyebrow and replied with a faint smile, that is only natural. Now, let us be on our way to that CAF. All right, Erica agreed. Karl tidied up the wine and glasses before leading Erica out of the house. In the next moment, Karl and Erica appeared near the CAF from earlier. After walking for a while, they spotted a sleek black luxury sedan. The driver, upon seeing Karl, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly bowed and opened the rear door. Mr. Karl. With a nod, Karl and Erica entered the vehicle. At that moment, Daredevil and his colleague happened to exit the CAF. The car that Karl occupied was parked merely a few dozen meters in front of the CAF. They instantly caught sight of Karl and Erica. Karl, impeccably dressed and strikingly handsome, and Erica, with her impressive figure and exquisite features, were a perfect match. As they got into the car and drove away, the colleague stared in astonishment at the vehicle's rear. He then turned to Daredevil. Matthew, do you know what I just saw? That stunning woman from the CAF, the one you chased after, is now in a luxury car with a handsome man with dark hair. At that moment, he began to comprehend why Matthew had returned to the CAF in such silence. Barely touching his food, it was clear he had discovered that the beauty had a boyfriend, a tall, wealthy, and attractive one, leaving him heartbroken. He even noticed some grass stains on Matthew. Could it be that he attempted to flirt with the girl's boyfriend and ended up in a scuffle, thrown into the lawn? Oh, poor Matthew, the colleague sighed. Daredevil, however, said little, merely responding, I see. He was oblivious to the imaginative scenarios his colleague had conjured. As for Karl and Erica leaving in the car, he was aware of that. Nevertheless, during the day, particularly within the law firm, he was simply an ordinary blind lawyer. It was only at night that he transformed into Daredevil. He had many adversaries and wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Regarding Karl and Erica, Daredevil thought little of it. After all, she already had a boyfriend, and pondering further would be futile. Chapter 31. Gene Bing's profit scheme and the looming threat. Manhattan is the heart of New York City, home to the iconic Statue of Liberty situated on a small island, as well as the renowned Empire State Building and Wall Street. It is truly a district for the affluent, serving as the economic and cultural center of the entire nation. The vehicle driven by Erica's chauffeur came to a halt in the garage of a towering skyscraper. Karl and Erica stepped out of the car and took the elevator to the 53rd floor. Do not presume that 53 floors is particularly high. This edifice boasts a total of 98 levels, soaring to a height of 472 meters. The property prices are not modest, ranging approximately between $4 to $5 million to $2 to $3 million. As for why Karl possesses such intimate knowledge, it is because the elderly gentleman who adopted him owns property in this very building, which has now naturally become part of Karl's assets. On the 62nd floor, Karl seldom visits this place, let alone resides here. After all, the elevation of this residence indeed exceeds standard expectations. Although equipped with an elevator, which alleviates the exertion of ascending, he contemplates the potential hazards. What if the elevator were to malfunction? He believes he cannot afford such a risk. In any case, with numerous properties to his name, he is not particularly reliant on this one, which is why he seldom stays here. The property is typically entrusted to the management for upkeep. Conversely, Erica has a fondness for high-rise buildings that offer breathtaking views, which is why she chooses to reside here. Upon reaching her room, Erica promptly changes into a gown. Karl, in a leisurely manner, settles into the sofa. Shortly thereafter, Erica emerges clad in a deep red evening dress. A hue that contrasts yet harmonizes with Karl's suit, clearly chosen with intention. What do you think? Erica inquires, extending her arms to display her attire. Absolutely stunning. Karl replies with a smile, gently kissing her. Erica beams with joy, her delight unmistakable in her eyes. Were it not for her father's pressing insistence, she might have been tempted to indulge in a more intimate moment with Karl at this juncture. Let us proceed to the gala, otherwise my father will soon be hounding me again, she suggests. Thus, they descend the stairs. Previously, Karl had refrained from frequenting such heights, but having acquired the template of a superhuman, he is now indifferent to such matters. In fact, he could forego the elevator entirely, as his flight speed far surpasses that of the lift. Once in the car, they embark smoothly towards the Four Seasons Hotel in Manhattan. In an 8th-floor banquet hall, numerous impeccably dressed business elites engage in conversation while holding their glasses of wine. Among them stands a towering figure, akin to a small mountain, Goldman, who is engaged in discourse with an elderly gentleman named Nicholas, whose hair has turned silver. Goldman remarks to Nicholas, "For this gala, I have invited representatives from Stark Industries. In a moment, I shall engage him in a thorough discussion. I should be able to procure a substantial supply of arms from him. We shall acquire weaponry from Stark Industries and subsequently sell it at a premium through my channels. After all, these items are in high demand, particularly in regions still embroiled in conflict. This is a venture with guaranteed profits. We shall each contribute half of the capital, with a profit-sharing ratio of 73-30. Jean Bing still owes Karl $80 billion and is naturally inclined to earn more money. Otherwise, he could easily undertake this business alone, purchasing the goods and selling them through his own influence. However, having recently provided Karl with $20 billion, Jean Bing finds himself with limited funds and thus seeks a partner. This individual, an elderly man named Nicholas, has been his collaborator for many years. Furthermore, Nicholas is the father of Erica. Together, they have amassed considerable wealth, albeit through somewhat dubious means. At this juncture, Nicholas did not respond with his usual decisiveness. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Mr. Jean Bing, I can provide the funds for this collaboration. I could even cover the entire amount. However, I would prefer that the profit distribution remains 70-30 in your favor. I wish to pursue some independent projects thereafter." His statement was merely a pretext. In the realm of business, sharing risk is undoubtedly a sagacious choice. After all, every venture carries its inherent risks. It is advantageous for all parties to profit together. Nevertheless, Nicholas was reluctant to remain tied to Jean Bing in this partnership, given the questionable nature of their dealings. Moreover, Jean Bing's frequent appearances in the headlines lately raised concerns for Nicholas, as he feared that prolonged association would implicate him as well. Thus, he resolved to offer a sum as consolation and to sever ties thereafter. Jean Bing, discerning and astute, perceived the implications in Nicholas's words. His brow furrowed as he queried, "Are you suggesting you no longer wish to collaborate?" Noticing Jean Bing's unfavorable demeanor, Nicholas understood that the latter was reluctant to allow him to withdraw. However, the decision had already been made after much contemplation, and he was resolute in his desire to dissociate from Jean Bing. Nicholas nodded affirmatively and stated, "Indeed, our company has determined that we will not engage in partnerships with others for the foreseeable future. As a gesture of goodwill towards you, we are willing to collaborate once more on this arms deal, with all funding provided by me." Before he could finish his sentence, Jean Bing interjected, "How is your daughter faring?" Upon hearing the words, Nicholas turned his gaze towards Jean Bing. The menacing implication was all too evident. However, he was a person of some standing. Nicholas was well aware of Jean Bing's background and recognized that withdrawing from their partnership could invite retribution. Thus, he had made preparations in advance. Recently, he had hired numerous bodyguards. Observing the two tall, dark-clad bodyguards not far from him, Nicholas felt a sense of relief wash over his previously anxious heart. These were elite veterans of the Marine Corps. "Erica is doing splendidly well. There is no need for your concern. As I mentioned before, I will partake in this collaboration. Afterward, I plan to venture out on my own for a while. We can discuss any potential partnerships later." With that, Nicholas raised his glass and made his way toward the other guests. Jean Bing watched the retreating figure in silence. Nicholas had profited greatly from their collaboration, and now that he had tasted success, he sought to withdraw. Jean Bing would certainly not allow that. To safeguard against any eventualities, he had already conducted a thorough investigation into Nicholas's background, knowing that Nicholas's wife had passed away and that he had a daughter. As for the two bodyguards, Jean Bing had certainly taken note of them. Nevertheless, he did not cast a glance in their direction. Even unarmed, Jean Bing was confident that he could eliminate them within 10 seconds. Since you are unwilling to cooperate with me, then perish, he sneered, beckoning to his subordinate beside him. The young man approached with a clear understanding of the situation. Send a few individuals to keep an eye on Nicholas and his daughter. Once the gala concludes, find an opportunity to eliminate them. Understood. The subordinate nodded promptly and departed. Chapter 32. The Affable Star, Jean Bing's afterthought before long. The car carrying Karl and Erica came to a halt in front of a towering edifice. This location was situated in the very heart of Manhattan. When Karl disembarked and noticed the name of the building, he was somewhat taken aback. The Four Seasons Hotel. He recalled having seen this establishment in his previous life. There was a Four Seasons Hotel not far from their university, a truly opulent five-star venue. It was only natural that such luxurious hotels existed worldwide. Following Erica, Karl entered a banquet hall on the 8th floor. By this time, there were already numerous attendees present. Karl requested 2 glasses of red wine from a waiter, handing one to Erica. Thank you. You're welcome. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Karl raised his gaze and beheld a woman clad in a delicate golden gown, her features exquisitely refined. At that moment, she was smiling warmly, extending her hand in salutation towards Karl and Erica, seemingly eager to engage in a handshake. Isabella? Erica exclaimed, her expression one of surprise upon recognizing the individual before her. She promptly reached out her hand to clasp Isabella's. Good day, Miss Isabella. I am an ardent admirer of your performance in Twilight. The visitor was none other than the Hollywood star, Isabella. Oh, is that so? Isabella replied, taken aback. She was not present at this gathering for Erica. Yet at this juncture, it was hardly appropriate to utter any discourteous remarks, especially considering the caliber of guests at this soiree naturally. Erica retrieved her mobile phone and inquired, would it be convenient for us to take a photograph together? Of course, Isabella responded with a warm smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. Karl, would you be so kind as to take our picture? Erica set her wine glass aside and handed her phone to Karl. Certainly, Karl nodded, taking the device and preparing to step back a few paces to capture the moment. However, at that instant, Isabella interjected. Doesn't this gentleman wish to join us for the photograph? He is quite tall. Surely he could include us all in a selfie? Ah, indeed, Erica acknowledged. Then turned to Karl, asking, Karl, would you like to join us for the picture? He glanced at Erica and then at the smiling Isabella. All right then, let's take a shot. With that, Karl approached the pair. Initially, Erica intended to stand in the center, but unexpectedly, Isabella positioned herself on Karl's other side, resulting in Karl standing at the center. Isabella gently leaned against Karl's side, smiling as she said, let us proceed with the photograph. Karl, feeling the gentle grasp of her hand in his, maintained his composure as he snapped several pictures. Subsequently, he returned the phone to Erica. Erica immediately began to scroll through the images, while Isabella joined her in admiring the captures. These photographs are truly delightful, Isabella exclaimed. Shall we exchange phone numbers? And you can send me the pictures? Absolutely. Erica replied, her excitement palpable. After all, this was a Hollywood star whom she greatly admired. Thus, the two exchanged contact information and shared the photographs. Afterward, Isabella departed. However, just before leaving, she cast a peculiar smile at Karl from a vantage point unseen by Erica and gestured with her phone. Observing her departure, Karl raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Beside him, Erica marveled at their unexpected encounter, exclaiming how genuinely amiable Isabella was. Karl chuckled softly, contemplatively remarking, indeed, quite warm-hearted, this Isabella. He had previously encountered the Hollywood star during a gala event, where they had engaged in meaningful conversations more than once. According to Isabella, the experience was delightful, and she often sought Karl out. After all, Karl had watched Twilight in his past life, and encountering her during a social gathering was an opportunity not to be missed. As for Isabella's earlier demeanor, well, just minutes after her departure, an elderly gentleman with silver hair approached. Father, Erica greeted him. The old man, upon seeing Karl, smiled and acknowledged him. Karl, you've come too? Yes. Good to see you, Nicholas. How have you been lately? Karl responded with a smile. Thanks to you, quite well. After a brief conversation, Nicholas spotted a portly middle-aged man and said to Karl, I see a friend. I'll step away for a moment. Feel free to enjoy yourselves here with Erica. I'll call you when it's time to leave. All right, Nicholas said before he made his exit. Karl had known Erica as father for several years. Initially, when Erica mentioned they were dating, he had opposed their relationship, but within days, he unexpectedly consented. Erica found this sudden change puzzling, unaware of the underlying reasons. However, Karl had a vague suspicion that perhaps Nicholas had discovered something about his assets, as that seemed the only plausible explanation. At that moment, Karl unexpectedly spotted a familiar face not far off, an imposing figure akin to a small mountain, wielding a cane. It was Jean Bing. Noticing Karl's gaze, Jean Bing raised his glass in acknowledgement and then downed his champagne in one gulp. In response, Karl also took a sip of his drink, albeit a modest one. Jean Bing, not overly concerned, felt relieved that Karl acknowledged him. Fully aware of Karl's formidable power, he feared being annihilated by him and deemed it prudent to maintain a considerable distance. Presently, he was gripped by anxiety and unease. He needed to promptly seek out his subordinate to retract the order for the assassination of Nicholas and his daughter. How could Nicholas's daughter possibly be acquainted with Karl? Moreover, it appeared that Nicholas was quite familiar with the other party as well. The intimate demeanor they exhibited suggested a deeper connection. To err on the side of caution, regardless of the truth, Jean decided to sever ties with Nicholas. After all, he could always find alternative partners. If all else failed, he could self-finance and purchase a smaller arsenal. Engaging with Karl was not a matter to be trifled with. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Unbeknownst to Jean, Karl had no immediate intention of eliminating him. After all, this man still owed him $8 billion. Where would he recover the funds if he killed him? Would he simply eliminate Jean and claim his assets? That was not Karl's desire. He already possessed ample real estate and had no interest in managing companies. In fact, he had sold off the company left to him by his late father, as he lacked both interest and aptitude for such endeavors. Therefore, Karl had no thoughts of ending Jin's life unless provoked. Chapter 33. The Ironmonger Father and Son. Obadiah's scheme. After a brief search, Jean finally located his subordinate. The order for the assassination of Nicholas and his daughter had been rescinded. Although his subordinate was filled with questions, he wisely refrained from voicing them. Fully aware of Jin's unquestionable authority, that scoundrel Tony Stark was perpetually preoccupied with indulgence. The plans for Stark Industries were being managed by his father, so why should he be the chairman? Furthermore, Stark's arrogance was unbearable. He even forgot Jin's name. Inside a luxurious automobile, a young man at the wheel incessantly complained to the bald man in the back seat. "Rest assured, I have everything under control," the bald elder replied with a confident smile. "Before long, Stark Industries will be mine." "Really? That's fantastic. When the time comes, I shall make sure to humiliate that Tony Stark thoroughly." The elder merely smiled serenely, contemplating that if the plan unfolded successfully, by then, the young man might no longer have the opportunity to meet Stark. The bald man in the back seat was Obadiah Stane, the Ironmonger of the Marvel Universe. Obadiah, one of the venerable figures at Stark Industries, harbored ambitious aspirations for the chairmanship of the company. Recently, he meticulously orchestrated a plan wherein Tony would be kidnapped and assassinated by the Ten Rings while on his journey to the Middle East. This would pave the way for him to seize control of Stark Industries. The individual at the helm of the vehicle was none other than his son, Zachary Stane. Indeed, his biological son. With a father entrenched in the legacy of Stark Industries, Zachary epitomized the quintessential heir of wealth. Initially, he held a favorable impression of Tony Stark, as the latter's life was undeniably enviable, adorned with accolades and prestige. In truth, Zachary, also a privileged offspring, admired Tony, a renowned genius in his own right. However, during a soiree hosted by Stark Industries, after being misnamed twice by Tony, Zachary could no longer contain his frustration and was poised to confront him, only to be restrained by his father. This incident only deepened Zachary's disdain for Tony. Upon hearing his father's intention to usurp Tony's position, Zachary felt a surge of elation. "By the way, father," he cautiously inquired, "will our attendance at this gathering arouse Stark's suspicion?" Obadiah replied with a confident smile. "Fear not, my child. He is far too preoccupied to concern himself with us. If my plan unfolds as intended, Tony Stark shall never return." "That would be splendid," Zachary exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "Now, let us proceed." After approximately 10 minutes, the vehicle halted at the Four Seasons Hotel in Manhattan. The father and son disembarked and made their way to the 8th floor. "Father, I have heard of this Jean Bing," Zachary remarked during their journey. "He seems rather unsavory. Could collaborating with him yield adverse consequences for us?" Zachary had no reservations regarding the illicit arms trade, recognizing its lucrative nature. However, the prospect of partnering with the infamous Jean Bing necessitated careful deliberation, especially since he operated within New York City. Should they engage in clandestine dealings with him and attract the attention of authorities, it could spell trouble for Stark Industries, given their close ties with the government. Upon hearing his son's concerns, Obadiah felt a swell of pride. While his son may not possess the brilliance of Tony Stark, he was certainly astute in his own right. Yet he was not entirely foolish. He calmly remarked, "Rest assured, I have already considered this matter." His previous reluctance to collaborate with him stemmed from such concerns. However, this time, Jean Bing had approached him directly. Moreover, he made it clear that the weapons he intended to purchase would not be for personal use. Rather, he planned to sell them through his own channels for profit. "Should I discover that Jean Bing violates our agreement, I have the authority to annul the transaction at any moment." Zach suddenly understood, So that's how it is. He then scoffed, considering Gene Bin, who was reputed to be the underground emperor of New York, if not the entire country. The rumors surrounding him were formidable. Why would he personally seek out such a business of buying and selling? Obadiah frowned at Zach's dismissive attitude, warning him not to underestimate Gene Bin. He indeed possessed considerable power. Obadiah, well aware of Gene Bin's reputation, nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. However, the astute Obadiah could discern that his son did not regard Gene Bin with the seriousness he warranted. After some contemplation, he reassured himself that with his presence, Zach would not provoke any trouble. Thus, he instructed, "When I negotiate with Gene Bin shortly, refrain from speaking." "All right," Zach replied, though his expression was somewhat displeased. Yet he held his tongue. Soon, the father and son ascended to the 8th floor. Obadiah surveyed the area and quickly located Gene Bin. He approached with a hearty laugh. "Hey, Gene Bin." Although Obadiah was not well acquainted with him, being a businessman, he understood the importance of pleasantries. In his pursuit of profit to repay debts, Gene Bin did not take offense, and in no time, the two appeared as old friends, engaging in lively conversation. Obadiah introduced his son, then discreetly led Gene Bin to a corner to discuss the arms trade. Noticing this, Zach refrained from following them. After all, Obadiah held significant authority in Zach's eyes, and he dared not oppose his father. Even if he had approached, he could not have spoken, and as a wealthy heir, he looked down upon someone like Gene Bin, whose background was less than pristine. Instead, he wandered around the banquet hall. Suddenly, Zach's eyes brightened. Not far from him stood a striking figure. Clad in a pale gold gown, the woman exuded exquisite beauty, Isabella. Zach seized 2 glasses of champagne and hastened towards her. After all, this Hollywood star was renowned for her stunning looks. Following the successful airing of Twilight, she had swiftly become a figure of global fascination. Zach, naturally, yearned for a taste of romance. In his mind, being the son of a Stark Industries shareholder made him a bona fide scion of wealth. Moreover, his father was poised to take control of Stark Industries in the near future. A mere celebrity seemed an effortless conquest. Thus, he decisively made his move, feigning gentlemanly charm. Zach inquired, "Good evening. May I ask if you are Miss Isabella?" Isabella glanced at Zach and instinctively created a bit of distance. Nevertheless, she maintained her politeness, replying, "Hello." Zach noted her retreat with a twinge of displeasure. It was evident even to a fool that she was not particularly inclined to engage with him. What was she pretending for? Just a minor star, after all. Chapter 34. The irate Zach. Karl makes his entrance in New York City, at the Four Seasons Hotel. 8th floor, Zach held 2 flutes of champagne, his brow slightly furrowed. He had not anticipated that upon his approach, Isabella would choose to keep her distance. Taking a deep breath, Zach sought to calm his emotions. In his view, there was no reason for Isabella, a mere starlet, to rebuff him. After all, his father was a venerable figure and major shareholder at Stark Industries. Not to mention, Obadiah was plotting to replace Tony Stark. Even if Isabella were a Hollywood star, she paled in comparison to their standing. The disparity in their statuses was too vast. Furthermore, Zach had yet to utter much. He had merely extended a greeting. His true intentions had not even been expressed. Was it truly necessary for her to distance herself so abruptly? Zach pondered. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. He was aware of Isabella's status, yet she was unfamiliar with him. Unlike Tony Stark, who was a household name due to a plethora of tabloid stories, Zach was simply an ordinary heir. It was entirely reasonable for Isabella to be unaware of him. As he observed her, it was clear why she was renowned worldwide as a stunning actress. Indeed, when Zach watched Twilight, he had been captivated by her beauty. He had looked up the actress online. It was now 2008, and Isabella, born in 1990, had just turned 18. 18. Perhaps she has never had a boyfriend. Although Zach is not particularly bothered by such matters, if that were indeed the case, he would consider himself quite fortunate. In any event, he decided to introduce himself and engage in conversation for a while. Once he calmed his nerves, Zach revealed a warm smile. "Miss Isabella, my name is Zach. I am an admirer of your work, and it is a pleasure to meet you here." Miss Isabella nodded politely, offering her thanks. Her demeanor was acceptable, prompting Zach to smile in response. He then casually remarked, "Miss Isabella, many of my colleagues at Stark Industries are your fans. If they were to learn that I encountered you today, they would undoubtedly be envious." Inadvertently, he revealed his affiliation with Stark Industries. Thanks to Tony Stark's frequent appearances in the news, many people were aware of this super-rich individual. Furthermore, countless Americans were familiar with Stark Industries, a company of formidable stature. Generally speaking, when one mentions their connection to Stark Industries, it tends to pique interest. Indeed, the previously polite Isabella exhibited a flicker of surprise upon hearing the name Stark Industries. After all, she was merely a minor celebrity. Despite her considerable fame, it ultimately paled in comparison to that of true magnates. Zach smirked with satisfaction and continued, Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zach Stain. My father, Obadiah Stain, serves as the executive vice president of Stark Industries. He is a founding member of the company and has made contributions that far exceed those of Tony Stark. As he spoke, he extended a glass of champagne towards Isabella. In Zach's estimation, his success was nearly assured. Isabella, who had already shown interest in Stark Industries, would surely regard him with newfound respect upon learning he was the son of a company elder. In time, their interactions would lead to the fulfillment of his desires. However, to his surprise, Isabella did not accept the champagne he offered. She merely regarded him with mild astonishment before apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, but I do not care for champagne. I see a few friends and must excuse myself for a moment." With that, Isabella prepared to take her leave. She was indeed astonished by the identity of the person before her. Isabella had not anticipated that this individual was also affiliated with Stark Industries, just like Karl. However, she had no intention of acknowledging him. She harbored a deep disdain for such wealthy heirs. Her attendance at the soiree was merely a consequence of her status as a celebrity, unable to decline the request of her agency. After all, Stark Industries was a major player, and she had no expectations of what might transpire there. Being a former child star, she had signed a contract with her agency stipulating that she should remain unattached until the age of 25, and even if she were to date, it must be kept private. To her surprise, she encountered Karl at the event. Initially, she merely wished to exchange contact information, as Karl was young, affluent, and strikingly handsome, aligning perfectly with Isabella's aesthetic preferences. A romance with such a dashing figure was certainly not out of the question. However, that day, after indulging in too much drink, she unexpectedly found the experience quite enjoyable. Naturally carefree, Isabella did not overthink the situation and sought Karl out on a few subsequent occasions. Under these circumstances, she could hardly hold any favorable feelings towards Zach. He was utterly insufferable, constantly boasting about being the son of a Stark shareholder. Moreover, his looks were unimpressive. He was neither ugly nor particularly attractive, merely average. Isabella could scarcely muster the energy to glance his way and resolutely decided to leave. Zach stood there, incredulous, watching Isabella's retreating figure. What was happening? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. According to his expectations, she should have been exceedingly enthusiastic, even if there were no prospects for further developments today. Surely, her demeanor ought to have been different. A simple exchange of contact information, perhaps. Yet here she was, walking away without a second thought. The stark contrast between his expectations and reality ignited a flame of anger within him, as he observed Isabella grow more distant. His fury intensified. "Damn it," Zach shouted, hurling his champagne at Isabella with all his might. In that moment, he felt a significant release of pent-up rage, envisioning Isabella drenched and screaming in shock. However, the next instant, the scene he had imagined did not materialize. Isabella did not become a drenched mess, nor did she scream. Instead, it was he who found himself in disarray. Zach could not suppress his agonizing cries. He felt as though his right wrist was tightly encircled by steel, an excruciating pain rendering him utterly powerless. Simultaneously, a wave of coolness washed over him, as a liquid cascaded down through his hair. The substance invaded his eyes, igniting a fiery sting. What was happening? In a frantic attempt to alleviate the discomfort, Zach reached for his eyes, but his right hand remained ensnared, utterly unyielding. Reluctantly, he resorted to using his left hand to wipe his eyes. It was then that he beheld a young man with raven hair and dark eyes, clad in a burgundy suit, materializing before him. Chapter 35. The Iron Tyrant emerges in the banquet hall of the Four Seasons Hotel, on the 8th floor. Karl gripped Zach's left hand, while his other hand held a glass of red wine, pouring its contents over Zach's head. Observing the man now drenched, Karl chuckled softly, lamenting the fate of his wine. The glass he wielded was a burgundy, notably expansive, with a capacity nearly double that of the glass Zach held. While Karl's glass was not filled to the brim, it was assuredly more generous than Zach's. Since Isabella's departure, Karl had kept a close watch on Zach. After all, this Hollywood star had been unattached prior to engaging in a beneficial exchange with Karl. When questioned about his awareness, Karl would simply state that he had experienced it firsthand. Thus, he was not inclined to neglect her. He had no intention of eavesdropping on Isabella's conversations, merely observing with his enhanced vision. As for what she discussed with others, Karl remained blissfully ignorant. Initially, Karl believed that Zach was merely encountering a casual flirtation, a situation he dismissed as likely ending in rejection. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zach had become enraged, contemplating the act of dousing Isabella with wine. Naturally, Karl could not allow such a scene to unfold, so he approached directly to intervene, retaliating by pouring his own red wine over Zach's head, returning the affront in kind. Karl did not consider himself particularly magnanimous. If one dared to strike, One must be prepared to face the consequences. The echoes of Zach's tormented screams resonated throughout the banquet hall, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. Many engaged in conversation instinctively turned their gazes toward the commotion, and thus, they witnessed the unfolding drama. Karl and Zach confronted each other. Zach was drenched in alcohol, as if the other had poured it all over him. The onlookers were filled with astonishment. What transpired here? One exclaimed, "Enemies meeting, it seems. Did you not see that fellow drenched? Wow, the man in the burgundy suit is quite handsome." Another remarked, "Incredible. I did not expect such a turn of events. I am aware that several of the nation's top elites are in attendance at this gathering. This commotion may not end well. Indeed, these two young men are unaware of the gravity of the situation. This soiree is of the highest caliber. The attendees are either distinguished elites or their esteemed associates. In other words, most present possess considerable influence. It is exceedingly rare to witness a scene where one individual douses another in drink at such a gathering. However, none of the attendees intervened. Rather, they seemed to revel in the spectacle. Erica and Isabella also took notice of the unfolding drama and hurried over. Isabella, gazing at Karl, offered a sweet smile. She had a general understanding of the situation, especially considering Zach's earlier derogatory remark aimed at her, which he had not retracted. It was likely that Karl had clashed with others on her behalf. Isabella harbored no concerns for Karl's well-being, confident in his formidable physical prowess. Meanwhile, Erica was completely oblivious. Just moments ago, she had been engaged in conversation with Karl, and now he had vanished, only for her to hear the sounds of distress. Zach wiped the alcohol from his eyes and focused on Karl, simultaneously noting the guests at the event. Most were observing the scene, whispering among themselves. Though the crowd was large and the distance considerable, Zach could sense that they were likely mocking him. Even Isabella, the very person he had intended to approach, was watching. After all, he had just been doused in alcohol by the individual before him. In that moment, fury consumed Zach. As a super-wealthy heir, he had never endured such indignity. Well, perhaps once, in front of Tony Stark. Yet that instance had not involved being drenched in drink. Moreover, what was Tony Stark's status compared to the individual before him? If he had been splashed by Stark, Zach likely would not have dared to retaliate. After all, the individual before him was the head of Stark Industries, a renowned billionaire. What was this person to him? In a fit of rage, Zach cursed and aimed a kick at Karl. Unbeknownst to Zach, he was unaware of the identity of the man before him or when he had appeared. Such details were trivial. What mattered was that he felt humiliated. Zach swore he would ensure this man regretted his existence, whether by pleading with his father or devising a plan himself. He was determined to make this man suffer for a lifetime. However, before Zach could concoct a suitable revenge, a sharp crack resounded. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his right leg. It had been broken. Zach cried out in uncontrollable agony. What manner of being was this before him? A monster? With a mere kick, his leg had been shattered. Did this man even realize who he was daring to confront? In truth, Karl had no knowledge of Zach's identity. He had not employed telepathy nor super-hearing, having been preoccupied with Isabella. Typically, Karl refrained from using his supervision and hearing, for doing so would inundate him with the cacophony of the universe, a sensory overload. He had never encountered this individual before, having not seen him in the Marvel films of his past life. Yet, regardless of who this man was, Karl had no intention of refraining from retaliating once attacked. Were it not for Zach's evident weakness as an ordinary human, Karl would not have merely broken a leg. He would have ended his life. After all, ordinary individuals posed little threat. Even when Karl himself was merely an ordinary person, Zach would never have been capable of killing him. Had he been a real threat, Karl would have dealt with him swiftly. It was only fair. With a resounding punch, Karl struck Zach. An intense wave of pain surged through Zach, causing his insides to churn. Unable to contain himself, he began to retch and curled up on the ground. Karl looked down at Zach with a smirk and remarked, "It seems your family did not teach you the importance of politeness towards women." Just then, a voice filled with suppressed fury echoed from a distance. "Indeed, I have not taught him to treat women with respect. However, this cannot possibly justify your aggression towards my son, can it, Karl?" The crowd turned their gaze upon hearing the voice. In the corner of the banquet hall, a balding man with a grizzled beard approached with a countenance full of ire. Beside him stood another bald man, wielding a staff, his massive physique resembling that of a small mountain. Chapter 36. What are you going to do? Within the banquet hall, the audience erupted into a commotion upon the sight of the two approaching bald men. "Isn't that Obadiah from Stark Industries, along with Kingpin?" they murmured. "Why are they together? I know about Stark Industries, but who is Kingpin?" "You don't know Kingpin? He is the most formidable ruler of the underground forces in all of New York City, and indeed the entire United States." "Is that true? He is that powerful?" "Huh. If you doubt it, go provoke him and see for yourself." "Never mind that. But what does Obadiah's statement imply?" Could it be that the frightened young man is somehow related to him? Perhaps he might even be a son or a nephew. Otherwise, why would he speak up? Indeed, unlike the two young men, Karl and Zach, most attendees recognized the two powerful figures, Obadiah and Kingpin. After all, Obadiah, as a senior executive of Stark Industries, had a high profile in media and various events. He was almost as renowned as the genius billionaire Tony Stark himself. Though fewer were familiar with the name Kingpin, it was still well known, and those who knew his identity treated it with utmost reverence. He was the underground emperor of New York City and, by extension, the United States. Suddenly, someone whispered, "How could Kingpin be associated with Stark Industries? I've never heard of any collaboration. Neither have I, fool. Even if they had some sort of partnership, would they owe you an explanation?" The group fell silent, with one person gazing at Karl and sighing. What a pity for this young man. Offending someone from Stark Industries is already a perilous situation. And now with their alliance with Kingpin, it seems he may not survive this encounter. Those who are acquainted with Gene Bing and his prowess nodded in agreement. Indeed, if blame is to be assigned, it rests solely upon him. Whether it be Obadiah or Gene Bing, both are formidable figures of significant influence. To offend such individuals, in their view, is tantamount to courting one's own grave. Even Obadiah harbored similar sentiments. He was well aware of Karl, a substantial shareholder in Stark Industries, holding a considerable stake that classified him as a major investor. Obadiah sought to seize control of Stark Industries and naturally had a good understanding of its shareholders. Of course, his own holdings surpassed those of Karl. Nonetheless, Karl's equity was not to be underestimated. Under ordinary circumstances, Obadiah would not have resorted to such overt hostility. However, now that Tony Stark had ventured into the Middle East, where he would soon face abduction and assassination, Stark Industries would inevitably fall under his dominion. Recently, he had also forged an alliance with Gene Bing. How could he possibly regard Karl, a mere shareholder, with any seriousness? In fact, Obadiah believed he need not lift a finger, for Gene Bing could swiftly deal with Karl. After all, the latter was currently seeking collaboration with him. Undertaking a minor task was hardly a burden, especially since this was Gene Bing's area of expertise. On the ground, writhing in agony, Zach caught sight of Obadiah. At that moment, he felt a significant alleviation of his pain. His father had arrived, accompanied by Gene Bing. Although he had previously underestimated Gene Bing, it was undeniable that, given the current circumstances, Gene Bing was indeed an invaluable ally. With Gene Bing at his side, could the dark-haired man before him possibly survive? In that fleeting moment, Zach envisioned a grim fate for Karl. Karl, observing the approaching Gene Bing and Obadiah, was taken aback. He was well aware of Obadiah, the antagonist from the Iron Man film. Yet, what was the connection between him and the man he had just pummeled? Karl glanced at Obadiah, raising an eyebrow in inquiry, wondering if he knew this individual. Of course, Zach is my son. Obadiah glared furiously at Karl. How dare you lay a hand on him? This matter shall not be resolved easily. Karl, taken aback by the revelation, was unaware that Obadiah had a son. However, upon observing the man's age, perhaps in his 50s and a wealthy individual, having a son seemed entirely plausible. Even if Zach is the son of Obadiah, what difference does it make? Karl certainly would not regard them with any esteem. He glanced at Obadiah and chuckled softly. So what? What do you intend to do? Karl's composure, in fact, left Obadiah momentarily taken aback. Obadiah, a stalwart of Stark Industries and a figure of considerable authority, faced Karl, the major shareholder, who not only possessed fewer shares but also held a lower status. In such matters, should he not be apologizing for assaulting his own son? Initially, Obadiah merely sought to intimidate Karl and subsequently acquire his shares at a bargain. However, it became evident that such a resolution would not come easily. Youth, he mused. Unless one endures hardship, one remains oblivious to their own limitations. He then turned to Mr. Gene. This is your territory. You may handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Gene cast a glance in his direction but remained silent. He then pointed at Obadiah and Zach, instructing a nearby subordinate. Seize them both and break their legs. The subordinate paused, astonished by Gene's command. Observing the hesitation, Gene furrowed his brow. What are you waiting for? Yes. A few subordinates quickly responded, swiftly apprehending Obadiah and Zach. Obadiah was left in shock, struggling as he incredulously exclaimed, Mr. Gene, what do you mean by this? What was Gene thinking? Had he lost his senses? Gene glanced at him, his expression impassive, and replied, It means nothing. Due to the situation involving Erica and her father, Gene felt a twinge of guilt facing Karl. Now, Obadiah expected him to take charge. What was he to do? Eliminate Karl? Absolutely not. Gene was no fool. He wished to preserve his own life. Thus, he could only deal with Obadiah. As for the complications that might arise from eliminating Obadiah, it was not insurmountable. He could seek other arms companies. After all, Stark Industries was not the sole producer of weaponry in the world. "You scoundrel! How dare you treat me this way?" Obadiah bellowed as he was led away by the subordinates. Zach experienced a similar plight, feeling a surge of pain and humiliation. After all, so many witnesses were present. Not only had he been beaten, but he was also being carried out. Even Isabella was there. It was utterly disgraceful. Zach lowered his head, striving to conceal his features from the gaze of others. Chapter 37. The crowd was astounded by the actions of Kingpin. Obadiah and his son Zach were dragged out by Kingpin's henchmen and subjected to a brutal beating. Following Kingpin's orders, they had their legs broken. Throughout the ordeal, they remained perplexed as to why Kingpin had turned against them. Logically, even in the absence of collaboration, Kingpin should not have treated them in such a manner. After all, Obadiah was a person of considerable stature and influence. Could it be due to Karl, the Stark Industries shareholder? Obadiah quickly dismissed this notion. Although Karl held a significant share, he wielded little actual power, and moreover, Obadiah possessed a greater stake than Karl. Clearly, it was not due to the latter's affiliation with Stark Industries. But what could be the reason? Obadiah found himself in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, this matter could not simply be left unresolved. Whether it was Karl, who had assaulted his son, or Kingpin, neither would escape his wrath. Even though Kingpin held substantial influence in the United States, Obadiah felt little trepidation towards him. He was, after all, a well-known figure in the country, a socialite of no small repute. Recently, he had even devised a scheme against Tony Stark, with hopes of gaining control over Stark Industries. There was no way he could swallow this insult. Yet, Kingpin's power was formidable, and as the Underworld Emperor, he could only bide his time until he secured Stark Industries before plotting his revenge. Perhaps he could leverage Stark Industries' collaboration with the authorities. As for Karl, Obadiah would not need to wait long. The sooner, the better. However, he needed to tend to his injuries without delay. In the banquet hall, the guests at the soiree began to murmur amongst themselves upon witnessing Kingpin's actions. What was happening? The formidable Kingpin was actually attacking Obadiah? I thought they were allies when I saw them together. Was Kingpin not afraid of the U.S. authorities? After all, Stark Industries had a very close partnership with the government. Who knows? The world of the elite is not for us to speculate upon. Perhaps Kingpin simply found Obadiah distasteful. Well, it was unavoidable. The earlier events were indeed astonishing. Both of these titans held pivotal positions in the United States. It was difficult to ascertain who was stronger or weaker, but there was no doubt they were both formidable figures. Even if there were private disputes, it would not astonish these individuals so profoundly. Yet now, in the midst of a public gathering, there is a direct confrontation, accompanied by threats to break legs. Many are bewildered by Jean Bing's actions. Only he comprehends the true nature of the young man before him. Coupled with the matters concerning Erica and her daughter, he must unequivocally express his stance, a firm opposition to Karl's adversaries. After all, such a position could safeguard his own life, and perhaps even allow him to forge a powerful alliance. If an opportunity were to arise to ally with such a formidable figure, Jean Bing would deem it worthwhile. Not merely $100 billion, but even 1,000 or 10,000 billion dollars. Admittedly, he does not possess such wealth. Jean Bing slightly bowed to Karl, inquiring with a touch of deference, "Mr. Karl, are you satisfied with this outcome?" Karl regarded Jean Bing with a calm smile, responding, "It's satisfactory enough. You may attend to your own affairs. There's no need to linger here." Jean Bing, for all his flaws, demonstrated a certain social acumen. Although Karl could have dealt with Obadiah without Jean Bing's intervention, the latter's approach was nonetheless commendable. Jean Bing nodded slightly before departing from Karl's vicinity. Not far away, Erica and Isabella had already arrived on the scene. However, the two were acutely aware of the magnitude of Jean Bing's presence. The mere mention of this powerful figure commanded an immense aura of authority. Consequently, they stood silently to the side, refraining from speaking. Moments prior, they had been taken aback by Jean Bing's actions, particularly Isabella. Within their Hollywood circle, the reputation of Jean Bing was well known. There was once a highly regarded male actor, a multiple award-winning star, who, after a night of revelry, had the audacity to insult Jean Bing. The following day, that actor vanished without a trace. Days later, his lifeless body was discovered in the sea, with whispers suggesting he had crossed a line he ought not to have. This incident served as a grim reminder to many Hollywood luminaries of the formidable nature of Jean Bing. However, regarding Jean Bing's demeanor towards Karl, though she recognized Karl as a Stark Industries shareholder, she also noted that Obadiah was similarly positioned and seemed to possess a slight edge over Karl, given the disparity in their ages. However, Jean Bing's attitude towards the two individuals was starkly contrasting. This left Isabella in a state of astonishment, simultaneously rendering Karl even more enigmatic. In truth, it was not merely Isabella and Erica who were taken aback. The entire soiree, all those acquainted with Jean Bing, wore expressions of profound disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? Did the esteemed Jean Bing actually bow to that young man? I have never witnessed Jean Bing bowing to anyone before. I have not even heard any such legends. Who is this young man, and why have I never seen him before? He appears far too youthful. He must be the son of some prominent figure, perhaps? It turns out that the confrontation between Jean Bing and Obadiah was due to this young man. How terrifying. Initially, upon witnessing the clash between Jean Bing and Obadiah, they were merely surprised, for both were titans in their own right. Yet, when it truly came to a confrontation, the gravity of the situation became apparent. No one could have anticipated that Jean Bing would bow to Karl. Karl was astonishingly young. Simultaneously, they came to a sudden realization. The encounter between Jean Bing and Obadiah was instigated by this young man, Karl. Speculations about Karl's identity began to circulate among the crowd. Some suggested he was the offspring of high-ranking officials, while others proposed he was the heir of a prestigious family. Opinions varied widely. Beside them, Erica could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Do you know Jean Bing?" Isabella, equally intrigued, gazed at Karl. Karl nodded, acknowledging their acquaintance, stating that this was his second encounter with him. "But why does he treat you in such a manner?" "Who knows?" Karl chuckled lightly. "Perhaps it is because he is a man of justice, unable to tolerate the oppression of the weak." Erica, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes. Karl. Weak? Erica was well aware of the extraordinary abilities Karl possessed, rendering any fear of Obadiah utterly implausible. Since Karl was reluctant to elaborate, Erica refrained from pressing further, instead curiously asking, "What transpired just now?" Well, Karl recounted the earlier events. So that was the case. That person was truly despicable. Erica concurred. "Karl, you did the right thing." Isabella, smiling, expressed her gratitude to Karl. After conversing for a while, Isabella gracefully excused herself. Before departing, she sent a few messages to Karl on her phone, the content of which was rather suggestive. Chapter 38. Assassination, the Death of Iron Overlord. Upon seeing the messages Isabella had sent, Karl chuckled softly to himself. It seems that perhaps he should seek out Isabella in the coming days. After Isabella departed, a while later, Erica's father, Nicholas, found Karl and the two of them. He regarded them with a somewhat peculiar expression and said, "I have some matters to attend to. I must return. Will you accompany me?" Naturally, the two did not choose to remain behind, but instead left with Nicholas. Thus, the three of them set off together. On the way, Nicholas could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Karl?" Karl turned to him and replied, "Yes. Are you acquainted with Jean Bing?" In truth, Nicholas wished to directly ask about the nature of Karl's relationship with Jean Bing. After all, he had witnessed the events at the soiree. Moreover, as a partner of Jean Bing, Nicholas was privy to more information than others. He was aware that this collaboration between Jean Bing and Obadiah was initiated by Jean Bing himself. Although he did not comprehend the rationale behind Jean Bing's actions, it was undeniably the case. Even so, Nicholas found it astonishing that Jean Bing would go so far as to oppose Obadiah and Stark Industries for Karl's sake. If one were to assert that Karl and Jean Bing were mere acquaintances or lacked any special relationship, Nicholas would vehemently refuse to believe it. However, articulating such suspicions directly seemed rather awkward. Thus, Nicholas opted for a more tactful approach. Karl chuckled softly, acknowledging, "I know Jean Bing. We've met a few times. To be precise, counting this occasion, it would be our second meeting. Is that so?" Nicholas nodded, his agreement lacking sincerity, and he refrained from further inquiry. He did not believe Karl's words. After all, as a collaborator with Jean Bing, he understood that it was improbable for Jean Bing to exhibit such generosity merely after two encounters with Karl. Although Karl was a significant shareholder in Stark Industries, he was evidently inferior to Obadiah in terms of influence. Anyone would choose Obadiah over Karl in an alliance. Nicholas suspected that there might be circumstances concerning Karl and Jean Bing that he was unaware of. Nonetheless, since Karl was clearly reluctant to divulge more, Nicholas did not press further. For the time being, it seemed that events were unfolding in a manner advantageous to him and his daughter. Jean Bing's courteous demeanor towards Karl suggested that he would not seek retribution for Nicholas's withdrawal. In fact, Nicholas was quite certain as he took his seat in the passenger side, with Karl and Erica occupying the back seat. The vehicle driven by Nicholas traversed the road for a while. Karl glanced back through the window, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he spoke. "Nicholas, I've just remembered that I have an errand to attend to. Could you please stop at the upcoming station?" Seated in the passenger seat, Nicholas nodded in agreement. "No problem." Beside Karl, Erica looked on with curiosity. "What is the matter? Do you have something to take care of?" Until now, she had been with Karl and had not heard him mention any pressing matters. Karl chuckled softly. "Yes, I just recalled that I need to handle a few things." "Well then, once you're done, make sure to find me." "Sure." The vehicle halted at a nearby station. Subsequently, Karl alighted from Nicholas's car. At that moment, Approximately 10 meters away from Nicholas's sleek black business vehicle, a white van contained 3 robust men clad in dark suits. The man in the back seat, upon witnessing Karl exit the car, immediately remarked, "The target has disembarked. William, accompany me as we proceed to follow him. Be ready to act at any moment." "Understood," replied the individual in the passenger seat. Suddenly, the man in the front seat exclaimed in disbelief, "Boss, the target has vanished." "What?" The man in the back leaned out to look, and indeed, Karl's figure was nowhere to be found at the station where they had just seen him alight. "What happened? Where did he go?" "I have no idea." At that moment, a voice tinged with amusement rang out. "Are you searching for me?" The 3 men in black instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, only to see that the back seat, which should have been occupied by one person, now harbored an additional figure. This individual, with black hair and dark eyes, donned a burgundy suit, none other than their target, Karl. The man in the back seat narrowed his eyes and swiftly drew a firearm. However, Karl merely regarded the 3 with a serene smile, urging them to relax. "So, what is your purpose? Who sent you?" The man poised to draw his weapon abruptly halted his movement, calmly responding, "Our objective is to assassinate you. We were sent by Obadiah." "Oh," Karl nodded, showing no surprise at their revelation. Moments ago, he sat in Nicholas's vehicle. It wasn't long before he noticed someone was trailing them. Thus, Karl resolved to disembark and ascertain the situation. The identity of the pursuer was of little consequence. It was evident that Obadiah had a death wish, or else he would not have sent these individuals after him. Karl instructed the driver, "Continue driving, accelerate to full speed, and find a more open area." "Understood," the driver replied calmly, and the car gradually picked up pace. 90 miles per hour, 100 miles per hour, 120 miles per hour. Soon, they arrived at an exceptionally wide road, nearly devoid of traffic. Karl flung open the car door and swiftly took flight. Before departing, his eyes emitted a crimson thermal gaze, and the entire vehicle was instantaneously incinerated. At the same time, Karl was swiftly searching for Obadiah's figure. In no time, he vanished from sight. The next moment, Karl materialized in an opulent room filled with an array of medical equipment. Several medical personnel were engaged in surgery on Obadiah, whose leg had been shattered by one of Iron Man's minions. Upon seeing Karl, a staff member, with an unfriendly expression, demanded, "Who are you?" "Unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately." With a swift motion, Karl struck the staff member, sending him flying. "Is that you, Karl?" Obadiah noticed him, incredulous. "How dare you come here?" He barked orders to the several men in black standing nearby. "Eliminate him." In response, they swiftly drew their firearms, aiming them at Karl. Faced with multiple guns, Karl merely smiled. "Kill him." In the blink of an eye, the black-clad men redirected their weapons towards Obadiah. "What are you doing?" Obadiah exclaimed in disbelief as the men opened fire, turning him into a sieve. Chapter 39. What does Karl do every day? Newcomers enter the group. Obadiah was dead. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how the highly paid and loyal bodyguards he hired would obey Karl's command to execute him. Could it be that these bodyguards were Karl's undercover agents? How infuriating. Tony Stark had already ventured to the Middle East. He was poised to seize control of Stark Industries. To die in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. Karl looked at the remaining black-clad men and instructed, "You may take your own lives." He then wiped the memories of the medical personnel clean. In truth, these individuals were certainly not Karl's undercover agents. He merely employed hypnotic techniques to put everyone present into a trance, including those few individuals from the vehicle earlier. With a swift motion, Karl vanished from sight. Simultaneously, he found himself in a hospital room strikingly similar to the previous one, populated by bodyguards and medical personnel. However, unlike before, the figure lying on the hospital bed was not Obadiah, but rather his son, Zach. "You dare to come to my home?" Zach exclaimed upon seeing Karl. Lashing out in anger, he then commanded his bodyguards, "Seize him. I intend to make him suffer." At his words, the bodyguards advanced. At that moment, a crimson glow erupted, and several of the bodyguards dissolved into nothingness. "What a monstrous creature!" Zach stammered, trembling at the sight. Karl approached the bedside, while the surrounding medical staff suddenly exited the room as if they were strangers. With a smile, Karl gazed at Zach. "You wish to torment me?" Zach panicked, shaking uncontrollably. Previously, when his father had dispatched assassins to eliminate Karl, he had felt a perverse thrill, thinking he could have Karl beaten. Now, faced with the prospect of losing his life, he was filled with dread. He witnessed the red light shining in Karl's eyes, and as the bodyguards came into contact with the glowing crimson, they were instantly obliterated. Overwhelmed with fear, Zach shouted in terror, "You can't kill me. My father is a shareholder in Stark Industries and is about to take control of it." Before he could finish his desperate plea, he was confronted by the blinding red light before him. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Who Karl truly was and how he possessed such formidable abilities. He pondered how he had ended up in opposition to Karl. Having dealt with the Obadiah duo, Karl prepared to depart. He had little to say to these two individuals. Earlier, during the gala, it was Jean who had initiated the confrontation, instructing his subordinates to take the pair away. At that time, Karl harbored no lethal intentions. Breaking their legs had already constituted a severe punishment, at least in the eyes of an ordinary person. He had no desire to escalate the situation further. Yet, unexpectedly, these two had chosen to complicate matters themselves. Very well, Karl decided to indulge them. Employing his extraordinary vision, Karl searched thoroughly. In an instant, his figure vanished once more. Simultaneously, he arrived at Erica's residence. Erica was taken aback upon seeing Karl, yet her surprise quickly transformed into delight as she rushed towards him. "Have you completed your tasks?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied. "By the way, your ability to fly is truly remarkable." "It's quite handy," Karl chuckled. In truth, he was employing the power to traverse space. When he could journey across worlds, he could equally navigate through space. Otherwise, even with his swift flying speed, he would still need to open doors to enter a room. However, such trivialities need not be elaborated upon. "Your display of prowess at the party was absolutely stunning," Erica remarked, tilting her head to kiss Karl. The two engaged in a passionate embrace. Subsequently, Karl, holding Erica, made his way towards the bed. It was 4 o'clock. After concluding his battle, Karl freshened up and rummaged through the refrigerator, only to find beverages devoid of any alcohol. Thus, he returned to his residence to fetch some drinks. Erica, on the other hand, was resting on the bed, having passed 4 hours since their last encounter. Erica's combat strength surpasses that of Sky, Karl reflected. He typically did not reside here. His home was in Manhattan, where he had other accommodations. Otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner. Speaking of which, he had yet to check in on the chat group today. With that thought, Karl entered the group chat. "Sister, what if I have a Chinibyu? I didn't go to work today. It feels rather dull." "Sister, what if I have a Chinibyu? Perhaps I shall work a bit at the restaurant tomorrow." "Thousand-handed princess, Sister Tenflower is truly leisurely. I envy her. Commander of the Great Wall Guards. Indeed, my daily tasks are quite cumbersome." "Sister, what if I have a Chinibyu? Haha, there's nothing to be done. After all, I am merely a sloth in this ordinary world." "Sister, what if I have a Chinibyu?" With the chat group, signing in can earn money, eliminating the need to venture out for work. Thousand-handed princess, 666 ding. Group member deity of humanity. Check-in successful, earning 10 points. "Sister, what if I have a Chinibyu? Is the esteemed Karl online?" Heavenly Blade King. Salutations, esteemed one. Commander of the Great Wall Guards. Greetings, Karl. Thousand-handed princess. Hello, Karl Kuhn. Deity of humanity. Is everyone here? Greetings to you all. Heavenly Blade King. By the way, it seems that Karl is quite occupied. Heavenly Blade King. He often spends long periods away from the group. Commander of the Great Wall Guards. Someone of Karl's stature must indeed be very busy. Commander of the Great Wall Guards. Surely, Karl is engaged in righteous endeavors. Thousand-handed princess. Indeed, Karl Kuhn is a remarkably kind-hearted individual. Princess of 1,000 hands. He must be helping those in need. What a noble companion indeed. My sister is a Chinibyu. He should be a superhero, right? We have such urban legends here as well. My sister is a Chinibyu. However, in our world, there are no real superheroes. My sister is a Chinibyu. Big brother Karl is so busy. He probably spends every day saving the world. Heavenly Blade King. Oh, it seems so. Heavenly Blade King. Once I accumulate enough points, I will purchase more items in the chat group, become powerful enough, and I too shall save the world. Commander of the Great Wall Guards. Kesha is truly commendable. My sister is a Chinibyu. Excellent. Princess of 1,000 hands. A fine aspiration. Keep it up. God of humanity. Go, Heavenly Blade King. Karl, upon seeing the messages in the chat group, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The members of this group possess quite the vivid imagination. They are saving the world every day, with talk of noble companions and the like. The reality, however, is that Karl had only engaged in a deep conversation with that girl for several hours. It was merely an extended chat in the group, which felt excessively long. Upon reflection, perhaps the members were not entirely incorrect. After all, the individuals Karl has eliminated were indeed villains. For instance, the subordinates of Gold and the Target Eyeball, as well as Iron Overlord and those bodyguards, including the son of Iron Overlord. Though he was uncertain if the son of Iron Overlord was a villain. Given the behavior exhibited, it was likely that he was not a person of good repute. Just then, a notification chimed in the chat group. Chapter 40. The calm newcomer uncovers identity. A newcomer has arrived? Karl was momentarily startled. Those two names seemed somewhat familiar. The name Passing Kamen Rider was rather easy to deduce. It was highly probable that it referred to the protagonist of Kamen Rider, Tsukasa Kadoya, also known as Brother Akira. As for Sherry, Karl had encountered that name numerous times in his previous life, including Shiho Mayano and Detective Conan and characters from Twilight. It was rumored that there was also someone with that name in a certain kingdom. Well, for now, he remained uncertain of this person's identity. In the chat group, messages began to flood in. My sister is a Chinibyu. Welcome, newcomers. Heavenly Blade King, another newcomer has arrived? Welcome. I wonder if there are any big shots this time. Commander of the Great Wall Guards. Welcome, newcomers. Princess of 1,000 Hands. The chat group has gained 2 new members. Welcome. However, after the welcome message was posted, responses came only after a considerable interval. Passing Kamen Rider. What is this chat interface? Why does it materialize in my mind? Tianren Wang. Allow me to elucidate. Tianren Wang. This is a chat group that connects different worlds, where members can engage in interdimensional communication. Tianren Wang. To speak, simply envision your words within your mind. Tianren Wang. The chat group encourages collaboration among members and offers various features such as posting tasks, earning points, and a marketplace. Ding. Group member Tianren Wang has earned 200 points for clarifying matters for the 2 new members. Tianren Wang. Hehe, indeed, there are points to be gained. How delightful. Princess Chinshou. Wow, you actually beat me to it, Kaisha. Princess Chinshou. I had intended to introduce them myself. Tianren Wang. Haha. After all, I am quite exceptional. Proudly. Princess Chinshou. 666 Commander of the Great Wall Guard. To the 2 newcomers, the members here are exceedingly kind. Should you require assistance, feel free to voice your needs. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. In our group, we even have individuals capable of resurrecting others, essentially solving any dilemma. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The marketplace is replete with many splendid items. Do take a look at the introductions for purchasing. Passing Kamen Rider Sherry. Connecting different dimensions to facilitate cross-world communication. Sherry, how did this chat group come into existence? Is there any scientific basis for it? Sherry, moreover, the ability to resurrect individuals? How does that process work? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I am not entirely sure myself. Tianren Wang. General Su Lai is merely here to clarify your queries. Must you take it so seriously? Sherry, I apologize. I merely seek objective truths. Sherry, if I have caused any offense, please forgive me. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. No worries at all. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Should you find yourself in any predicament, you can post a task in the chat group. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The sign-in is located in the upper right corner. Ding. Group member Passing Kamen Rider has successfully signed in and earned 5 points. Passing Kamen Rider. It truly works. Passing Kamen Rider. There are many intriguing items in the marketplace. Passing Kamen Rider. If this chat group is indeed as you have described, it is rather splendid. Passing Kamen Rider. My name is Minyashur, and I am a photographer. Passing Kamen Rider. Currently, I am traveling across various worlds in search of my own. I hope for your kind assistance, as Xiao Ming is already traversing through different worlds himself. Thus, the acceptance of a cross-dimensional chat group is rather high. Moreover, Xiao Ming believes that if this chat group is indeed as remarkable as its members claim, it might assist him in discovering his true world, though that is not guaranteed. Consequently, he undertook a rather earnest self-introduction, which is quite rare for him. Surely, a photographer? Are you not a Kamen Rider? Surely. By the way, are you a child? Surely. We do have Kamen Superhero here, a type of special effects drama. Surely. It seems to be quite popular among children. A passing Kamen Rider. What nonsense. How could I possibly be a child? A passing Kamen Rider. I am a Kamen Rider, and I am also a photographer. In the world of Conan, a beautiful young woman clad in a white lab coat with brown hair is resting in her room. This is Shiho Mayano. At present, she is working for the Black Organization. However, the atmosphere here leaves much to be desired. A chat group connecting different dimensions, and the resurrection of individuals? Although these notions are somewhat implausible and mysterious in origin, conversing with them could be enjoyable. As a scientist, Shiho Mayano harbors skepticism towards such matters. After all, even life on other planets in the universe has yet to be discovered. Of course, some scientists posit the existence of extraterrestrial life, but as a materialist, she cannot believe without evidence. And resurrection? How could that even be conceivable? The concept of a chat group is rather difficult for her to accept. Given the dullness of her current surroundings, she might as well treat it as a form of relaxation and entertainment. After a moment of contemplation, Shiho Mayano allows a smile to grace her lips. Surely, very well. Surely. Speaking of which, I find myself rather intrigued by the individual capable of resurrecting others. Surely, if convenient, could they introduce themselves? Princess Chickage. Although this may sound unbelievable, Princess Chickage, Lord Karl truly traversed into my world and resurrected my brother. Princess Chickage, the tasks of the chat group have all been completed. Feel free to inquire with others if you wish. Younger sister with Chinibyu. Huh? This newcomer is so composed, calmly questioning the chat group. Younger sister with Chinibyu. Lord Karl, someone is seeking the god of humanity. God of humanity, indeed very composed. They seem quite mature. God of humanity, hello. Shirley, greetings. Shirley, I have some inquiries I wish to make of you. God of humanity, yes, feel free to ask. Shirley, others say you can resurrect people. May I ask how you accomplish this? God of the human realm, I have already asked if you could reveal your profession to me. Shirley, very well. God of the human realm, I possess the ability to traverse time and bring the dead back to life. Shirley, how do you traverse time? God of the human realm, first, tell me your profession. Shirley, I am a scientist. God of the human realm, I can fly at speeds that are astonishingly swift. Shirley, is that truly feasible? Princess of 1,000 hands. Of course, after all, Karl has resurrected my brother. Karl ceased to respond, for he had already acquired the information he sought. The connection between scientist and Shirley allowed Karl to deduce her identity. Shiho Miyano from Detective Conan. Chapter 41. 2 News. The truth-knowing gene. 2 newcomers entered the chat group. Karl had already discerned their identities. One was Tsukasa Kadoya, also known as Kamen Rider Deno. The other was Shiho Miyano from Detective Conan, also known as AI Hybra, who had not consumed the 4869. Upon realizing the identities of these individuals, Karl refrained from replying. For at that moment, he noticed that Erika had awakened. After sharing a tender moment, he watched as Erika prepared herself. Subsequently, the two ventured out for a meal. Today was an unusual day for the American populace, brimming with explosive news. The news of Obadiah's demise quickly reached the public. Within an hour of Karl resolving the matter with Obadiah, multiple media outlets reported the incident. Many Americans, upon seeing the news, were initially bewildered, unaware of who this individual was and why his death had made headlines. Eventually, through explanations, the public learned that he was an executive at Stain Industries and a significant shareholder in Stark Industries, a wealthy individual, indeed. What a pity. They wondered if his wealth had been exhausted. What piqued their curiosity further was the cause of his death. According to reports, Obadiah fell victim to a hail of gunfire, and the bullets recovered from his body matched those of his bodyguards. The number of bullets was entirely consistent. Many speculated that the bodyguards, driven by greed, had murdered Obadiah. Others suggested that his enemies had bribed Obadiah's bodyguards to turn against him and orchestrate his demise. Yet, no one could elucidate why those bodyguards also perished, and it appeared that they had all taken their own lives. Assassins? A multitude of speculations arose. However, in the entirety of the United States, there was but one individual who, upon witnessing the news, comprehended who had orchestrated the demise of Obadiah. That person was none other than the underground emperor of the nation, Jean Bing. Initially, upon encountering the news, Jean Bing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reflecting on his previous intentions to forge a partnership with Obadiah, whom he had just met that very day. Alas, this old scoundrel had crossed paths with a formidable entity, thereby thwarting Jean Bing's aspirations for profit and compelling him to seek alternative avenues. Before retribution could be exacted, the old man had already met his untimely end. As he pondered these thoughts, Jean Bing suddenly felt as though he had grasped a pivotal clue. Karl Obadiah's death. Could it be that Karl himself had taken action against Obadiah? The possibility seemed compelling to him, for he was aware that Karl possessed an array of superpowers, including flight and laser projection, along with immense strength. Although the cause of Obadiah's death was attributed to gunfire from his bodyguards, Jean Bing was resolute in his belief that Karl was intricately involved. Moreover, it dawned on him that Obadiah's demise was precipitated by the confrontation between his son and the formidable Karl. Despite ultimately siding with Karl and administering a slight punishment to the Obadiah father and son duo, it was conceivable that Karl, feeling aggrieved, had taken matters into his own hands to eliminate them. Furthermore, the reports indicated that Obadiah's son had gone missing, presumably kidnapped. Had he perhaps been disintegrated by that crimson laser? Jean Bing had witnessed Karl wield that red beam with deadly precision on a target, making the connection all too apparent. Of course, it was also plausible that Karl had abducted him for torment. The more Jean Bing contemplated, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the truth. At that moment, he was engulfed with an exhilarating sense of uncovering the truth, a sensation of being the sole possessor of knowledge while the rest of the world remained oblivious. Yet, an undercurrent of fear coursed through him. Would this formidable figure resort to silencing him? Jean Bing resolved to maintain a facade of ignorance, for he truly had witnessed nothing. If Obadiah's death had instilled a modicum of fear and curiosity within the American populace, the afternoon news would ultimately ignite a firestorm across the nation. Tony Stark, the nationally renowned playboy and billionaire, has mysteriously vanished. Due to the considerable distance, the news arrived with a notable delay, only coming to light in the afternoon. In an instant, the headlines that had been focused on Obadiah shifted entirely, giving way to the startling revelation of Stark's disappearance. The general public became increasingly captivated by the plight of Tony Stark, a figure of immense fame. People had always been intrigued by the escapades of this dashing millionaire. Yet this particular story bore a stark contrast to the usual lighthearted gossip. The previous concerns regarding Obadiah were swiftly forgotten. Consequently, Stark Industries stock experienced a significant decline following the news of Stark's disappearance. Although there was a slight dip upon the announcement of Obadiah's demise, it remained within acceptable limits. Such is the harsh reality. Obadiah had meticulously plotted to seize control of Stark Industries. Yet the gravity of his death paled in comparison to the implications of Tony Stark's vanishing. Erica's father, Nicholas, himself a wealthy individual who had prospered through partnerships with Jean, operated a considerable enterprise. After attending a soiree, he returned to his work, only to take a moment to relax while watching television. It was then that he stumbled upon the news of Tony Stark's disappearance, leaving him somewhat astonished. How could Tony Stark possibly go missing? He wondered about the unpredictable fate that awaited Stark in the Middle East, recalling his previous carefree existence, now seemingly overshadowed by misfortune. With a slight chuckle, Nicholas pondered the irony. As a prominent figure in the American elite, Nicholas was certainly familiar with Stark, though the latter remained oblivious to his existence, a lofty idol he could only admire from afar. Flipping through several channels, Nicholas found every report fixated on Tony Stark. Indifferent to the specifics, he merely sought a moment of leisure in front of the screen. However, upon switching to another channel, he discovered a report that diverged from the Stark narrative, focusing instead on Obadiah. The news mentioned that he had passed away, prompting Nicholas to muse in confusion. He had seen Obadiah just that very day. Yet, the television continued to relay updates on Tony Stark's situation. After a considerable time, Nicholas suddenly recalled the events of the soiree. Could Obadiah's demise be linked to Karl? After all, today's incident involving Karl and Obadiah has stirred quite a commotion. The affluent circles are abuzz with tales of how Jean, in a fit of rage over a young man, shattered Obadiah's leg. It seems unlikely that Karl was directly involved. Perhaps he had enlisted Jean's assistance? After some reflection, Nicholas concluded that it was indeed Jean who had acted. However, whether there was any connection to Karl remains unclear, though he suspects there must be some link. It appears that Karl is far more formidable than he initially imagined, capable of orchestrating such a grave outcome for Obadiah. Chapter 42. A new ability, unbeknownst to them. A tycoon resides in the group in an office within the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. A bald, one-eyed African-American man sat in his chair. This was Nick Fury, the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Before him, two pieces of information were displayed: the death of Obadiah and the disappearance of Tony Stark. He glanced up at the two individuals standing before his desk. One was a striking red-haired woman clad in leather, the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. The other was a middle-aged man with a friendly demeanor, albeit a somewhat precarious hairline. Phil Coulson. Both were exemplary agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark is a crucial figure in the United States, and his father has significant ties to our organization. Coulson, you are tasked with seeking leads on Stark's whereabouts. Understood. Coulson nodded and promptly departed. Natasha, you will investigate the circumstances surrounding Obadiah's death. This matter is rather peculiar, so exercise caution. Of course, the Black Widow replied, her agreement resolute. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D., but also official entities were dispatching personnel to probe into these two incidents. Meanwhile, Karl was enjoying an evening stroll with Erica after their dinner. As they walked, Erica suddenly exclaimed, "Karl, can't you fly? How about we take a look from the Statue of Liberty?" "Sure," Karl replied without hesitation, wrapping his arm around Erica and soaring skyward. In an instant, they found themselves atop the Statue of Liberty. After all, they were currently in Manhattan, and the distance was quite manageable. Wow, that was fast. Erica gazed down below, her excitement palpable. She relished the exhilarating sensation of being high above. Otherwise, the family would not have resided at such a height. Suddenly, Erica leaned in closer to Karl and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him. "Karl, shall we linger here?" Karl cast a surprised glance at her. "Here? What a delightful notion. However, it is not out of the question. Just a moment." Erica, taken aback, inquired, Why? All right, let us proceed," Karl replied, enveloping Erica in a biological embrace. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight. This was his newfound ability, invisibility. After all, they were in an open area. It would be undesirable to be captured by satellites or the like. Thus, Karl had aspired for the power of invisibility. The silver superhero template proved to be remarkably effective, granting him this ability in under 2 seconds. It was just past 7 o'clock when Karl, holding Erica, returned to their home in Manhattan. The wilderness had proven quite exhausting. Although Karl himself felt no fatigue, he was merely concerned about Erica's potential exhaustion. By 9 o'clock, Following the conclusion of their battle, Karl refreshed himself and took a moment to relax in the living room. He casually turned on the television, where he encountered news of Tony Stark's disappearance. Has it come to this already? Iron Man is about to make an appearance. Should he take some action? In his previous life, when watching Iron Man, he had felt a pang of regret over the demise of Dr. Ethan. Let us see, Karl pondered. The news seemed rather tedious, repeating the same information ad nauseum. Contemplating this, Karl decided to enter the chat group. Surely, the items in the mall appear quite promising based on the descriptions. Surely, however, the prices are rather exorbitant. Surely, at such prices, even if one were to sign in for 100 days, it would be impossible to acquire anything decent, wouldn't it? After all, the points earned from daily sign-ins are merely single digits. 100 days would yield only a few hundred points. What can one purchase with a few hundred points? Sister with a touch of delusion. Indeed, I have longed to acquire an iron suit. Sister with a touch of delusion. Yet even now, my points remain insufficient. Sister with a touch of delusion. It is truly disheartening. Surely, that is certainly the case. Surely, I too have many desired items, yet they remain beyond my financial reach. Passing Kamen Rider. Oh, this is rather intriguing. Passing Kamen Rider. You previously seemed skeptical of the chat group. Passing Kamen Rider. What has prompted this sudden unwavering faith in the chat now? Heavenly Blade King. Indeed, why is that? Princess Thousand Hands. How curious. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional teenager? Surely, previously, I harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of this chat group. It is quite normal, isn't it? A dimension-spanning chat group of sorts. Few can accept it at first glance. Surely, it wasn't until I stumbled upon the option to exchange points for cash in the marketplace that my skepticism began to wane. Surely, initially, I approached it with a sense of experimentation. To my surprise, I managed to redeem over 10,000 yuan. Surely, I exchanged 6 times in succession, converting all my points into cash. Surely, under such circumstances, despite my prior doubts, I now find myself compelled to believe. Surely, after all, in our world, there exists no technology capable of extracting cash from one's mind. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional teenager? Ah, I see. Princess Thousand Hands. Astute observation. Heaven's Edge King. Speaking of which, I have yet to exchange any money myself. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional teenager? I've exchanged quite a bit. Kaisha, why haven to you? Heaven's Edge King. Such precious points. How could I possibly use them for cash? Heaven's Edge King. My father once said, the wealth of our family is more than I could ever spend in a lifetime. Heaven's Edge King. Thus, it is inconceivable for me to exchange points for money. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional teenager? This is disheartening. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional teenager? I never imagined you were such a little tycoon, Kaisha. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional teenager? Tycoon, I seek your protection. Princess Thousand Hands. Tycoon, I seek your protection. God of humanity. Tycoon, I seek your protection. Heaven's Edge King. Karl, is that you? Heaven's Edge King. Please, no jesting. Nearly 200,000 points could buy an abundance of splendid items. Heaven's Edge King. If it were possible to purchase points, I would gladly spend all my wealth. Surely, close to 200,000? A mere sign-in grants only single-digit points. Surely, how did you amass 200,000 points? Princess Thousand Hands. By completing tasks, of course. Princess Thousand Hands. Our esteemed Karl executed 2 tasks, each yielding 100,000 points. Surely, signing in grants single digits, while tasks offer 100,000. Surely, the disparity is rather immense. It seems the chat group encourages us to undertake tasks. Princess Thousand Hands. Not necessarily, as typical tasks should not yield such substantial points. Princess Thousand Hands. Karl's high task rating is what grants him such generous rewards. Surely. Very well, it appears quite challenging indeed. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional teenager? Naturally, it is quite difficult. Otherwise, why would there be so many wonderful items? Surely, you make a valid point. Commander of the Great Wall Guardians. Speaking of which, what has become of that masked rider? Why has he fallen silent? Masked rider passing by. Not long ago, I resolved the matter of the evil creatures alongside the true swordsman. Masked rider passing by now? I have arrived in this new world, yet I remain uncertain of my purpose here. Chapter 43. Astonished group members. Xiao Ming is excited surely. Wait, a new world? Surely, what does that signify? Younger sister with a Chinibu. How intriguing. Heaven's Edge King. Could it be that you possess the ability to traverse worlds? Masked rider passing by. Although this world differs from the descriptions shared within the chat group, I can indeed claim to be traveling through various realms. Commander of the Great Wall Guardians. That sounds remarkably impressive. Heaven's Edge King. 666. Younger sister with a Chinibu. Truly remarkable. The members of the group imagine the concept of world traversal noting some discrepancies with Xiao Ming's description, yet they still found it quite awe-inspiring. Karl, upon observing Xiao Ming's comments, pondered for a moment. It turns out, Xiao Ming had already reached a later timeline. At this juncture, it appeared that he had traversed numerous parallel worlds. It seemed that each member of the chat group resided in a different timeline. In the world of Dicky, Xiao Ming gazed at the discussions within the chat group, feeling somewhat elated. This sensation of being praised was indeed rather delightful. After engaging in a few replies, Xiao Ming accessed the marketplace. An assortment of peculiar items. This was his first encounter with the marketplace. Ninjutsu, dominance, infinity stones, according to their descriptions. These were artifacts from other realms. However, he also discovered items that felt somewhat familiar. Drive units, new drive units, and Uma cards. These were things he recognized, yet they were tinged with strangeness. The drive unit was his transformation belt. But what could the new drive unit possibly be? And who was Uma? Nevertheless, after perusing the item descriptions, Xiao Ming became quite exhilarated. Each item appeared to be more formidable than the last, particularly the Uma cards. Upon usage, they could harness the power of Uma, which included summoning any Heisei rider, utilizing the abilities of the Heisei riders, and opening gateways through time and space. Yet, despite their tremendous power, the exorbitant prices were truly disheartening. It was evident that the group members were correct, relying solely on daily sign-ins. It was uncertain how long it would take to acquire the coveted items. At this moment, Xiaohaiju, Kojiro, and Yosuke Monya were strolling along the path. "What troubles you?" Xiaohaiju inquired, noticing the peculiar expression on Monya's face. "Oh," Monya snapped back to reality and casually remarked, "It's nothing. I was merely contemplating what our purpose is in this world. Perhaps, this is indeed your world." The trio engaged in a friendly discourse. Suddenly, a series of ominous sounds echoed from behind them. They turned to see a group of bizarre beings approaching. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow, sensing danger. Who are these individuals? He wondered. Before anyone could respond, a chilling laughter emerged from the side. As they turned, several energy projectiles hurtled towards them. The trio instinctively shielded their heads and hastily fled. After a brief chase, they were pursued by a metallic humanoid creature. The creature boasted, "I am the mightiest warrior of the Clasis Empire, the monstrous robot, Shibarian." Pointing at Xiao Ming, it commanded, "Eliminate Xia Jijiao." Surrounding them, a multitude of monsters began advancing toward the trio. Xiao Ming, puzzled, remarked, "Am I Xia Jijiao?" At that moment, a deep growl resonated. "Clasis." The creatures recoiled in shock. A middle-aged man clad in white stood protectively before Xiao Ming and his companions. "I shall safeguard Xia Jijiao," he declared, striking a pose and proclaiming, "Transform." As he spoke, a belt materialized around his waist, transforming him into a green knight resembling a beetle. "I am the son of the sun, Kamen Rider Dark Sun Rebirth." Without hesitation, Dark Sun Rebirth engaged in battle with the forces of the Clasis Empire. Xiao Ming recognized this Kamen Rider, realizing whose world they were in. Dark Sun Rebirth swiftly vanquished the minions and then faced Shibarian. Initially overpowered, he soon gained the upper hand after transforming into the Rebirth mechanized rider. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, the space behind Shibarian inexplicably warped, and two monsters emerged from thin air. Upon their arrival, they immediately advanced on Dark Sun Rebirth. In a 2-on-1 confrontation, he was soon defeated. Upon encountering the two monstrous beings, Yusuke Onodera was utterly astonished. How could vampires and aberrant deities be present here? Xiao Ming, observing the defeat of the Dark Sun's rebirth, realized that he could no longer remain a passive spectator. Transforming, he stepped forward, retrieving a card and deftly tossing it into the driver. With a sudden, forceful thrust of his hands, an impassioned voice resonated. "Kamen Rider, transform." He metamorphosed into Decade. The Dark Sun, witnessing this transformation, could not help but exclaim, "How could Kasumi no Joe become Decade?" Both the Dark Sun and the adversaries were left in disbelief at Xiao Ming's transformation. Paying them little mind, he merely remarked, "That name again," before charging toward the enemy. Xiao Ming's combat was remarkably effortless. Though he faced two opponents, he maintained a commanding lead throughout the encounter. After transforming into Agito, he swiftly vanquished one adversary. The remaining foe, sensing the dire situation, opted to flee. The monstrous robot also uttered a threat before making its escape. At that moment, Kamen Rider Dark Sun approached Xiao Ming. "Destroyer of worlds, Decade, I shall not permit you to wreak havoc upon this realm," he declared, preparing to attack. Xiao Ming, ready to retaliate, was suddenly obstructed by the rushing Tachibana Natsumi. Noticing this, Xiao Ming reverted to his original form, and Kamen Rider Dark Sun did the same. Tachibana Natsumi sincerely explained that he had been striving to save the world of riders. After a moment of mutual gaze, Kamen Rider Dark Sun broke into a smile, having placed his trust in Natsumi. Subsequently, the two parties engaged in a dialogue. during which Xiao Ming and his companions learned vital information about Kamen Rider Dark Sun and the enemies they faced. They discovered that a new hostile force had emerged, concluding that the world was on the brink of destruction and fusion. As their conversation progressed, Xiao Ming abruptly departed, prompting Tachibana Natsumi and Yusuke Onodera to follow. Suddenly, the space around them warped and blurred, from which three figures emerged. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a white suit, flanked by two aberrant deities. The man sneered, "Decade. At last, I have found you." After a brief exchange, Xiao Ming and his companions learned that their adversaries hailed from the Great Shikaku. The middle-aged man then transformed, donning a dark crimson suit of armor and wielding a shield adorned with deadly blades. Before Xiao Ming could assume his form, his belt was struck down, and he himself was toppled. "I shall take your flickering flame of life," he declared. Apollo Kestrel aimed the dual-sided energy mirror at Xiao Ming, declaring, "I shall claim your life force." At a critical moment, Xiao Haiju intervened, shielding Xiao Ming. In an instant, Xiao Haiju fell unconscious, prompting Yusuke to transform into Kamen Rider Kuga, forcing the enemy to retreat. Chapter 44. The Embarrassing Xiao Ming. Task issued immediately. Xiao Ming and Yusuke rushed Xiao Haiju to the hospital. Unfortunately, her condition was dire. The cause remained unknown, yet her life hung in the balance, and she lay in an unresponsive state. The lack of clarity regarding her condition rendered treatment impossible. Xiao Ming observed the anguish etched upon Xiao Haiju's face, enveloped in silence. Memories of their past together flooded his mind. What should he do? Who could possibly save Xiao Hai? Xiao Ming felt an overwhelming sorrow. He realized he was utterly powerless to assist her. If only he possessed that fabled demon-slaying card from the chat group store. He could rescue Xiao Hai. After all, the card's power was immensely formidable. Alas, Xiao Ming currently only had 5 points accrued from his daily check-in, even multiplied 1,000-fold. He could not afford that card. Frustration coursed through him as he clenched his fists in anger. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered before him. The chat group. Although his points were insufficient to purchase valuable items from the store, the chat group offered more than just a marketplace. It was a gathering of members from various worlds. He recalled conversations with fellow members, where it was mentioned that a member known as the God of Humanity had the ability to resurrect others and even traverse time. Xiao Ming approached this notion with skepticism, as it seemed utterly preposterous. Nevertheless, given the current predicament, he found himself yearning for its truth. Previously, during their discussions, other members had outlined the steps to issue a task. Had he not joined the chat group, Xiao Ming would have been left in despair, pondering alternative solutions, perhaps even resorting to seeking Apollo Kestrel. Yet now, his mind was solely focused on the chat group. Xiao Ming's consciousness entered the chat group. Passing Kamen Rider, my friend's life hangs by a thread. I implore everyone to assist me. All members, God of Humanity passing Kamen Rider, I am willing to offer all my points as a reward. Ding. Group member passing Kamen Rider has issued a task. Save Xiao Haiju. Task reward. 5 points, a friendly reminder. This task is of considerable difficulty. The chat group encourages its members to assist one another, and all members are welcome to undertake this task. How wonderful. Xiao Ming gazed at the notification that appeared in the chat group, his heart soaring with excitement. Previously, he had merely heard other group members speak of task assignments, but had yet to try it himself. A sense of trepidation lingered within him. However, upon seeing the prompt, he felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Thankfully, he had not visited the store earlier, and the points he had accumulated from check-ins remained intact. Otherwise, he might have had to exchange money. Although Xiao Ming portrayed a masked hero, his financial situation was far from affluent. Fortune smiled upon him. Now, all he had to do was wait for the members of the chat group to accept the task. Xiao Ming anxiously monitored the chat. After all, this was a matter of life and death for Xiao Haiju. Surely, is it truly possible to trigger a task? Surely, by the way, aren't you some kind of masked hero capable of traversing worlds? Surely, why can't you even save your friend and must resort to posting a task in the chat group? The passing masked hero, upon reading the messages, Xiao Ming felt a twinge of discomfort. Previously, when he mentioned traversing worlds, everyone assumed he was an extraordinarily powerful character. Many believed that aside from the esteemed Karl, he was the strongest masked hero. Numerous members even showered him with praise. Indeed, this perception held some truth. After all, most members of the group were ordinary people, or perhaps ninjas and warriors. However, now it seemed this individual was potentially the second strongest presence in the group, unable to save even a friend. On his very first day in the group, he was already posting a task for assistance, and the reward appeared rather meager, merely 5 points. This situation was quite disappointing. Those who had previously praised him now felt a pang of regret. This fellow seemed quite different from what they had envisioned. Not only did those who had cheered for him feel a sense of unease, but Xiao Ming himself felt a bit embarrassed. Nevertheless, considering that Xia Haiju's life depended on the help of the chat group, he decided to provide an explanation. The passing masked hero. This world traversal is not something I control at will. The passing masked hero. Moreover, most of our abilities as masked heroes manifest in combat. The passing masked hero. I am not well versed in other matters. The passing masked hero. However, I am unique. Aside from filming, I excel in everything else. As the passing Kamen Rider remarked, it was indeed confined to mundane matters. Sherry responded with a simple acknowledgement. The younger sister, plagued by her own delusions of grandeur, lamented the troublesome predicament that lay ahead. Despite her eagerness to embark on a quest, the imminent threat to life weighed heavily upon her. Urgently, she decided to forego any delays. Karl, let us proceed, O God of humanity. The Blade King inquired if Karl could assist him. Though my intentions are noble, my strength is limited. I can offer but a modicum of help. Dear Karl, the commander of the Great Wall Guard expressed. Moved by these messages, Xiao Ming felt profoundly touched. The passing Kamen Rider expressed his heartfelt gratitude, assuring everyone that should they ever require assistance in the future, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. The Blade King humbly dismissed the gratitude, while the commander of the Great Wall Guard reiterated the group's ethos of mutual support. Meanwhile, Karl, who was also present in the chat, contemplated the storyline of Kamen Rider Wang Xiaoming upon seeing the task. It seemed that Shokai Orange had been ensnared by the double-faced energy mirror, draining his life force to the brink of demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Karl returned home in a second, donned his black battle attire, and accepted the mission. In the hospital room of the Dicky world, Yusuke Onodera observed the anguished expression of Shokai Orange, his face awash with concern. At that moment, Xiaoming inexplicably closed his eyes, remaining unresponsive for several seconds. Sure. What troubles you? We must seek Apollo Cast to rescue Shokai Orange. Suddenly, Xiaoming opened his eyes, his previously despondent demeanor transformed into one of clarity. For he had just seen a notification in the chat group. Ding. Group member, God of Humanity, has accepted the mission to save Shokai Orange. Filled with anticipation, Xiaoming believed that there would be no need to seek Apollo Cast after all. Yusuke paused, perplexed. But what of Shokai? Just as he finished speaking, a new figure appeared in the room, where only 3 had been moments prior. With dark hair and eyes, a handsome visage, and a flowing cloak that accentuated his form, he bore the emblem upon his chest. In Chapter 45, the scene unfolded as a new presence emerged in the hospital room. Yusuke Onodera, gazing at the unexpected arrival, was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Xiaoming instinctively turned his attention to the newcomer, captivated by their appearance. Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. The emblem on his upper garment, the tight-fitting attire, the cape. Was this not the legendary Superman? Superman, Yudai Onodera instinctively uttered as he gazed at Karl. Initially, Onodera had been conversing with Xiao Ming about their quest to find the enemy. However, upon seeing Karl's figure, he became utterly dumbfounded. In their nightly realm, akin to the Marvel universe in which Karl resided, there existed comics and films featuring Superman. Hence, both Onodera and Xiao Ming immediately associated Karl with the iconic superhero upon their first glance. They exchanged a look, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. It was simply too surreal. After all, Superman seemed to be a mythical being, and now he stood before them. Who could possibly remain calm in such a moment? Of course, this Superman bore some distinctions from the one etched in their memories. Firstly, there was his East Asian visage, and then there was the color of his attire. In their world, the superhero's garb was also characterized by red and blue hues. Nevertheless, aside from these minor details, the resemblance was uncanny. The two were so taken aback that they found themselves at a loss for words. Even Xiao Ming, who had initiated the chat group task, displayed an expression of disbelief upon seeing Karl. Noticing their silence, Karl raised an eyebrow and took the initiative to speak. Kamen Rider, hello. I am Karl, and I have accepted a task in the group. The group? What group? Onodera stammered, looking astonished at Xiao Ming. You know Superman? Then, he absurdly shook his head, muttering to himself, impossible, impossible. How could there be a Superman in this world? It must be a misunderstanding. After all, the very notion of Superman was difficult to fathom. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming gazed at Karl with shock. You mentioned a group? A chat group? Karl chuckled. What else could it be? As a passing Kamen Rider overheard the mention of a group and a task, and recognizing his nickname in the group, Xiao Ming felt an overwhelming certainty that this Superman-like figure was indeed the deity of their realm. Are you truly the deity of our realm? He inquired. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that the existence of a being like Superman was exceedingly hard to accept. Karl, noticing his skepticism, was unperturbed. As he glanced at the suffering figure of Xia Haiju on the hospital bed, he slowly approached, recognizing her at last. Just then, as Karl's words hung in the air, he felt a sudden disturbance in the nearby space. A figure materialized at the entrance of the ward, a man of approximately 40 or 50 years, adorned with a fisherman's hat. Clad in a beige coat and sporting glasses, it was Ming Long. He regarded Xia Haiju with a cold expression, uttering, "How pitiful." This voice drew the attention of Xiaoming and Xiongjia. Upon seeing this individual, Xiongjia instinctively spoke, "Ming Long." With a chilling demeanor, Ming Long replied, "Anyone connected to Emperor Qi is destined to perish. You, Xia Hai, and even you." He pointed menacingly at Xiaoming, his face contorted with malice, including that superhuman. Karl raised an eyebrow at this remark. "Me as well?" Xiaoming and Xiongjia stiffened at his words. Ming Long continued with a frosty gaze. "Do not involve yourself with Emperor Qi any further, unless you wish for everything to be annihilated." Having spoken, he turned to traverse the space. For this was his customary method. Each time he encountered Xiaoming or other Kamen Riders, he would dispense a plethora of words, some meaningful, others not, before making his swift exit. It was exhilarating and satisfying. Although his combat prowess could not match that of the Kamen Riders, he could still leap about freely, for none could capture him. Utilizing his ability to traverse worlds, even if he could not win, he could still put on a show. Today, he had once again mocked Emperor Qi and indulged in a little ostentation, leaving him in high spirits. But suddenly, his countenance shifted dramatically. He found himself unable to traverse space. How could this be? Where was the dimensional barrier? How could a power that had never failed him lose its efficacy? Disbelieving, Ming Long continued to attempt to wield his dimensional abilities, yet nothing manifested before him. At that moment, a voice echoed, "So, once the show is over, you wish to depart?" Ming Long instinctively turned his head to find the black-haired youth, a superhuman he had scarcely noticed before, smiling at him. Previously, Ming Long had regarded this person as merely a passerby, perhaps one who merely admired superhumans. However, he mused, "But the color of your battle attire is also amiss. The tone appears somewhat unprofessional. It seems that this is not the Kamen Rider after all." Naritaki harbors animosity towards Xiaoming, believing him to be the root cause of the world's destruction. Currently, he traverses multiple realms, disseminating rumors that he is a harbinger of calamity. Consequently, he shows little interest in ordinary individuals. Only those Kamen Riders and monsters pique his curiosity. However, it appears that he is unable to utilize the dimensional barrier at present. Is this related to this individual? Naritaki glances at Karl, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "Nothing of significance," Karl replies, his form flickering as he instantly appears before Naritaki. He gazes at the man before him and chuckles softly. "I see you are quite adept at pretense, and then you flee. Is it exhilarating?" Naritaki, taken aback, inquires, "What are you talking about?" Yet, what answers him is a radiant beam of red light, thermal vision. In mere moments, Naritaki's form is dissolved. After all, his combat prowess is rather lacking. Otherwise, he would have taken matters into his own hands and eliminated Xiaoming long ago. He stands no chance against Karl's thermal gaze, a path to self-destruction. Karl chuckles softly, feeling quite pleased. In his previous life, while watching Kamen Rider, he found several characters rather distasteful. The foremost among them was Naritaki, who, from the very first episode, frequently proclaimed that D-End was the demon of world destruction, deceiving various world riders, alongside Kamen Rider Kaido. Each time Xiaoming ventured into another world, he was compelled to battle the Kamen Riders of that realm, and Kamen Rider Kaido wavered multiple times due to this individual, causing Xiaoming considerable trouble. In essence, Karl was thoroughly exasperated by Naritaki in his previous life. Now, confronted with someone he despises, Karl feels no need for words, opting instead for direct action. Chapter 46. The astonished duo in motion. Karl swiftly resolves the presence of his disliked character. His thermal vision possesses the capacity to melt and evaporate nearly any material. Not only this man, but even the so-called Apollocaster would be unable to withstand it. As for why Naritaki was unable to employ the dimensional barrier earlier, it is, of course, due to Karl. Ever since acquiring the ability to traverse worlds, Karl discovered that he could not only cross dimensions, but also manipulate space itself. Just now, he felt the spatial fluctuations once more. Karl understood that Ming Tang was likely to flee. Thus, he confined this space, preventing the other from escaping, which proved to be no great challenge. Nearby, Xiao Ming and Yu Suker, who had witnessed the scene firsthand, were astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. After all, they had encountered the enigmatic Ming Tang numerous times. Particularly for Xiao Ming, the surprise was profound, as Ming Tang often spread rumors across various worlds, claiming to be the harbinger of destruction. Their frequent confrontations had led to considerable irritation on Xiao Ming's part. He had attempted to attack Ming Tang several times, only to find his adversary possessing the ability to traverse dimensional barriers, vanishing before any strike could land. Xiao Ming had been unable to keep pace. Yet now, The being capable of crossing worlds had met his end? How could he not be astonished? Furthermore, what shocked Xiao Ming and Yusuke even more was not Ming Tang's demise, but rather the method of attack employed by Karl. Was that not the heat vision of Superman? Thus, was the individual before them truly the Superman from films and comics? Xiao Ming still harbored doubts. Are you really Superman? Sort of. You may call me Karl. We shall converse further later. Karl turned his attention to the ailing Natsumi Orange, stating, saving her is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming and Yusuke were reminded of Natsumi's precarious situation. Suddenly, Yusuke bowed deeply to Karl, earnestly imploring, Superman Karl, please, I beg you to save Natsumi Orange. Rest assured, I shall save her, Karl replied with a glance. He then began searching for Apollo Kester. Moments later, Karl vanished in an instant. Mr. Karl? Yusuke appeared bewildered. Where had he gone? After searching for a while and confirming that Karl had truly disappeared, he turned to Xiao Ming, excitement evident as he asked, how do you know Superman? It was a chance encounter, Xiao Ming thought to himself, realizing he had not known that the divine being in their group was actually Superman. No wonder he possessed such formidable power. However, the others in the group spoke of him as someone capable of traversing time and resurrecting others. Can Superman really traverse time? Perhaps there exists a distinction between the Superman of comics, films, and reality. Xiao Ming was not particularly familiar with Superman's circumstances, merely contemplating the situation. Observing Yusuke Koyanagi, who appeared quite animated, Xiao Ming hesitated to reveal his ignorance about the fact that Karl was indeed Superman. After all, disclosing such information would considerably diminish the air of sophistication. Nonetheless, doubts lingered in Xiao Ming's mind. Wasn't this Superman tasked with reviving Natsumi Kajin? But where might he be now? Meanwhile, after the initial excitement faded, Yusuke Koyanagi gradually regained his composure. He turned to Xiao Ming and, with curiosity, inquired, so, what has that superhero gone off to do? From Yusuke's perspective, it seemed that Xiao Ming knew Karl, and Karl appeared to recognize Xiao Ming as well. This connection implied a burgeoning friendship between them. Wow, you truly are impressive, having such a remarkable friend like a superhero. He went. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, recalling that Karl was indeed on a mission to save Natsumi. Furthermore, he had overheard in their chat group that this esteemed Karl had previously used time travel to revive others. Thus, it was likely that he was employing the same method now. Clearing his throat, Xiao Ming proclaimed, Superman is here to assist in rescuing Natsumi. At this moment, he should be traversing time back to when we first encountered Apollo Gaistar, helping us to vanquish our adversaries. Wow, so he can travel through time. That's incredible. And you're amazing too for knowing such a person. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming feigned nonchalance and smiled. Just then, several figures abruptly appeared in the hospital room. Among them, 2 figures were carelessly discarded onto the floor like refuse. What is going on? Both Xiao Ming and Yusuke Koyanagi were startled by the sudden intrusion, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance as they scrutinized the unexpected visitors. In fact, Yusuke finally recalled his identity as Kamen Rider Kuga and assumed a transformation stance. In the next moment, they discerned the identities of the newcomers. The 2 figures on the floor beside the hospital bed were none other than Apollo Gaistar, the evil demon god. So they are indeed our foes, Yusuke exclaimed, immediately transforming into Kuga. Earlier, during the battle with Apollo Gaistar, Xiao Ming's belt had been knocked away, and subsequently, in the haste to get Natsumi to the hospital, he had inadvertently left it behind. At this moment, transformation was impossible. Retreat was the only option. What are you all doing? A voice emerged, prompting the 2 to turn. There stood Karl, clad in a black battle suit, not far away. Mr. Superman? They exclaimed, surprised by Karl's presence. Upon witnessing their reaction, Karl too felt a twinge of astonishment. Earlier, he had utilized his supervision to locate Apollo Kester. Discovering him on the street, without hesitation, Karl had flown directly to the scene. He refrained from defeating Apollo Kester before his transformation, nor did he take his life. Instead, once Apollo Kester had transformed, he swiftly removed the dual-faced energy mirror from the helmet and brought both Apollo Kester and a demon god to this location. However, what were Munya Toshi and Yusuke Onodera doing? Upon seeing Karl, Xiao Ming and the others immediately relaxed, with Yusuke even reverting from his transformation. Xiao Ming approached Karl, eyeing the unconscious Apollo Kester and the demon god with caution. Karl, what is your intention? He inquired, bewildered. Yusuke also wore a puzzled expression, questioning whether they had fainted. Karl glanced at them and replied matter-of-factly, I am doing nothing but saving lives. With that, he tossed the dual-faced energy mirror to Munya Toshi. Though Xiao Ming could not discern what Karl had thrown, he instinctively caught it. Saving lives? Xiao Ming was taken aback. Karl, weren't you traversing time to rescue Summer Tangerine? Traversing time? Karl looked at him, surprised. I had no intention of time travel. This situation does not require it. Summer Tangerine fell into a coma as her life energy was absorbed by the dual-faced energy mirror. We simply need to retrieve it. However, Xiaoming was unaware of Karl's thoughts and grew anxious. But Summer Tangerine, do not worry. What you hold can save her, Karl reassured. Xiaoming examined the object in his hand, which appeared to be a metallic device, evoking a sense of familiarity. What is this? He asked. Karl responded, the dual-faced energy mirror. This device has the capability to absorb life energy. Not long ago, Apollo Kester used it to drain Summer Tangerine's life energy. It has the capacity to absorb life and to bestow it as well. With this object in hand, salvation for her is within reach. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly recalled that the item he possessed was indeed the one previously wielded by Apollo Kest. So that is how it is, he nodded in understanding. He gazed contemplatively at the double-sided energy mirror, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he made a resolute decision. With unwavering determination, he aimed the double-sided energy mirror at himself, preparing to draw upon his own life energy to bestow it upon Xia Haiju. After all, Xia Haiju was his companion. Just as Xiao Ming was about to employ the double-sided energy mirror to extract his own life force, Karl intervened. Xiao Ming looked at Karl in surprise. Karl, is that you? His address had shifted since Karl had procured the double-sided energy mirror. He was typically rather proud and reluctant to use such terms of endearment. However, what did Karl intend to convey by stopping him? Karl gestured towards the two figures on the ground, indicating that there were indeed two individuals from whom to siphon life energy. At that moment, Karl felt a twinge of exasperation, thinking that this moyasher seemed somewhat lacking in wit. Was it truly necessary to expend his own life energy to rejuvenate Xia Haiju? What of her original life force? Was it not already with Apollo Kest? He should draw from that. Otherwise, why would Karl have brought this individual here, having rendered him unconscious? It was precisely to facilitate moyasher in absorbing life energy. To be on the safe side, he even brought back an otherworldly demon. Xiaoming paused momentarily, glancing at the two unconscious forms on the ground. Isn't this inappropriate, Karl? Not at all, Karl replied with a sense of certainty. Xia Haiju's life energy was originally absorbed by Apollo Kest. Otherwise, this predicament would not have arisen. This reasoning was indeed valid. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoming found himself in agreement with Karl's perspective. Thus, he directed the double-sided energy mirror towards Apollo Kest. In an instant, vibrant red life energy surged forth from Apollo Kest's body, entirely entering the double-sided energy mirror. Subsequently, Xiaoming pressed the mirror against Xia Haiju's face, releasing the life energy. As the energy flowed into Xia Haiju, her previously anguished expression transformed, and she immediately opened her eyes. Xiaoming and Yusuke gazed with delight at the unfolding scene. At that moment, the awakened Natsumi Kaki sat up, somewhat dazed, upon seeing Xiaoming and Yusuke. Xiaoming, relieved to see Natsumi conscious, chose to remain silent, exhibiting a touch of pride. Yusuke, observing her, quickly inquired, Natsumi, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied. How are you? He asked again. I'm okay, she answered. Yusuke extended 3 fingers and asked, how many fingers am I holding up? 3, she responded. Wonderful, simply wonderful, Yusuke exclaimed, elated to confirm Natsumi's recovery. Meanwhile, although Xiaoming remained silent, a smile graced his face. Natsumi exchanged a glance with him, and despite her confusion, a smile instinctively appeared on her lips. For a moment, the atmosphere was extraordinarily harmonious. Suddenly, Xiaoming seemed to recall something. He turned to Natsumi and said, Natsumi, I have made a friend named Karl. You may also refer to him as Superman. It is entirely thanks to him that we were able to bring you back. After speaking, he gestured toward Karl's location. Indeed, we owe it all to Superman. Yusuke chimed in, affirming the sentiment. However, Natsumi appeared bewildered. She glanced in the direction Xiaoming indicated, then back at him, her face a mask of confusion. Superman, Karl, what are you two talking about? Apart from you, there are only the demon gods and that enemy here. Natsumi, what are you saying? The great Karl is right here, Xiaoming replied, turning around. To his dismay, he found the spot where Karl had been was now utterly empty, devoid of any presence. What is happening? Yusuke, too, noticed the situation, his expression one of bewilderment. Where's Superman? You two, stop joking around, Natsumi exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice. What's Superman? Do you think I'm a child? He was just here. Yusuke, puzzled, insisted, but it was really Superman. He not only brought back Apollo Kest, but he also defeated Naritaki. Fearing that Natsumi might not believe him, Yusuke continued, Superman is also a friend of Shirshir. Isn't that right, Shirshir? Ah, yes, came the hesitant reply. Xiaoming nodded thoughtfully and addressed the two. Please wait a moment. I shall inquire about Karl's whereabouts. With that, he stepped out of the infirmary and retreated to a secluded corner. He entered the chat group, where a flurry of messages awaited him. Most were from other members. eagerly discussing Karl's successful completion of a task. A passing Kamen Rider remarked, "Karl, where have you been?" "Heavens, the main character has appeared." Another chimed in, "What should we do if my sister has a case of Chinibyo?" The Kamen Rider continued, "How could the god of humanity vanish in the blink of an eye?" The god of humanity responded, "I have returned to my own world. I did not wish to disturb your joyous atmosphere." The Kamen Rider replied, "I see. I was planning to introduce you to Natsumi." The god of humanity stated, "Perhaps next time." The Kamen Rider offered, "Very well, I shall treat you to my cooking then." "Thank you, Karl, for your assistance with this task," said the Kamen Rider. "If you ever require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." The god of humanity replied, "No need for such formalities. I have already received my reward. The chat group encourages mutual assistance," he added. "Well then, I must extend my gratitude to you, Karl." The Kamen Rider concluded, "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall speak with you later. Farewell, esteemed one." "Farewell." The god of humanity echoed. Chapter 48. A regretful Xiaoming prepares for celebration. Xiaoming exited the chat group, feeling a twinge of melancholy. So, Karl had returned. He had wished to share his culinary creations with him as a token of gratitude. Perhaps next time. After all, Karl had saved Natsumi, for which Xiaoming was immensely thankful. Shaking his head, he returned to the infirmary, where Natsumi had fully recovered, showing no signs of discomfort. Upon seeing Xiaoming, she smiled warmly and said, "You're back?" "Yes," he replied. Nearby, Yusuke Onodera, unable to contain his excitement, inquired, "Where is Mr. Karl? Have you managed to contact him?" Xiaoming's lips curled into a slight smile. "I have indeed reached him." "Is that so? Where did Mr. Karl go?" Yusuke responded, his surprise evident. "Thanks to Mr. Karl, we were able to acquire the double-face energy mirror and rescue Natsumi. I haven't had the chance to properly thank him yet." "Oh, he has returned to his own world," Xiaoming explained. "He is not from our realm. His presence here was due to my request for assistance in saving Natsumi." After rescuing the person, he departed promptly, claiming he could not bear to disrupt our harmonious atmosphere. Yusuke Nadera felt a tinge of regret. How could he possibly ruin the ambience? At the very least, he should allow me to express my gratitude before leaving. They had always been travelers across various worlds, thus readily accepting Karl's identity as a resident from another realm. "Do not worry," Xiaoming reassured Yusuke, noticing his disappointed expression. "I have spoken with Mr. Karl, and the next time he visits, I shall personally prepare a meal to express my thanks for saving Natsumi Tachibana." Yusuke's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Really? Mr. Karl will come again?" "Indeed, we have come to an agreement." "Ah, in that case," Yusuke quickly interjected, "I shall assist you in preparing the ingredients when the time comes." Xiaoming chuckled, "You had better prepare thoroughly, otherwise you may struggle even with the ingredients." "Rest assured." Meanwhile, Natsumi Tachibana pouted slightly, feeling somewhat neglected. Moreover, Xiaoming and Yusuke kept referring to some superhero who had saved her, and now it was Mr. Karl. How vexing. Yet, she recalled the prior incident and recognized that she had been attacked by a polycaster. Given the circumstances, it was likely that Shure and Yusuke had rescued her. Considering their relation, she decided against voicing her complaints. At that moment, Natsumi noticed two figures lying on the ground, a polycaster and the otherworldly demon. They lay motionless, seemingly either dead or unconscious. Curiously, she inquired, "How did they end up here? Did you bring them, Shure?" "No," Xiaoming shook his head. "It was Mr. Karl who brought them here, intending to save you." All right." Natsumi chose not to dwell on the topic further. "What shall we do with them?" "Of course, we must eliminate them." Xiaoming replied without hesitation. "This Apollocaster absorbed your life energy, causing your current state, so he must be eradicated. His minions, the otherworldly demons, are no good either." At that moment, a young man appeared outside the door. He had tousled hair and donned a black short-sleeved shirt. It was Kaido Taiki, the second rider from Kamen Rider, a close friend of Xiaoming who occasionally felt envious of Natsumi Tachibana. Previously, Xiaoming's belt was repelled by Apollo Keist. Haidong Dashu's purpose for this journey was to return the item to its rightful owner, while also offering comfort and encouragement to Xiaoming in his own unique manner. Thanks to Apollo Keist, Haidong Dashu held the device with an air of tranquility, proclaiming that he had acquired the most precious treasure in the world. However, before he could finish his statement, he sensed something amiss. Shouldn't Min Shishir be exceedingly disheartened due to the injury of Xia Haiju? Why did the other party appear so relaxed and cheerful? Furthermore, Xia Haiju seemed to be just fine. Suddenly, Haidong Dashu noticed something significant. On the ground lay the figure of Apollo Keist. He recognized this individual, but how could he possibly be here, appearing unconscious? Originally intending to encourage Xiaoming and return the belt, Haidong Dashu was taken aback by the unexpected circumstances that diverged from his expectations. Xiaoming cast a glance at him and remarked, "It's you, Haidong." Meanwhile, Xiong Jia was elated, exclaiming, "Today is indeed a splendid day. To celebrate Xia Hai's recovery, shall we go to a photo studio and host a gathering? Absolutely. Xiao Ming replied immediately. However, they needed to address Apollo Keist and the demon god first. Indeed, Xiong Jie nodded in agreement. Xiao Ming turned to Haidong Dashu, stating, Haidong, return the belt to me. Do not command me, Haidong Dashu retorted, though he had originally come to return the belt and offer encouragement. The current situation was far from what he had anticipated. After all, there was a significant difference between offering something voluntarily and demanding it from someone else. At the very least, in his proud demeanor, there was a stark contrast. Stop dawdling and hand it over, Xiao Ming urged. You'll be included in the gathering later. We shall celebrate together, and I'll let you sample my culinary skills. Haidong Dashu scoffed lightly. I have no interest. Yet, his body was quite obedient, tossing the belt to Xiao Ming. Ultimately, both he and Xiao Ming shared similar personalities, marked by a proud disposition. You rascal, Xiao Ming chuckled, accepting the belt and transforming into Dicky. Subsequently, he swiftly vanquished the demon god and Apollo Keist. In truth, Apollo Keist met his demise shortly after having his life energy siphoned by the double-faced energy mirror. With the resolution of these two individuals, Xiao Ming and his companions felt a significant sense of relief. Yusuker cheered, exclaiming it was time to celebrate. Xiao Ming and Xia Haiju also bore smiles upon their faces. However, at that moment, they realized that He Dong had vanished. Yusuker, bewildered, questioned, where could He Dong be? He was just here. Nevertheless, Xiao Ming reassured him. Let us return to celebrate. With that, they made their way back to the photography studio. Yet, upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of He Dong leisurely sipping coffee within the studio. You all are quite slow, he remarked. That fellow. As soon as Murasaki took the double-faced energy mirror and bestowed life energy upon Xia Haiju, I heard the notification from the chat group. In Chapter 49, it was revealed that Xiao Ming was indeed a good person. Earlier, when Xia Haiju regained consciousness, Karl had received a system notification. Ding. Group member God of Humanity has completed the task of rescuing Xia Haiju, earning 5 points. Task evaluation, S rank, additional reward of 100,000 points. You may return to your own world at any time. Would you like to return immediately? At that moment, Karl wasn't particularly eager to leave. After all, he had no pressing matters awaiting him. Staying a little longer in this alternate world seemed quite pleasant, especially with the prospect of enjoying some food. However, witnessing Xia Haiju's joyful interaction with Murasaki and Yusuker, particularly their shared elation at the rescue of their companion, led Karl to feel that perhaps it was time for him to depart. Though he had initially intended to bid farewell, he did not wish to impose on their moment. Thus, Karl chose not to linger in the world of Dicky and returned directly to his own realm, without even saying goodbye to Murasaki and the others. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this minor detail. His spirits were high from the task, having dealt with some individuals he had despised in his previous life. And he had also accrued points. Presently, he possessed over 290,000 points. While still insufficient to purchase items of significant utility for him, the sheer number was enough to uplift his mood. As Karl returned to his own world, Erica has yet to awaken. After all, he has not been gone for long. In fact, had it not been for waiting for Apollo Keist to transform, Karl could have returned even sooner. In that moment, Karl felt somewhat helpless. It was unclear whether it was a characteristic of the Dark Rider world or something else entirely, but Apollo Keist was quite the chatterbox. When Karl first encountered him, he was engaged in conversation with the robotic entity of Clasis, collaborating on some task. Eventually, both parties were set to engage in combat. Once the transformation occurred, Karl seized the opportunity to intervene, snatching the dual energy mirror and swiftly incapacitating the individual before taking him away. With Erica still unconscious, Karl found himself rather bored. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to check the chat group, sensing that someone might be present. Princess of 1,000 Hands, wow. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Karl Kuhn has once again magnificently completed the task. Princess of 1,000 Hands. His speed remains unparalleled, and the rewards are quite impressive. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Karl Kuhn, you are exceptional. What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu? Karl-sama, how did you accomplish this task? Please share with us. What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu, the god of the human realm? Heaven S. Blade King, curious. Surely, 100,000? Surely, you actually received so many points? Surely, it seems my conjecture was correct. Surely, the chat group encourages members to undertake tasks, fostering mutual assistance. Surely, speaking of which, those 100,000 points are sufficient to purchase numerous powerful items. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. A commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. That is somewhat accurate, though not entirely correct. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. While I cannot be certain, I believe Tsunade has a valid point. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. Observe Karl-sama's task completion and the prompts from the chat group. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. There are evaluation levels. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. Moreover, it is based on these evaluation levels that additional points are rewarded. Surely. Indeed, I noticed that as well. Surely. However, such a significant disparity is still surprising. Surely, I suspect that even with a low task rating, it would yield more points than a standard check-in. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. That seems likely, especially considering a task was completed. Heaven-S Blade King. Alas, I envy Karl Sama's points. What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu? Envious. Surely. Although I also feel envious, as an ordinary person, surely, it is unlikely that I could ever amass such points. What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu? That stings. Tian Ren Wang. I feel quite distressed. Ren Jianji Shun. This task isn't particularly challenging. Ren Jianji Shun. The friend of that masked rider has had their life energy absorbed and is in grave danger. Ren Jianji Shun. I merely need to retrieve the entity that has absorbed this life energy. Shueli. From your words, it seems there is not much difficulty involved. Shueli. However, I still perceive peril in phrases like in grave danger and absorbing life energy. Shueli. Indeed, to accomplish the task, one must confront danger, correct? Younger sister. It truly is quite difficult for an ordinary person like me. Younger sister. The first task for Lord Karl was to resurrect someone. Younger sister. The second involved defeating a creature known as a demon spawn. Younger sister. I've heard there are hundreds of them. Younger sister. This time, it's a battle against an enemy capable of absorbing life energy. Younger sister. It appears that the challenges are rather unfriendly to ordinary individuals. Perhaps I should remain passive. Younger sister. With the meager rewards from daily sign-ins, I still manage to earn several thousand each day, which is rather pleasant. Younger sister. If Lord Karl sends out more red envelopes, perhaps in a few months, I might save enough for a suit of iron armor. Younger sister. By the way, isn't there a term now called lying flat? Younger sister. That term suits me quite well. Qinsho Gongju. Qinsho Gongju. Shihuajia. I recall you did not say this to Kaisha last time. Tian Ren Wang. Indeed. Tian Ren Wang. Shihuajia, you were encouraging me before. Younger sister. Alright then. Younger sister. The crux is that every task appears to be quite arduous. Ren Jianji Shan. It's not as exaggerated as that. This time it's rather simple. Younger sister. Absorbing life energy, and it's considered simple? Younger sister. As an ordinary person, I feel utterly terrified. Ren Jianji Shan. At this moment, Menyashur suddenly came online and inquired about Karl's whereabouts. Karl did not conceal anything and mentioned he was in his own world. After a brief exchange, Menyashur logged off. Younger sister. It seems that this masked rider is quite grateful to Lord Karl. Younger sister. However, why the hurry to log off? Tian Ren Wang. Could it be related to the completion of the task? Qinsho Gongju. That seems likely. Shueli. I share that sentiment as well. Surely. Look at the task name we just completed. Surely. Saving Natsumi. Clearly, this Natsumi is a girl's name. Surely, that masked rider must have issued the task for her. Surely, one can surmise the nature of their relationship. Sister with a Chinibyu disorder. I see. Tianren Wang. Is that so? Tianren Wang. I didn't expect this masked rider to be quite decent. Senja Princess. Indeed, he is a good person. Sister with a Chinibyu disorder. Chapter 50. Madame Kaido is dissatisfied? Black Widow in action. Upon seeing the messages in the chat group, Karl raised an eyebrow slightly. In truth, the discussions among the group members were nearing the truth. Karl was certainly aware of the relationship between Tsukasa Kadoya and Natsumi. After all, they are the protagonists in Kamen Rider, and their connection must be quite intimate. What? You say Madame Kaido is dissatisfied? Ahem, let us suppress that thought. Much like the speculations of the group, Karl also believed that Tsukasa had gone to see Natsumi. This seemed rather normal. After chatting with the group for a while, Karl fell silent and began to observe discreetly. Sipping red wine while peeking was rather entertaining. Around 5 o'clock, Erika awoke from her slumber. Karl refrained from further observation and exited the chat group. Once Erika finished her grooming, the two set out to find a restaurant. Although Karl did not have much on his agenda, Erika had exerted considerable energy. Her stamina was notably superior to that of the average person. Yet she still required sustenance to recuperate. Moreover, it was already past 5 o'clock, the time for dinner. At 6 o'clock, in an opulent restaurant, Karl and Erika were dining at a table against the wall. Though situated in the main hall, the restaurant was remarkably quiet. There was hardly any conversation, only the melodious strains of a violin. The hall was not crowded, with fewer than 10 tables occupied, leaving the majority empty. However, each diner appeared remarkably relaxed and content. This establishment is a renowned Michelin 3-star restaurant. Mere wealth is insufficient. One must make a reservation in advance. Fortunately, the owner has some connections with the AO Group. As a shareholder of the AO Group, Karl did not require reservations. At this moment, outside the restaurant, A figure was observing Karl's location through a delicate and finely crafted telescope. The figure bore a mane of crimson hair, clad in a figure-hugging outfit. Although her physique was commendable, she was somewhat diminutive in stature. This was Natasha Romanoff, an agent of the Department of Homeland Security. Her mission was to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of Obadiah. In truth, such matters typically fell outside the jurisdiction of her agency. The Black Widow herself was unsure why she had been assigned this task, yet she refrained from questioning it. As a distinguished operative of the department, she had cultivated the habit of executing her tasks without inquiry. The reason the Black Widow received this assignment was due to Obadiah's unique status. He was a pivotal figure within Stark Industries. The death of such an individual was bound to have repercussions. Pressure had been exerted on Nick Fury. Despite the fact that the department was not an official entity of the United States, they too had superiors, namely the Security Council, which included American members. However, Nick Fury did not regard the matter with great concern. It was merely an ordinary case. Natasha was, after all, one of the most exceptional agents in the department. In fact, she truly lived up to this reputation. After spending several hours conducting investigations through the department's network, the Black Widow uncovered much about Obadiah's recent activities, revealing several intriguing discrepancies. Firstly, she stumbled upon intelligence linked to Tony Stark. Obadiah had previously established contact with individuals in the Middle East, and with Stark's disappearance in that region today, one could not help but draw connections. Upon discovering this information, she promptly reported to Nick Fury. Additionally, the events of the day were likely directly related to Obadiah's demise. According to the intelligence, that morning, Obadiah, accompanied by his son Zach, attended a gala where he engaged in close conversation with Kingpin, the underground emperor of New York City. It appeared they were scheming something together. Subsequently, a conflict arose between his son and a young affluent individual, resulting in Zach being knocked down. To her astonishment, Kingpin, who had been conversing closely with Obadiah, inexplicably ordered his henchmen to brutally assault Obadiah and his son. He then proceeded to break their legs, an act utterly outrageous. Just moments before, he had been conversing amiably with them, and in the next instant, he resorted to such brutality. It is evident that he truly embodies the persona of an underground emperor, showcasing an astonishing level of audacity. However, this is not the crux of the matter. If breaking the legs of the Obadiah father and son could be somewhat rationalized, the subsequent actions of Jean Bing defy comprehension. He had the audacity to respectfully greet the young millionaire. Such information is readily accessible, given the numerous attendees at the soiree and the presence of surveillance cameras in the hotel. Not only organizations like the Homeland Security Bureau, but even skilled hackers could easily retrieve such data. Soon after, the news of Obadiah's demise reached her. He had been shot multiple times, and his son had gone missing. This is the intelligence that Black Widow had acquired. From this intelligence, two individuals emerge as prime suspects. The first is Jean Bing, the underground emperor of New York City, who had brazenly assaulted the Obadiah father and son at the gala. His actions suggest a blatant disregard for them, making their elimination a plausible scenario. The second suspect is Karl Smith, who was adopted by a wealthy businessman over 20 years ago and now possesses shares in multiple enterprises, marking him as a young tycoon. Black Widow swiftly gathered information on Karl, even uncovering that he has several girlfriends. It appears that both Karl and Jean Bing harbor greater suspicion, particularly since Karl has no criminal record. Engaging in relationships with multiple girlfriends is not a crime, and he has even made charitable donations. Yet, Jean Bing's demeanor towards Karl at the gala raises eyebrows. His wealth does not seem to necessitate such deference. Just moments prior, Jean Bing had been enjoying a lively conversation with Obadiah, only to react violently upon discovering a conflict involving Karl. This warrants serious contemplation. Consequently, Black Widow resolved to investigate Karl first. Although Jean Bing is also a suspect, delving into his affairs presents certain complications, making it prudent to examine Karl before proceeding to Jean Bing. With that thought in mind, Black Widow set aside her binoculars. Pondering the implications of a man who simultaneously dates multiple girlfriends, this aspect could indeed be leveraged. Dealing with men, particularly those like Karl, who are enamored with beauty, is a task of utmost simplicity for the Black Widow. However, she was uncertain when he would part ways with his girlfriend. With that thought in mind, the Black Widow made herself presentable and proceeded to the restaurant where Karl was located. Chapter 51. The Unfortunate Consequences of Ignorance. Karl the Black Widow is a specialized agent of the Department of Homeland Security. She swiftly established her mission objective, to approach Karl and ascertain whether he exhibited any peculiarities. Her aim was to extract intelligence as discreetly as possible, should it become evident that Karl was not involved in the matter at hand, or if no leads emerged, she would redirect her focus to the more perilous gold, where further investigation awaited. Having executed numerous high-stakes assignments, Her repertoire naturally included the collection of critical information. Engaging with men of ulterior motives was not a novel experience for her. Without exception, her striking beauty had enabled her to accomplish her tasks with remarkable finesse. This occasion would be no different. After all, compared to many serious officials or underground power brokers, a dandy like Karl posed little challenge. Before long, the Black Widow entered the restaurant where Karl was situated. "Welcome," greeted a staff member as she stepped inside. "Hello," she replied with a nod, maintaining her usual demeanor during the exchange. Although her purpose was to draw near to Karl and gather intelligence to determine his connection to the death of Obadiah, she refrained from directly observing Karl to avoid arousing suspicion. During her earlier surveillance, she had already discerned his location. Now, she needed only to find a seat nearby and await an opportunity to engage him. If the chance did not present itself, she would follow him upon his departure and devise alternative plans. In any case, she felt no trepidation regarding the mission, confident that Karl's playboy nature would work to her advantage. The staff member inquired, "May I assist you with something?" Without hesitation, the Black Widow responded, "Please prepare a table for me." She had already conceived a plan to secure a position from which she could covertly observe Karl while ordering and dining. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The waiter did not guide her to a table as she had envisioned, nor did she inquire about the number of guests. Instead, she politely inquired, "May I ask if you have a reservation?" The Black Widow hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, before responding, "No, I'm afraid not." The waiter, with a courteous smile adorning her face, replied, "Our restaurant only accommodates customers with reservations. If you do not have one, you may make a reservation now and dine a week later. Would you like assistance with your booking?" A week later? The Black Widow furrowed her brow. She had not come to this establishment for a meal, but rather to observe and approach Karl, to investigate the truth behind Obadiah's demise. How could she possibly wait an entire week? It was uncertain whether Karl would even return here in that time. After a moment's contemplation, the Black Widow looked at the waiter, her expression filled with hopeful inquiry. "I do not have a reservation, but it has been far too long since I have eaten, and I am utterly drained of strength." Her appearance was such that it would easily tug at one's heartstrings. Moreover, given her striking beauty, had the waiter been a man, he might have easily acquiesced. However, the female attendant remained resolute in her refusal. "I'm sorry, but that's not possible." Sensing that her rejection might have been too brusque, the waiter quickly elaborated, "Our chef prepares a limited quantity of meals each day, necessitating advance reservations." "I see," the Black Widow replied, realizing she was at an impasse. The rules were in place for a reason, and she could not disrupt their order. Furthermore, should anything unusual occur on her part, it might arouse Karl's suspicions. Although the Black Widow felt confident that her beauty would easily captivate a man like Karl, she knew better than to disregard the task assigned by Nick Fury. Caution was prudent. It seemed she would have to alter her plans and wait outside. The Black Widow's aim was to draw near to Karl, to gather intelligence that would help ascertain his connection to Obadiah's death, rather than to assassinate or apprehend him. "Very well, I shall seek another restaurant. My apologies." With that, she did not hesitate, turning on her heel and exiting the establishment. Once outside, the Black Widow circled around, returning to a vantage point where she could discreetly observe Karl. Once again, she employed her binoculars to scrutinize him. How infuriating. What sort of restaurant required a week's notice for a reservation? Could it be that Karl, that notorious playboy, was the reservation made a week in advance as well? While observing Karl, she couldn't help but murmur to herself, lamenting her ignorance. She was still unaware that certain restaurants require prior bookings. In truth, it was not entirely her fault. Black Widow had only been on this mission for a mere few hours. Within these fleeting hours, she had to investigate the whereabouts and information of Obadiah, as well as that of Karl and Kingpin. Subsequently, she needed to devise a plan, culminating in the actions of the present moment. Accomplishing so much in just a few hours was no small feat, thanks to the intelligence provided by the Department of Homeland Security and Black Widow's extensive experience. Without these advantages, she would not have been able to act so swiftly. Now, there was nothing left to do but wait. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Karl, who was dining, raised an eyebrow. He had noticed Black Widow. After all, the restaurant he was in was situated in the main hall, with some distance from the window and the entrance. However, this distance was hardly a barrier for Karl. Natasha Romanoff, he was well aware of this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and avenger. Yet, he was puzzled as to why she was present in this establishment. Was it mere coincidence? Did she have a mission that brought her here, or was she simply dining? Or perhaps she was seeking him out due to suspicions surrounding Kingpin or Obadiah. After all, many had witnessed the altercation between him and Obadiah's son at the gala. Being suspected was quite natural. In an instant, Karl's astute mind conjured up hundreds of hypotheses. His formidable intellect was indeed one of Silver Surfer's abilities. Uncertain of Black Widow's motives for being there, he accepted that suspicion was to be expected. He hadn't taken care to conceal his actions during that encounter. If officials or agents from SHIELD came looking for him, Karl would not be surprised. He held little regard for such individuals. Nevertheless, due to his past life experiences, he harbored a certain respect for the Avengers. He hoped that she would not provoke him and bring trouble upon herself. Otherwise, even if she were an Avenger, Karl would not hesitate to act. After all, he had already taken down Li Xin. Eliminating a few Avengers would not pose a significant challenge. The hope was that the other party was merely passing by, with no connection to oneself. Otherwise, it could prove fatal. Chapter 52. The Black Widow's scheme. Erica was rendered speechless as the Black Widow continued to wait outside the restaurant. However, it seemed that Karl and his companions would take quite some time to finish their meal. For the Black Widow observed that the table before Karl was sparsely adorned with food, consisting only of appetizers. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a khaki suit from her backpack. She donned the trousers over her existing attire, swapped her jacket, and adorned herself with a pair of glasses, producing a stack of documents. In this new guise, the Black Widow transformed from a sultry figure clad in leather into an elegant urban sophisticate, akin to a polished professional who had just exited her workplace. Her inherent demeanor resonated seamlessly with that of a metropolitan white-collar worker, a deliberate disguise she had meticulously crafted. To ensure preparedness, she had packed several changes of clothing. After all, her objective was to engage with Karl, who, according to the intelligence from the Department of Homeland Security, was merely an ordinary individual, at most a wealthy and unfaithful one, posing little threat. The key was to remain undetected. Though the Black Widow was equipped with defensive weaponry, her primary tools were a variety of disguises. Earlier, upon entering the restaurant, she opted to alter her appearance to leave a lasting impression on Karl. This way, even if he had previously encountered her, he would be unable to recognize her in unfamiliar circumstances. She extracted a slip of paper from the documents, inscribed her phone number upon it, and discreetly concealed it within her palm. With everything in place, she awaited the emergence of Karl and his companions. After changing her attire, the Black Widow continued her vigil for over half an hour until Karl and Erica finally rose, seemingly having concluded their meal. Indeed, upon their departure, they approached the front desk to exchange a few words with the staff before exiting. At last, the meal was over. Observing their actions, the Black Widow sprang into motion. She had previously conducted an investigation through the intelligence network of the Department of Homeland Security regarding Karl and some of his romantic interests. She was aware that both Karl and Erica had residences in the Manhattan area, and this restaurant was in close proximity to Erica's usual abode. Judging by the direction in which Karl and Erica departed, it was unmistakably towards home. With this thought in mind, the Black Widow entered a nearby vehicle. Then, she drove towards Erica's residence. Along the way, she spotted Karl and Erica walking home. The Black Widow nodded and continued to drive. Shortly thereafter, she parked her car in a supermarket lot. After securing the vehicle, the Black Widow exited. This was indeed a route that Erica frequently traversed. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the Black Widow saw Karl and Erica approaching leisurely. Noticing this, she clutched the documents in her hand and approached them. As she neared Karl, just about to pass him, she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" At that moment, her body seemed to lose control, leaning toward Karl's direction. Under normal circumstances, with both parties so close, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to evade the situation. Even if Karl managed to sidestep, there was still Erica by his side. The moment the Black Widow made contact or initiated any form of exchange, it was likely that Karl, with his flirtatious demeanor, would seize the opportunity. The rest would be straightforward. However, as the Black Widow was about to fall toward Karl, she witnessed him stepping back 2 paces, narrowly avoiding her. It mattered not, for even if he evaded her, there was still his girlfriend. The Black Widow mused that colliding with Karl would facilitate their interaction. Yet if she were to bump into his girlfriend, it would suffice as well. Just then, she observed Karl not only dodging but also pulling Erica aside. Given the Black Widow's position and height, this fall rendered her incapable of touching either Karl or Erica. How could this be? The Black Widow felt somewhat speechless. Initially, she had thought that even if Karl managed to escape, she would still connect with Erica. Yet now, not only had Karl evaded her, but he had also taken Erica along with him, leaving her unable to make contact. Moreover, the Black Widow was already in the process of falling. With no possibility to adjust her position, thud, she landed on the ground. Nevertheless, being a senior agent of the Homeland Security Bureau and a martial arts master, she had adjusted her center of gravity before the fall and had used the documents in her hands as a cushion. Thus, it did not hurt. Of course, while it was true that it did not hurt, the Black Widow must not reveal her pain. "Ah, it hurts," she exclaimed, remaining seated. Her expression one of agony as she gently massaged her arm, appearing as if she had sustained an injury. The neckline of her attire was quite low, allowing Karl a rather revealing view. Observing this, Erica immediately crouched down, her concern evident as she inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," the Black Widow replied, still rubbing her arm. "Just a bit of pain." Erica picked up the documents that the Black Widow had dropped and suggested, "Shall we take you to the hospital?" No, it's unnecessary," she insisted. After a moment, the Black Widow seemed to feel the pain subsiding and stood up. Erica, noticing this, handed her the papers while still uneasy. Asked, "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine. Just a little tumble," the Black Widow reassured her, raising her arm to indicate that she was indeed unhurt. "Thank you. You're welcome," Erica replied, feeling slightly relieved. Following this, the Black Widow nodded at Karl before walking away. As she passed by, Karl felt something new in his hand. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced down to discover a crumpled piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, he saw a phone number, 164. Holding the note, Karl remarked to Erica, "Though I know I'm quite handsome, this charm seems excessive. Is it common to attract such attention?" "Huh," Erica responded, puzzled, as Karl was not typically one to indulge in self-admiration. "Look," he said, presenting the note to her. Instinctively, Erica took the paper and glanced at it. Her surprise evident as she asked, "What is this?" Karl replied nonchalantly, "The woman who just fell handed this to me as she passed by." "What?" Erica paused, momentarily taken aback before turning to search for the Black Widow. All she glimpsed was a rapidly retreating figure. "What is this?" Erica wondered aloud, somewhat exasperated. "I was worried she might be injured, but it turns out she deliberately failed to strike up a conversation." Chapter 53, The Frustrated Black Widow Takes Action. Karl chuckled lightly. Perhaps that is indeed the case. He was certainly aware that the other party must have some mission. After all, although the individual had changed their appearance, Karl could discern that it was indeed the Black Widow. The meticulous manner in which she approached him suggested that her task was somehow intertwined with his own, likely concerning either Jean Bing or Obadiah. Consequently, it seemed that the earlier visit by the Black Widow to the restaurant was predominantly for his sake. However, Karl found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why this matter would involve S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon reflection, matters concerning Obadiah's demise did not appear to fall under the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D. He recalled that S.H.I.E.L.D. was specifically tasked with addressing various extraordinary incidents. If every trivial death necessitated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement, they would surely be overwhelmed, rendering other departments redundant. Incidents like Obadiah's should have been managed by official authorities. Though it seemed somewhat unreasonable, the Black Widow had indeed come. Meanwhile, Erica expressed her annoyance, exclaiming, "Really? Are these people so exaggerated nowadays? I'm merely walking beside you, and they approach so brazenly." Moments earlier, she had genuinely worried about the Black Widow's safety. But upon learning that the latter had left a note for her boyfriend, her mood soured, feeling a sense of betrayal. Karl chuckled, thinking perhaps his charm was simply too potent. He understood that the Black Widow's interest in him was not as Erica had envisioned. But articulating such a notion would diminish its intrigue. "All right then," he remarked, and the two continued their journey home. A few hundred meters away, the Black Widow stood, utilizing binoculars to observe Karl and Erica's movements. Once they departed, she exhaled in relief, unable to restrain her frustration as she muttered, "What is happening?" Intelligence indicates that this Karl has numerous girlfriends. He is a veritable playboy. How is it that I provide him with my contact information only to end up in this predicament? In her plan, she had anticipated an encounter with Karl that would naturally lead to an exchange of numbers. The phone number on the note was merely a precaution. Unexpectedly, not only had she failed to bump into Karl, but the note had also become futile. Karl receiving the note should have led him to discreetly hide it and wait for the opportune moment to call, unbeknownst to his girlfriend. Thus, the situation unfolded. The Black Widow was adept at gathering intelligence, capable of discerning whether there was a connection between Karl and Obadiah's deaths. However, she was utterly unprepared for the turn of events. Karl had directly shown a note to Erica. At that moment, the Black Widow had not strayed far. She overheard their conversation quite clearly. Did she lack allure? That was inconceivable. To be candid, the Black Widow did not perceive any flaws in her scheme. Through the information network of the Department of Homeland Security, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge about Karl, aware of his reputation as a libertine, which informed her strategy. Had Karl been a paragon of fidelity, she would not have acted in such a manner. Yet, her plan, meticulously tailored to exploit Karl's character, had spectacularly backfired. The Black Widow felt a profound sense of frustration, entirely at a loss regarding which aspect had gone awry. In truth, the issue lay within herself. Upon sighting the Black Widow, Karl did not require telepathy. He instantly recognized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived. Had it been an obscure agent, Karl might not have discerned it without the need for mind reading. It appeared they ought to return home. What should be done? Should she continue the pursuit or retreat? The Black Widow pondered this, concluding that she could not squander the intelligence she had gathered today. Therefore, she tidied her belongings and, following the map, made her way to Erica's residence. Meanwhile, Karl and Erica did not immediately return home. Instead, they opted for a leisurely stroll after their dinner. As they meandered, they found themselves in a lush park, the Central Park of Manhattan, spanning 4 kilometers north to south and 800 meters east to west, covering an area of 341 hectares. It is an expansive urban park, renowned for its stunning scenery. After wandering for a while, they returned to Erica's home. Suddenly, Karl turned to Erica and said, "You head back first. I need to stop by the supermarket." What are you buying?" Erica inquired with curiosity. "Something good," Karl replied with a smile before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he did not take the elevator nor flew directly to the supermarket. Instead, he swiftly made his way to the fire escape, specifically, the stairwell. It was more than 30 stories high. Typically, one would not opt for the stairs. Yet, within that stairwell, Karl encountered a figure, the Black Widow. At that moment, Black Widow was communicating with other intelligence agents via her mobile phone. The counterpart was reporting on Karl's movements. Upon seeing Karl, she was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that Karl had gone home with his girlfriend? How did he end up here? Nonetheless, being a seasoned and battle-hardened operative, Black Widow quickly regained her composure and ended the call. She looked at Karl, somewhat surprised, and remarked, "What a coincidence you live here too." Karl raised an eyebrow. "Coincidence? Indeed, I reside on the 35th floor. What about you?" He flashed a smile, and Black Widow felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he was merely an ordinary playboy, unaware of her true identity. However, just then, Karl spoke with a hint of amusement. "Black Widow, I'm a bit pressed for time and not in the mood to play." Though he wore a smile, Natasha felt a chill run through her. "You would do well to leave now and instruct your SHIELD associates to refrain from bothering me. Otherwise, Obadiah's fate shall be your own." With that, Karl made no further move and calmly regarded Black Widow. "What are you talking about?" Black Widow feigned ignorance, yet swiftly produced a compact handgun. Aiming it at Karl. "Karl Smith, do not move." Although she was unaware of what SHIELD was upon hearing her codename, Black Widow realized her cover had been blown. All her previous disguises were now rendered futile. The best course of action was to subdue him by force. But before she could finish her thought, she blinked and Karl was suddenly before her. In an instant, he snatched the gun from her grasp. "I advise you not to act rashly," he said. Black Widow was taken aback. She had not comprehended how Karl had accomplished that. Wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary person according to the intel? Such speed was anything but ordinary. Yet, Black Widow was not one to back down easily. She raised her hands in a feigned surrender and said to Karl, "Do not shoot. I will not resist." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she activated her Widow's Bite, a specialized device resembling a bracelet capable of firing bullets, explosives, grappling hooks, tear gas, and electrical charges. In an instant, the Widow's Bite unleashed a surge of high-voltage electricity. The Black Widow launched an instantaneous assault. However, at that moment, she felt the world spinning around her. Her head was forcefully slammed against the ground, a wave of pain and dizziness washing over her. Behind her, a figure pressed down on her head, accompanied by a voice laced with amusement. "You truly never learn, do you?" Chapter 54. A warning. The frightened Black Widow. What on earth is happening? The impact had left the Black Widow in a daze, her senses somewhat disoriented. The sensation of her head being pinned to the ground was utterly unbearable. She found herself in a bewildered state, grappling with questions of identity and location. Who am I? Where am I? It felt as though she had plunged into chaos. Stunned by the blow, gradually, memories began to surface. She recalled her affiliation with the Homeland Security Bureau, Nick Fury, her mission, and Obadiah Stane. At present, Stane was behind her, pressing her head firmly to the ground. As clarity returned, the Black Widow instinctively fought back. Yet, she soon realized that despite summoning all her strength, she could not rise. That hand behind her was as unyielding as a skyscraper, pinning her down with relentless force. No matter how fiercely she struggled, it proved futile. What is happening? The intelligence report clearly stated that Karl Smith was an ordinary man. His earlier speed and the strength he wielded now were far from what one would expect of an average individual. Having reviewed Karl's dossier, the Black Widow had believed this mission would be straightforward. She had hardly packed any weaponry, opting instead for disguises and a few props. After all, the information indicated that her target was merely a playboy, posing no real challenge. Yet, the unfolding events had caught her completely off guard. First, her plan to lure Karl had failed. Now, While attempting to contact her intelligence personnel and devise a strategy to approach him, she found herself unexpectedly confronted and brutally assaulted. The Black Widow was a senior operative of the Homeland Security Bureau, renowned for her prowess in firearms and combat skills. Coupled with the Bureau's formidable intelligence network, she was a force to be reckoned with. Do not underestimate a playboy. Even if one were to consider a formidable underground figure, the Black Widow would dare to take a chance. This is precisely why she seldom encounters failure in her missions. However, to her astonishment, she is met with defeat this time. The Black Widow finds herself questioning her very existence. The intelligence network she had unwavering faith in has presented a colossal error. Karl Smith is far from an ordinary individual. It appears he has yet to learn his lesson. Karl gazes down at the Black Widow, whom he has pinned to the ground, a smile adorning his face. He harbors a certain fondness for the heroes of the Marvel Universe. Otherwise, this encounter would have ended far more viciously for the Black Widow, who would not merely be experiencing pain and dizziness, but would likely have been obliterated, quite literally, in the explosive sense. However, this particular Black Widow seems rather ungrateful. Previously, when Karl had crossed paths with her at a restaurant, he had no intention of engaging in combat. Yet, lo and behold, she had followed him home. At this moment, Karl, having enjoyed a hearty meal and feeling quite content, took a leisurely stroll before returning home to indulge in activities he cherished. Unexpectedly, while activating his enhanced vision casually, he spotted the silhouette of the Black Widow on the staircase. Was she seeking trouble? She was wasting his time. Thus, although Karl chose to show restraint, he did not extend any courtesy. Upon hearing Karl's words, the Black Widow pondered for a considerable time before finally speaking. Karl Smith, I advise you not to act rashly. I have come solely to investigate the circumstances surrounding Obadiah's death. If you have no connection to his demise, I assure you that I will not harm you. Despite being restrained by Karl, the authority in her voice remained undiminished. Karl chuckled at her response. What if I were to say that my involvement in Obadiah's death is indeed a reality? You might find yourself compelled to accompany me for further questioning. The Black Widow retorted, her tone laced with unmistakable menace. After all, Karl is a law-abiding citizen of the United States, and their Homeland Security Bureau is an official organization. Typically, no one wishes to incite conflict with them. Karl raised an eyebrow. Perhaps that is a fate your S.H.I.E.L.D. is courting. The Black Widow, upon hearing this, coldly replied, What did you say? Do you know who I am? I am not affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. I am a senior agent of the Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Bureau, currently investigating the demise of Obadiah. You dare to lay a hand on me. Although the Black Widow harbors considerable trepidation regarding Karl's capabilities, she must not display such sentiments at this juncture. What do I have to fear? Karl cast a glance at the Black Widow, suddenly recalling that the S.H.I.E.L.D. is no longer called S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, it has been renamed the Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Bureau. Very well. This cumbersome title would be nearly impossible to remember were it not for Karl's astute intellect. S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly has a more appealing ring to it. He regarded the Black Widow and continued, as I mentioned earlier. Should you continue to bother me, Obadiah's fate will be the same as yours. I was the one who dispatched Obadiah. What can you do about it? Karl did not shy away from admitting his role in Obadiah's demise. It was simply a matter of fact. Moreover, there was no need to conceal it from organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D. What could they possibly do? Come after him? That would be a grave mistake on their part. In fact, Karl found himself rather eager for such a confrontation. Is it truly you? The Black Widow inquired, her disbelief palpable. Although Karl had just spoken of Obadiah, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the ensuing consequences, she had been too tense during their earlier exchange to fully absorb the implications. Now, upon hearing Karl's words once more, memories flooded back, though she remained skeptical. What could be Karl's motivation? Her prior investigations indicated that there existed no deep-seated animosity between Karl and Obadiah. Both were shareholders in Stark Industries. Their relationship had been nothing more than a mere acquaintance, devoid of any hatred. The only point of contention lay in the events of the recent gala. Yet, surely this did not warrant murder to silence anyone? Unbeknownst to the Black Widow, Karl too was perplexed by Obadiah's intentions. After all, it was Iron Man who had saved his life, only for Obadiah to send assassins after him, a clear path to his own demise. Unable to restrain her curiosity, the Black Widow pressed further. Then why did you kill Obadiah? You had no enmity, did you? Karl's calm voice resonated. There is no particular reason. He simply provoked me. Now, you appear to be exhibiting similar tendencies. Naturally, Karl had no intention of conversing with Black Widow, nor was it necessary for him to do so. Black Widow, upon hearing this, wished to articulate her thoughts further. However, at that moment, Karl had already lost interest in engaging with her. After all, he had some delightful activities planned with Erica. Suddenly, Black Widow felt a disorienting shift. In the blink of an eye, the fire escape she had been in transformed into a verdant grove. She could see the ground beneath her, which had transitioned from cold porcelain tiles to prickly green grass. A fragrant scent of fresh grass wafted to her nostrils. Momentarily stunned, she was utterly bewildered by the sudden change of scenery. How had she inadvertently found herself on the grass? What could possibly be happening? While Black Widow pondered her confusion, Karl grasped her neck and gently lifted her. Looking at her with an indifferent expression, he spoke. Natasha Romanoff, I must admit I harbor a certain fondness for your organization. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, if I recall correctly. Quite an unusual name. I might suggest a reconsideration. With a slight arch of his brow, Karl continued. Let me reiterate this with utmost seriousness. You would do well to refrain from bothering me again. Otherwise, next time, I shall not be so lenient. With that, Karl hurled Black Widow toward a nearby tree. Thud! She crashed against the trunk with tremendous force, a sharp pain radiating through her waist as if it might fracture. Was this truly what it meant to be let off? After enduring such blows and falls, Black Widow slowly rose to her feet. She gazed at Karl, wishing to express something, yet found herself at a loss for words. She was no fool. She would not willingly court death. Previously, she had dared to threaten Karl. But now, having witnessed his formidable strength and peculiar abilities, she refrained from uttering threats. At that moment, she could hardly comprehend how she had transitioned from the staircase to this grassy expanse. Just then, she noticed Karl in the distance, his eyes suddenly emanating two beams of red laser light. The lasers shot forth with incredible speed, striking a nearby tree. This tree was a magnificent ancient specimen, so tall that it would take 3 or 4 individuals to encircle its trunk, and it appeared to be over a century old. Yet, such robust trees were subjected to the piercing rays of a crimson laser, which astonishingly caused them to falter without the slightest resistance. In that fleeting moment, the moment the red beam struck, they dissolved instantaneously, vanishing entirely. This spectacle left the Black Widow utterly astounded. Could it be that she was hallucinating? Who exactly was Karl Smith? Not only did he possess extraordinary speed and strength, but he could also emit red lasers from his eyes. When such a laser struck a tree, it obliterated it in an instant. Surely, the same fate would befall a human. Karl Smith was undoubtedly no ordinary individual, but rather a perilous figure. This was the first time the Black Widow had encountered such a phenomenon, red light emanating from one's eyes. It was something that would scarcely cross the mind of an ordinary person. The shock that surged through her was palpable. She found herself momentarily paralyzed, questioning her own existence. In the face of such formidable power, she felt utterly insignificant. By the time she regained her composure, Karl's figure had already vanished. A voice echoed in her ears, delivering a warning. Consider this a cautionary message. I hope you proceed with prudence. A wry smile escaped the Black Widow's lips. Chapter 55. The surprised Nick Fury. Upon receiving a mission from Nick Fury, the Black Widow felt that her task posed little challenge. She even found herself harboring slight grievances towards Nick Fury regarding the matter of Obadiah's death, which was clearly a rather mundane case. It seemed somewhat inappropriate for their Homeland Security Bureau to handle it, as this organization was primarily responsible for addressing extraordinary incidents. Routine matters did not fall within their jurisdiction. To put it bluntly, the situation involving Obadiah could have been managed by ordinary individuals, requiring neither the skills nor the presence of a highly trained operative like the Black Widow. Thus, she held some reservations about Nick Fury delegating this case to her. However, she shrugged it off, considering it merely an opportunity for relaxation. Particularly when she acquired information about Karl through her intelligence network. It felt as though there was no difficulty at all, merely a vacation in disguise. Little did she expect the mission to end in utter failure, resulting not only in her being physically overpowered but also in being threatened. To make matters worse, Karl had brazenly claimed responsibility for Obadiah's demise. Finally, she even turned around and threatened their Homeland Security Bureau. Such an attitude was utterly audacious. In earlier times, Black Widow would have acted without hesitation, swiftly neutralizing the adversary with lethal force or apprehending them. However, the circumstances were drastically different now. She found herself outmatched. The opponent not only possessed strength and speed beyond that of an ordinary human, but also emitted a menacing red beam from their eyes. A formidable attack that left her feeling utterly helpless. Black Widow was engulfed in frustration. Since becoming an operative, she had never endured such indignities. Yet, this was merely a secondary concern. In the presence of Karl, she felt her previous assertiveness dissipate. All that remained in her heart was a sense of dread. For Karl's red beam was indeed terrifying, having effortlessly obliterated a tree right before him. Ultimately, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. She resolved to return promptly and report this mission to her superior. With a wry smile, she departed. Meanwhile, after dealing with Black Widow, Karl returned to Erica's home without a moment's hesitation. Hadn't he mentioned going shopping? What had he purchased? The items were sold out. I couldn't buy anything. He replied casually. The shopping was merely a pretext. There was no need to divulge the details regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. or Black Widow. All right, Erica remarked, unfazed, as she had only inquired out of curiosity. Subsequently, Karl took her by the hand and led her into the bedroom. While Karl and Erica engaged in their preferred activities, Black Widow had already returned to the headquarters of the Homeland Security Bureau. Once there, she wasted no time and sought out Nick Fury. Nick Fury was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Black Widow. After all, it had only been a few hours since he had assigned her the mission. At that very moment, Coulson, who had issued the mission, was still fruitlessly searching for traces of Tony Stark. Now, with Black Widow approaching him, could it be that she had completed the task and uncovered the truth behind Obadiah's death? Indeed, she was impressive. Truly, she was an elite agent of the Homeland Security Bureau, accomplishing her mission with remarkable speed. Nick Fury speculated within himself before directly inquiring. So, what is the status? Do we have any leads on Obadiah's case? Indeed, there is a lead, and I have identified a suspect in the case. The Black Widow nodded, hesitating to elaborate. It is astonishing that we have made such progress so swiftly. How did Obadiah meet his demise, and who was responsible for his death? Nick Fury expressed mild surprise at her words. Although he suspected that the Black Widow's return was to fulfill a mission, uncovering the reasons behind Obadiah's death and identifying the perpetrator was still shocking to him when articulated by her own lips. Yes, it is true. I have investigated Obadiah's recent itineraries and looked into those he had interacted with, uncovering several dubious individuals. One is Kingpin, the underground emperor of New York, and the other is a young magnate named Karl Smith. The Black Widow briefly recounted her findings, concealing certain actions regarding Karl, as those plans had been utterly disastrous. However, she did not withhold any crucial intelligence, detailing Karl's exhibited speed and strength, along with his ability to emit a crimson light from his eyes. Furthermore, she revealed that Karl had confessed to killing Obadiah and threatening the Department of Homeland Security. What? This is utterly audacious, Nick Fury exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. He had yet to encounter anyone bold enough to threaten them. These criminals are exceedingly arrogant, believing that possessing certain superhuman abilities renders them invincible. As for Karl's displayed capabilities, Nick Fury did not share the same trepidation as the Black Widow. Firstly, he had not witnessed Karl's strength, speed, or that formidable red laser firsthand, lacking any direct experience of his power. After all, Karl had targeted the Black Widow, not Nick Fury himself. Secondly, Nick Fury had fought against extraterrestrial beings in the past and was acquainted with the formidable Captain Marvel. As a close friend of Captain Marvel, he found it hard to believe that this Karl could surpass her strength. Thus, he remained unfazed by Karl's threats. Nick Fury also had his trump cards. Beyond the various advanced equipment at the Department of Homeland Security, his most formidable asset was the communicator to summon Captain Marvel. If all else failed, he could call upon Karl to return. It is not a trivial matter to resolve this situation concerning Karl. Of course, Captain Marvel is quite occupied, dedicating her efforts to assist other planets in the universe. The communication device is intended for use only when Blue Planet faces peril. However, possessing superpowers alone is insufficient for Karl to utilize this device. The director acknowledges Karl's formidable abilities, which are indeed impressive. I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from antagonizing him for the time being. Black Widow, discerning the other's nonchalance, interjected a reminder, as she has personally experienced Karl's might and is well aware of his prowess. We cannot allow ourselves to be cowed by a single individual. Nick Fury responded confidently, assuring, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter appropriately. However, we should indeed consider a change of name. Let me ponder that for a moment." Black Widow chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that Nick Fury is the director. Chapter 56. The pompous Wang Xiaoming and the unhuman Karl after several hours of battle. Erica took a respite while Karl, having refreshed himself, savored a glass of red wine, for he had no need for rest. At that moment, Karl's thoughts shifted, and he entered the chat group. Passing Kamen Rider, to celebrate the revival of Natsumi Orange, we are hosting a grand feast. Passing Kamen Rider, I prepared an abundance of exquisite dishes, many of which I personally cooked. Passing Kamen Rider, it is a pity that our esteemed Karl is not present. Passing Kamen Rider, nevertheless, it matters not. When Karl comes next, I shall prepare for you again. Passing Kamen Rider, O God of humanity, Karl. Do take a look at the photos. The Passing Kamen Rider sent an image. As Karl entered the chat group, he immediately noticed a message from Deno. Heavenly Blade King. Wow, that looks delicious. Heavenly Blade King. I want to eat too. Sister with a Chinibu. It certainly looks appealing. Sister with a Chinibu. Even I, a chef, find it impressive. Surely, who would have thought that a Kamen Rider could cook? Passing Kamen Rider, of course. It is only natural. Evidently. The praise from group members, particularly from a fellow chef, greatly pleased Xiaoming. Passing Kamen Rider. I am quite versatile, except when it comes to filming. Passing Kamen Rider. Karl. You may also select your preferred dishes. The Passing Kamen Rider. Next time I come, I shall prepare for you. The God of Humanity. Sounds good. Tianren Wang. Speaking of which, regarding the red envelopes in the group. Tianren Wang. Is it possible to send items other than points? Tianren Wang. For instance, the delicacies you have crafted as Kamen Rider. Tianren Wang. Can these be sent to other group members via red envelopes? The Passing Kamen Rider. I am uncertain about that. The Passing Kamen Rider. After all, I have only recently joined the group. The Passing Kamen Rider. How about you? Have you ever sent items other than points? Send your princess. No, we have not. Send your princess. There was no need to send anything, so we refrained from doing so. The Passing Kamen Rider. Alright then. I shall give it a try. Group member The Passing Kamen Rider sends a red envelope. Group member Tianren Wang receives the red envelope. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Astonishing. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Can it truly be done? Send your princess. Kaisa. Your speed is remarkable. Send your princess. The moment I saw it, I clicked instantly. Send your princess. Yet I still couldn't seize it. Great Wall Guardian Commander. I too was unable to seize it. Tianren Wang. Haha. Tianren Wang. I had been preparing for this long ago. Tianren Wang. After all, this chat group connects different worlds. Tianren Wang. Even traversing worlds is feasible. Tianren Wang. Sending an item should not be too difficult, right? Tianren Wang. Proud what to do if my sister is a Chinibu. 666 What to do if my sister is a Chinibu. As expected of you, Kaisa, brilliantly clever. Send your princess. Impressive indeed. Tianren Wang. Thank you, Kamen Rider. By the way, what is this dish you sent? The Passing Kamen Rider, Takoyaki. Tianren Wang. Absolutely delicious, commendable. The Passing Kamen Rider. I am glad you are satisfied. The Passing Kamen Rider. Since the chat group allows the sending of items, I find solace in that. The Passing Kamen Rider. I have many more delicacies to share. The Passing Kamen Rider. What would you like to eat, Karl? The God of Humanity. If possible. Could you send me a portion of Odin and grilled meat? The Passing Kamen Rider. No problem. Group member The Passing Kamen Rider sends an exclusive red envelope to group member The God of Humanity. Group member The Passing Kamen Rider sends an exclusive red envelope to group member The God of Humanity. Group member The God of Humanity receives the red envelope. Group member The God of Humanity receives the red envelope. As the Passing Kamen Rider inquired, is there anything else you desire to eat, esteemed Karl? Feel free to express your wishes. The Passing Kamen Rider assured, even if I do not possess it at this moment, I shall promptly procure the ingredients for you. The God of Humanity replied, these two will suffice. I have just finished my meal. The Passing Kamen Rider responded, very well. Do let me know what dishes you wish to savor, Karl. To which the God of Humanity expressed gratitude. Thank you. The Passing Kamen Rider humbly replied, no need for thanks. Suddenly, the Heavenly Blade King exclaimed, how unfortunate. It is a private red envelope. He lamented, I had prepared in advance to seize the red envelope, only to discover that it was unattainable. The thousand-handed princess confessed, to be honest, I was unable to claim it as well. The sister, plagued by her delusions, remarked, I cannot claim it either. Shirley interjected, neither can I. The Passing Kamen Rider observed, it appears that everyone is eagerly anticipating my culinary creations. Today, Brother Xiaoming joined the chat group, and Karl had rescued Natsumi, which filled him with elation. Witnessing the enthusiasm of the group members for his cooking made Brother Xiaoming even happier. The Passing Kamen Rider reassured, do not fret, I shall present a few more dishes. He added, whether you can seize them depends solely on your own efforts. The group member, The Passing Kamen Rider, sent a red envelope. The group member, The Passing Kamen Rider, sent a red envelope. Brother Xiaoming swiftly released 4 red envelopes, presumably containing 4 dishes. However, just as everyone was prepared to claim them, they discovered that the envelopes had already been taken. The group member, The God of Humanity, claimed the red envelope. The group member, The God of Humanity, claimed the red envelope. All 4 envelopes were claimed by Karl without exception. While the chat group operates within the realm of consciousness, it is not significantly influenced by physical speed. However, one must not forget that Karl, possessing the Silver Superman template, is exceptionally astute and formidable. When it comes to consciousness and thought, he surpasses others by several universes. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Karl wishes, no one within this chat group can outpace him in seizing red envelopes. Though this may seem somewhat unprincipled, it is indeed the truth. The sister, still grappling with her delusions, exclaimed. The Heavenly Blade King lamented. All of them were snatched by the esteemed Karl. I am in tears, Shirley remarked. This truly reflects insatiable greed. The commander of the Great Wall Defense Army mused, I had hoped that among the 4 red envelopes, I might be fortunate enough to claim one. He concluded, Karl indeed possesses remarkable prowess. Princess Cannon, Karl is truly remarkable. He excels at snatching red envelopes. Witnessing Karl seize every single one, the group chat was inundated with messages. Some even took the liberty to critique him. Observing this, Karl merely chuckled. His constitution allows him to forego sustenance. Not long ago, he dined with Erica. Now, his eagerness to claim these envelopes stems solely from curiosity about their contents. Deity of humanity. I cannot consume all these items. My interest lies purely in discovering what they contain. Deity of humanity. I shall return them. Prepare to seize the red envelopes. Group member Deity of Humanity has sent a red envelope. King of the Celestial Blade. I've snagged another one. King of the Celestial Blade. This appears to be grilled fish. It looks quite appetizing. King of the Celestial Blade. Thanks, Karl. Deity of Humanity. Do not thank me. It is the work of Kamen Rider, so express your gratitude to him. King of the Celestial Blade. Right? Thank you, Kamen Rider. Sister with a Chinibu dilemma. Mine is sushi. Sister with a Chinibu dilemma. Many thanks to the passing Kamen Rider. Sherry, this is utterly unscientific. I cannot seem to grasp any. Sherry, could it be due to a lack of exercise? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I frequently practice martial arts and engage in combat, yet I have not managed to seize any. Members who successfully claimed red envelopes were filled with joy, while those who did not took to the chat to voice their grievances. Chapter 57. Delicious Food, Check-in Rewards. Gazing at the grilled meat and Odin in his hands, Karl felt his appetite awaken. This bounty was bestowed upon him by Brother Xiaoming. In truth, Karl was not particularly hungry, having recently dined with Erica. Furthermore, his unique constitution allows him to survive without food. As for the grilled meat and Odin, they caught his eye in the images shared by Matoy Shur, who had warmly invited him. It would have been impolite to decline. So he opted for the dishes he favored. Although initially intended as mere courtesy, he found himself quite eager to sample them now. It must be said, Brother Xiaoming's culinary creations were visually stunning. They appeared delectable and emitted an enticing aroma. However, the true test lay in their flavor, which could only be discerned through tasting. After a moment's contemplation, Karl carried the 2 dishes to the living room. He first sampled the Odin. The broth was rich and slightly spicy, aligning perfectly with his palate. Next, he indulged in the grilled meat, relishing the distinctive aroma that permeated his mouth. The flavors are notably robust and spicy, exuding an enticing aroma. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. It appears that Min Shur has not exaggerated. His culinary skills are truly exceptional. In his heart, Karl silently commended Min Shur. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to the chat group. God of Humanity, I have sampled both the grilled meat and the Odin, and they are splendid. God of Humanity, moreover, both are of the spicy variety, which I thoroughly enjoy. Thank you. Passing Kamen Rider, you are too kind, Karl. Passing Kamen Rider, you have rendered me such a significant favor that it is I who should express my gratitude. Passing Kamen Rider, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Feel free to contact me anytime if you wish to indulge again. God of Humanity, certainly, thank you. Younger sister has a delusional disorder. The sushi is also delightful. Heaven S. Blade King, thank you, Kamen Rider. My grilled fish is absolutely fantastic. Passing Kamen Rider, I'm pleased that you all are enjoying it. As Karl munched on his food, he simultaneously engaged in conversation within the chat group. For a moment, it was exceedingly pleasant. At that juncture, a notification from Karl's system sounded. Host can check in today. Would you like to do so immediately? Karl was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was precisely midnight. Let us check in, Karl casually remarked as he savored the grilled meat. Ding. Host check-in successful. Congratulations. Host has received 1 Coca-Cola. As the system's notification concluded, an object materialized before Karl. He reached out and grasped it, discovering it to be a bottle of the ubiquitous soft drink, commonly referred to as happy water. The kind you see everywhere in supermarkets. A large bottle, indeed, chilled. One wonders from which supermarket the system procured it, or how it was chilled. Staring at the bottle of soft drink in his hand, Karl felt somewhat bemused. What is the system thinking? This is the reward for checking in. This soft drink pales in comparison to the battle suits from a few days ago. Setting aside its practicality, let us consider the price. This beverage, being a 2-liter bottle, costs merely $1.99. Those battle suits, while not exorbitantly priced, surely exceeded the cost of this soft drink. Indeed, this system is rather unreliable, Karl mused. Well, discussing other matters is futile now that the check-in is complete. Karl twisted off the cap of the Coca-Cola and took a sip. The syrup and carbonation flooded his palate, and combined with the chilled sensation, it was utterly delightful. Taking a generous sip of cola, Karl's face illuminated with a hint of delight. Exhaling deeply, he chuckled softly. It was quite satisfactory, albeit not an exquisite delicacy. Subsequently, Karl devoured the grilled meat prepared by the door guardian and relished the odin before retiring for the night. The following morning, Karl awoke early, while Erica remained in a peaceful slumber beside him. After freshening up, Karl rummaged through the refrigerator and prepared a breakfast of fried eggs and sandwiches, complemented by warm milk, an ordinary yet cherished morning repast for him. As he was enjoying his meal, Erica stirred awake and joined him at the dining table. After finishing their breakfast, Erica excused herself to freshen up. Just as Karl was about to indulge in his preferred activities, Erica halted him with a kiss and playfully stated, "Not now. I must go to work." At that moment, Karl recalled that Erica indeed had obligations outside the home. Sky, on the other hand, had no such requirement. As a hacker, she could secure work online without stepping out. Karl casually remarked, "Your family is so affluent, yet you still need to work. That's my father's wealth, not mine. Besides, I must keep myself occupied. Idleness does not suit me," Erica replied. Accepting her resolve, Karl refrained from further protest. After bidding Karl farewell, Erica changed her attire and departed. Left alone in Erica's home, Karl glanced at the chat group, only to find it devoid of conversation. Curiosity about their activities lingered in his mind. Finding the silence somewhat tedious, he exited the chat group and turned on the television, which also proved to be rather uninspiring. However, a news segment soon captured Karl's attention. Thus far, the chairman of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, remained missing. The disappearance of this illustrious billionaire had led to a significant decline in Stark Industries stock value. Shortly thereafter, the television aired footage of a reporter conducting spontaneous interviews with passers-by. Approaching an individual clad in a suit, presumably a corporate professional in his 40s, the reporter politely inquired, "Excuse me, may I conduct a brief interview?" "I'm sorry, but I'm running late for work," the man replied. "Very well," the reporter responded with a hint of resignation, addressing the camera. "It seems we shall have to seek others for their opinions regarding Tony Stark's disappearance." As he concluded his statement, the scene shifted. Previously, a passerby who had declined an interview unexpectedly returned to the journalist. "I apologize. Are you referring to the billionaire from Stark Industries?" Yes," the journalist replied, somewhat taken aback. It was surprising that this individual, having initially refused, would now initiate a conversation. "Very well, I shall accept your interview." Certainly." The journalist pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Might I ask if you are aware of Tony Stark's disappearance?" "Of course." The passerby exhibited a hint of excitement. "In the past, I would always come across headlines featuring him alongside Hollywood starlets. There was even a time when it was with several of them." As he spoke, the passerby appeared somewhat distressed. "However, these past few days, he has vanished, and those stories have ceased. I sincerely hope he is safe and returns soon." The female journalist, feeling a bit awkward, managed a smile and said, "Thank you, sir, for your well wishes for Mr. Stark." Chapter 58. The complaining passerby and Isabella's speculation after interviewing that passerby. The journalist sought another individual. This man, also in his 40s or 50s, appeared notably more relaxed compared to the previous passerby. "Hello, may I interview you?" The passerby glanced at the camera and nodded in agreement. "Of course." The journalist proceeded, "Are you aware of Mr. Tony Stark's disappearance?" To the journalist's surprise, the previously calm passerby suddenly changed his demeanor. "Oh, I certainly know about that fellow," he grumbled. "I can't fathom what he was thinking. As a billionaire, how could he dare venture to a place like the Middle East? And now look, he has gone missing, utterly untraceable. Would it not be better to remain in America? He could handle his company affairs and enjoy the company of celebrities. What a delightful life. But he simply had to go out." The passerby's tirade left the journalist at a loss, wondering what connection this had to Tony Stark's situation. "Why are you so agitated regarding Mr. Stark's disappearance? What relation do you have to him?" "Of course, there is a connection." The passerby's ire intensified upon hearing this. "Not long ago, I purchased shares in Stark Industries. I was anticipating selling them at a profit after some time. Now, I am facing considerable losses and cannot even sell them. They are just stuck in my hands." Well then." The journalist consoled the bystanders for a while before continuing to interview others. Karl observed the news, lost in thought. He nearly forgot that Tony Stark was currently in the Middle East, resulting in a significant drop in Stark Industries stock prices. However, upon Tony Stark's return, the stock experienced a rebound. Yet, it seemed to decline again following the announcement of the closure of the weapons division. Finally, during a press conference where he declared himself Iron Man, the stock regained its value. This presented a lucrative opportunity. With billions at his disposal, Karl had ample resources to make some moves. Nevertheless, he decided to wait until Tony Stark's return to act. With Erica out, Karl found himself quite bored. After some contemplation, he utilized his superhuman vision to search for Isabella's presence. After all, she had indicated yesterday that she would be available for a call. Although he hadn't reached out then, today was still an option. Moments later, Karl spotted Isabella. At that moment, she was at home, still in bed. It appeared she had no pressing engagements and was simply resting. In an instant, Karl vanished and reappeared within Isabella's opulent villa. She was lying on her bed, resting. Yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Obadiah. Initially, she had no idea who Obadiah was. When she saw the news of his death yesterday, it hardly registered with her, as she did not know him. However, with the subsequent news coverage and photographs, Isabella was taken aback. For she had indeed encountered Obadiah before, more than once, having attended a gala hosted by Stark Industries. Her recollection was faint, but after yesterday's event, it was difficult to forget. After all, Karl had gotten into a confrontation with Obadiah's son during the gala. The tone of Obadiah's remarks and the actions of King were still vivid in Isabella's memory. Undoubtedly, she was not alone in her reaction. Many attendees of the gala likely felt similarly, given the extraordinary events that unfolded at that time. Who could have anticipated that just a few hours later, even more unbelievable occurrences would transpire? Obadiah has unexpectedly passed away. Reflecting on the events of the soiree and Jin's attitude, Isabella suddenly finds herself overwhelmed by an unshakable thought. Could it be that, following the altercation at the gathering, Karl took it upon himself to eliminate Obadiah? Although Karl and Obadiah share similar standings, both being stakeholders in Stark Industries, with Obadiah even possessing a slightly larger share, Jin's demeanor raises suspicions. Is it possible that Karl enlisted Jin's assistance to dispose of Obadiah? The notion appears absurd, yet Isabella cannot shake the feeling that it might indeed be the truth. At that moment, a voice laced with amusement broke through her thoughts. It sounded vaguely familiar. Startled, Isabella's instincts kicked in. Could it be a deranged fan who had infiltrated her home? She had heard rumors of obsessive fans stalking and photographing celebrities, with some going so far as to trespass into their residences, an exceedingly terrifying and perilous situation. Moreover, as a renowned beauty in the entertainment industry, Isabella was acutely aware of the risks posed by an intruding male admirer. In an instant, her vigilance heightened at the sound. Her immediate priority was to calm the fan, hoping they would retain their composure to avert any dreadful consequences. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, Isabella froze. It was still morning, and she had yet to rise, cocooned beneath her blankets. Although she was not one to indulge in oversleeping, she was clad only in a layer of sleepwear, lacking even a fitted tank top. The prospect of emerging from beneath the covers in such a state was fraught with danger. If seen, even someone with no ill intentions might develop them upon witnessing her. Furthermore, no one desires to be subjected to unwarranted scrutiny. Panic enveloped Isabella in that moment. Isabella? The voice resonated once more, and she could hear the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor as the person approached her. What should she do? Before she could devise a plan, a hand rested gently on her shoulder. What's wrong? The sound seemed somewhat familiar. Isabella instinctively turned her head and found Karl gazing at her with a puzzled expression. Karl? Isabella was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief evident. What's the matter? Karl asked, regarding Isabella with a hint of concern. She sensed something amiss in his demeanor. It's nothing, really. At that moment, Karl's attention was drawn to the unusual scene before him. Isabella, clad in her pajamas, was reclining on the bed, while Karl stood at its edge. From this angle, it was quite natural. Isabella's intuition proved correct. Karl had initially harbored no particular thoughts, but that fleeting glance ignited something within him. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Isabella's lips. Chapter 59. Karl's contemplation. Tony's forge in a filthy, dimly lit cave. A disheveled man was bent over, engrossed in some task. Strangely enough, a circular iron ring was embedded in his chest. This man was none other than the celebrated Tony Stark, a figure of fascination throughout the nation. He held many titles: billionaire, playboy, genius. Yet, in this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to a vagabond. No, he was even more peculiar, for a vagabond would not have an iron ring embedded in his chest. Moreover, this ring was connected to a lithium battery from a car, an oddity beyond compare. At the very least, Tony Stark had never encountered such a phenomenon before. However, he was left with no choice. An explosion had left numerous shrapnel fragments lodged in his body, and the medical facilities in this place were insufficient to remove them. For now, he could only rely on a magnet, as the iron ring in his chest prevented the fragments from reaching his heart. Subsequently, he had been kidnapped by terrorists who demanded he fabricate missiles. In this moment, Tony Stark feigned compliance with the Ten Rings organization, ostensibly crafting their most advanced missile. In truth, he was manipulating them to execute his escape plan. Currently, he was utilizing the resources of the Ten Rings to construct a miniature arc reactor. As Tony Stark diligently worked, the arc reactor began to take shape before him. What is this? Someone inquired nearby. A middle-aged man gazed at Tony Stark with astonishment and inquired, for Tony Stark is renowned as a genius. Tony glanced at the man, pointed to the iron circle on his chest, and replied, "This is a substitute for that." The middle-aged man, named Ethan, was also a captive of the Ten Rings organization. It was Tony Stark who had come to his aid. Without Ethan, Tony Stark would likely have met his demise. Ethan cast a glance at the peculiar device and nodded in response. Although the contraption was incomplete and unfamiliar to him, it was crafted by the illustrious Tony Stark, and thus, he believed it would assist them in their escape. After a moment of contemplation, Ethan advised, "I will provide cover for you. Be cautious and do not let them discover you." Understood, Tony acknowledged, and then the arduous process of creation began. Periodically, he had to feign the assembly of missiles to deceive the members of the Ten Rings. At noon, after concluding his battle, Karl freshened up and indulged in some fine wine at Isabella's, who had an ample supply of exquisite beverages, eliminating the need for him to return home. After more than 2 hours, Isabella finally felt rested. Once she had completed her preparations, she and Karl ventured out for a meal together. In the afternoon, Karl and Isabella strolled through the streets, and by evening, they returned to Erica's residence. A few days later, Erica, citing that Karl was hindering her work, pushed him out. Each encounter with conflict consumed several hours, followed by a period of exhaustion, which inevitably affected Erica's productivity. Thus, Karl found himself once again expelled. This time, he sought refuge at Isabella's home. Lately, she seemed to be on a break, having recently completed a film with no immediate work on the horizon, making her available to accompany Karl. Consequently, he settled in with her. During these days, Karl spent time with Isabella, occasionally visiting other girlfriends for a few days. With leisure time on his hands, he engaged in chat groups, enjoying a sense of relaxation. However, he found himself at a loss regarding his own system. The rewards from signing in were lacking in value, comprising only mundane items such as sugary drinks, various peculiar battle suits, and daily necessities, none of which proved particularly useful. Recently, Karl contemplated whether he should accumulate another round of sign-ins. Much like his previous endeavors, he had accumulated 25 years of sign-in, acquiring the Silver Superman template. What if he were to sign in for 30 years? What rewards might that yield? And what about 50 years? It seemed that his current strength was sufficient. Accumulating sign-ins for a while posed no significant issues, although Karl remained uncertain, contemplating the possibilities. Additionally, Karl had been closely monitoring the stock of Stark Industries. As the days passed since Tony Stark's disappearance, the stock had plummeted dramatically. The value had evaporated by hundreds of billions of dollars, leading to a severe downturn. Consequently, Karl's assets had also diminished considerably, given that he held a substantial stake in Stark Industries. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, as this decline had been anticipated. With several billion in liquid assets still at his disposal, he planned to purchase more Stark Industries stock upon Tony's return, confident that he would recoup his losses. The stock had already dropped significantly. Should he endeavor to rescue Tony Stark? Perhaps tomorrow, as the afternoon was already waning. Thus, Karl accompanied Isabella for a shopping excursion. In the dimly lit cavern, despite it being daytime and filled with numerous lights, the atmosphere remained shrouded in darkness. At that moment, Tony Stark was intensely focused on operating various instruments, seemingly engaged in the creation of something significant. As he placed a material into the apparatus before him, the circular object began to emit a radiant glow. At last, he had succeeded. Tony gazed with exhilaration at the glowing ring, elated by his achievement after weeks of dedicated effort. "What is it?" Ethan inquired, curiosity piqued as he observed the luminous circle. "A microarc reactor," Tony explained. "This device can replace the magnet in my chest, allowing my heart to beat for 5,000 years, or sustain a massive entity for 15 minutes. With that, Tony unveiled a blueprint depicting a robotic suit. He shared his plans with Ethan, who marveled at the ingenuity. It was truly remarkable that, under such rudimentary conditions, Tony Stark could produce such advanced equipment. Meanwhile, the Ten Rings organization realized that what Tony was crafting was vastly different from a missile. Although they lacked formal education, they were not foolish. They had seen what missiles looked like. Consequently, the leader of the Ten Rings ordered Tony to fabricate a missile by the following day. Left with no choice, Tony acquiesced. Time was of the essence, and the two of them labored tirelessly to create the battle suit. As time slipped away, their equipment gradually took shape. At that moment, the leader of the Ten Rings sensed something was amiss and promptly dispatched someone to investigate. However, Tony Stark had already donned the suit and was in the midst of loading the program. Meanwhile, members of the Ten Rings had arrived nearby. Intruders, startled by the noise. Both men were taken aback. Ethan glanced at the progress bar, determination flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned, seized a rifle from the side, and charged outside. "Ethan, don't go out," Tony shouted urgently. "Wait until the program finishes loading." Yet, Ethan disregarded his plea and rushed out. "Damn it," Tony cursed silently. feeling helpless as he was immobilized within the suit. The program had not finished loading, rendering him unable to move. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by an unsettling silence. What had transpired? Anxiety surged within Tony. The cry had come from Ethan. At long last, the program completed its loading, and Tony steered the suit outside. However, the sight that met his eyes left him momentarily stunned. In Chapter 60, as the makeshift bomb exploded at the entrance, Ethan realized that the 10 rings had arrived. Tony Stark's suit was still not operational. The system was still loading. At that moment, Ethan knew he had to step forward and buy time. He understood that if he did not act, the outcome could lead to the demise of both. As long as he could delay for Tony, they might still have a chance once the suit was ready. Thus, without hesitation, Ethan approached the fallen 10 Rings member, picked up the rifle, and charged out. He was aware that he faced certain death since he was merely an ordinary man. While he was not entirely defenseless, he had little experience with physical labor. Regarding firearms, I do not possess extensive knowledge. I cannot compare myself to the members of the 10 Rings, who seem all too eager to engage in violence and bloodshed. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to proceed. Ethan's family had long since perished. Even if he were to meet his own end now, he felt it would be acceptable to join them. Moreover, this action could potentially save Tony Stark. It would be preferable for one to survive than for both to perish. Ethan emerged from the weapon manufacturing cave and sprinted outward, intermittently pulling the trigger in his hand. After all, his objective was to draw the attention of the 10 Rings members, buying time for Tony to load the system. What was happening? Why was there no one around? As he ran, Ethan was perplexed. Did these individuals not intend to approach them? If that were the case, might he still have a chance at survival? Despite the loss of his entire family, he believed that if he could delay for Tony Stark, even death would not be in vain. However, he certainly wished to cling to life if possible. Just as Ethan pondered these thoughts, he noticed a wide cavern before him, occupied by over a dozen individuals. They were all members of the 10 Rings, armed and seemingly awaiting his arrival to meet his demise. A wave of dread washed over Ethan. Even though he had prepared himself, the sight of so many adversaries glaring at him was still unnerving. On the opposing side, the terrorists of the 10 Rings sneered at Ethan. The leader, standing at the forefront, raised his hand and signaled to open fire. The members of the 10 Rings responded in unison, then simultaneously pulled their triggers. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted, countless bullets hurtling toward Ethan. Gulping, Ethan could not help but swallow hard at this scene. It seemed he was destined to die and join his family. Surely, Tony Stark's program was nearing completion. That would be satisfactory. Ethan closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the inevitable moment. However, after several seconds, the anticipated pain did not arrive. What was happening? Was this a dream? There were no terrorists, and no one was firing at him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed in his ears, accompanied by the unintelligible chatter of the members of the 10 Commandments gang. This told him that the threats he faced, whether from the gang members or the gunfire, were all too real. Yet, a perplexing question lingered in Ethan's mind. Why had no bullet struck him? The distance between them was merely a few meters, and given the speed of the bullets, they should have reached him in an instant. What could possibly explain this? At that moment, a voice pierced through the chaos. Although I found you all quite repulsive in my previous life, you appear even more disagreeable now. What? Ethan was taken aback. English? And what nonsense was this person spouting? Instinctively, he opened his eyes, and before him, merely a meter or two away, stood a figure that had seemingly materialized from thin air, cloaked in a flowing cape. From Ethan's perspective, he could only discern a tall silhouette, adorned with dark hair that danced in the wind. Who could this be? Ethan was bewildered. However, the next moment brought an even greater shock. The bullets fired by the members of the 10 Commandments gang halted mysteriously mid-air, as if they had struck an invisible barrier, ricocheting away. What was happening? Ethan's mind raced with disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. Yet, before he could fully comprehend it, the figure before him, seemingly bored, murmured, "How dull. Is this all that mere mortals can muster? Well then, you may prepare to meet your demise." No sooner had the words left his lips than a blinding red light erupted instantaneously, resembling a high-tech laser weapon. With a mere horizontal sweep, the crimson beam obliterated over a dozen terrorists within the cavern, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. Ethan, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress a gasp. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the spot where the members of the 10 Commandments gang had just stood. Indeed, it has truly vanished. Who is this peculiar individual standing before me? How could he possess such formidable weaponry? A laser weapon? Such a contraption has never graced the news. It seems to be an entity shrouded in mystery. The way it struck those members of the 10 Rings gang without any obstruction suggests that if it were to hit me, it would likely be fatal. Ethan pondered this with a tinge of dread. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. "Are you all right, Ethan?" Upon hearing this, Ethan instinctively turned his gaze towards the speaker. There stood a man with raven hair, now facing him, with dark eyes and striking features. His black bodysuit accentuated a flawless physique, complemented by a grand cloak. A superhero? Ethan was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at the sight before him. In their world, superheroes existed within the realms of comics and films. Although this superhero bore some differences from those portrayed in media, the resemblance was uncanny. Reflecting on that crimson beam of light, it resembled the superhero's ability, heat vision, did it not? Consequently, as Karl turned around, Ethan could not restrain himself from inquiring. Karl nodded, casting a glance at Ethan. Are you unscathed, Dr. Ethan? Ethan's voice trembled slightly. I'm fine. Although he was not a devoted fan of superheroes, he was certainly an admirer. After all, Superman's comics and films are so renowned, he had encountered them. Now, witnessing the actual Superman, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Mr. Superman, you. Just as Ethan was about to articulate his thoughts, a heavy thudding sound reverberated. It seemed that a colossal being was approaching. Simultaneously, a voice called out, Ethan? Ethan. Karl and Ethan turned their heads to see a robotic figure, resembling a metal canister, appear not far from them. Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, made his entrance. Upon seeing this metallic contraption, Karl raised an eyebrow. To be candid, Karl found Tony's current Mark I suit rather unsightly. Not to mention, when compared to the Mark 85 from Avengers Endgame or the Mark L from Avengers Infinity War, even the unpainted Mark II from the Iron Man films seemed far superior. Those suits exuded sophistication, resembling advanced robotics brimming with technological prowess. Whereas this one appeared akin to a mere metal canister. The disparity was stark. Yet, one could understand the circumstances. After all, it was quite remarkable that Tony Stark could still forge armor under such conditions. Upon noticing that Ethan was unharmed, Tony was momentarily taken aback. What a relief. Moreover, a figure of extraordinary prowess stood beside him. As Tony maneuvered his Iron Man suit closer to Ethan, he opened the facial armor and inquired, Ethan, you're all right? This is splendid. A smile graced Iron Man's face, filled with profound relief. Previously, Tony had been injured by shrapnel from a bomb, and had it not been for Ethan's surgical intervention, he might have met his demise. Now, the thought of Ethan sacrificing himself to buy him time would haunt Tony for eternity. Fortunately, Ethan had emerged unscathed. Indeed, it is thanks to this gentleman Superman that I was saved, Ethan remarked, in high spirits. Superman. Tony paused, glancing at Karl beside him. Are you referring to him? Although Karl donned a Superman costume and looked quite dashing with an impressive physique, it was unlikely that any ordinary person would mistake him for the iconic hero. Most would simply assume he was merely dressed as Superman. Tony shared this sentiment, pondering that this young man, who admired Superman, had likely been abducted by the terrorists. After all, if the threat had been neutralized, why were there no bodies within the cave? Even the firearms carried by the Ten Rings gang were conspicuously absent. It seemed the terrorists had been so frightened by the earlier explosions that they had dared not enter the cave. Yet, the reason behind this remained unclear. Tony Stark felt that the young man before him, resembling a superhero, struck a familiar chord within him, as if he had encountered him before. However, in the dimly lit cave, his features were not entirely discernible. Yet, now was not the time for such musings. They found themselves in the stronghold of terrorists. And the situation was dire. They needed to escape post-haste. Fear not, Ethan, Tony reassured. My armor is performing as anticipated, and its combat capabilities are quite formidable. With this suit, we shall undoubtedly make our escape. Turning to Karl, he added, Young man, we must leave this place immediately. Stay close and do not stray. With that, he donned his helmet and stepped towards the cave's exit, not forgetting to admonish Ethan and Karl. Ethan, you and this gentleman should find a place to hide. I will deal with the adversaries outside first. Ethan gazed at Tony Stark's retreating figure, wishing to articulate his thoughts, yet Tony did not pause, striding forth. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ethan turned to Karl and said, Mr. Superman, I apologize for Tony's skepticism. It was evident to Ethan that Tony did not believe his words, doubting that the man before him was indeed a superhero. Do not fret, Karl chuckled lightly. He too discerned Tony Stark's reservations, but chose not to dwell on them. After all, Tony had shown a measure of goodwill by intending to lead him to safety, making the journey worthwhile. Earlier, Karl had been at Isabella's house, initially not planning to come here. Out of boredom, he had utilized his supervision to locate Tony Stark and Ethan, only to witness the alarming sight of Ethan charging out with a firearm. Possessing the Silver Superman template endowed Karl with remarkable intellect and wisdom. While some trivial memories from his past life had faded, those associated with the Silver Superman template remained vividly clear. Having watched the film in his previous existence, Karl was acutely aware of the impending peril Ethan faced. It was evident that he needed to take matters into his own hands. Thus, he returned home, retrieved his battle attire, and made his way here, having long since resolved to rescue Ethan. Moreover, he had harbored a favorable impression of Tony Stark in his past life. After all, he had spared Black Widow, so why would he harm Iron Man? In addition to Karl's plan for making money, which was also related to Tony, he arrived. However, he was rather pressed for time and could not afford to waste too much of it here. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, brimming with confidence, piloted his armored suit. Upon exiting the cave, he was met with a disheartening sight, a group of armed terrorists. Where was that detestable bald man? Had he fled? Tony Stark lamented. That bald individual was the leader of the terrorists, who not only threatened him, but also had the audacity to order his capture. Tony Stark felt a burning desire to obliterate that man with a missile. Yet, with the adversary absent, he had no choice but to wait for his return to gather intelligence. This vendetta must be avenged. For now, he resolved to deal with the immediate enemies at hand. Stepping forward, Tony prepared to utilize the flamethrower equipped in his suit to eliminate the threats. The terrorists, having noticed Tony, readied their weapons to attack. Combat was imminent. However, at that moment, two piercing beams of red light suddenly emerged. These crimson rays shot forth towards the terrorists, dissolving them in an instant before they could react. Instinctively, Tony turned around and was astounded by the scene before him. Karl, clad in a black suit, hovered slightly above the ground, emitting two brilliant red beams from his eyes. Chapter 62. A shocked Tony departing. Dressed in his battle attire, Karl floated gently in the air, with dazzling red light radiating from his eyes. The beams struck the terrorists, and without exception, they disintegrated in mere moments. Witnessing this unfold, Tony Stark stood in sheer disbelief. The light resembled lasers, emanating from his very eyes. Was he even human? Wait a moment. Red beams shooting from his eyes. Wasn't he that akin to Superman's heat vision? Moreover, he was currently flying in the air. Flight. Heat vision. Who else could it be but Superman? As the first superhero of American comics, Superman's influence was substantial. Naturally, Tony had seen the comics and films. Initially, he had assumed this young man had been captured, with his suit merely a homage to Superman, albeit with the colors all wrong. To his astonishment, this individual truly is Superman. Under ordinary circumstances, anyone witnessing a person clad in a Superman costume would hardly believe that they were in the presence of the real hero. Tony was no exception. However, despite his incredulity, he now witnessed the figure soaring through the sky, emanating a gaze imbued with heat vision. Regardless of how implausible it seemed, the reality remained undeniable. While Tony Stark was momentarily lost in thought, a voice broke through the silence. What are you dawdling for? Don't you want to leave? Turning around, he saw Karl hovering in the air. Oh, Tony instinctively replied, then could not restrain his curiosity. Are you really Superman? Sort of, Karl responded. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Tony spread his arms wide, pondering who would have imagined that Superman was of Eastern descent. Nonetheless, he had to admit that Superman was rather handsome. Not wishing to linger on the matter, Karl continued, Tony, Ethan, where would you like to go? I can take you. It was hard to fathom that Superman knew their names. Tony felt a twinge of confusion. Given my notoriety, it's only natural that Superman would be aware of me. But Ethan Karl cast a glance at Tony. I certainly know you. In fact, we've met before. Superman has met me? Tony removed his helmet, revealing his astonishment. Now that you mention it, you do seem familiar, as if we've crossed paths before. Sensing that Karl might misinterpret his words, he quickly clarified. This isn't some lowly pickup line. I genuinely mean it. I know, Karl said nonchalantly. We've met at Stark Industries Gala, an annual meeting. At that moment, Tony Stark seemed to have an epiphany, looking at Karl with newfound clarity. You are Karl Smith? No way, I must be mistaken. How could that young man be Superman? Karl nodded, confirming, indeed, that's me. The truth was staggering. Tony Stark regarded Karl with astonishment. They had encountered each other several times at Stark Industries events, including both the gala and the annual meeting. However, Karl, who primarily sought profit and wielded little power, seldom attended Stark Industries meetings, though he frequented the galas. Tony had heard of Karl's name. He held a significant amount of shares and was considered a major shareholder. Moreover, at such a young age, he was the youngest major shareholder in Stark Industries, which left a lasting impression on Tony Stark. However, the two had only met a few times at the gala. During those occasions, he had been rather exuberant, and so had Karl, leading to their unfamiliarity. Tony was aware of this individual and had encountered him on occasion. Nevertheless, Karl's current attire, a Superman costume, differed significantly from his usual appearance, making it difficult to recognize him at first. It was truly astonishing that the youngest major shareholder of our company was, in fact, Superman. Tony Stark couldn't help but exclaim. Accepting the reality of Karl's identity allowed him to reconcile previous events. Ethan was alive because Karl had intervened to save him. Had it not been for Karl, Despite possessing his own armor, he might not have escaped unscathed. With this thought in mind, Tony Stark sincerely turned to Karl. "Superman, thank you for saving us." "No need for thanks. I had my own reasons," Karl replied. "Oh." Tony's interest piqued instantly. "What prompted you to rescue us?" "I found you all quite agreeable and felt compelled to help," Karl responded. Tony paused for a moment, then chuckled. "That's a rather delightful reason. Now, let us depart from this location," Karl inquired again. "Where would you like to go?" "I can take you." "Thank you, Superman," Tony said promptly. "I wish to return to my villa in Malibu. The address is..." Karl nodded and glanced at Ethan. After a brief contemplation, Ethan hesitantly replied, "I don't have a particular destination in mind." After all, with his family gone, he truly had nowhere to go. Immediately, Tony interjected, "Then you can come to my home." "All right," Ethan acquiesced. Karl nodded once more, then grasped both of them and soared into the sky. In the next moment, he released them. "Here we are." "What?" Tony was taken aback. Malibu was in Los Angeles, while they had previously been located near the Middle East. The exact place was unknown to Tony. Had it truly taken less than 3 seconds to arrive? Even if he was Superman, this was a rather implausible jest. Just as Tony Stark was about to voice his thoughts, he immediately noticed the dramatic transformation of the surroundings. Where once there had been desolate mountains and barren land, they now found themselves beside a lavish villa, surrounded by numerous tropical plants, with the azure sea not far away. Had they truly arrived? Gazing upon the familiar villa, Tony Stark was engulfed in bewilderment. He certainly recognized his own abode, yet the swiftness of their journey was astonishing. To traverse from the United States to the Middle East by airplane typically demanded over 10 hours of flight. But now? How long had it taken them to return to Malibu? A mere second, or perhaps 2. Could it be that they had employed teleportation or some form of spatial relocation? The films had never suggested that Superman possessed such abilities. Tony turned to Karl, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Superman, how did we arrive so swiftly? Did you utilize teleportation or a similar power?" Beside him, Ethan shared a look of intense intrigue. "No, it was simply flight," Karl replied. "Flight?" Tony and Ethan exchanged incredulous glances at Karl. Both were exceptionally educated and understood the terrifying speeds required to cover such a distance in so short a time. However, it was unlikely that Karl would deceive them, and he had indeed brought them back. Despite their incredulity, with Superman present, what else could be deemed impossible? At that moment, Karl spoke again. "I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. You both likely have things to manage as well." With that, Karl's figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 63, Actions from All Sides. Astonished Isabella after escorting Tony Stark and Ethan back to Tony's villa in Malibu, Karl departed. Tony and Ethan watched the fading silhouette of Karl, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, Tony finally broke the silence, turning to Ethan with a question. "Did our Superman just leave like that?" "It seems so," Ethan replied with a hint of uncertainty. After all, he too had experienced the brief duration in which they had arrived here. "Ah, well," Tony shrugged, leading Ethan into his opulent villa. "Good day, sir." Jarvis's voice greeted them as they stepped inside. "Jarvis, please order 5 hamburgers," Tony instructed. "Certainly, sir." Tony glanced at Ethan. "Dr. Ethan, do you have any preferences?" "Hamburgers sound delightful." "Very well." Tony again addressed Jarvis. "Add 1 cheeseburger to the order." "Understood, sir." Having spoken, Tony addressed Ethan. "Make yourself comfortable. I shall visit the bathroom." With that, Tony entered the lavatory, feeling the pressing need to cleanse himself thoroughly. After all, he had spent considerable time in a cave, and both his clothing and person were far from pristine. As a billionaire, Tony Stark undoubtedly recognized the necessity for a proper wash, especially since he had pressing matters to attend to thereafter. The elusive Tony Stark had finally been traced. Reports indicated that he had been spotted at his villa on Malibu Beach. At that moment, a delivery driver, engaged in his usual task of delivering food, unexpectedly encountered the long-missing billionaire. This news rapidly circulated online, inciting skepticism among many netizens. After all, Tony Stark had been absent for an extended period. How could he suddenly reappear? Most presumed it was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by the hamburger establishment or an attempt by the delivery person to garner attention. However, to the astonishment of the American populace, the news of Tony Stark's return quickly prompted Stark Industries to issue an official announcement. The chairman and CEO of Stark Industries, Mr. Tony Stark, was set to make his formal return today and would hold a press conference in 2 hours. In an instant, the public's curiosity regarding the experiences of this billionaire surged. Upon seeing this news, Karl ventured into the stock market to check the status of Stark Industries shares. As anticipated, the stock experienced an immediate rebound due to the announcement. The shares, which had previously plummeted, began to rise once more. While they had yet to recover to their pre-disappearance value, the upward trend suggested that regaining that worth was merely a matter of time. Karl had his capital poised for action, yet he remained unhurried. He was acutely aware that Stark Industries stock would likely dip again, possibly falling below the value it had reached during Tony's absence. This was because, during the forthcoming press conference, Tony Stark would not recount his experiences of disappearance. Instead, he would announce the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. Nick Fury was perusing a document, which happened to be an announcement released by Stark Industries. Could it be that he has returned? After such a lengthy period of absence, neither our agents nor any other organizations had managed to locate him. Now, he has resurfaced on his own. Contemplating this, Nick Fury promptly summoned Coulson to his office. Shortly thereafter, the affable Coulson arrived. "Director, have you seen the announcement from Stark Industries?" "Indeed, I was just preparing to attend the press conference." "Well," Nick Fury nodded with satisfaction. "Make sure to ascertain where he has been confined all this time and how he managed to escape." "Understood." Not only was the general public curious, but various entities, including the U.S. government and S.H.I.E.L.D., were equally intrigued. After all, they had previously dispatched individuals in search of Tony Stark. Yet their efforts had yielded no results. Now that Tony Stark had safely returned, they were naturally eager to learn about his whereabouts during his absence, what transpired, and how he made his way back to the United States. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was seated on the floor. "Hey, everyone, could you please take a seat? This way, you can see me better, and I can feel more at ease." As he sat there, he expressed some inexplicable thoughts. Subsequently, he announced that Stark Industries would be shutting down its weapons division, effective immediately. Instantly, the atmosphere at the press conference erupted with excitement. The journalists present clamored to interview Tony Stark, as the situation was undeniably explosive. On the other side of the screen, Karl watched the chaotic press conference unfold, a slight smile gracing his lips. He glanced at the stock market and noticed that Stark Industries shares were indeed plummeting. The stocks, which had initially risen due to Tony Stark's return, were now rapidly declining. Beside him, Isabella gazed at the television, somewhat taken aback by Tony Stark's unexpected return. At that moment, she noticed the smile on Karl's face and, puzzled, inquired, "Why are you so happy?" Knowing that Karl was a major shareholder in Stark Industries, she realized that Tony Stark's announcement would likely result in substantial losses for him. Karl, upon hearing her question, cast a glance at Isabella. He chuckled and remarked, "Of course, I am delighted. Because of that fellow Tony, my assets are bound to increase significantly." "Well, that's good," Isabella thought, not believing Karl's words. Although Stark Industries operates in sectors such as military, healthcare, security, aerospace, and other high-tech industries, there is no doubt that the military sector is the most lucrative for Stark Industries, without exception. After all, Stark Industries is the largest arms supplier to the U.S. military. Now, with Stark Industries planning to shut down its weapons division, Karl would inevitably incur losses. How could he profit from that? However, Isabella kept her thoughts to herself, merely assuming that Karl was trying to comfort her. Yet, Karl was speaking the truth. Now he simply had to wait for Stark Industries stock to plummet. Then, before Tony unveils the third suit, the first colored Iron Man armor, at a press conference revealing his identity, he would invest in Stark Industries stock. Ultimately, once the public learns of Tony's identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries stock would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Chapter 64. Spoilers. The astonished Mayano Shiho regarding Stark Industries. Karl did not concern himself overly much. After all, it was a foregone conclusion. All he needed to do was patiently wait and then invest his funds wisely. In reality, Karl now possessed the template of the Silver Superman, rendering him nearly unmatched on Blue Star. Should he desire money, he could effortlessly procure it from any bank. Whatever he wished for, he could simply acquire. No bank or organization could stand in his way if he so desired. He could even obliterate Blue Star or the entire galaxy if he wished, let alone retrieve money from a bank. There was no need for such convoluted schemes to amass wealth. However, Karl refrained from such actions. He did not wish to simply withdraw money from a bank because he found it beneath him. As someone with a higher education, he refused to stoop to such base deeds. To this day, all of his wealth was rightfully earned. Even the billions from Jean were well-deserved, as they represented a fair exchange for his life-saving services. Karl took the money and spared the individual's life. That was only just. Time passed quietly and unremarkably. Several days went by. Karl spent most of his time residing with Isabella. Occasionally, he would return home or perhaps seek out other romantic interests. The system's sign-in rewards remained rather mundane. Karl felt an increasing desire to utilize his accumulated sign-in points. One day, after finishing a battle, Isabella was resting, fatigued. After freshening up, Karl poured himself a drink and entered the chat group. "Sister, today has been yet another lethargic day. Sister, perhaps tomorrow, I shall visit the restaurant again. Sister, I still lack sufficient points to purchase the Iron Battle Suit. Blade King. I have little to occupy my time as well. Princess of Thousand Hands. How delightful. Tinflower and Kesha seem to be enjoying such leisure. Princess of Thousand Hands. Meanwhile, my tasks have increased once more. Princess of Thousand Hands. I have finally earned a rare opportunity to rest. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I too find no moments of leisure. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. However, it has always been this way on the Great Wall. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. After over a decade here, I have grown accustomed to it. Surely, that is only natural. Surely, not everyone can afford to be idle. Surely, it is better to find something to engage in. Surely, though work is demanding, it is still quite agreeable. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Speaking of which, I must extend my gratitude to the esteemed Karl. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. It is thanks to Karl that we repelled the demon incursion last time. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Now I can continue to serve as the Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The authorities in Chang'an have been informed of the situation in Guangzhou. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Fortunately, the Empress did not impose any penalties. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Thankfully, Guangzhou did not incur significant casualties. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Truly, we owe it all to Karl. Surely. Oh my, he seems to be quite formidable. Princess of Thousand Hands. Indeed, without a doubt. Princess of Thousand Hands. Karl is simply the best. Passing Masked Rider. Karl is indeed impressive. Passing Masked Rider. It is also thanks to Karl that I was able to rescue Summer Orange. Passing Masked Rider. Apollo Kest was knocked unconscious and brought here by Karl. Passing Masked Rider. I am truly grateful to Karl. Surely. Well, it appears that he has accomplished quite a lot. Princess of Thousand Hands. Of course, after all, he is Karl. Surely. Well, are you a fan of his? It seems you have always been defending this esteemed Karl. Thousand-handed princess. Of course. Upon seeing the messages in the chat group, Karl raised an eyebrow. He recalled the storyline of Shiho Mayano, which seemed rather bleak. Her sister's demise and her own transformation into a child. Since he was part of the chat group, Karl decided to extend a gesture of goodwill. He wondered if this Shiho Mayano had ever utilized 4869. After some contemplation, Karl sent a message. God of humanity, speaking of which, I happen to know a bit about your future. Surely. Surely, oh? Is that so? Do tell. In the world of Conan, within a tidy office, Shiho Mayano sat resting in her chair. Upon reading the messages from the chat group, she felt somewhat skeptical. Although she learned from the group that this Karl possessed immense power, she questioned how he could possibly know anything about her future, considering he had never set foot in her world. As a matter of fact, during their last conversation, Karl had shared some information about how he resurrected others and details regarding Shiho Mayano's profession. However, she had not finished her account before he ceased to respond, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. It felt disconcerting to leave a conversation half-finished. Presently, she was inclined to doubt Karl's assertions, but she figured it could serve as a means to pass the time. She was curious about what this esteemed Karl might reveal regarding the future. God of humanity, have you consumed 4,869 yet? Though Karl was aware that Shirley was Shiho Mayano, he was uncertain about her current timeline, whether she had transformed into a child, adopting the alias AI Hybra, or retained her adult form. He speculated towards the latter, as Shiho had mentioned being a scientist. If she had indeed reverted to a child, she would likely identify as a student, but he could not be certain. After all, she might be obfuscating the truth. Hence, Karl remained unsure. Meanwhile, Shiho Mayano stood up in astonishment upon reading Karl's message. Why? How could he possibly know about the drug 4,869? This substance was one she was intimately familiar with, because this is the medication she developed. However, as a member of another world, how could Karl possibly know? Could it be that he truly possesses knowledge of her future? Shiho Mayano rapidly dispatched a message. Surely. How do you know about this medication? God of humanity. Naturally, I am aware. For I possess insights into certain aspects of your future. Sister, afflicted with a delusion of grandeur. It seems that Karl has knowledge of some extraordinary matters. King of the Blade, observing. Passing Kamen Rider. It appears that Karl may indeed be privy to some significant information. Surely. Then what else do you know, God of humanity? God of humanity. First, tell me, have you taken this medication? Surely, no? Surely. This medication is still under experimentation. Surely. As the developer, how could I possibly take it at this stage? God of humanity. Very well. God of humanity. In the future, however, you will ingest this medication. Surely, impossible. God of humanity. There is nothing impossible. I wonder if your sister is still around. Surely, of course she is. How old is she? Upon hearing this, Karl pondered for a moment. It appeared that the timeline was still early. Chapter 65. Shiho Mayano's plan. A newcomer joins the group. Karl, having seen Shiho Mayano's message, contemplated for a brief period. It appeared that the timeline was still early, and many events had yet to unfold. God of humanity. At some point in the future, Your sister will wish to leave the organization, God of Humanity. However, she will be killed by the organization, God of Humanity. Consequently, you will cease the development of the medication and the organization will imprison you, God of Humanity. While awaiting your sentence, you will consume 4869, God of Humanity. Yet, you will not perish, God of Humanity. Instead, you will transform into a child and escape the organization. Karl conveyed the knowledge he possessed to Shiho Mayano. Surely what? Is that true? Although Shiho Mayano sent such a message, she had already begun to believe Karl's words deep down, for she understood that her sister, Akemi Mayano, seemingly did not wish to remain within the confines of the organization. If given a choice, Shiho would certainly prefer not to stay in this organization. After all, the two sisters had not joined the organization of their own volition. The Black Organization is a formidable criminal syndicate, wealthy and influential, often recruiting promising individuals from the realms of science, finance, and medicine. In secrecy, they resorted to monetary bribery to develop enigmatic substances. However, Shiho Mayano and her sister are not mere pawns in this game. They were compelled to join the organization following the demise of their parents, who were affiliates of the Black-clad syndicate. Shiho is acutely aware that her sister's boyfriend, Akira Maboroshi, has betrayed the organization, which seemingly has not abandoned its assassination attempts against him. Consequently, the sisters relocated to ensure their safety. Subsequently, her sister confided in her about peculiar matters. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Akemi Mayano to wish to extricate herself from the clutches of the organization. Is it truly destined that her future will unfold as Karl has foretold, with her sister's death and her own transformation into a child after consuming 4,869? This prospect is undeniably harrowing. The God of Humanity. Indeed, it is true. Surely. Well then, what should I do if my sister is a quintessential case of adolescent delusions? The Blade King. Such a future is indeed disheartening. A passing Kamen Rider. Previously, Master Karl aided me, and I, too, shall extend my assistance to others. A passing Kamen Rider. Should any other members require aid, I shall certainly offer my help. Princess Senju, count me in as well. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. Although my duties at the Great Wall are quite demanding, I shall lend my support if time permits. Surely. Thank you, everyone. Surely. May I inquire when my sister passed away? The God of Humanity, after accepting the assignment to rob 10 billion. The God of Humanity, the Black-clad organization feigned a promise, asserting that upon the successful completion of the heist, you sisters would be allowed to leave the organization. The God of Humanity. Yet, they seized the opportunity to eliminate your sister. Surely this. Sister's adolescent delusions. Initially, I believed Shirley was a scientist, and that the world she inhabited was undoubtedly a normal one. Sister's adolescent delusions. However, it now appears otherwise. The Blade King. Alas, it sounds so pitiable. The Blade King. Nevertheless, now that you have joined this chat group, you need not fret. The Blade King. Master Karl is exceptionally formidable. The Blade King. Moreover, we have Kamen Riders, ninja warriors, and the like. The Blade King. They shall undoubtedly rescue you and your sister. Upon reading Toka's message, Karl raised an eyebrow. Is the world of Conan truly an ordinary realm? Setting aside the protagonist's unique traits, calamity seems to befall him wherever he goes. Take Kayagaka Mako, for instance. Grasping a bullet, effortlessly halting a speeding van, and leaping several meters high. Could such an individual truly exist in an ordinary world? This was the case with Karl. From a young age, he purposefully honed his physique and practiced combat, yet he never possessed such formidable fighting prowess. A being like Kayagaka Makoto cannot simply be regarded as an ordinary person. In the realm of Conan, at this moment, Shiho Mayano wore a troubled expression. A heist involving 10 billion yen? It seemed imperative that from this day forth, she must communicate effectively with her sister. Should she uncover any clues, it would be essential to intervene. If that proved impossible, she would have no choice but to utilize the chat group functionality to issue a mission. Deep in thought, Shiho soon devised a plan. After all, she had frequently heard the group members discuss missions and had witnessed Kamen Rider release tasks firsthand. Thus, Shiho was somewhat acquainted with the process of task issuance. As long as an unexpected situation arose and a reward was offered, a mission could be launched. Moreover, her world was a typical, albeit somewhat darker, reality. One need not mention the being capable of traversing time within the group. Even the arrival of a mere ninja, warrior, or Kamen Rider could effortlessly dismantle the Black Organization. Despite their terrifying nature, they were merely ordinary individuals, far from being a match for such entities. All she needed to do was maintain a watchful eye on her sister's movements. Having established her future plans, Shiho entered the chat group. While she was not particularly loquacious, for the sake of her sister and her own life, it was prudent to announce the mission in advance. Otherwise, it would be rather awkward if no one showed up when the time came. Surely, I pondered for a moment. Surely, it seems that what this Mr. Karl mentioned could indeed be a glimpse of my future. Surely, numerous circumstances hint at this possibility. Surely, if something were to happen in the future, I hope you all will assist me. Surely, our world is merely an ordinary one. Surely, firearms are the most formidable weapons. Surely, the difficulty shouldn't be insurmountable. Passing Kamen Rider, rest assured, if needed, I shall be there. Princess Senju, so will I, Tianren Wang. Although I wish to help, I fear I may not be of much assistance. Tianren Wang. Nevertheless, I will support you, esteemed Karl. In a flurry, the others began to send messages. Members with combat prowess eagerly expressed their willingness to assist, while those lacking such abilities also offered their support. Although Karl did not actively communicate in the group, he was more than willing to lend a hand if Shiho Mayano truly triggered a mission. The prospect of exploring other worlds, completing quests, and earning points while encountering characters from his past life and various narratives was undeniably enticing. Karl saw no reason to decline. Surely, thank you everyone. In that moment, the atmosphere of the chat group inexplicably became harmonious. Just then, a notification chimed in the chat. Chapter 66. Confusion. Excited newcomers. A newcomer has arrived? Peering into the screen, Karl noticed the group's alert and raised an eyebrow slightly. The two names that appeared were Passionate Spider Girl and Pink-Haired Vessel. The first name, Passionate Spider Girl, sounded somewhat familiar. Spider Girl was a recognizable moniker from a previous life, associated with the protagonist of the anime, So I'm a Spider, so what? Yet, he pondered why this individual would adopt the nickname of Passionate Spider Girl. Was the anime particularly intense? It seemed moderately so, more exhilarating than some other series. As for the second individual, Pink-Haired Vessel, did the pink hair refer to their hair color? Indeed, pink hair is not uncommon in anime. Characters such as Sakura Haruno from Naruto, Saiki Kusuwa from The Disastrous Life of Seiki Kei, and Inori Yuzuriha from Guilty Crown all sport that hue. Karl could name quite a few from his recollection. However, the term vessel left him puzzled. With so many pink-haired characters and their traits being rather indistinct, he could not ascertain the newcomer's identity. It would be prudent to observe what this newcomer might say before making any judgments. Sister with a Chinibu, another newcomer? Welcome, welcome. Sister with a Chinibu. The speed at which new members are joining the chat group is truly remarkable. Heavenly Blade King. Welcome, welcome. Passing Kamen Rider. Oh, a newcomer has indeed arrived? Welcome. Passing Kamen Rider. Speaking of which, the memories of when I first joined the group are still vivid. Passing Kamen Rider. I never imagined that in the blink of an eye, I would become a senior member. Surely, welcome. Great Wall Guardian Commander. Welcome, newcomer. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Welcome, welcome. Passionate Spider. Ah, hello everyone. Passionate Spider. May I ask what this sudden chat group interface in my mind is? Passionate Spider. Could it be that everyone in this group has been reincarnated into another world? Pink-Haired Vessel. Greetings, everyone. Pink-Haired Vessel. I too wish to inquire about the nature of this chat interface. Pink-Haired Vessel. Furthermore, what does reincarnation signify? Surely, since no one is attending to the newcomers, allow me to take the initiative. Surely, this is a chat group that connects different dimensions, where members can engage in cross-world communication. Surely, if there is anything you wish to express, simply envision it in your mind. Surely, the chat group features functions such as sign-in, a marketplace, point acquisition, and task publication. Surely, by clicking the sign-in button in the upper right corner, you can check in. Surely, the marketplace function was conveyed to Mayano Shiho by Keisha, and based on her personal experiences over the past few days, she has outlined the chat group's functionalities. In truth, Mayano Shiho was not naturally inclined to be so talkative. Even in the chat group, addressing the queries of newcomers was not typical of her demeanor. However, now, with the knowledge of her impending fate, Mayano Shiho yearned to accumulate more points to serve as rewards for tasks. Although this was not something that could be forced, the amount of points directly determined the rewards. Having more points was certainly preferable to having fewer. What if certain influential figures, who initially had no intention of accepting tasks, changed their minds upon seeing the appealing rewards? Thus, Mayano Shiho resolved to gather additional points before publishing any tasks. Ding. Group member Shirley has answered the queries of 2 new members, earning 200 points. Indeed, the chat group granted her 200 points. Mayano Shiho gazed at the chat group notification, a slight smile gracing her lips. With this, she had an extra 200 points to utilize for task publication. Passing Kamen Rider. What a pity, I was a step too late. Heaven Blade King. I initially intended to say something too, but I was a bit slow. What to do if my sister has a middle school syndrome? Hee, I was also a bit slow. Passionate Spider. Ah, what is this? Passionate Spider. I've discovered something. Passionate Spider. That Passing Kamen Rider. Are you the esteemed Emperor Kaido? In the realm of fervent enthusiasm, the spirited spider child inquired. Isn't that the renowned Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan? The spider child continued. This cannot be true. It must be a jest. The passing Kamen Rider responded, "Oh, as a newcomer, you are aware of my existence?" He added, "However, who might this Xiao Ming be?" Princess Senju replied, "Indeed, I am Tsunade." She elaborated, "This chat group is indeed a tangible reality. Should you doubt it, feel free to check in," she suggested. Then, exchange for some items in the shop. Although you may not afford anything of great value, I recommend transforming some of your world as currency. The Spider Child exclaimed, "All right, I shall endeavor to try." Beep. Group member Spider Child has successfully checked in, earning 7 points. Having recently reincarnated into the labyrinthine world of spiders, Spider Child glanced at the shadowy terrain before her and re-entered the chat group. Can I still access it? Is this not an illusion? She pondered. I shall check in to see. Although the notion of reincarnating into another world was already astonishing, the existence of a chat group felt rather surreal. To her astonishment, she was indeed able to check in. Let us exchange for some currency. Moments later, as coins materialized before her, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this truly real? Doubtful yet intrigued, she exchanged another point for coins. Before her, another coin appeared. Wow! She exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Thus, the claims of those in the chat group must be genuine. Wow! There are even Sharingan in the shop. And Rinnegan, how astounding! Spider Child placed one of her claws beside her eye, striking a few poses. After a brief moment, she chuckled shyly. Hee hee, how a bit juvenile. Before long, she jumped with exhilaration. This chat group is simply magnificent. Not only is there the passing Kamen Rider, but also Princess Tsunade. And what about that so-called Chinibu in the group? Could they be characters from Chinibu Demo Koi Ga Shirtai? In her memories, prior to her reincarnation into this fantastical realm, she had been a reclusive student, deeply enamored with games and anime. Her affinity for the two-dimensional realm encompassed a profound knowledge of various phenomena, including Kamen Riders, the Evil Eye, and Naruto, all of which she cherished dearly. Now, this newfound experience had ushered her into a world beyond her wildest dreams. Reborn in another world, she finds herself in a chat group, which fills her with immense excitement at the prospect of engaging with these intriguing characters. Chapter 67, The Thrilled Spider. What does it feel like to face death? Upon realizing the authenticity of the chat group, Spider was elated and immediately entered the conversation. Rather than speaking right away, she chose to peruse the list of members, hoping to identify those she recognized. Ah, the pink-haired vessel, someone who joined the group alongside me. I wonder who that could be. Xiao Ming, Tsunade, and what of the sister afflicted with Chinibu? Could she possibly be the sister of the one possessing the evil king's true eye? The commander of the Great Wall Guard, I've never heard of him. Sherry? That name rings a bell, though my recollection is vague. Perhaps it's from an anime I haven't watched. The God of Humanity? That name feels somewhat familiar. Yet I cannot place it right away. As she pondered, a sudden spark lit up in Spider's eyes. She jumped with excitement. The God of Humanity. Isn't that the title of that extraordinary being? Wow. This chat group is filled with such remarkable individuals. It seems newcomers can continuously join. This is simply marvelous. Passionate Spider, wow. This chat group is real. Passionate Spider, greetings, everyone. Passionate Spider, I am the reincarnated spider from another world. I look forward to your guidance. Initially, she intended to introduce herself as a spider monster, but reconsidered, realizing there might be ordinary people in the chat group. She didn't want to frighten them, so she opted for a more gentle approach. Speaking of which, the nickname for this chat group is quite splendid, Passionate Spider. Indeed, she felt very spirited. A fervent young girl. Ah, the Passionate Spider. Ding. Group member Pink-Haired Vessel has successfully checked in, earning 6 points. Pink-Haired Vessel, you can really exchange points for money. 1 point is worth over 10,000. Pink-Haired Vessel, hello everyone, I am Yuji Itadori. Pink-Haired Vessel, currently attending the Kyoto Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School. Pink-Haired Vessel, I look forward to your guidance. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, what a cheerful bunch we have here. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, greetings, everyone. I look forward to your support. Passing Kamen Rider, nice to meet you all. God of Humanity, welcome. Sister with Chinibu, welcome, welcome. My sister is rather eccentric. What should I do? Speaking of which, the Sorcery Academy, the Blade King. Being reborn in another world is somewhat intriguing. The Blade King, however, upon further reflection, it is not particularly remarkable. The Blade King. After all, this chat group is already quite extraordinary. The Blade King. It comprises not only ordinary individuals, but also warriors and masked riders, as well as formidable beings like Karl. The Blade King. The notion of being reborn in another world is also quite acceptable. Princess Senju. Indeed, indeed. Welcome, welcome. Upon hearing the exchange between the two, Karl smiled slightly. Now, there was no need for him to speculate. The introductions made by these two individuals explicitly revealed their identities. One is the spider from So I'm a Spider, So What? And the other is Yuji Itadori from Jujutsu Kaisen. Have two protagonists arrived? Karl was not particularly surprised by their self-disclosure. Both individuals possessed extroverted and enthusiastic personalities. Of course, the spider was quite outgoing and lively when alone. In a group, however, it seems the chat does not reveal identities. But what of the pink-haired vessel? The name of the chat group is truly difficult to articulate. Sherry, speaking of which, I am rather curious. Sherry, why do the titles of the two newcomers seem rather peculiar? Sherry, one is spider and the other is vessel. Sherry, could it be that there is something extraordinary about you? After observing the chat group for some time, Sherry concluded that the nicknames within were not chosen arbitrarily. They bore special significance, whether related to occupation, status, ability, or codename. Essentially, there was a connection to the members' real-life identities. Hence, she felt compelled to inquire. Enthusiastic spider. Enthusiastic spider. I was reborn in another world as a spider monster. The spider was unembarrassed about her identity, for it is an indisputable fact. Naturally open-minded, she readily accepted it. She merely feared it might frighten others. Pink-haired vessel. Well, the designation of vessel likely relates to the cursed object I previously ingested. Pink-haired vessel. To put it simply, for some reason, I consumed certain substances. Pink-haired vessel. Therefore, I am also referred to as vessel. Sherry. All right, that is truly astonishing. Sherry, it appears neither of you is an ordinary individual. The Blade King. It is not much of a problem, just as I mentioned earlier. Tianren Wang. In our chat group, there exists a myriad of personalities. Tianren Wang. Thus, even if you are extraordinary, it matters not. Tianren Wang. Furthermore, this chat group encourages mutual assistance among us. Younger sister, afflicted with a chinibyu. Indeed, indeed. Passionate spider. Wow, the chat group is truly wonderful. You are all such good people. Spider noticed the messages from group members, clearly filled with joy. Eugen Itadori felt the same elation. At that moment, Spider suddenly had a thought and sent a message in the group. Passionate spider. Passing by Kamen Rider. I have something to inquire. Passing by Kamen Rider. What is it? Passionate spider. I wish to ask. Passionate spider. When you hear the enemy pose a question of death, what do you feel? Passionate spider. Is it something like? This fellow finally asked. Their time has come? Passionate spider. Or perhaps, hurry and ask. Hasten to inquire. Passionate spider. Once you ask, you shall perish. Passionate spider. Or is it, you finally uttered that phrase? Passionate spider. Or do you feel something entirely different? Spider, having pondered this matter for a considerable time, finally voiced her query. Passing by Kamen Rider. Tianren Wang. Younger sister, afflicted with a chinibyu? Surely, commander of the Great Wall Guards? God of humanity? Karl, upon seeing Spider's message, exhibited a slight smile. This question had not crossed Karl's mind before, but in retrospect, it seemed rather intriguing. He recalled the catchphrase of Menyatoshi, which he had found quite dashing in his previous life. However, now he found himself quite eager for Menyatoshi's response. In contrast to Karl, for Spider, knowing about the death inquiry posed by Xiao Ming was a rather engaging topic. Alas, the others in the group remained oblivious. They were entirely unaware of what Spider was referring to, including Shirley. In the world of Conan, while there exist beings akin to Kamen Riders, they are not truly Kamen Riders. Furthermore, even if they were Kamen Riders, they were not Xiao Ming. It is difficult for other riders to embody the essence of Xiao Ming, as he is indeed a king among men. Chapter 68. Xiao Ming is a genius, fleeing. Those in the group who had never watched Kamen Rider naturally did not comprehend the meaning of the death inquiry that Spider had mentioned. In truth, it is not only they who are unaware. Even Brother Xiao Ming himself wears a perplexed expression. He too is at a loss regarding what Spider Child is saying. A passing masked rider interjects. Spider Child, may I address you as such? The fervent Spider Child replies, Of course, of course. Every member in the group is welcome to do so. He continues, though I too am uncertain as to why I bear this title. Perhaps it is because I am a spider? The passing masked rider then queries, So, Spider Child, about that death question you mentioned earlier, what is that exactly? Shirley exclaims, No way, you don't even know yourself? The sister, afflicted with a case of adolescent delusions, exclaims, That cannot be. Wasn't he, Spider Child, just asking you a question? The pink-haired vessel muses, Though I cannot comprehend it, the notion of a death question seems rather formidable. Princess Senju expresses her curiosity, while the passing masked rider insists. I truly do not understand what that is. The fervent Spider Child responds, Oh, that is impossible. The illustrious Emperor Rider Xiao Ming. How could you not know of the death question? The passing masked rider reiterates, I genuinely do not know. Could you perhaps remind me? Very well, replies the fervent Spider Child. It is simply that whenever a villain inquires about your identity, you respond with great flair, proclaiming, I am but a passing masked rider. Remember that. This line is indeed magnificent, Xiao Ming. You are a genius. Shirley and the others are left bewildered, their expressions a mirror of confusion. Spider Child, what are you talking about? The passing masked rider asks. It's the death question, insists the fervent spider child. Oh, is it not so? Xiaoming's first reaction is one of speechlessness. When did he become so theatrical? Yet, upon further reflection, he recalls that each time someone has inquired about his identity, he has responded in such a manner. However, Xiaoming insists that he merely said it instinctively, certainly not on purpose. Yet, who would believe such a claim if he were to voice it? Regardless, Xiaoming feels compelled to clarify, for this concerns his reputation. If mishandled, could it not lead to a social demise? If the members of the group perceive him as having said that intentionally, what will they think of him? After all, there is still his benefactor, the esteemed Karl, in the group. An explanation is imperative. The passing Kamen Rider remarked. Upon careful reflection, I realized that such moments do indeed occur. However, I did not intend to say it that way. It simply slipped out naturally, a manifestation of my thoughts. Surely, I never anticipated that Kamen Rider harbored such a quirk. Younger sister, impressive. Tianren Wang, stealthily chuckles human deity. 666 passionate spider. I find that response quite dashing. Passionate spider, brother Xiaoming, your lines are incredibly cool. Kudos. Pink-haired vessel. I concur. Kamen Rider's reply is indeed impressive. He appears to be a good person. Surely, quite dashing. Indeed a good person. Younger sister, very cool, a good person. Tianren Wang, quite dashing, a good person. Thousand-handed princess, very cool, a good person. Human deity, quite dashing, a good person. Spider, the otaku, and Eugen Itadori, the spirited lad, genuinely find brother Xiaoming's line striking. As for the others, they are merely joining the fray. Initially, upon realizing what the death question referred to, brother Xiaoming felt a touch of embarrassment. Now, observing the situation, he sees a multitude of echoing voices, including Karl himself. Although he understands that the members are jesting, he still entertains thoughts of making a swift exit. The passing Kamen Rider. I suddenly have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. The passing Kamen Rider. Please continue your conversation. Farewell. Passionate spider. Why the sudden urgency? Passionate spider. All right then, farewell, brother Kamen Rider. Surely, it seems he has fled. Younger sister. Indeed, he has made a hasty retreat. Tianren Wang. After all, that line was indeed somewhat. Pink-haired vessel, huh? I found it quite impressive. Passionate spider. Exactly, hot-blooded one. Human deity. One younger sister. One Tianren Wang. One at this moment, Spider noticed Karl, and his eyes lit up. Hastily sending a message. Passionate spider. Esteemed one, are you a superhero? Human deity. One could say that. I possess superhuman abilities and attire. Passionate spider. Wow, that is wonderful. Passionate spider. I truly envy you. You can fly. God of humanity. There is no need for envy. I sense that you too shall become someone remarkable in the future. If memory serves, this spider will eventually ascend to divinity. Passionate spider. Haha, is that so? Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Passionate spider. By the way, I have always wanted to ask you something. Reflecting on the recent incident with the door-guarding warrior, Karl raised an eyebrow slightly. God of humanity, go ahead and ask. Passionate spider. Why is it that the moment you don your glasses, you transform into an ordinary reporter, and others fail to recognize you? Passionate spider. After all, they have all seen you before. Ah, so that was the question. Karl chuckled. God of humanity, I am not Clark Kent. Passionate spider. Huh? God of humanity. Indeed, I possess superhuman abilities, but my name is Karl Smith. God of humanity. Moreover, I am not a reporter for any news agency. God of humanity, I am a billionaire. Although Karl's wealth does not quite reach the heights of Iron Man, he possesses several $100 billion, akin to gold. A billionaire, indeed. Passionate spider. Oh, I see. Passionate spider. It appears to be something akin to a parallel universe. God of humanity, I am not Clark, yet I can still address your inquiry. God of humanity, there exists a power, known as hypnosis. God of humanity, by wielding this ability, one can conceal their identity. God of humanity, at the very least, I am capable of doing so. God of humanity, of course. It could also be attributed to other factors. Passionate spider. Wow, so that is how it is. Passionate spider. The might of the superhero is truly impressive. God of humanity. I must say, this spider resembles characters from the anime I have seen in my past life. Quite talkative, indeed. Naturally, this may be linked to the chat group existing within the confines of the mind. Chapter 69, Progress. The Spider of the Water group. Karl recalls that Spider seems to embody the traits of a devoted homebody. When alone, she is exuberantly self-entertaining. When in company, she likely remains equally spirited. In any case, with nothing else to do, Karl continues to engage in the chat group. Within the chat group, Spider engages in lively conversation with Karl. Indeed, her demeanor resembles that of an adoring fan encountering her idol. Moreover, she converses not only with Karl, but with others as well. Originally, the chat group had become bustling with the increase in numbers. However, with Spider's presence. It has grown even more animated. After all, she could engage in conversation with nearly anyone. Furthermore, Karl discerned certain clues. It appeared that the Spider Girl was acquainted with some individuals within the chat group. During her interactions with him, Toka and Tsunade, the Spider Girl seemed to exhibit heightened emotions. She even inquired about Toka's sister and some matters concerning Karl, as if she possessed knowledge of their existence. After contemplating this, Karl deemed the possibility quite substantial. Thanks to the Silver Superman template, Karl was endowed with an extraordinary intellect. He recalled the narrative within, "So I'm a spider, so what?" with remarkable clarity. Thus, he remembered that the Spider Girl had, in the anime, uttered lines from various characters in other anime and film works. Among these were lines from Tsukasa Kadoya and Toka Yatagami, albeit with some modifications. Karl distinctly recalled the Spider Girl saying, "I am merely a passing spider, remember me." While possessing the Evil Eye skill, she also recited phrases reminiscent of the Evil King's true eye. Moreover, there were visuals suggestive of Spider-Man's appearance. The Spider Girl possessed the memories of an otaku, making it entirely plausible that she was aware of characters from other realms. After exchanging a few words with her, Karl began to observe the chat discreetly. After a brief period, he exited the chat group. Nearby, Isabella was still resting. Over 10 days later, Karl returned to his home. Isabella had received a new script and was set to commence her work. Karl did not wish to impede her endeavors. During these days, the system's sign-in rewards remained unremarkable, consisting solely of mundane items, even including safety gear, which, frankly, was rather trivial. Today marked the completion of 50 years of accumulated sign-ins. In any case, Karl's current strength sufficed for his needs. Moreover, the daily sign-ins were indeed rather disappointing, yielding nothing of significance. He was uncertain about what rewards would be bestowed 50 years hence. Throughout these days, Karl not only engaged in activities he cherished with Isabella, but also participated in discussions within the chat group. Naturally, he kept a watchful eye on the developments concerning Tony Stark and Stark Industries stocks. The latter had already unveiled the Mark II suit, the uncolored armor featured in the film, which Tony nearly perished in due to ice while piloting. At that time, Karl had been closely monitoring the situation. Had Tony Stark failed to restore power before the descent, Karl would have intervened to save him. However, as the suit's power was restored in the nick of time, Karl refrained from acting. The stock of Stark Industries had been on a significant decline, plummeting by 65, marking an unprecedented low in its history. Since Karl had held shares in Stark Industries, he had never witnessed such a drastic drop. Yet, it mattered little. Once Tony Stark ventured out wearing the Mark III, Karl would seize the opportunity to purchase more shares. Upon seeing Tony Stark in his villa, Karl entered the chat group. "Sister, wow, I'm so exhausted. After working all day, I didn't expect to feel this drained. Blade King, you've worked hard. Sister, I'm alright, though tired. The dishes I prepared turned out quite well. Sister, I heard the guests were extremely satisfied. Passionate Spider, wow, that is wonderful. Passionate Spider, the chefs at the restaurant are truly remarkable. Passionate Spider, I envy you. You get to enjoy delicious food every day. Passionate Spider, I, on the other hand, have to eat those monsters. Passionate Spider, they taste terrible. Blade King, poor child. Sister, that sounds utterly miserable. Sister, how about I prepare some dishes for you when I cook later? Passionate Spider, yes, yes. Sister Tomoka's cooking is superb. In recent days, Spider had been quite active in the group, becoming familiar with several members. Previously, Spider would occasionally share in the chat, recounting tales of hunting monsters and lamenting their terrible taste. One time, while Tomoka was cooking, she decided to send a freshly prepared dish via a red envelope. After tasting it, Spider praised it profusely. Consequently, Tomoka frequently sent culinary red envelopes to Spider. Having enjoyed Tomoka's cooking on numerous occasions, Spider felt a bit guilty. Thus, she sent a few red envelopes back to Tomoka. Naturally, Tomoka refused, as Spider's contribution was minimal. After all, she hadn't completed any tasks and could only accumulate points through daily sign-ins. Nevertheless, it was a token of goodwill, sufficient at least to cover the cost of ingredients. The Passionate Spider, hee, delicious food will be available soon. Thank you, Sister Sherwa. The sister with a Chinibu dilemma, no need to be polite. I'm just glad you enjoy it. The Passionate Spider, hee, I truly do. The sister with a Chinibu dilemma, that's wonderful to hear. The pink-haired container, wow, that's splendid. The pink-haired container, it seems you all are about to have a meal. The pink-haired container, I am currently preparing to embark on a mission. The Passionate Spider, a mission? Is there a reward involved? The pink-haired container, this is my first time undertaking a mission, and I haven't heard of any rewards. The Passionate Spider, alright then, best of luck. The sister with a Chinibu dilemma, I recall that you, Itadori, dwell in a world that is anything but ordinary, correct? The sister with a Chinibu dilemma, do take care. The Heavenly Blade King, wishing you success. The pink-haired container, Thank you all very much. The pink-haired container. I am nearing my destination, so I shall take my leave. The pink-haired container. Farewell, everyone. The passionate spider. Goodbye, good luck. The heavenly blade king. Farewell. The sister with a Chinibu dilemma. Wishing you a smooth journey. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, at this moment, Itadori Yuji, Fushiguro Megumi, and Kujisaki Nobara are seated in a vehicle. The driver is a supervising assistant from Kyoto Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, named Ijichi Kiyotaka, a logistics personnel. Their purpose for this journey is to execute a mission. It truly is delightful to dine. Once the mission is completed, I shall feast heartily. Itadori Yuji gazes out at the scenery, brimming with enthusiasm. Soon, the vehicle comes to a halt, and the group disembarks. Chapter 70. Executing the mission. Itadori Yuji's reliance 3 hours prior. Our window confirmed the existence of a cursed womb. Personnel were evacuated, and the site commander ordered the facility to be secured. Residents within a 500-meter radius have been successfully evacuated. As a logistics personnel, Ijichi provides an overview of the situation to the three of them. Ijichi-san, I have a question. At this moment, Itadori Yuji raises his hand to signal. Ijichi addresses his inquiry, and then continues with the briefing. Prisoner Dormitory No. 2. If the cursed womb undergoes transformation and grows, it could potentially develop into a special grade cursed spirit. Special grade. Beside them, Fushiguro Megumi and Kujisaki Nobara are taken aback. However, Itadori Yuji appears utterly bewildered. Unable to restrain himself, he inquires, I must admit, I still do not comprehend the grading system. After all, he had only recently been an ordinary person. Having recently encountered sorcerers and cursed spirits, allow me to provide a straightforward explanation. Beside me, the support personnel, Ijichi, astutely began to elucidate. Should ordinary weapons prove effective against cursed spirits, at level 4, a mere wooden stick would suffice. At level 3, a handgun would ensure safety. At level 2, a shotgun might barely secure victory. At level 1, even a tank would find it precarious, while at the special grade, one would require cluster bombs and carpet bombing just to achieve a stalemate. Upon hearing this, Itadori Yuji was visibly taken aback, thinking, how astonishing. Simultaneously, he found himself involuntarily pondering. Special grade requires cluster bombs and carpet bombing to merely match. Can the members of the chat group contend with such a formidable opponent? Surely, some must be capable. The so-called god of humanity, often mentioned, is even said to possess the ability to resurrect others. Surely he could manage it? As for warriors and ninjas, they likely would not stand a chance. That passing masked rider, no one has disclosed his precise combat prowess, so it's uncertain. Well, Fushiguro Megumi interjected. We should dispatch sorcerers of equal rank to contend with the cursed spirits. For an incident like today, we ought to have sent Satoru Gojo. Huh. Itadori Yuji exclaimed as he scanned for Gojo's presence. Where is Satoru-sensei? On a business trip, Fushiguro replied. Huh. A talent of his caliber wouldn't simply linger at Jujutsu High every day, he explained to Itadori. Regrettably, Ijichi chimed in. This industry routinely faces a shortage of personnel. We often find ourselves compelled to undertake tasks beyond our capabilities. However, this incident is both urgent and exceptional, so you must absolutely refrain from engaging in combat. His expression turned grave as he continued. When confronted with a special grade cursed spirit, there are only two options, flee or perish. At this moment, it was not only Itadori Yuji, a novice, who felt a chill at these words. Even Fushiguro Megumi, well-versed in the world of Jujutsu and Maki Zenin, who knew much about it, changed their expressions. Submit to your fear, Ijichi urged. Do not forget, your task is merely to locate and rescue survivors. Just then, a voice emerged from nearby. Excuse me, where is Ajing? A middle-aged woman was seen being restrained by personnel. Ajing, my son Ajing is safe, right? Upon witnessing the scene, Yuji Itadori's expression shifted dramatically. Idichi explained that the visitor was a guardian. Subsequently, he addressed the woman, urging her to leave. The facility may have been poisoned. And this is all that could be disclosed at present. Why? Why has this happened? The woman's countenance changed upon hearing this, and she bowed her head in sorrow. Initially taken aback by the formidable power of the special grade cursed spirit, Itadori felt a surge of determination upon witnessing her distress. He clenched his fists, turning to Fushiguro and Kujisaki, resolutely declaring that they must rescue her. The two, sensing his resolve, readily agreed. Of course, the trio, infused with zeal, entered the dormitory. In truth, while Itadori was astonished by the might of the special grade curse, likening it to a cluster bomb capable of carpet bombing, he remained undeterred. To an ordinary person, such a force would seem divine. Yet, Itadori did not succumb to fear, for he possessed his own means of support. Having been active in the chat group for over 10 days, he had only exchanged points for money on a few occasions and had refrained from purchasing anything else. Thus, he still retained a considerable number of points, which he intended to reserve for emergencies. After all, being a sorcerer is fraught with peril, and it is prudent to have contingencies. Faced with a special grade curse, victory seemed unattainable. How could one combat a force akin to a cluster bomb? Therefore, Itadori contemplated the possibility of issuing a quest to seek assistance from the members of the group. After all, there were beings within the group capable of resurrecting others, as well as the formidable presence of a Kamen Rider. He had heard discussions regarding Karl and quests among the group members, which equipped him with the knowledge of how to post a task. This was his lifeline. While he aspired to grow stronger in battle, he had only just joined the Jujutsu High, and strength requires time to cultivate. With lives at stake, he could not stand idly by. Itadori resolved to heed his grandfather's dying words, striving to save more people and to embrace his fate amidst a crowd. Furthermore, he could harness the power of Sukuna, albeit with the limitation of merely switching between forms without the ability to control the entity. However, the peril associated with Sukuna was immense. Moreover, they relied on the chat group. Thus, Yuji Itadori was reluctant to harness the power of the twin-faced Sukuna. As Itadachi, the logistical support, observed their advance, he drew back the curtains, a precautionary measure against sorcerers being witnessed by ordinary people. Subsequently, Megumi Fushiguro summoned the Shikigami, Inagami, to aid in locating the curse. Having made the necessary preparations, the trio ventured into the dormitory. However, shortly after their entrance, they sensed something amiss. What is this? What is happening? Is this not a two-story dormitory? They beheld not far ahead, a towering edifice where a mere two-story building should have stood, accompanied by a spacious thoroughfare. Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki were perplexed by the anomaly, yet Megumi Fushiguro understood. This was the manifestation of cursed energy, resulting in a domain expansion. However, he had never encountered one of such immense scale before. In simpler terms, it signified that their adversary was extraordinarily formidable, more powerful than any curse Megumi had previously encountered. Unable to locate an entrance, Yuji and Nobara momentarily panicked. Fortunately, Megumi was capable of discovering an exit, allowing them to proceed. Chapter 71, Mission Release. The passing masked rider strikes as Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki traversed the vast structure. They suddenly stumbled upon several bodies sprawled in pools of blood. The sight was gruesome. At first glance, it was difficult to discern whether there were 2 or 3 victims. Faced with this grim reality, their expressions shifted dramatically. Yuji rushed forward to assess the situation. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a relatively intact body. The clothing marked with the name of the individual, none other than the son of the woman who had intercepted them before entering the dormitory. I must take this body out. This is that person's son, Yuji declared. However, Megumi and Nobara held differing opinions. This individual was a hopeless scoundrel. According to the information obtained, he had been driving without a license and had fatally struck a young girl on her way home from school, this being his second offense of unlicensed driving. Megumi harbored a deep disdain for such individuals and was unwilling to carry the body out. Upon learning this, Yuji's demeanor changed, and a heated argument ensued between the two. Are you two done yet? Dingzaki Yako interjected, attempting to halt the quarrel between Itadori Yuji and Fushiguro Megumi. Just then, the ground beneath Yako suddenly gave way, and without warning, she plunged into a gaping pit. The arguing Itadori and Fushiguro were momentarily stunned. While Itadori struggled to comprehend the situation, Fushiguro's expression darkened. An experienced sorcerer, he recognized the unmistakable signs of a curse's assault. Impossible, he thought, bewildered that his Shikigami, the Shikigami Inu, had not detected the curse's presence. However, just then he noticed. To his horror, his Shikigami had been impaled against the wall, bloodied and lifeless. Reacting swiftly, Fushiguro shouted to Itadori, "We need to flee. We can search for Yako later." Before he could finish, a shadow emerged beside them, a figure clad in black and white, with wide, unblinking eyes, its lower half enveloped in a strange darkness. Both Itadori and Fushiguro stared in shock, feeling an overwhelming aura akin to a towering mountain pressing upon them, rendering their bodies immobile. This presence is undoubtedly special grade, Fushiguro thought, astonished. Itadori, desperately trying to move, found himself utterly powerless. Suddenly, the dying words of his grandfather echoed in his mind. With a fierce yell, he drew his cursed tool and charged at the curse. Cursed tools, designed to channel and wield curses, are typically lethal against such entities. Yet, in an instant, Itadori was met with blinding pain as his own hand was severed and sent flying, blood gushing forth. Both Itadori and Fushiguro gazed in disbelief at the profusely bleeding arm, momentarily rendered speechless, unable to fathom the calamity that had just unfolded. After a brief pause, Itadori gathered himself, hastily wrapping his wound with a strip of cloth. At that moment, the curse unleashed a surge of cursed energy, resulting in a deafening explosion that devastated the surrounding ground as if a bomb had detonated. Fushiguro stood frozen. For this was not a mere curse technique. The entity had simply released its cursed energy to wreak such havoc. Meanwhile, the curse cackled maniacally, Fushiguro. Fushiguro. At that moment, the voice of Yuji Itadori pierced through the air. Megumi Fushiguro snapped back to reality and turned to face him. Itadori shouted, "Take Nobara and escape from here. I will hold this guy off. Trust me, I have a way to defeat him." Fushiguro immediately countered, "How is that possible? You only have one hand. You cannot possibly contend with a special grade. Look, he's merely toying with us, utterly underestimating our capabilities." Fushiguro glanced at the curse, and indeed, it showed no intent to attack. Instead, it merely cackled from the sidelines. Nevertheless, Fushiguro remained resolute in refusing Itadori's suggestion. "No way." At that moment, Itadori turned to Fushiguro. "Trust me, I have a method to defeat him." Without uttering another word, Fushiguro turned and walked away, for he understood that this was the best course of action. Moreover, Itadori possessed the unique ability to switch between his two manifestations of Sukuna. If he transformed into Sukuna, vanquishing the curse before them would be a trivial matter. Staying here would only serve to be a burden in the face of a special grade curse. However, contrary to Fushiguro's expectations, Itadori did not switch to Sukuna to confront the special grade curse. Instead, he chose to enter the chat group immediately. Pink Container. Dear group members and esteemed seniors, I find myself in a predicament. Pink Container. Before me stands a special grade curse. Pink Container. Its power resembles that of a cluster bomb, executing carpet bombing. Pink Container. I beseech any confident seniors to assist. I am willing to offer all my points as a reward. Pink Container. All God of humanity passers-by, any Kamen Riders. Ding. Group member Pink Container has posted a mission to defeat the special grade curse. Mission reward, 83 points. Friendly reminder, this mission is exceedingly difficult. The chat group encourages members to assist one another. All members may accept the mission. Success. Itadori clenched his fists as he read the chat group notification. After all, it was his first time posting a mission, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. What if the mission failed to post? That would be disastrous. Now, he could finally relax. As for Karl and Xiao Ming, Itadori had heard tales from other group members and was aware that Karl possessed the ability to resurrect others, while Xiao Ming could traverse different worlds. In Itadori's estimation, these two group members should have the capacity to combat the special grade curse, which is why he had specifically reached out to them. He does not wish for the members of the group to sacrifice themselves in vain, which highlights the formidable power of the special grade curse. If these two individuals prove inadequate, it is likely that no one else will suffice. At that juncture, one would be compelled to rely on the strength of the cursed spirit. The fervent spider child exclaimed, "What is this? A task? It is my first encounter with such a thing, and it seems quite intriguing. Although I am tempted, the notion of cluster bombs and carpet bombing feels rather excessive. Does it not? Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain, as the difficulty is exceedingly high." The Blade King remarked, "Another task. While I wish to participate, only the deities of the human realm may do so." At this moment, Karl was also present in the chat group. However, before he could accept the task, he noticed the notification from the chat group. Chapter 72. Accepting the task. Brother Xiaoming's battle in the world of the Emperor Rider. Brother Xiaoming was currently resting in a photo studio, casually engaging in the chat group. He observed a task posted by Yuji Itadori. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Yuji had occasionally shared messages in the group over the past few days. Xiaoming was not unfamiliar with him. He recognized him as a spirited young man and understood the nature of curses. Yuji had been quite explicit regarding the strength of the special grade curse. It was stated that employing cluster bombs and carpet bombing could level an area. Although Xiaoming had never truly experienced the effects of a cluster bomb assault, he believed the situation would not be overly dire. Moreover, the most significant aspect was the friendly reminder within the task details, which indicated, friendly reminder, the difficulty of this task is moderate. It appeared that there was no imminent danger to life. Thus, Xiaoming resolved to accept the task. After all, he had heard and seen the rewards that Karl received upon completing tasks, a staggering 100,000 points. Such points were exceedingly desirable. Relying solely on check-ins would require countless days to accrue. To accomplish a single task and receive such a bounty of points was undoubtedly advantageous. Xiaoming had long coveted the items available in the chat group store, particularly that coveted Omamori card. Thus, he chose to accept the task. After all, Master Karl is already remarkably powerful. It seems that the items in the chat group store hold little value for him. Moreover, he has completed several tasks. This time, let it be mine. In return, I shall prepare a few more dishes for you. With a smile, Xiaoming muttered to himself. Upon accepting the task, he noticed a notification in the chat group. Ding. You have accepted the task to eliminate a special grade curse. You may teleport to the task world at any time. Would you like to teleport immediately? However, Xiao Ming refrained from teleporting right away. It would be best to inform Master Karl in advance, considering that he had aided him before. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming entered the chat group. Passing by, the masked rider said, Master Karl, please allow me to take this task. Another masked rider added, there are still many items in the shop that I am eager to acquire. The first rider continued, once I complete the task, I will return and prepare a few dishes as compensation. The god of humanity replied, sure. He then remarked, if possible, I would love to have grilled meat, Odin, and teppanyaki. For Karl, there were not many items in the chat group store that piqued his interest, and those that did were rather expensive. Even though he had successfully completed Yuji Itadori's task and earned 100,000 points, it still wouldn't suffice to purchase the items he desired. For Karl, the opportunity to explore other worlds and interact with characters he had once seen in his past life, while also lending a hand to save them, was far more valuable than mere points. If Mingyasur wished to join, he could do so, as long as the task was completed. Moreover, Karl estimated that Mingyasur would not encounter any danger. Thus, he harbored no particular concerns regarding Minyasur's actions. The passing masked rider expressed gratitude. Thank you, Master Karl. He assured, rest assured, as soon as I return, I will promptly purchase the ingredients. He continued, after all, the task rewards so many points that I can easily exchange them for money to buy the ingredients. He declared, I am off. The god of humanity encouraged, good luck. The Heavenly Blade King chimed in, go for it, masked rider. Another voice in the chat remarked, good luck. The passionate spider child cheered, Xiao Ming, do your best. Xiao Ming gazed at the chat records, a faint smile gracing his lips. In a realm beyond our own, anticipation bubbled within him. He addressed the chat group, urging, let the transport commence. With a chime, the transfer initiated. As his words faded, an inexplicable force enveloped him, causing the space before him to grow increasingly indistinct. Having previously traversed worlds, he felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with the sensation. Soon, the chat group's notification sounded, transport complete. You have arrived in the designated realm. Upon regaining clarity, he discerned that he was situated within the confines of a dilapidated structure, its state of disrepair unmistakable. Not far from him stood a youth clad in a striking red and black uniform, his hair a vivid shade of pink. Is that a container of pink hair? He pondered. Nearby, an unsettling figure manifested, marked by a grotesque black and white appearance that radiated malevolence. At first glance, it was evident that this entity was no mere human. So this is the foe, he mused, realizing the curse bore such a hideous visage. Turning to the young man, Itadori Yuji, he greeted him warmly. Greetings, young warrior. I am a passing Kamen rider. Taken aback, Itadori quickly grasped the situation upon hearing the introduction. This was indeed the individual from the group who had accepted the mission. With his hands clasped together, Itadori implored the Kamen rider, that creature is a curse. Please assist me in vanquishing it. Moments prior, wielding a cursed tool, Itadori had faced the special grade curse and had suffered the loss of his hand in the process. Thus, his gesture of supplication appeared somewhat comical, yet, upon witnessing it, the Kamen rider raised an eyebrow. Here, only Itadori and the special grade curse remained. Without needing to inquire, he understood that Itadori's hand had been severed by this monstrous entity. Reflecting on this, the Kamen rider declared, leave it to me. He fastened his belt around his waist and, with a flourish, inserted a card into it. Transformation. A voice brimming with fervor resonated. Kamen rider. In an instant, emerald compound eyes and magenta armor adorned him, the headpiece emblazoned with a striking barcode pattern. How impressive! Itadori exclaimed, marveling at the sight of Kamen rider for the first time. After all, the spectacle of a Kamen rider was undeniably striking. Without hesitation, the Kamen rider sprang into action. Drawing the sword from his waist, he charged towards the hideous special grade curse. At that moment, the curse, which had been cackling maniacally, paused in bewilderment upon the sudden appearance of Xiao Ming. Its meager intellect could not comprehend how this figure materialized before it. However, this was of little consequence. The curse felt no aura of sorcery or the oppressive weight of a sorcerer emanating from the figure before it. In other words, this individual was merely an ordinary person. Although the curse struggled to fathom why someone so unremarkable bore a resemblance to an insect, it ultimately mattered not. With a sinister chuckle, the curse remained motionless yet swung its right hand from below upwards with a violent flourish. A blinding beam of golden light erupted forth, hurtling towards Xiao Ming. Bang! The golden light collided with Xiao Ming, triggering a tremendous explosion. Chapter 73. Xiao Ming, Special Grade Curse, Divine Form Bang. The sound of a violent explosion echoed. This is bad. Kamen rider. Yuji Itadori thought to himself in alarm. He had previously witnessed the formidable power of this special grade curse. A mere exhalation from it could unleash a colossal explosion. The ground within a 100-meter radius resembled a battlefield ravaged by bombs. The hardened earth could be obliterated, let alone a human body. At this moment, Yuji Itadori felt a deep concern for Kamen Rider. After all, it was he who had issued the task in their group. If the other party were to perish due to his task, Yuji Itadori would be profoundly saddened. He rushed towards the thick smoke billowing from the explosion, eager to ascertain Xiaoming's condition. No need to worry. Just then, a calm voice resounded. Kamen Rider? Is he unharmed? A flicker of joy surged within Yuji Itadori. Indeed. As the smoke cleared, the crimson-clad Kamen Rider stood there, appearing completely unscathed. Wonderful, Kamen Rider. Xiaoming cast a glance at Yuji Itadori, but said nothing. It seemed this curse possessed some skill. Just as Xiaoming was about to launch another attack, the curse suddenly lunged at him, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at him. The speed of this special-grade curse was astonishing. Before Xiaoming could react, he was struck. Bang! Xiaoming was sent flying by the force of the blow. Kamen Rider! Yuji Itadori exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, the curse confronted Yuji Itadori. With a swift kick, it sent him flying. Xiaoming, having risen from the ground, found that due to his transformation, he had sustained little damage. Contemplating the rapidity of the situation, he retrieved a card and inserted it into his belt. With a command of Mask Rider, he transformed from a magenta hue into the formidable red and black Kamen Rider. Observing Yuji being relentlessly assaulted, Xiaoming remained undeterred. He promptly produced another card and inserted it into his belt, invoking attack drive. With a sudden thrust of his waist, Xiaoming, now transformed into Kamen Rider, charged towards the curse. At that instant, the special grade curse, having just sent Yuji crashing against the wall, conjured a sphere of golden cursed energy in its grasp. Yuji, now pinned against the wall and racked with pain, widened his eyes in astonishment. Suddenly, Xiaoming appeared as if by teleportation, positioning himself before the special grade curse, his back turned to it. Remarkably, the curse seemed oblivious to his presence. In a flash, Xiaoming inserted another card into his waist, proclaiming ultimate attack drive. A surge of electricity erupted from his belt, coursing through him. Then, with a sudden pivot, he delivered a fierce and agile spinning kick that struck the special grade curse. With a resounding impact, the curse was propelled backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, careening uncontrollably across the ground for over 100 meters, ultimately crashing into a wall. Had he succeeded? Xiaoming pondered as he gazed at the curse. Kamen Rider was truly magnificent. Witnessing this turn of events, Yuji felt a surge of excitement. The overwhelming presence of the special grade curse had been suffocating when it first appeared. Both he and Megumi Fushiguro had been rendered immobile, paralyzed by its sheer aura, and had endured a relentless beating throughout. Now, witnessing Xiaoming's counterattack that sent the curse hurtling away, Yuji glimpsed the dawn of victory. Furthermore, having been struck back, the curse's previously invincible pressure had significantly abated. Just as Yuji felt the weight of his burdens lift, a shadow suddenly lunged at Xiaoming with ferocity. It was a surge of golden cursed energy. However, although the speed of the curse is formidable, Xiaoming, wielding the power of Kamen Rider and harnessing the might of the Armored King, is unfazed by such velocity. In an instant, he flashes before the special grade curse, only to be slightly taken aback by the lack of damage inflicted. He had not anticipated that the night kick of the Armored King would be ineffective. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred. The opponent's speed falls beneath his own capabilities, and with the strength bestowed upon him, he harbors the confidence to vanquish the foe without being touched. It appears that he must engage in more missions henceforth. As this task is rather simple. 100,000 points, here I come. Realizing his swiftness surpasses that of his adversary, Xiaoming swiftly formulates a combat strategy, though one might argue it hardly qualifies as a plan. He need only rely on his speed to launch his attacks. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges towards the special grade curse. The sounds of impact resonate. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoming's form flickers incessantly, delivering a barrage of strikes upon the special grade curse. What is this? Is it truly Kamen Rider launching an assault? How astonishing. The movements are utterly indiscernible. Beside him, Yuji Itadori gazes in awe at the spectacle, utterly unable to perceive Xiaoming's trajectory. Indeed, he is the Armored King. Although Itadori possesses cursed energy now, his strength pales in comparison. Even if he were to reach special grade, it is unlikely he would catch a glimpse of Xiaoming's maneuvers. At present, Itadori can only witness the fleeting silhouettes of both the special grade curse and Xiaoming. The special grade curse is continually sent sprawling, while Xiaoming, requiring brief moments of respite, remains unscathed during intervals of inactivity. It is evident that the formidable members of their chat group truly possess remarkable prowess. At this rate, victory is merely a matter of time. Itadori muses. However, Xiao Ming harbors an unsettling premonition. He senses that he is unable to inflict substantial damage upon the special grade curse before him, despite relentlessly assaulting the foe with the power of the armored king. It appears the opponent remains invigorated, showing no signs of significant injury. Insufficient in power, Xiao Ming produced a touchscreen device. He inserted a card and began to tap. Konghua, Yaji Tuo, Dragon Knight, 555 Ultimate Kamen Rider. He then affixed the touchscreen to his belt. At that moment, 9 Kamen Rider cards manifested on his chest, with another card appearing above his head, the Divine Lord form. Transforming into this state, Xiao Ming remained in constant motion. He removed the touchscreen and selected the Gado King icon. Gado King, Kamen Ride. Instantly, the 9 cards on his chest transformed into Gado King, and the form of Gado King materialized beside him. Xiao Ming drew a card and inserted it into his belt. Ultimate Attack Ride. He and Gado King soared into the air, executing a rider kick aimed at the special grade curse. Chapter 74. Attack Ineffective, the Task-Stealing Spider. In the Divine Lord state, Xiao Ming unleashed Gado King's rider kick. Together, they moved with blinding speed, resembling 2 bolts of lightning. They leapt high into the air, only to plummet toward the special grade curse in an instant. The rider kick struck true. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as the special grade curse was hit, causing the wall behind to shatter into countless fragments under the force of the powerful kick. Kamen Rider was undeniably magnificent. Nearby, Yuji Itadori watched this scene unfold, cheering enthusiastically. It was indeed an awe-inspiring sight. However, Xiao Ming's expression remained tense. He realized that the special grade curse he had struck had not perished. No, it had not only survived, but it appeared to have suffered no significant injuries at all. Could it be that the opponent's defenses were too formidable, rendering his efforts futile? This was inconceivable. Gado King's rider kick was a formidable blow, especially considering Xiao Ming was wielding the power in the Divine Lord state. How could such a rider kick fail to breach the defenses? Suddenly, Xiao Ming's expression shifted. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the special grade curse. Almost simultaneously, the curse's sharp claws lunged toward the spot where Xiao Ming had just been. However, at that moment, his speed far surpassed the opponent's ability to catch him. As the smoke cleared, Yuji Itadori gazed in astonishment at the standing special grade cursed spirit, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be unscathed? The wall behind him had been reduced to a gaping hole, yet the special grade cursed spirit remained unharmed. At that moment, Xiao Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his touchscreen device and gently tapped it. 555, Kamen Rider Foes. The cards on his chest transformed into 555. He inserted another card into his belt, activating the ultimate attack drive. Suddenly, Kamen Rider 555 materialized beside him, wielding a long spear, while Xiao Ming brandished his cardbox sword. In an instant, 2 blinding beams of light erupted forth, as the radiance struck the special grade cursed spirit. It was so dazzling that Yuji Itadori could hardly open his eyes. How formidable! Yuji squeezed his eyes shut, but mere seconds later, the brilliance dissipated. The special grade cursed spirit appeared to have sustained no significant injuries. What was going on? Xiao Ming sensed that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. This was not how it should be. The ultimate attack drive he employed was immensely powerful. It should not only have incapacitated the special grade cursed spirit, but at the very least inflicted serious damage. This was simply unacceptable. Yet, there was no choice but to continue the battle. After some deliberation, Xiao Ming began to switch between other forms to combat the special grade cursed spirits. Although his attacks were formidable, the arena they fought in had been reduced to ruins, resembling a demolished building. Yet he was unable to inflict effective damage on the special grade cursed spirits. At that moment, Xiao Ming felt a surge of urgency. 3 forms remained in use. He had tried all others, to no avail. Meanwhile, Yuji Itadori suddenly recalled the knowledge imparted by Ajichi. He hastily shouted in Xiao Ming's direction, Kamen Rider. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against these cursed spirits. You must use attacks imbued with cursed energy. What? Xiao Ming was taken aback by this revelation. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of cursed energy, he surmised it must be a unique power of this world. However, Xiao Ming was a Kamen Rider from another realm. While he could easily battle villains, how could he possibly utilize the abilities of this world? In that moment, Xiao Ming found himself at a loss for what to do. If the assertions of the other party hold any truth, it appears that his attacks have proven largely ineffective. It is no wonder, for despite employing numerous ultimate attacks, he has been unable to vanquish this extraordinary curse. Xiao Ming had initially believed his own offensive capabilities were insufficient, but it has now become evident that he simply lacked the power to inflict harm upon his adversary. With this realization, Xiao Ming decided to abandon his divine state. as maintaining such a form while wielding ultimate masks was quite taxing on his stamina. After some contemplation, he resolved to harness the might of the Armored King in his normal state. Relying solely on the power of the Armored King, he could effectively suppress his opponent. Given that his adversary lacked certain attributes, rendering it impossible to eliminate him, it was far more prudent to adopt a more manageable form to maintain control. Indeed, by employing the strength of the Armored King, Xiao Ming was able to subdue the extraordinary curse. Though he could not inflict fatal damage, he found the endeavor remarkably effortless, consistently overpowering his foe. However, Xiao Ming understood that this was not a sustainable solution. The creature before him had to be eradicated. With determination, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the extraordinary curse flying, and then his consciousness entered the chat group. Passing Cayman Riders. Karl, we have encountered some unexpected issues. Could you come over here? Passing Cayman Riders. God of Humanity Hot-Blooded Spider. What is going on? Hot-Blooded Spider. Passing Cayman Rider. Hot-Blooded Spider. Have you completed your task? Tian Rin Wang. Yes, you've been gone for quite a while. Are you alright? Passing Cayman Riders. For now, everything is fine. I am merely suppressing this extraordinary curse. Passing Cayman Riders. Karl, would you be able to come to this world to undertake a task? Karl, upon witnessing this, felt a tinge of surprise, as he believed that with the powers of Tsukasa Kadoya, resolving an extraordinary curse should pose no problem. After all, Tsukasa had already mastered the divine form by this point. Yet, it seemed there were still some complications. However, under the condition that the other party accepted the task, Karl was uncertain if he could still take it on. God of Humanity, I can come over. God of Humanity, I just do not know if I can enter in this state. Passing Cayman Riders. Then Karl, you should give it a try. God of Humanity, alright. Thus, Karl attempted to accept the task. Ding. Group member God of Humanity has accepted the task to eliminate the extraordinary curse. Sister, what should I do if she is afflicted with a typical adolescent delusion? Is it truly possible? Can two individuals accept the same task simultaneously? The Blade King, I am astonished. Passionate Spider, what on earth? Is it not permissible for this task to be accepted jointly? Passionate Spider, I observed the task prompt stating that all can participate. Princess of 1,000 Hands, In prior tasks, they were solely undertaken by the esteemed Karl. Princess of 1,000 Hands. We had merely assumed that each task could only be accepted by one individual. The Blade King, indeed. I too believe that only one person could undertake a task. The Blade King. Otherwise, wouldn't it be delightful for me to tag along with Karl each time? Passionate Spider. So that is how it is. Passionate Spider. Tagging along sounds rather appealing. Passionate Spider. Karl possesses extraordinary strength, undoubtedly unmatched. Passionate Spider. Karl, may I join you and observe the task? God of Humanity, as you wish. Passionate Spider. Splendid. Thank you. Chapter 75. The Joyous Spider. Not the only one tagging along for tasks in the reincarnated spider world, upon witnessing Karl's consent for her to accompany him, Spider spun with excitement. Hooray! I can see superheroes and masked riders. Moreover, I can explore a different world. How wonderful. As she spoke, she glanced around. The surroundings were engulfed in dimly lit caves, littered with the corpses of grotesque monsters. I must venture into the alternate realm. Thus, Spider opted to accept the task. Group member Passionate Spider has accepted the task to eradicate the special grade curse. Beep. You have accepted the task to eliminate the special grade curse. You may teleport to the task realm at any moment. Would you like to proceed immediately? Wow. This prompt appears quite similar to my system. Teleport, teleport. Spider felt exhilarated. Beep. Teleportation commencing. Subsequently, an inexplicable force enveloped Spider. The surrounding space became eerie and distorted. Wow, this sensation is incredible. In the chat group, as they observed the interaction between Spider and Karl, various reactions emerged. Sister, what should I do if she is afflicted with a typical adolescent delusion? Wow. Sister, what should I do if she is afflicted with a typical adolescent delusion? Spider truly went to tag along for the task. Sister, what should I do if she is afflicted with a typical adolescent delusion? I wish to join as well. Princess Senju, if you wish to go, then by all means, go ahead. I have just completed a task and find myself with some leisure. I shall also pay a visit to Lord Karl. Although this task is exceedingly challenging, with the esteemed Karl present, there should be no cause for concern. King Tianren, I have a yearning to go as well. However, it seems I may not be able to make it. Perhaps I shall attempt to slip away unnoticed. What to do if my sister is a bit of a weeb? I cannot go. I have just prepared a meal and am currently dining. My sister Rika is also sharing the meal with me. It would be rather peculiar for me to vanish like this. King Tianren, that is indeed true. Surely, although I am quite eager to join, it would be prudent to remain and keep an eye on my sister. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, duty calls. What to do if my sister is a bit of a weeb? Keisha, Spider Son, Tsunade. Please take some photos and send them my way. I wish to see what the other world is like. Princess Senju, certainly. King Tianren, if I manage to go, I will be sure to capture some photographs for you. Group member Princess Senju accepts the mission to eliminate the special grade curse. In the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuji Itadori encounters the previously subdued special grade curse, Mahito. Suddenly, he stands frozen in place, unresponsive. Taking advantage of this moment, the special grade curse lunges forward, sending Mahito flying. Yuji Itadori calls out with concern, Mr. Knight. What is the matter? Are you alright? Facing a special grade curse poses a significant challenge for someone as inexperienced as Yuji. Moreover, with no one else in the chat group, he remains unaware of the events transpiring there. Mahito regains his composure. In his transformed state, he has sustained little harm. He reassures Yuji, do not worry. This creature is no match for me. Moreover, its demise is imminent. Logically speaking, as an inhabitant of another world, Karl should be unable to inflict damage upon the special grade curse. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Mahito feels a profound conviction that Karl can vanquish the adversary before him. Upon reflection, the esteemed Karl is akin to a superhero. Thus, even if he cannot defeat this foe, surely he possesses the capability to cast it into the depths of outer space. This special grade curse, should it not be unable to return, is doom imminent? Yuji Itadori, upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, was momentarily taken aback, for he was unaware of the events transpiring within the group. Nor did he comprehend how Xiao Ming intended to address this formidable curse. At that moment, a sound reached his ears. Hey, the spider has arrived. Is this the other world? What is happening? Is anyone there? Yuji Itadori turned in astonishment. Not far from him stood a figure clad in peculiar garments. This individual possessed long, platinum hair and was adorned in a black combat suit, over which a layer of armor was draped. Beside them, a red and white spider lingered. Who is this? Is the spider a pet or a curse? Yuji Itadori was filled with questions. However, being inherently kind-hearted, he promptly issued a warning. Danger. You must leave this place at once. After all, the armored maiden was evidently human, not a curse. Yet, contrary to his warning, the young woman did not retreat, but rather gazed at Yuji Itadori and said, Hello, are you the pink-haired vessel? I am Sukuna, pleased to make your acquaintance. At this juncture, Yuji Itadori noticed that not only was the armored girl conversing with him, but the spider-like entity beside her was also speaking. Who are you? Yuji Itadori, momentarily bewildered, struggled to grasp the situation. Yet, he soon recalled that the individual had referred to him as the pink-haired vessel. Was this not his nickname within the chat group? If that is the case, these two must be members of the group. Indeed, the one who invited him into the group was a creature named Hot-Blooded Sukuna. Just as Yuji Itadori contemplated saying something, a voice interrupted. You arrived before me? Turning to look, he beheld a figure floating in the air not far away. It was a striking man with black hair and black eyes, clad in a tight-fitting suit adorned with a distinctive emblem on his chest, while a wide black cloak billowed behind him. A superhero? Yuji Itadori instinctively pondered. At that moment, the golden-haired maiden, seemingly a member of the group, dashed toward the man hovering in the air. Karl-kun. The individual cast a glance at the other, who had fallen to the ground. Tsunade, it has been a long time, he remarked. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Tsunade replied with a smile adorning her face. Karl-kun, you still retain your striking charm. At this moment, the spider girl interjected, greeting the group. Greetings, everyone. I am the passionate spider girl. Feel free to call me Spider Girl, and I look forward to your support. I am Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan. I also hope for your kind support. Yuji Itadori, despite being somewhat perplexed by the situation, joined in the introductions, stating, I am the pink-haired vessel, called Yuji Itadori. I appreciate your support. I am Karu, he added slowly. Wow, exclaimed Spider Girl, gazing at Karu in astonishment. Karadano, you truly do not resemble the superhuman I had envisioned. Yet, this persona aligns far more with my aesthetic sensibilities. Chapter 76, Spider Girl Takes Action, Mission Accomplished. Upon hearing Spider Girl's words, Karu felt a tinge of surprise. In his recollection, Spider Girl appeared to be more vibrant and exuberant when alone, while adopting a more cautious demeanor in the presence of others. However, he did not dwell on it too much, having previously conversed with Spider Girl in their group. It seemed that Spider Girl had indeed enhanced her appearance, resembling a character from an animated series, possessing large eyes and adorned with what appeared to be rabbit ears atop her head. Hello, Spider Girl and Yuji, Karu greeted. At that moment, Spider Girl looked at Karu with astonishment. Karadano, you can actually understand my words? Karu, somewhat bewildered, responded, of course. Tsunade added, not only can Karu-kun understand you, but I can as well. Yuji Itadori raised his hand, declaring, I can understand too. Ah, Spider Girl exclaimed, shyly covering her face and murmuring, that shouldn't be possible. Previously, communicating with other monsters in the labyrinth was quite challenging. Encountering humans rendered communication impossible. There should be no reason for me to converse with others now. I presumed no one could comprehend me. Her voice was barely audible, and Tsunade and Yuji Itadori scarcely caught her words. However, Kara discerned them clearly. It appeared that her personality was indeed akin to what he had envisioned. With a smile, Karu elucidated, I believe this is one of the benefits of the chat group. After all, we hail from different worlds. It would be rather absurd if we were unable to communicate upon meeting. Ah, well then, the chat group truly is considerate. As the conversation lingered, Spider realized that Karl might have overheard her previous remarks. This thought sent a wave of shyness over her, for in her recollection, she was but a reclusive girl. Even in the absence of social anxiety, she rarely engaged with others. When conversing, one should ideally adopt a more formal tone. Yet her earlier words had been rather too casual. Thus, Spider crouched silently to the side. Karl chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by her demeanor. Tsunade remained silent, a gentle smile gracing her features as she stood beside Karl. At that moment, Karl's attention was drawn to the fierce battle between the special-grade Curse and Matoi Ryu. With his exceptional vision, he could clearly discern the unfolding duel, noting that Matoi Ryu was predominantly on the offensive. However, the special-grade Curse appeared to suffer no grievous injuries. Mr. Superman suddenly interjected Itadori Yuji, a hint of anxiety in his voice. What is the matter? Itadori Yuji felt a surge of nervousness. After all, Superman comics and films were immensely popular in their vicinity. Although he himself was not an avid reader of comics, he had watched his fair share of Superman movies and was well aware of Karl's existence. This man was, indeed, Superman. It was unlikely that any boy would be oblivious to the iconic figure. In his childhood, Superman had been an idol for many young boys, which naturally heightened Itadori's apprehension. Initially, when he observed Spider in the chat group inquiring about Karl and Superman, he had been somewhat perplexed, unaware that God of the human world was a title attributed to Superman. Now, however, he comprehended the reason behind Spider's inquiry. Although this Superman before him differed somewhat from his childhood impressions, as a citizen of Japan, he still harbored a desire to envision Superman as a figure with black hair and dark eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Itadori Yuji spoke up. Oh, it's nothing really. I was just curious about how you all came to be here. Isn't the mission being handled by Kamen Rider? Yes, he summoned us. Karl clarified. It seems that tasks within the chat group can be undertaken by multiple individuals simultaneously. I see, Itadori Yuji replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. However, the mention of the mission stirred a sense of tension within him. Mr. Superman, it seems that this special-grade curse can only be effectively harmed through the use of cursed energy, which explains why Kamen Rider's attacks have proven ineffective. Upon hearing this, Karl nodded in acknowledgement. He, too, recalled that the world of sorcery operates under certain rules. Cursed energy is a unique force within this realm. According to the interpretation of this world, curses arise from humanity's negative emotions. Moreover, as an individual from another realm, Karl remained uncertain whether individuals like Munyashur could wield cursed energy. However, he had never doubted his own ability to harness such power. After all, he possessed the template of the Silver Superman, renowned for its limitless potential. As long as he desired a specific ability, it would naturally manifest. 2 seconds later, Karl indeed mastered cursed energy. At that moment, the Spider-Girl had regained her composure. She noticed Xiao Ming engaged in battle with a special-grade curse. So, this is a special-grade curse? It truly is an unsightly creature, even more grotesque than frogs and snakes, bearing a humanoid shape yet appearing in this manner. It looked utterly unappetizing. Having overheard the previous conversation, Karl felt a touch of awkwardness. Thus, the Spider-Girl scuttled towards the direction of Xiao Ming and the curse, moving with her 8 legs. Once she drew near, she shot out a silk thread. However, her webbing struck the ground, failing to hit its target. The speed of the special-grade curse was astonishingly swift. Could it be? Its movement was completely indiscernible. Startled, the Spider-Girl pondered and employed her identification skill on the special-grade curse. Unable to identify such a high level, it was astonishing that identification was impossible. At that moment, Xiao Ming had already noticed Karl and his companions. After all, his battle was rather effortless. Utilizing the acceleration of the Armored King, the opponent could not lay a finger on him. With a swift kick, he sent the special-grade curse crashing against the wall. Xiao Ming called out to Karl. Big brother Karl, come lend a hand. I cannot handle this creature. All right, I'm on my way, Karl nodded. After all, one of his purposes for coming to this world was to undertake missions. Having acquired cursed energy, he was prepared to act. However, he hesitated upon seeing the Spider-Girl take action. Yuji Itadori interjected, Mr. Superman, this special-grade curse can only be defeated with sorcery. Just as his words fell, the notification sound from the chat group echoed. Ding! In the realm of the group, a member, revered as the god of humanity, accomplished the task of vanquishing a special grade curse, earning himself 72 points. The task was rated highly, granting him an additional reward of 100,000 points. Meanwhile, another group member, the Masked Rider, completed the same task, resulting in 9 points and an extra 1,000 points for his commendable efforts. Chapter 77. The Rewards for All. Chef Xiaoming emerges. The task was rated favorably, yielding an extra 100 points. Another member, the Thousand-Hand Princess, eradicated a special grade curse, earning just 1 point, alongside a bonus of 100 points for the task's evaluation. Had the task truly been completed? Yuji Itadori was momentarily taken aback. As the task's client, he naturally received the notifications. Yet, what was the situation? The Masked Rider had previously been unable to make any headway, and Mr. Superman had not intervened. How could the task be deemed complete? It was inconceivable. The special grade curse still appeared to be intact. Pondering this, Yuji instinctively turned his gaze towards the direction of Chef Xiaoming and the battle with the special grade curse. At that moment, he witnessed an astonishing sight. The figure of the special grade curse suddenly erupted without warning, shattering into a myriad of particles. As the dust settled, a silhouette clad in black, draped with a grand cloak, emerged. Karl. Could it be that Mr. Superman had taken action to eliminate the special grade curse? Yuji was uncertain, for he did not know if Karl had indeed intervened. However, the circumstances before him indicated that Karl was present at the site of the special grade curse, leading to the task's completion and the apparent demise of the curse. Slowly, he began to make his way toward Karl. Upon seeing the task notifications, Spider-Child was equally astonished. Then, she witnessed the special grade curse shatter, with Karl emerging. Wow! What just happened? Did the great Karl resolve the special grade curse? It seemed likely, considering that Chef Xiaoming's previous attacks had largely been ineffective. The great Karl is truly formidable, she exclaimed in admiration, before attempting to employ her identification skill on Karl. Unable to identify. Ah, well, I expected as much, Spider-Child sighed, waving her hand in resignation. Previously, her identification attempts on the passing Karl Milata had proven futile, so it was hardly surprising that her attempt on the more powerful Karl would also fail. Oh. Yet I remained curious about the attributes of the esteemed Karl. With a glimmer of hope, I undertook an assessment, only to find it fruitless. Nevertheless, merely participating in the task yielded an unexpected reward of 101 points. How delightful. Upon witnessing the increase in his score, Spider rejoiced. However, among those present, the most astonished was undoubtedly Brother Xiaoming. Previously, he had battled fiercely against a high-level curse, although he had managed to suppress the creature throughout. He was acutely aware that he had inflicted little significant damage. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. Despite deploying his most powerful techniques, he was unable to prevail. To safeguard against exhaustion and injury, and driven by trust in Karl, Brother Xiaoming opted to seek assistance in the chat group. He genuinely believed that Karl possessed the capability to vanquish the formidable curse. However, he could hardly have anticipated that just moments after he had called for Karl's aid, the latter would swiftly eliminate the foe. Brother Xiaoming had engaged in a prolonged struggle with this high-level curse, causing considerable destruction to the surroundings. Did he not care for his own reputation? While Karl was indeed formidable, the swiftness of his triumph was astonishing. It was as though the battle had left no trace at all. At the very least, one would expect to exchange a few blows with the adversary. Yet upon Karl's arrival, the enemy had already perished, leaving Brother Xiaoming feeling somewhat diminished. However, upon seeing the points awarded, his spirits lifted once more. Although the 1,000 points he received paled in comparison to the anticipated 100,000, he felt a twinge of disappointment upon first viewing the rewards, particularly when he noted the chat group's notification indicating Karl's impressive 100,000 points, which surpassed his own by 100-fold. It was indeed a cause for envy. Who wouldn't covet such an accolade? Nevertheless, Brother Xiaoming was a cheerful individual, recognizing that dwelling on such matters served little purpose. Moreover, 1,000 points was quite a substantial amount, especially considering that points in the chat group were typically earned only through daily check-ins and guiding newcomers on the group's rules. However, new arrivals are not an everyday occurrence. Occasionally, a newcomer may appear, but it may not be the case that Brother Xiaoming gets the opportunity to provide an explanation. The last time he intended to explain, he was a moment too late. Moreover, Brother Xiaoming is a person of distinction. He would never engage in a scramble for such matters among a group of girls. The reward for this task is 1,000 points, which requires signing in for 1 or 200 days to obtain. It is not an insignificant amount. If he were solely reliant on signing in, Brother Xiaoming might find himself waiting eons to acquire the elusive Omamori card. Thus, he must resort to completing tasks. Through this task, Brother Xiaoming discovered a swift method to accumulate points by leveraging the tasks of others. He naturally observed the conversation between the esteemed Karl and Spider. During that time, he was still present in the chat group. Otherwise, how could Brother Xiaoming, wielding the power of the great Dado King, possibly have been attacked? Witnessing the dialogue between Karl and Spider, along with the rewards allocated to Spider and Tsunade, ignited within Brother Xiaoming a desire to partake in their tasks. Of course, his pride would not allow him to partake without contributing. Each time he undertook a task, he still aimed to exert his utmost effort. Additionally, he intended to prepare more dishes for the esteemed Karl. In this manner, even if there were tasks beyond his capabilities, such as facing overwhelmingly strong foes or resurrecting individuals, tasks he could not accomplish, he could still earn points. Based on the points earned by Spider and Tsunade, it appeared that the minimum score for a task, under the condition of completion, was 100 points in additional rewards. After all, Spider and Tsunade had not engaged in much action since their arrival in this world. Thus, Brother Xiaoming speculated that the minimum score for task completion was indeed 100 points. However, this remains a mere conjecture, and he is uncertain. Well, having resolved to prepare meals for the esteemed Karl, he must make adequate preparations. By the way, prior to this visit, he had promised Karl that he would commence cooking upon his return. The chef miniature is ready to log in. After all, Brother Xiaoming possesses great confidence in his culinary skills. He effortlessly dealt with the special grade curse, which did not surprise Karl. After all, this particular curse was not particularly formidable. It was merely a special grade curse spirit that emerged in the early stages of the sorcery world. Nevertheless, even so, it was undeniably a genuine special grade entity. Under effective attack conditions, a cluster bomb was required to neutralize it. However, for Karl, this level of achievement was utterly insufficient. The task was accomplished, and they were now free to depart from the world of sorcery and return to their own realm. Yet, Karl did not choose to return immediately. After all, to leave so soon after arriving would provide little in the way of experience. Moreover, there was no one waiting for him back home. Staying behind to observe the fantastical world and its inhabitants seemed rather appealing. Furthermore, Spider, Tsunade, and Xiaoming had not departed either. Tsunade approached Karl with a warm smile and remarked, "Karl-kun, you are as formidable as ever." Indeed, Spider was bouncing excitedly nearby, exclaiming, "Karl is incredibly impressive." Xiaoming joined the conversation, naturally, for Karl was indeed a remarkable figure. Yuji Itadori approached Karl respectfully, bowing to everyone present and expressing his heartfelt gratitude for their assistance. Observing this, Karl helped him to his feet, assuring him that there was no need for such formality. After all, vanquishing that special grade curse had required little effort. The chat group had awarded him points, and Karl himself was delighted to explore this alternate world. Moreover, he had mastered the coordinates of the realms he had visited during his tasks. Thus, should he wish to return in the future, even if no tasks were announced by the current members of this world, he could rely on his ability to traverse dimensions to arrive. Karl had come of his own volition, and Yuji's politeness seemed a tad excessive. Yes, indeed, there is no need for such formalities, he affirmed. Spider, feeling somewhat shy, chuckled and said, "Although I did come to leech off the task this time." Xiaoming was engaged in conversation with Yuji at that moment. At this juncture, Karl's gaze fell upon Yuji's severed hand, and he frowned. Although Yuji was a physically robust high school student, he was still merely human. Regenerating a severed limb was beyond his capabilities alone. To restore that hand, it would necessitate the intervention of the special grade curse, Ryman Sukuna. After all, curses were fundamentally different from humans. They could easily utilize cursed energy to mend their forms. Of course, Yuji could also employ points to heal his injuries within the chat group. Before Karl could utter a word, a voice suddenly rang out. "Who are you? You don't resemble sorcerers, nor are you curses, are you?" The voice emanated from Yuji, but it was distinctly not his own. With a voice more rugged than that of Yuji Itadori, a sudden exclamation erupted from Spider Child, who pointed at Itadori in astonishment. "Ah, it turns out that you, Container Brother, possess more than just two eyes. Furthermore, an additional mouth had manifested, truly impressive." The crowd fell silent, their gazes shifting to Itadori. At that moment, beneath his right eye, an extra eye and mouth had inexplicably appeared. The newly emerged eye, in stark contrast to Itadori's own, bore a sinister crimson hue. Xiaoming furrowed his brow and inquired, "Itadori, what on earth is happening?" Tsunade also regarded Itadori with surprise. Unlike Spider Child, they did not presume that this was merely a result of Itadori having an extra eye and mouth compared to an ordinary person. After all, Itadori had previously appeared entirely normal. Moreover, the words uttered by this mouth did not resemble Itadori's speech. The tone and timbre were distinctly different, resembling that of another individual entirely. Only Karl understood the true nature of the situation. It was not Itadori speaking, but rather the special grade curse dwelling within him. Known as Ryman Sukuna, the king of curses, The reason Itadori was referred to as the pink-haired container in the chat group was likely due to this very circumstance. In the world of curses, there were indeed individuals who referred to Itadori as a container. My apologies, Itadori said, extending his hand to shield the eyes and mouth of Ryman Sukuna. He felt a bit embarrassed as he attempted to explain, "This is the curse residing within me." A curse? Spider Child was taken aback, just like that grotesque creature from earlier. At that moment, beneath Itadori's left eye, the mouth and eyes of Ryman Sukuna reappeared. He fixed a wicked grin upon Karl and his companions. Although he was neither a sorcerer nor a curse, he exuded an aura that felt extraordinarily formidable. Killing you should yield quite a different sensation. Everything Itadori had experienced, his mission, the encounter with the special grade curse, the appearance of inexplicable beings, and the defeat of the special grade curse, was fully known to Ryman Sukuna. He had even prepared for the possibility of Itadori taking his place to confront the special grade curse. After all, Itadori and the little demon beside him were unequivocally no match for such a powerful entity. Yuji Itadori once remarked that to confront a special grade curse, one must simply substitute Sukuna into the fray. However, Sukuna, being a being of duality, abhors confinement. The notion of Itadori being able to summon him at will is particularly irksome. Yet, there is no alternative. For the true dominion over this body does not lie with Sukuna, but rather with Itadori himself. In fact, Itadori possesses the ability to switch personas at any moment, a fact that Sukuna cannot resist. Nonetheless, Sukuna harbors his own intentions. This special grade curse, reluctant to intervene personally, deems Itadori and his allies as insurmountable adversaries. Thus, he resolves that if he were to manifest, he would ensure the demise of Itadori as companions. However, to his astonishment, after Itadori's allies fled, Sukuna did not seize the opportunity to enter the fray himself. Instead, he summoned an individual clad in peculiar armor. Although this armored figure exhibited remarkable speed, so swift that Sukuna could scarcely perceive him, he was ultimately incapable of vanquishing the curse. In this moment, Sukuna felt a sense of relief. He could discern that the armored individual lacked sufficient cursed energy, rendering him a negligible threat. Yet, to his surprise, not long after, several others appeared, one of whom, adorned in an odd skin-tight suit, swiftly dispatched the special grade curse with astonishing speed, again, beyond Sukuna's ken. Out of curiosity, Sukuna contemplated interjecting, but soon realized that these individuals shared a close bond with Itadori, suggesting a long-standing acquaintance that would inhibit them from harming him. "Kill us?" Karl remarked, fixating on Sukuna's solitary eye. "If you can manage it, then by all means, do so. But for now, it would be wise for you to retire." "Wretch, do not command me." Sukuna's retort was interrupted by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, plunging him into a state of oblivion. "Is that eye and mouth truly gone?" Spider exclaimed in astonishment. Is it real?" Itadori touched his own face, utterly astonished as he turned to Karl, his expression one of disbelief. "Karl, did you really let him go?" "Yes," Karl nodded. Chapter 79. Karl, healing the wounds. "Karl, you are amazing. How did you accomplish that?" Yuji Itadori was taken aback. Despite his ability to control his own body and even summon Sukuna at will, he could not silence his opponent. Thus, he resorted to covering the adversary's mouth with his hand. To his astonishment, Karl was capable of commanding the other party. Sukuna's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, often uttering remarks that irked Yuji. Yet, Yuji was powerless to command Sukuna himself, which left him profoundly curious about how Karl managed to achieve such influence. "It's merely a hypnotic technique," Karl remarked nonchalantly. "Impressive," Yuji exclaimed in awe. "Mr. Super, could you teach me this hypnotic art?" "Perhaps not. It seems to be a natural gift." "Ah, how enviable," Yuji sighed. "If only I possessed such a talent for hypnosis, I could silence Sukuna at any moment." Karl glanced at him and said, "Are your injuries serious? You should visit the chat group store for treatment." Yuji, upon hearing this, glanced at his hand and momentarily forgot about his ailment. "I shall check the chat group right away." With that, Yuji entered the chat group. Karl, observing him, hesitated momentarily. He had intended to grant Yuji some points, as his impeccable memory reminded him that Yuji had currently exhausted all his points after posting a task. Just as Karl was about to speak, Yuji had already entered the chat group. Moments later, Yuji appeared crestfallen as he said, "This won't do. I have no points left. The chat group's assessment indicates that my injuries require 110 points for treatment." Karl regarded him and replied, "No worries. I will provide you with 110 points. No need for that, Karl." Yuji quickly protested, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, Karl was there to assist him. Now that the task was complete, should he still accept Karl's points? It felt somewhat inappropriate. "Not a problem. I have plenty of points. 110 points is insignificant," Karl said, his points amounting to several 100,000. Naturally, he was not concerned about this minor sum. Besides, having completed the task, he had also earned 100,000 points. Since the task had been initiated by Yuji, there was nothing wrong with granting him 110 points. Primarily, it was Karl's desire to proceed. Thus, he disregarded Yuji Itadori's refusal and directly entered the chat group, sending a special red envelope containing 110 points to Yuji. Surely, congratulations, Mr. Karl. Surely, you have once again completed a task and earned a substantial number of points. Surely. However, what is the significance of this red envelope? Sister with a Chinibu. Oh, right. Why did he send a red envelope to Yuji? Heavenly Blade King. Alas, what a pity. Heavenly Blade King. While I have yet to find an opportunity to escape, the esteemed Karl has already completed the task. Heavenly Blade King. I envy Tsunade and Spider Child. I too wish to partake in the tasks. Passionate Spider Child. Hee. Passionate Spider Child. Esteemed Karl. Heavenly Blade King. What does that mean? Passionate Spider Child. Forever a deity. Heavenly Blade King. 666. Heavenly Blade King. Esteemed Karl. Passionate Spider Child. Indeed. Passionate Spider Child. The hand of the pink-haired vessel has been severed. Passionate Spider Child. It requires points for restoration in the shop. Passionate Spider Child. However, he has just released a task. Passionate Spider Child. Therefore, the esteemed Karl has sent him points for healing his injuries. Surely, remarkably, Mr. Karl turns out to be a good person. Sister with a Chinibu. So that is how it is. Sister with a Chinibu. I was curious as to why the esteemed Karl would send a red envelope to the pink-haired vessel. Sister with a Chinibu. Yuji. Feel free to undergo treatment. If your points are insufficient, I can also give you some. Sister with a Chinibu. Pink-haired vessel. Heavenly Blade King. I too. After all, we are all members of this group. Yuji Itadori, having joined the chat group for a few days, had occasionally conversed with the members. Everyone knew he was a passionate youth. Now that his hand had been severed, they naturally wished to assist him. In the cursed world, Xiaoming, Spider Child, and Tsunade were also persuading Yuji Itadori, as healing his injuries was of utmost importance. Upon hearing their words, Yuji agreed. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed to request points from Karl. After some contemplation, he spoke. Let us consider it a loan from the esteemed Karl. I shall repay him once I acquire the means. All right, go and seek treatment. Thus, Yuji Itadori entered the chat group and happened to see many members expressing their willingness to provide him points for treatment, which deeply moved him. The powder container. Thank you all. However, the points from Karl are sufficient. No need for anything else. The younger sister. Well, if it's not enough, just call me. The Blade King. I feel the same. The powder container. Much appreciated. Saying this, he claimed the red envelope sent by Karl. He then proceeded to the chat group to heal his injuries. Previously, he had already assessed his wounds in the chat group store. Thus, the points Karl provided were just enough for his recovery. Yuji Itadori felt a warm energy enveloping him, but it quickly dissipated. His consciousness withdrew from the chat group. His immediate reaction was a sensation of vitality coursing through his body. Moments ago, he had not only severed his palm, but had also endured several attacks from a special grade curse. Although there were no serious injuries, he had sustained some damage. Now, he felt completely free of pain. Instinctively, Yuji raised his palm, and indeed, the severed hand had returned to its original state. The chat group is truly remarkable. Nearby, Xiao Ming and the others were astonished to witness Yuji's miraculous regeneration. Simultaneously, they silently noted this occurrence. After all, no one can guarantee they won't get hurt. In the future, if injuries become severe, they could rely on the chat group for healing. Yuji gazed at Karl beside him and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Karl. No need for formality, Karl nodded. He then addressed everyone. Shall we return to our own worlds now? Do you wish to go back? It's rare for us to be out like this. Spider Child immediately responded. I'd like to stay here a bit longer. At the very least, we should enjoy some good food, right? Tsunade nodded, smiling as she said. I'd also like to linger a while longer. Xiaoming agreed. I feel the same. Observing this, Yuji declared. In that case, let me treat everyone to a meal. Consider it my gratitude for your assistance in my world. Sounds great. Spider Child readily agreed. The others also did not refuse. Thus, the group decided to go out for a meal. Chapter 80. Two Choices, Beautiful Girl Spider Child. Speaking of which, as they were heading outside, Xiaoming suddenly spoke up. The world where Yuji resides, it appears to be quite normal, doesn't it? Indeed. Yuji Itadori nodded instinctively, wondering what was amiss. He then looked at his companion with great surprise, uncertain of the implications behind the question posed by Xiaoming. Both Tsunade and the Spider Girl cast curious glances in their direction. In a normal world, bringing the Spider Girl to a restaurant would likely incite chaos, wouldn't it? Xiaoming gestured towards the location of the Spider Girl, emphasizing her considerable size as a spider, along with her unusual coloration. It was certain that ordinary people would be frightened upon seeing her, and professionals might mistakenly perceive her as a curse, reacting with immediate hostility. Indeed, Yuji Itadori turned his gaze towards the spider girl, nodding subconsciously. Although the spider girl was not particularly large, being only half the size of a human body, her proportions were still massive in comparison to an ordinary spider. Who has ever encountered a spider the size of a small person? If a sorcerer were to spot her, they would undoubtedly assume she was a curse. Yuji fell into contemplation, pondering what to do. The others also appeared troubled, their expressions filled with concern as they regarded the spider girl. Oh no, the spider girl lamented. Is it true that I cannot go to the restaurant? I have only been subsisting on those unpalatable frogs in the maze. The only decent meal I had was the dish prepared by Juhua. Now that I have finally arrived in this alternate world, I long to dine at a restaurant, only to discover that it may not be possible. This is utterly disheartening. Do not worry, everything will be fine. We can proceed as planned, a voice interjected. The spider girl turned hopefully towards the source of the voice and found it was Karl. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Karl, can we truly go to the restaurant? Absolutely, Karl affirmed, while Xiao Ming queried, but what about the spider girl's appearance? Rest assured, I can handle it, Karl explained. I can hypnotize anyone we encounter, making them believe that the spider girl is merely an ordinary person. Alternatively, I could render her invisible, so that others would not perceive her at all. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding, realizing the brilliance of Karl's plan. How impressive, the spider girl exclaimed, excitedly waving her tiny claws. Karl is truly amazing, a deity among men. Tsunade smiled, remarking, as expected of you, Karl-kun. Truly remarkable. Yuji Itadori echoed in agreement. Superman really is incredible. Without exception, everyone present wholeheartedly believed in Karl's words. Although it may sound somewhat implausible, they are not newcomers to the chat group. They are well aware of Karl's formidable powers, which are so potent that he can traverse time and resurrect others. In comparison, abilities such as hypnosis and invisibility seem trivial. Moreover, someone of Karl's stature has no need to deceive them. Spider child. Karl turned to him and asked whether he preferred to have others hypnotized into believing he was human or if he desired assistance with invisibility. After a moment's contemplation, Spider child replied, let us go with hypnosis. It would seem rather odd to have missing utensils during a meal. Very well, Karl nodded in agreement. The group then set off in high spirits, discussing their culinary preferences. After deliberation, they decided to indulge in teppanyaki at a Japanese restaurant. As they exited the dormitory, they encountered Idichi, who remained behind as part of the logistics team. Idichi was taken aback upon seeing Karl and his companions. Where are Yuji, Fushiguro, and Nobara? After all, he had witnessed Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki enter the dormitory. How could it be that, after such a short while, Fushiguro and Nobara were missing, and 4 new individuals had appeared? And one of them looked like a superhero. All 4 possessed striking features, almost reminiscent of celebrities. Ah, Yuji Itadori exclaimed, equally astonished. Right. Fushiguro and Nobara. He had been engrossed in conversation with Karl and the others, completely forgetting about his companions. It was only upon Idichi's mention that he recalled their absence. Yuji promptly addressed Karl and the others. Please wait a moment, Karl. Xiao Ming suggested. Shall we go look for them together? However, Karl interjected, I will go. I shall return swiftly. Though he had intended to enjoy a meal, he was keen to avoid wasting time. Yuji felt a twinge of guilt in troubling Karl and hastily replied, there's no need to trouble you, Karl. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden shift before his eyes, and then Fushiguro and Nobara appeared before him, both wearing bewildered expressions, utterly confused about what had transpired. Nobara, clutching her cursed tool, seemed ready for a confrontation. Yuji, what transpired? The two stood in stunned silence for a moment, finally recognizing Itadori Yuji and Ididiki, which prompted their realization. Fushiguro Kujisaki. At that moment, Itadori Yuji also came to his senses. Without a doubt, he understood that it was the esteemed Karl who had intervened to bring them here. Itadori Yuji, gazing at the two, inquired, are you both unharmed? Well, I'm fine. But how did I get here? Came the puzzled response. I was in the midst of battle just before. The two expressed their queries. Itadori Yuji clarified. My friend brought you here, you needn't worry. He then proceeded to introduce Karl and the others to the group. No way, exclaimed Kujisaki Nobara in disbelief. Itadori, you actually know so many handsome and beautiful people. Who are they? Are they all celebrities? Wow, and that girl with the white hair is simply stunning. She approached Spider and marveled at her presence. Xiao Ming, Itadori Yuji, Tsunade, and Spider exchanged surprised glances. Spider? The girl with white hair? Beautiful? Itadori Yuji could not help but ask, are you referring to Miss Spider? So her name is Woven Pearl? Kujisaki nodded enthusiastically. Yes, don't you find her breathtaking? Indeed. She is exquisite, Karl remarked with a smile. At the moment they laid eyes on Spider, Karl had hypnotized them, so in their perception, Spider was not a monstrous creature, but rather the divine form she would eventually embody, pure and resplendent. To call her a beautiful maiden would be no exaggeration. Upon hearing Karl's words, Itadori Yuji and the others recalled the earlier mention of hypnosis. It seemed that the esteemed Karl had indeed placed them under a spell. Chapter 81. The envious Kujisaki departs earlier. Karl had explained that to prevent any uproar, he would hypnotize anyone who laid eyes on Spider. Thus, observing the reactions of Fushiguro and the others prompted Xiao Ming and his companions to recollect this detail. At that moment, Fushiguro appeared to have an epiphany and asked, Itadori, you mentioned that it was your friend who brought us here? Huh. Yes, Itadori instinctively nodded while still assessing Spider. However, he added, just a moment ago, I was on the road searching for Kujisaki and didn't see anyone at all. Nobara Kujisaki nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, I too am engaged in battle. Yet I see no one around. Perhaps it is due to my friend's remarkable speed. You may not have had time to react. Yuji Itadori, recalling previous events, responded. When Karl had just arrived, he intended to remind him that only those possessing cursed energy could vanquish curses. However, before he could finish his sentence, Karl had already dispatched the curse. That speed felt swifter than that of a Kamen Rider. It was entirely reasonable for Fushiguro and Kujisaki to be caught off guard. So fast. Fushiguro was incredulous, struggling to grasp the astonishing speed of his counterpart, which was so rapid that he could hardly react. His initial inclination was disbelief, suspecting that Yuji was jesting. Yet, both he and Nobara were undeniably present in this moment, an indisputable fact. This meant that what Yuji claimed, the seemingly impossible, was indeed true. After a moment of contemplation, Fushiguro spoke. However, there are several curses within. We must notify the Jujutsu High. Thinking this, he glanced at Yuji. Yuji, what about that special grade curse? Aligning with the thoughts of the twin-faced SHK, Fushiguro assumed Yuji would switch to SHK and resolve the special grade curse. Though both were special grades, the curse king from a millennium ago, whose fingers could not be destroyed, was categorized as a grade curse. Battling against an obscure special grade curse. The outcome was predictable. Fear not, Yuji replied with a cheerful smile. Thanks to Karl, that curse has already been eradicated. Karl? Fushiguro was taken aback. Who is that? Right, he remembered. It was Yuji's friend, the one he had just introduced. The man clad in a superhero costume with dark hair. Could it be that it was not SHK who eliminated the special grade curse, but rather Yuji's friend? Then let us promptly report the remaining curses to Jujutsu High. No need for that. All those curses have been dealt with. At that moment, a voice emerged. Fushiguro looked up to find that the speaker was none other than Karl himself. Is that true? Not only did he eradicate the special grade curses, but he also swiftly transported them here. Moreover, did he eliminate the curse that had captured Tsukasaki Yabuki? Fushiguro Megumi remained silent, opting instead to make a gesture. Hound. In the next moment, a black divine dog materialized beside him. This was Fushiguro Megumi's Shikigami, endowed with the ability to chase and devour curses. Previously, his Shikigami had located Tsukasaki Yabuki's position and sensed numerous curses surrounding her. After a brief exchange with the black Shikigami, the information he received left him astounded. The curses that had gathered around Tsukasaki Yabuki had completely vanished, indicating they had been eradicated. Fushiguro subconsciously glanced at Karl. The man spoke the truth. All the curses had been obliterated. Not only were the special grade curses annihilated, but the remaining curses were also eradicated. Furthermore, before he and Tsukasaki Yabuki could react, they were brought here. What manner of power does this individual possess? Is he of special grade? It is worth noting that Fushiguro himself is a prodigious sorcerer, having been assessed as a second-grade sorcerer shortly after enrollment. Yet, Karl's actions astonished him. Such feats are beyond even the capabilities of an ordinary special-grade sorcerer. This defies logic. For in their world of sorcery, there are currently only 4 special-grade sorcerers. These 4 undoubtedly occupy the pinnacle of sorcery, renowned figures in society. If this Karl is indeed a special-grade sorcerer, why has Fushiguro never heard of him? The enemies have been dealt with. You may confidently return to fulfill your duties. Of course, if you remain uneasy, you may return to investigate. However, we must take our leave first. Karl nodded towards Fushiguro and the others before proceeding towards the door. After all, they still needed to dine. Although Karl held a modicum of interest in those who were not part of his group, he did not wish to hinder his appetite. Farewell. Seeing this, Xiao Ming and the others followed Karl's lead. Fushiguro, Tsukasaki, you may head back first. I will accompany these friends for a meal before returning. I shall see you shortly. With that, Itadori Yuji waved his hand and chased after Karl. Nobara Kujisaki gazed at the retreating figures of a group, enviously sighing. How wonderful it must be. Yuji Itadori and his companions were off to a feast, and she longed to join them. One couldn't help but wonder how Itadori had befriended so many striking individuals. He seemed rather ordinary, unlike Nobara's own feelings of envy. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro was engulfed in perplexity. After all, the ability to defeat a special-grade cursed spirit undoubtedly indicated the prowess of a special-grade sorcerer. Yet, he had never heard of this individual's name. Moreover, Fushiguro sensed that the quartet was no ordinary group. They exuded an air of mystery. However, as friends of Yuji Itadori, they were unlikely to be malevolent. This conclusion was not born from Fushiguro's trust in Karasuma and his companions, but rather in his unwavering faith in his ally, Yuji Itadori. It seemed he would have to wait for Itadori's return to inquire further. Mr. Idiji, Fushiguro spoke. Nobara and I will take a look inside. Idiji expressed concern, but there are still special-grade cursed spirits inside. No worries. Didn't Itadori say those special-grade spirits have been dealt with? Idiji remained skeptical, questioning whether anyone could truly eliminate a special grade. We'll find out soon enough. Fushiguro, relying on the perception of his Shikigami, was confident that there was no sign of curses within the dormitory. Returning merely served to confirm this. Yet, before Idiji could voice further concerns, Fushiguro had already turned to enter the dormitory. Come on, Nobara. Let us investigate. Nobara Kujisaki glanced at Fushiguro and followed suit. Chapter 82. The self-absorbed Xiao Ming. The enviable Karl. As they walked, Nobara continued to murmur her thoughts. I truly envy Itadori. I wish I could dine with those celebrity-like figures. However, I suppose I should focus on seeking vengeance against the curses instead. I hope they haven't perished. Fushiguro, somewhat exasperated, cast her a glance, but chose not to respond. The duo entered the dormitory. A few minutes later, after exploring the premises, Nobara, feeling somewhat disgruntled, remarked, Tisich. Those curses have truly vanished. It seems they have been eradicated. How frustrating. I wanted to exact my revenge myself. You've gotten off easy. The two searched diligently, but found no trace of the curses, regardless of the formidable special-grade curses that had confronted Fushiguro and Itadori. Once again, it was Ningzaki Yaoqiang who encountered the cursed beings, all of whom were exterminated without exception. Fushiguro Megumi, however, felt no surprise. After all, he possessed Shikigami, his precious Inagami, adept at pursuing and devouring curses. This pursuit naturally allowed it to detect the scent of its target. Yet, the Inagami had previously informed him that no curses resided within the dormitory. This indicated that all curses had indeed been eradicated. Presently, Fushiguro Megumi merely sought confirmation. Let us return, he said. This matter must be discussed with Teacher Gojo. After all, he is capable of annihilating special-grade curses. Although the group appeared as ordinary individuals, Fushiguro Megumi sensed no cursed energy emanating from them. Nonetheless, one must possess exceptional prowess to eliminate special-grade curses. This was hardly unexpected. Moreover, not only the one who vanquished the curse, Karl, appeared to be extraordinary, but the others also seemed far from ordinary. Very well, let us return. Ningzaki Yaoqiang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two boarded the vehicle driven by Ichiji and headed back to the Jujutsu High. Meanwhile, Karl and his companions sought a nearby restaurant. Inside, numerous patrons occasionally glanced towards their table. Outside, passers-by also cast curious glances in their direction. Yuji Itadori, waiting for their meal, felt somewhat perturbed. Why do these pedestrians keep staring at us? He pondered. Who knows? Replied the juice-drinking Xiao Ming, striking a pose. Perhaps it's because such handsome men as myself and the esteemed Karl are present. Yuji was left speechless by this comment. Tsukumo and Kinu also directed their gaze at Xiao Ming, incredulous at his self-adoration. Even Karl could not help but chuckle. If you must boast, speak only for yourself. I do not possess such charm. Ah, modesty, esteemed Karl, Xiao Ming retorted with righteous fervor. Your looks are certainly on par with mine. Is that so? Then I must indeed be impressive, Karl replied, his expression bemused. In truth, the restaurant was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, and Karl had already discerned the reason, Tsukumo. Although there were many admirers in this world of jujitsu, she had captured the attention of many. However, individuals like Spider, the beautiful girl with white hair, are indeed quite rare. After all, that hair color is vastly different from the hues of typical wigs, giving the impression of being naturally bestowed. Of course, if Karl were to lift the hypnosis, it is likely that the onlookers would scatter in fright upon witnessing a spider of such considerable size. As for how Karl discerned the reason behind the crowd's curiosity, it was because he too had been intrigued by the throng upon their arrival. Utilizing his telepathy, he soon grasped the cause. Before long, a chef approached, carrying an array of ingredients. Xiao Ming had deliberately chosen a rather upscale restaurant. The teppanyaki experience involved chefs preparing the dishes right before the diner's eyes. A middle-aged chef, while skillfully crafting the meal, enthusiastically explained, esteemed guests. We are currently preparing the exquisite grade 5 Kobe beef sourced from. The chef's exuberant description conveyed the exceptional quality and high cost of the meat. His culinary technique was quite proficient, displaying a fluidity in his movements. Nevertheless, Karl remained somewhat indifferent. During his dates in the Marvel Universe, he had dined at numerous Michelin-starred establishments, having savored Kobe beef, which is considered a delicacy in Neon Country. He found the difference in texture compared to ordinary beef to be minimal. After a while, it all felt rather similar. Thus, he held no particular anticipation for this teppanyaki experience. Meanwhile, Spider, Yuji Itadori, and Tsunade gazed with starry eyes, eagerly awaiting the chef's creations, practically counting the seconds until they could indulge. "Ah, it's so hot," Yuji exclaimed, yet his face radiated delight as he tasted the dish. "This is delicious. This is true cuisine." Spider marveled, exclaiming that compared to this, the fare she had consumed in the labyrinth was hardly fit for human, or spider, consumption. Tsunade and Xiao Ming also relished their meals, their faces adorned with smiles. After allowing the dishes to cool for a moment, Karl too took a bite. To his surprise, this teppanyaki surpassed his expectations, proving to be nearly as delectable as the Kobe beef he had enjoyed at Michelin-starred venues in the Marvel world. This revelation astonished him. Despite the restaurant's somewhat steep prices, it still fell short of the Michelin standards. Yet, the flavors were nearly identical in their delightful essence, resulting in a pleasant surprise. Thus, Karl indulged himself in a hearty meal. After a while, Yuji Itadori, while savoring his meat, glanced at the others and inquired, "I am quite curious. What do you all usually engage in?" "Traveling through diverse realms, vanquishing malevolent foes, and saving the world. Over there, we are embroiled in battle. I am hunting monsters in a labyrinth, and those creatures are exceedingly unpalatable." The group engaged in lively conversation. At that moment, only Karl remained silent. Yuji turned to Karl, asking, "What about you, esteemed Karl?" Xiao Ming naturally chimed in. "Karl is a superhero. Surely he is saving the world." Tsukumo spoke up, "Indeed, I believe so as well." Karl glanced at them, and although it seemed to resonate, he had indeed dealt with numerous antagonists. However, as he previously mentioned in the group, he was a wealthy individual. How could he possibly seek out villains every day? He replied slowly, "Occasionally I handle some villains. Most of the time, I engage in pursuits of my choosing." "What pursuits?" Yuji inquired. "Everything. Flying, exploring, indulging in gourmet delights. After all, I am a wealthy man. I do as I please," Karl explained. Upon hearing this, Yuji could not help but exclaim, "Well, that sounds enviable." The others nodded in agreement. After all, Karl possessed such formidable power and wealth, which was indeed enviable. Chapter 83, New Abilities. Returning to the world at that moment, Xiao Ming recalled something and asked, "Esteemed Karl, I am quite curious about those passers-by you hypnotized. What do they perceive Tsukumo as?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuji, Tsunade, and even Tsukumo herself turned their curious gazes toward him. They all remembered the reaction of Naozaki Wild Rose and were intrigued by how Tsukumo appeared from the perspective of those passers-by. "Since you wish to see, let us take a look," Karl said as he sipped his juice and then hypnotized the group. "Look here. Is that it?" "Is he hypnotized?" Xiao Ming queried, somewhat astonished. He exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Instinctively, Xiao Ming glanced towards Tsukumo. Suddenly, his expression froze. There, in the seat previously occupied by Tsukumo, the half-human-sized Tsukumo had vanished. In her place stood a girl who seemed to have stepped out of a comic book. She was clad entirely in pure white, her eyes gently closed. Tsunade and Yuji were equally taken aback by this spectacle. As the spider child gazed upon her own reflection, she couldn't help but be astonished. "Wow, is that really me? How beautiful." The crowd gathered around, admiring the spider child's appearance. Only Karl remained composed, calmly savoring his wagyu beef. After all, in his previous life, he had encountered her numerous times. This visage was merely her divine form. After a moment of excitement, the spider child suddenly recalled the incident when Tin Flowers had asked her to take photographs. If she could capture her beauty in this form, wouldn't that be delightful? Thus, she turned to Karl and inquired, "Karl, I wish to take some photos. Will my appearance be visible in the pictures?" Her eyes sparkled with hope, for she truly felt stunning in this guise. However, Karl's response left her feeling disheartened. "No, why not?" she pressed. Karl explained, "My ability is hypnosis, not transformation. I haven't altered your appearance. I have merely hypnotized those who see you. In reality, you still look as you did before." "Ah, I see." The spider child nodded in understanding. Just then, Karl spoke again. "However, I do possess the ability to transform. Would you like me to change you into the form you appear to be under hypnosis? After the transformation, you can take photos." "Really?" The spider child was momentarily taken aback, then eagerly replied, "Yes, yes." "Karl, Since you can transform, why not use it directly? Karl chuckled, remaining silent. In truth, he had previously been unable to alter anyone's appearance. Yet, at the moment the spider child had asked, he too had pondered why he lacked such power. As a result, 2 seconds later, he acquired a newfound ability called transformation, which could change the appearance of any object, including living beings. Naturally, he kept this information from the spider child. Karl glanced at her and then said, "All right, this should suffice. Shall I give it a try?" The spider child was slightly taken aback but proceeded to use the photo feature in the chat group. She captured several images, some of herself alone and others with the group members. As she looked at the photographs showcasing her white-haired, youthful figure, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. "Wow, this is simply too beautiful. Thank you, esteemed Karl." After taking the photographs, the spider resumed eating. For the teppanyaki was simply exquisite. Such delectable fare was unattainable within the confines of the labyrinth. As for the photographs, it would be prudent to share them after our meal. The dining experience lasted for over an hour. When it came time to settle the bill, the attendant meticulously verified the invoice multiple times before addressing the group. "Good day. Your total expenditure amounts to 922,386 yuan. What?" Yuji Itadori, who was prepared to pay, was rendered speechless upon hearing this. For this was his realm, and as the host, it was his duty to treat Karl and his companions, who had come to assist him. However, the price was staggering, over 900,000? Even if he wished to pay, he did not possess such a sum. "I shall handle it." Just as Yuji was perplexed, Karl produced several stacks of 10,000 yuan bills to settle the bill. Although Karl was a man of wealth, he typically relied on card transactions. In other worlds, it was likely that he could not access his funds. His only means of acquiring money was through exchanging points in the chat group S store. The cost of this meal was quite reasonable, considering they indulged in rather expensive ingredients. Karl, Yuji, and the spider all had hearty appetites, making a bill exceeding 900,000 not particularly excessive. Of course, this was in the currency of Neon Country. Converted to US dollars, it would amount to approximately 8,000. Truly, it was not exorbitant. The quantities they consumed justified the price. As for who would pay, Karl remained indifferent. The joy of the meal was what mattered most. He had exchanged merely over 80 points for the money. For someone like Karl, who held hundreds of thousands of points, this meal was akin to purchasing a 50-cent ice cream. The attendant verified the bills and confirmed their authenticity, then began to provide change. "We look forward to your next visit." With the attendant's warm farewell, Karl and his companions departed. "Karl, I am profoundly grateful to you." Outside the restaurant, Yuji expressed his thanks to Karl. "I truly feel embarrassed. We had agreed that I would treat. It is of no consequence. Do not dwell on it." Karl replied with a smile. "Indeed, Yuji, you need not fret," Xiaoming reassured him. "Karl is a wealthy individual with ample points. Do not concern yourself too much." "Very well, I must still extend my gratitude to you, Karl." At that moment, Yuji's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Fushiguro Megumi. "Apologies. I need to take this call," he informed Karl and the others. "Of course," they replied. Yuji Itadori stepped aside to answer a phone call. Shortly thereafter, he returned, looking somewhat troubled. "That esteemed Karl has asked me to return to school," he remarked. "That's fine. You should head back," Karl replied. "After dining, we too should be on our way." "Indeed, I have matters to attend to as well," Xiaoming added. The others also expressed their intent to leave. "I sincerely apologize. Next time, when you all visit, I shall treat you to a delightful feast," Eugen said, bowing slightly. Karl chuckled. "No worries, go back now. Farewell, everyone." After bidding farewell to his companions, Eugen hurried towards the subway. With the main figure having departed, Karl and the others prepared to leave as well. After exchanging goodbyes, Karl returned to his own world. Upon arriving home, he settled onto his plush sofa. The sky had darkened, signaling the arrival of night. However, he had already dined earlier, rendering another meal unnecessary. Glancing at Tony Stark, he noticed that the latter was still at the villa. Karl decided it was time to rest. Having enjoyed his meal, he found the prospect of relaxation utterly delightful.